boundaries of technology and human endeavour, all in the name of progress. And this year, Goodwood will celebrate those achievements like never before. Welcome to the Festival of Speed 2022. Well, hello and welcome to a wonderful first day here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022. My name's Rachel Stringer and I'm going to be out and about for the next 4 days with this man alongside me, David Green, for one of the greatest celebrations of motorsport and cars culture. I mean, David, I feel pretty privileged and lucky to be here. I mean, look at the background we have here, the Goodwood house, and we have this main central feature that we'll speak about a little bit later. But you've been coming here for 7 years now. I mean, what keeps bringing you back? Why is it so special?
Well, I've been coming for a lot longer than that, but I'm certainly here for 7 years in front of the camera. But you can just feel the anticipation here. It's gone. The sun is just about to sneak through, but it's a full fat Goodwood Festival of Speed for the first time in maybe 3 years. So you can just see it's already filling up here, and we're just really excited about what's going to happen today and for the next 3 days.
Yeah, I think coming in this morning, it does feel really special, doesn't it? There's a sense of anticipation from everybody involved, and just walking around the paddock this morning is something pretty special. It's my debut season coming here, working, of course. I've been here as a fan before, but I feel lucky to be in this paddock and just getting up close and personal to all these awesome cars that are going to be making their debut this year and seeing some hypercars up close and personal. I've never been lucky enough to touch some of them, but this weekend I'm hoping I'll get to do just that. But David, tell me the kind of things that if people are new, like me, presenting this year, they'll get to see on offer over the course of the next 4 days.
Well, you've actually got so much to look forward to here. I mean, it's endless. It's such a big place around here, and you can see everything. But you've got off-road sections. You've got the Future Lab there, which is sort of going to look at all the technology in the future. And then you've got the Future Lab of cars, which is Electric Avenue, and that's going to showcase all these new electric cars that are coming through, hundreds of new cars, but you'll see that technology on Electric Avenue. Of course, we've got the rally stage, which was way over the hill there, and you'll see new rally cars and the old classics that we love to see. And then right in front of us here, the hill climb, the sort of focal point of the Festival of Speed. And you'll see both demonstrations, people waving out the window, taking their time, meandering up the hill for everyone to see the new cars, and then the shootout, the stuff we all like to see. And that's no joke. These guys are really going for it. See the likes of Travis Pastrana last year. You know, he looked like he was having fun, waving at the camera as he's going up in his Hoonigan Subaru. He's brought this fantastic new one here this year, and he's going to really go for that time. And then, of course, the thing we're all here for, all of the cars across this whole place, this whole bit of land with hypercars, new cars, everything to look forward to.
Yeah, Travis Pastrana, you mentioned him. He came second, didn't he, in the shootout last year. He'll be hoping to go one better and top the timesheets. I'm sure he's pretty competitive. Let's talk about, though, I guess the central feature this year. It's behind us. I'm sure you've seen it. If you are here, you'll be trying to get a picture of that. This year, it's obviously celebrating 50 years of the BMW M division, and it's quite spectacular. It's been, I guess, coming since 1997 now. That's when it first launched here, and that was a nod to Ferrari back all those years ago. This looks special. What are you making of the central feature this year, David?
Well, Jerry Jr. does not let us down. Every year he just surpasses himself, and you have this in front of the house, and it's just a fantastic structure. And of course, you just can't believe these cars are on there. As you said, 50 years of M Sport. We've got the classic Batmobile there, which started the whole thing off. You've got endurance races, the M1 Pro car, which is probably one of the greatest one-make series of all time. We had F1 drivers racing against each other in the same cars. And then you've got all the other cars BMW brought for us. Lots of these M Sport cars. And funny enough, you see all these hypercars, but probably the most anticipated car of this weekend will be a humble, compact estate car, the M3 Touring, which I'm going to get to drive later on today.
I was going to say, don't boast too much. We know you're going to go out on that. We'll talk more about that M3 touring car a little bit later. But for now, let's bring you up to speed on exactly what's going to be in store on day one of Festival of Speed. Okay, so at 9:40 then, we've got the Supercars, first glance cars. That's some of them are making their debut, of course, and some road bikes, my favourite. And then at 11:15, the rally and off-road section. 12:30, so just after lunch. The Red Arrows are going to be coming out and giving us a bit of a formation as well, so keep your eyes firmly to the skies for that one. At 12:45 then, Festival of Speed highlights and BMW M Division. We said, didn't we, it's 50th anniversary of the BMW M Division this year. Very special moment for them. And at 3:40 we have the first of our time practices again. Watch the hill. It is all about that 1.16 mile circuit, the hill climb, of course. Everybody is here to watch that. And then at 4:20 later on this afternoon, we have the Drift Kana practice, and that's pretty special. We'll probably be able to smell that maybe before we see that as well. So much on offer today, guys. I'm very excited about. I hope you guys are as well. We mentioned the 50th anniversary of the BMW M Division. There's also a 75th anniversary of Ferrari in store for the Festival of Speed this year. David, why is it so special, and what are they bringing for us to see?
Well, I think any celebration of Ferrari is special. We all come here, we love to see the prancing horse, and 75 years of this iconic brand celebrating that this year. And Ferrari have kindly brought along 5 cars that are making their UK dynamic debut here. So first of all, we've got the 296 GTB, this much anticipated V6 mini baby supercar, if you like, and they've brought a car in a very special livery this year. It's red and blue, you'll see it, and it's sort of a hark back to the Maranello concessionaires from back in the day, and that car will be making its dynamic debut in the UK, as will the SF90 Spider, which is the convertible version of the high-tech hybrid SF90 Stradale. We've got the 812 Competizione, which is the even faster version, the more performance-focused version of the 812 Superfast. It wasn't fast enough. That's going to be fantastic. And then you get into the special ones. The SP3 Daytona. Now, that's the third of the Icona cars. So very limited edition, very bespoke, and not many people have it. But if you think that's rare, we've got an SP38, which is from Ferrari's one-off program. So the owner, one very lucky customer, gets a car designed just for him. And we're going to see that moving for the first time here up the hill later on for Ferrari.
I can see your eyes light up when you speak about all those cars that are going to be making their debuts here. And obviously, Nigel Mansell, he'll be going out in one of them a little bit later. We've got Wayne Rainey as well here. He'll be in his adapted motorcycle, of course. But there are so many names that will be kind of wandering around as well. So if you are someone that likes to get your autograph book out and go and see some of these famous faces, then do keep your eyes peeled. Of course, they'll be on the start line and up in the paddock at the top after the hill climb. But they do kind of mill around, David. And that's what makes an event like this so special. It feels so accessible to everybody, doesn't it?
Absolutely, and as you say, you can just catch faces just walking around, whether they're ex-F1 stars, current F1 stars. You even have Hollywood A-listers jetting in. You had Tom Cruise helicopter in last year. We got Mika Hakkinen, Damon Hill, world champions from back in the day. Well, I'm sure we'll see Jensen here over the next few days. So keep your eyes peeled, because these guys will just be wandering around and maybe get a helmet on, driving some cars. But it's just that festive atmosphere here, and lots of very familiar faces.
Yeah, absolutely. And we were talking a little bit earlier. We gave you a little bit of an insight into what David's going to be doing. I'm not as lucky because I don't have my license to be able to go up the hill, but David does. And we mentioned he's going to be in the BMW M3 touring car, and you're also going to go up in another car as well. Question to you is, do you get to go up and do a time shootout like some of these guys here, or do you have to kind of hold back a little bit and just not get too carried away out there?
Well, there's two types of run up the hill, and maybe fortunately, as we see a little bit of rain here, I'm just in a demo run at first with a Lamborghini Aventador Ultime, which is the last ever, unfortunately, Aventador Ultime last, but the last of the naturally aspirated V12s. I'll be taking that up the hill, and that's what we call the demo run. So you'll see these cars going up, and it's for everyone to see these new cars, maybe first time we've seen these cars move. And then throughout the weekend, we move into the actual timed run, and that's when it gets really serious. Helmets, fireproof underwear, running up the hill and trying to be king of the hill by Sunday.
Yeah, totally. And we were speaking about some of the cars making their debut as well. That's probably what I'm quite excited to see, especially maybe the Mercedes AMG 1. It's been maybe 5 years in development now. It's obviously that hybrid, isn't it? It's got the same engine, they're saying, as the Mercedes Formula 1 car, and they brought it into a classic road car. I mean, are you excited about seeing this? What have you heard about this? What have you made of this so far?
Well, I'm excited to see it. I'm excited to hear it because the engine should sound fantastic for a road car. And it's one of those cars that's been in gestation for years. So we've been really, really keen to see it. We've been teasing us about it. And then that's really one of the great things about Festival of Speed. We'll see that car. We'll see loads of other hypercars. But that's a big one. That's one of the big ones of the weekend.
There's another one that I was reading about as well, which was the Seisinger 21, and this is obviously a hypercar, and it's got this 3D printed technology going on it, and I was quite fascinated when I was reading about this. I didn't really expect a hypercar. I think it's really light in size as well and in weight, but it's got 3D printed parts to it, which really is innovation at its finest, and it's possibly the future, David.
Well, yeah, I think 3D print's just giving an opportunity for new manufacturers to come through and actually get to that finished design quicker than you normally would back in the day, pressing metal and everything else. So you're seeing all sorts of innovation, and it's the sort of thing you'll see in Future Lab and you'll see in these hypercars, and some of them from names we've never even heard of. We'll be seeing them for the first time this weekend.
Yeah, we'll go and check out that innovation lab, of course, because you can see the future in there. But that's enough from David and myself at the moment. We're going to hand over to two of our commentators. We have many of them for you this weekend. We've got Bruce Jones and Sean Ward.
Thank you very much. I could feel the enthusiasm from Rachel Stringer and David Green in front of the house, and from all the fans who are streaming in. I've got Sean Ward alongside me. Look at the screens and you can see the first cars come up the hill, the manufacturer cars, the road cars, but they are super special. And Sean Ward, we're going to be treated to an amazingly diverse group of cars.
There are some truly awesome cars today. There's a mix of everything. We've got electric cars, hybrid cars, the kind of last of the non-hybrids, petrol cars. There's some really awesome things today. I'm very excited.
And I think the diversity, as you just touched on, the different types of car, the different shapes of cars, but they're not all supercars. They're cars that regular people can afford and drive. One thing will unite them this morning, though. They've got a greasy track. They'll have to remember that, and particularly Molecombe Corner, which is in front of our commentary box. So a little bit of caution will be required. And looking at the car parks, a lot of people bring very, very special cars of their own down to this very special event. And there's one particular car park just above the Formula 1 paddock that you're only allowed into if you've got something special. And you can see a lot of people coming in and actually stopping and looking at those cars before they get down to the competition machinery.
That's one of the things that's so magical about the event is any Goodwood event. When you come, just even the car parks, you could spend a day just wandering around them, getting very excited without even coming to the event. Obviously, you should come to the event, but yeah, the performance car parking moment is already filled up with some bonkers machines. So yeah, very cool.
But I think one thing that really, really strikes me is just the sheer number of new cars being brought out every year. Years gone by, it'd be one model every couple of years. But now the top manufacturers and people coming back, like Lotus, they have multiple introductions every year, and mainly here at Goodwood.
Well, the thing is as well that the rules of building new cars is changing rapidly, so you've got to keep up with it, otherwise you get left behind.
You do. Now, McLaren never stand still. They seem to launch several cars per year, but the Artura, which is the first car coming up the hill, is something very special indeed. Road car and a race car as well.
Yep, McLaren have got the GT4 car here this weekend as well, but this is the Artura, so twin-turbo V6, replaces the old V8 Sports Series cars like the 570S, 570 GT. This is kind of the beginning of a new era for McLaren, first hybrid after the P1, so lots to come from this model, derivatives going forwards over the next few years.
And you absolutely can't stand still in this game because, as you say, you can't just, the petrol engines are disappearing, the hybrids are coming in, but there's still a little bit of hangover. A lot of people like Lotus still wanted to have that one last push for the petrol engine cars.
I think while you still can, there's some fun to be had. Everyone's working on these electric cars going forward, but while the regulations still allow you to do something that's loud and shouty, everyone's going to do it.
Do you think, well, I like that term, loud and shouty, do you think that these will be the ones that will become real collectors' numbers, the last of the line, something that in 20 years you can pull out of your garage, or if you're lucky from your motor house, and then go out and have those old-fashioned skills?
Potentially. I mean, that's the thing, you've got to keep them running, hope that fuel is still available over the next 20 years. But yeah, certainly, I mean, these are things that you're going to hold on to and cherish and enjoy, and I do hope people that, who have got petrol cars and can continue to run them over the next 30, 40, 50 years, don't hide them away, they get out and still use them.
Right, just to explain how this works, the cars are at the bottom of the Goodwood hill climb course. They will curl around a large lawned area where all the motor manufacturers have their amazing edifices in which they're displaying their cars, their machinery, future technology and so forth. But then they'll blast past the house, they'll rise over a little crest, they'll get into Molecombe, they'll have to snake their way up the hill, past the flint wall, through the trees, out into the field, and to the very top, blasting back through the trees. But the track is greasy. Down at the bottom, under the trees, it's bone dry. But the driver's hopefully on their starter lap. Looking at the Goodwood Hill course, straight blast through the trees, double right-hander, kink in front of the house, a little rise into Molecombe, up, then the flint wall. Vicious pit of the track. Cartney's seat and the finish line. The record here, 31 and a bit seconds. Phenomenal. Don't expect that time from these cars. In fact, we don't even want to have them trying to get even close. That was set by Nick Heidfeld a very, very long time ago and challenged and, in fact, beaten in a practice run by Romain Dumas in the Volkswagen IDR, the Pikes Peak supercar.
Yeah, this is. I don't envy the conditions this morning because it's first run of the weekend. The track is going to be very greasy. So it would be tricky enough without the slightly damp conditions. So,
one thing that should be explained, Sean, is the fact that manufacturers have worked out that they want their cars to be driven up the hill by people who really are on top of it. So a lot of pro racing drivers are entrusted rather than, let's say, necessarily the wealthy owners.
Yeah, I think, again, particularly first run of the weekend and going forwards, you need to be careful. The manufacturers want these cars nice and shiny for the whole of the weekend. So, definitely some very skillful drivers behind the wheel. And
also another point to point out is it's a packed agenda here. We don't want any stoppages. There's a tiny bit of time built in, but the last class of the day, in fact, it's the same batch as this one, the manufacturers, goes out at 5:10. So from 9 o'clock onwards. But the car's about to blast off, the Roger Dubuis timing clock in the background. That's not relevant. That's telling them the day, the date, the month, and also the time on the clock. But the first of these Arturas about to blast off, looking down the line, many different body shapes, including some that almost double the height of that Artura. Look to about the fourth car in the queue. We're looking at things that are great, large, but you know what, also quick.
That's what's quite fun at the moment, is that we're going to have a whole range of different cars. Some of them, as you say, very low to the ground, and some of them actually quite tall. So it'll be good to see how they go on coming up the hill.
So while the cars are down on the start line waiting for the signal, you can still see a marshal in the white overall standing in front of them. I have noticed the windscreen wipers just having a little flap from side to side. Another of the Arturas in behind. But you can see the track, the surface, a little bit damp. And you can also see that some of the cars will be carrying passengers as well. And they get out at the top and they try and look cool, calm and collected. But they've been given a more dynamic ride than they've ever had in their life.
Yeah, really, you're going to be shaken. If you've been in a car with a professional driver, sometimes you think, oh yeah, I know how to drive a car, I reckon I could do that, and then you actually get behind the wheel, sit in the passenger seat rather, when someone who actually does this every single day is driving, and you suddenly realise, okay, they're on a completely different level, I could never do what they do, and I'm very glad it's not me driving at the moment.
Yes, for some of the drivers, they'll be absolutely fine with the blast off from the line. It's when they get to that first corner, the track goes right, and so does the car, but perhaps the braking has been left somewhat later than they would have been doing. But I think caution will be the byword this morning. But not so long ago, we would have had 10 cars coming out to compete in this. Now we have to keep them into groups. We have so many manufacturer cars here, and for a lot of people who 90% of the people who come here are racing through and through. 5% are probably just here for a fabulous day out, and then there are 5% coming specifically for the road cars, and the road car aficionados will have an absolute blast of a day, because almost every single car was either launched right now, or we've seen it last year, but between then and now, it's been developed to another scale, to another point.
I was going to say, I absolutely love this because it's just a day full of road cars. I love the racing cars, obviously, and everything else that we've got here this weekend. There's some incredible cars, but Yeah, I love road cars. I love seeing how they change over time, hearing them, and the fact we've now just got a whole day, essentially, of these cars running up the hill. I'm absolutely very, very excited indeed.
Well, about to blast off in the next minute or so. So, in many ways, we're the yin and yang. I'm motorsport through and through, you're road car through and through. But if I had to, tread on your foot, tread on your toes, say, come on, Sean, what are you particularly looking out for today? I know you probably can't think because there are so many, but is there one car that stands out that you've not seen before or just want to see driven, in anger?
I think, do you know what, actually, I think one car that I'm curious to see, because I've seen it in pictures for so long, is a Koenigsegg Jesko, because I've seen it in pictures for years, haven't seen it in the metal yet, so I'm quite excited to see that. But to be honest, just looking down the entry list, I can't really comprehend how many interesting cars there are. It's very difficult to actually pick out one. Yeah. I'm really struggling. You put me on the spot there.
No, I would, because if you threw it around to me and said which 5 racing cars, I would struggle. I'd have to pare it down from 100 and eventually get there. So, still waiting for the marshals to move to one side down on the start line. There's a cameraman getting ready to get the shots of the cars blasting off. It's a blast down the avenue of trees and a double right-hander. They'll then come back past, so just waiting. The signal is almost there, and the first car will be driven up the hill in anger. It's a red one, I can tell you that. It's a McLaren Artura, and probably not the only one going up the hill. Very special, and off we go, Sean. Over to you.
Here we go then. The McLaren Artura, as I said, it's got a V6 turbocharged engine, replaces the Sport Series cars which have had V8s over the last 6 years now, I think. We've got 3 of them on the hill at the moment. The first media drives which just happened, this car will go on sale very soon, but yeah, it's a whole new generation of McLaren.
Interesting, coming out of the first corner, the third of Arturas, the front started washing out, a little bit of spray coming out of the rear, off the rear tyres, and a few drops of rain on some of the lenses, but they're getting tricky part of the course and going through a little chicane there to slow the cars. That's before Moulcombe, a very sensible provision. That won't be there when we've got the speed hill climb, but for now it means they won't arrive at Moulcombe too fast. It's the trickiest corner, just the white Artura going through, then there's a gap, and then it's Porsche time coming up the hill, and a Kia on the start-finish line.
This is the Kia EV6 GT, so this is new EV6, it's a whole new electric vehicle, and this is the GT, so it's essentially more power, more torque, still the same, fundamentally the same car, but motors at the front axle, rear axle. Very quick off the line. We haven't driven it yet, but we will be shortly, and it's I really like the look of this. I think Kia's got some fantastically styled cars at the moment.
I couldn't agree more. I really think they've picked off. Now, Porsche, we have a lot of Ferrari fans here, a lot of McLaren fans, but Porsche have a very special place in some people's heart. Now, this is the four-door.
Yes, Panamera. So you've got the Taycan, which is all electric, then you've got the Panamera, which has just petrol and also hybrids, powertrains, but this is in the wagon format, which in the office we are very big fans of, I have to say.
What size dog could get in the back? Do you need a medium-sized dog or a...
Do you know what? We have lots of dogs in the office. We have tested this several times. We've got a range of dogs just for that kind of reason. The Taycan, at least, does fit the biggest dog we have.
Now, Lotus, they've not been away, but I think they're properly back now. What are we seeing here? It looks fabulous in the blue, but they brought 2 or 3 cars last year, and people's jaws dropped.
Yeah, so this is the Lotus Emira. So this is the replacement, essentially, for the Evora, the Elise, the Exige. It's a new generation, very exciting time for Lotus because, you know, they've said goodbye to 20 years almost of history. So V6 still at the moment. You can also get a turbocharged 4-cylinder from AMG. 2 different powertrains for the first time, so that's very interesting. But it's a cracking looking car. Slightly heavier than the Elise, but still developed by the same team, obviously, who knows so well how to set up a car for fun road handling.
Yeah, I think certain people at Lotus have done a fabulous job. But as you say, they've cast off the past. But I think we'll see multiple models, another Gavin Kershaw and the gang. You know, they're really going good places. And you know, sometimes when a car looks right, you see it in pictures, but you get up close to it. That really did it for me in 2021.
Yeah, we saw it last year, of course, and it does look superb. It looks quite similar as well to the Lotus Evora, the electric hypercar, which we'll see here this weekend. Very pretty car. If you haven't seen it in the metal, go and have a look at it.
And a good place to look at them en masse is when they collect at the top of the hill, and that was drawing a lot of looks from people who got out from other manufacturer cars, and they were all gathering around that. So it makes a great sound. Now, they're not all low. We talked about the fact they're not all low 2-seaters, but what have we got on the start line? This is a little larger.
This looks like a Ford Ranger Raptor or a Ford Raptor. I can't quite tell at the moment. I'll be entirely honest with you.
Well, I know a Ranger Raptor is on the entry list, but it doesn't appear to be starting. So the lights are on, but someone is home, but it's not moving. So it looks as though another Lotus is going to go, you know what, we'll jump you in the order.
So behind that we have another Lotus Emira. This looks like the GT4 car to be taken up the hill. So that has, again, same V6 engine, makes a superb noise, as I'm sure we'll be hearing in a second.
Well, GT4 is such a growth area in the racing scene. Obviously, you can then move up to more powerful, more bewinged, more vicious-looking GT3 cars. But to have Lotus back in racing, to me, is super special. It came from racing. It's about racing, but obviously the racing side's gone away. So to have them back in the GT4 circuit, and this could be anywhere in the world, the GT4 series, to me, is very special.
Yeah, it's the gateway into motorsport, really, for a lot of people when they're looking to get into GT kind of spec road cars, race cars, sorry.
And there will be here a McLaren Artura GT4 car as well, so they're replacing the 570S in that. And a Polestar, they fly under the radar a little bit, Polestar, but you read their stats and facts, they're super special.
Yeah, Polestar 2, so they do a range of specs with this car. You get it rear-wheel drive, all-wheel drive, varying degrees of horsepower, but they're all fundamentally actually very quick just because they're electric. You get an instant kick of torque, whatever version you're driving. Very exciting to see that.
And they generally take the approach almost like the early Ford Model T. Any colour you like as long as it's black. Oh, right, you can have a white one if you really wish. Now, this looks a little bit stealthy on the starting gate. There are fairly short timing intervals before the car's going off, but the signal's been put there, and you can tell this one, clearly electric. The blast-off is absolutely huge. Down the straight, it's very narrow. These straights look quite wide-ish. But look, you can see the lights showing the greasiness of the circuit. But what are we looking at here?
We are looking at the Lucid Air. So this car has 1,050 horsepower. Comes from California, and it is kind of judging by the power, extremely fast, but also on the inside it's incredibly luxurious. You've got screens, you've got different recycled kind of woods and other materials, so a very conscientious but incredibly fast road car coming out of California.
You know, I tend to look at cars, and I'm still slightly immature in this approach. I think, what'll it do, mister? How fast will it go? But as I get older, I really do start to appreciate something you can use 365 days a year in great comfort. So tell me the price, and I'll have to look for something else. I'm sure it's not cheap.
And so here we have the Ferrari 296 GTB. So this is Ferrari's all-new V6 hybrid supercar. Still building the F8, which is a twin-turbo V8, but this is kind of taking the hybrid technology from cars like the LaFerrari and putting it into a slightly more, not entry level, of course it's still a Ferrari, but a car that is slightly more attainable than a LaFerrari, which was limited around a decade ago now.
But again, put it from the racing camp, I'm so excited. This will be their next GT3 model, the 296, and I think it looks absolutely exquisite. BMW was celebrating 50 years of the M Sport division, but they've always done really great mid-size four-seater saloons that have a huge amount of power and play.
Yeah, and this is the i4 M50, so this is the first electric M car, essentially. So, again, plenty of horsepower, rear-wheel drive, actually a very interesting car, and then behind that we have... Is that an M4? That is an M4. My mistake, it's not an M4, it's still an i4.
But I think in making that little mistake, we've actually highlighted it in many ways. That's the art of commentary, isn't it? But so many... That's the trick. You've got a car, you've got a model shape. It might be electric, it might be petrol engine still. So there is that diversity, and they can say their model range is now twice as wide as it used to be.
Well, they are quite distinct. Annoyingly, I'm just going to blame it on poor eyesight.
At your age, hoo-ho. So, drivers... being cautious this morning, and suitably so, because the hill is definitely very greasy indeed. It will dry out quickly with these cars with lots of power, lots of big wide tyres to suck the moisture out of the track. But as the cars get towards the top of the course, where we're seeing this BMW, it's very near the top of the hill, a little swerve, and then the finishing line is just around the next corner to the left, but you can see the wheel marks in the damp surface up there, so that should be warning enough. But just to reiterate, as the BMW gets to the finish here, under the trees the moisture always lasts a little bit longer, no wind to blow it off up there, but these are pro drivers in these cars, so the cars are very safe in their hands, and for those lucky enough to go up, they'll have felt that little element of slide and watch the excellence of the driver bringing it under control. The long run out, and this BMW just now coming up to the top paddock, where the driver will join all the others, have a strong coffee, gather their thoughts, and they'll do it all again later in the day.
Yeah, it might be the first run of the day, but they certainly weren't hanging about. There was quite a lot of oversteer from quite a few of those guys, so they're enjoying themselves.
Well, they should, and also the manufacturers really, really want them to be displayed in the most dynamic way possible, still within the sort of branch of safety, because we talked about, motor shows were cars in halls, really, until about 10 years ago. And then we had the moving motor show here at Goodwood, and it's grown from there. And the sort of value of the event to the public and to the manufacturers has just grown and grown and grown. And now you can't really not come to Goodwood and display your car in a dynamic fashion.
But it's great to see, when you see a new car in the metal for the very first time, you've only seen it in pictures, it is exciting. But actually having the opportunity to see a car move, hear the engine, and just get a feel for the kind of performance is so fun.
Now, how, to me, sound is not everything, but it's a very, very large part of a car. If you've got a car that makes a lovely sound, you don't have to have it at peak revs, it might have a nice rumble, but it still would almost be a deciding factor for me between car A and car B. Does it work in that way for you?
It does. That's what I find tricky is, as we kind of move into electric cars, I find it, there are lots of tricks that the manufacturers can play. They've got, synthesized sounds, but sound is such a huge part of it for me as well, I will admit. But yeah, I think manufacturers have got to try and find new ways to engage you, because if you haven't got the sound, you've got to try and think about, okay, well, this has got to handle well, this has got to look good. You can't just rely on the sound to carry you through, because there are plenty of cars from the past that sounded good, weren't that great to drive, but it didn't really matter because it sounded amazing.
Yeah, it's a way to go. Right, looking at the sights and sound around the grounds at Goodwood House, fair few fans still with umbrellas up, so it's a little bit greasy. We had a flurry of rain about an hour ago, and now a little bit on the windows, but I don't think it's raining here and now. A lot of the cars now at the top of the hill, we're waiting for the rest of the batch to come on up the hill. But what we've learnt as those early cars came up, Sean, is the track is greasy, the hill climb is greasy, the drivers are very, very talented, but the punch, particularly from some of these electric cars, is enormous.
And the benefit as well is that plenty of these electric cars, to get the most performance out of them, they have motors at the front axle and the back axle, so they're all-wheel drive, they've got a lot of traction, and they don't really have to worry about finding grip with the rear-wheel drive cars.
In front of Goodwood House, you have the most remarkable Jerry Judah sculpture and then some. It's engineering galore. This year it's BMW, celebrating 50 years of the M Sport division of BMW, from the Le Mans racer on the left-hand side, the M1 racer, which is upside down, yes, hopefully that's not being held by glue, the touring car racer on the right-hand side, BMW Batmobile, right at the top, the brand new BMW Hypercar that will be competing next year as the World Endurance Championship really embraces a whole new wave of manufacturers. Exciting days ahead. You can't get up close to look at it. I mean, when you're underneath it, you're about 60 feet, 20 metres beneath it. But what a display from Jerry Judah. That is the future of the cars that will race in the Le Mans 24 hours.
It's very exciting. I cannot wait for Le Mans next year, because you've just got so many manufacturers coming with these incredible cars. I think if you haven't already booked a ticket for Le Mans, it's going to get to a point where you're going to be like, oh, I can't book a ticket for Le Mans anymore, because there's going to be so much interest, because so many companies are coming back aiming for that top step of the podium. Well,
it's great that the M division of BMW have put that display on, and when you have not just BMW coming to play, but also Ferrari and Porsche, the great names coming back. We nearly had Audi, and at the last minute they've veered off. They may come back. They may actually take their money to Formula One instead. But the manufacturers, I think, are now pushing back into motorsport, which to my heart is great. But looking at the road cars, Sean, that we've seen, they are pushing so hard. If you're standing still in manufacturing, 20 years ago, it didn't matter too much, you weren't losing ground. But now, if you haven't got it here and now and haven't got the next model in the pipeline, you're really looking a bit slow.
You cannot stand still at the moment, just because you can't rely on stuff you've had for years before and just keep developing things that you've had on the shelf for a decade or more. You've got to start putting investment into these electric powertrains, hybrid powertrains, in some case new fuels that are entirely synthetic. You've got to, if you don't put your money into that, you will get left behind, and we don't want to see any of these cars go away. So they can't stand still.
Now, talking of the 50 years of the M division at BMW, we have an array of cars. They're just on the inside of the track. Now, the drivers have been driving up the hill. Ed Foster has been gathering the interviews, and we have some pro drivers. And the first driver who we're going to hear from will be Brad Ellis, and he's up the hill. He can probably tell us just how greasy it was when he went up the hill climb course.
We're up in the top paddock and the first cars have arrived. I'm here with Brad Ellis. You were the first man up the hill at the 2022 Festival of Speed. It looked very slippy.
Yeah, I was quite nervous actually to start off with, because get down to the start line and it starts raining and I'm like, oh, It's always a bit slippery on the first run, and now it's raining. It's going to make it a bit more exciting. But no, it's really cool to be able to be the first car up of the 22 sort of runs.
Now you're in the McLaren Artura. There's a new race car on one of these, isn't there?
Yes, they've just launched the new GT4 car for the Artura, which will be demoed later on today, I believe, with Rob Bell driving. So, I mean, it looks good. From everything I've heard from the factory, it sounds like it's fast and it's a nice car to drive, so it's quite exciting.
And tell us a little bit about the road car here.
I mean, this is our first sort of plug-in hybrid from McLaren. You know, it's it's a completely new car from ground up that McLaren have built, V6 rather than a V8. And with that extra plug-in hybrid, it just delivers sort of an amazing amount of torque. So we've just had it on track for a week down in Ascari, and it's been a pleasure to drive. It's really playful. First car with an E-diff in it from McLaren as well. So lots of new components they've put into this car to make sort of like the ultimate driving machine.
Brad, thank you very much. I'm very jealous of your job.
Thanks. Cheers.
Charlie Fox, you've just come up to the top paddock in your Ford Raptor. Tell me a little bit about this car because it looks awesome.
Yeah, very powerful. 400 horsepower we are. We've got a petrol one this time, so yeah, 3-litre V6. Very good. Bit sketchy in the wet, as we just found out. You've probably seen on the camera. So yeah, I'm impressed with it. Really good, really good. So yeah, we've got run on 2 of them this year. So yeah, all good. Yeah.
Now, I was thinking when you came up, well, that's probably a sensible car to come up on a wet bit of tarmac with, but I don't think it was.
It's really not. No, not today. We were expecting sunshine. These are off-road tyres, and they do not do racetracks very well. So yeah, we're being a bit gingerly this morning. So yeah, it's going well.
Have you got a few more runs in this today?
Yeah, I think we've got 6 or 7 runs in total. Yep, there's the manufacturer's batch, and then we've got Paul Swift, stunt driver in the very gay Raptor, the colourful one, with our camouflage and glittered up. So yeah, we've got 3 running in total. Yeah.
Brilliant. Well, enjoy it.
Excellent. Thank you very much. Nice to meet you.
And all looking beautiful at the top of the hill. Interesting to hear, though, particularly from Brad Ellis, who was the first driver up in the Artura, just how greasy that track was, Sean. But that's why you put the pros. Now let's take a look at the highlights of this run. Off the cars blasted. The track, the hill climb was greasy. The drivers were professional. They kept it on the straight and narrow. Chicane was inserted to check their speeds running up the hill. But we went from McLaren through Lotus. A Lotus GT4 also on the hill, seen for the first time. But you could see the sprays off the tyre. Sean, talk us through this one. That was special.
Lucid Air, more than 1,000 horsepower, Ferrari 296 GTB, and just some wild mixture of hybrid, electric, petrol only, some very cool cars.
And for a lot of people, just glancing the Ferrari 296, that is super special. And BMW, they always have fast saloons, and they're not disappointing. Petrol engine, hybrids, electric engines as well. So it was a very, very good first run from the manufacturers. High in the sky, this is looking down on the BMW stand, 50 years of the M division. It's just before Molecombe Corner. It's on right alongside the hill climb course, and good to see fans coming through. Still a few umbrellas in view, but actually most people have put them away, so it is drying. The hill climb course hopefully will be drying as well, because we heard Sean Ward from the pro drivers who'd driven up in that first batch of manufacturer cars, and they were cautious, and in fact even those, like the Brad Ellis, professional racing driver with a lot of mileage in a Artura McLaren on circuits, said the top was very greasy indeed. The next batch of cars, the supercars, and they are high in price, even higher in performance, or maybe the other way round, I'm not entirely sure. But we will be seeing some in this batch. We've got the Michelin Supercar run. We've got something very, very special of the 3 groups of cars and bikes coming up. We've got First Glance. More of that in a minute, but it is exactly what it says on the tin. And then we've got road bikes that I was looking through the programme, and some of them not only are just extraordinary off the chart in terms of their performance potential, but their appearance, it seems that it's completely freeform. 40 years ago, motorbikes looked very similar, bar the colour on the tank and maybe the fairing behind the back. But now they seem to come in any shape and size. So it's an exquisite time in the motorbike world.
And the thing is as well, you can buy a motorcycle that has the performance of a supercar that costs several £100,000 for less than the cost of a family saloon. So the performance from these motorcycles is insane.
Insane. And I love the way the manufacturer stands like this BMW one are drawing the crowds. And look, there are a couple of cars under wraps. I think that's probably for very good reason. Are we waiting for an unveiling? I think we are. The world's press seem to be assembled down there. And it just reiterates what the Goodwood Festival of Speed does that is so special. This was an event for the fans. It was created moons ago for people to run up the hill, the places you could buy second-hand books. It was lovely and friendly, but it's grown and it's grown. And it's now one of the leading world stages for the unveiling of new cars.
It's the place to come and see world debuts, and we've been looking forward to this car for a very, very, very long time.
Right, to my eyes, it's under a cover. It's black, the cover. What are we expecting to see underneath?
So we will be seeing the BMW M3 Touring. We've always wanted to see a BMW M3 with space for the dog, and this is what we're about to get. It's every single person in the office at Goodwood is very excited about it.
So I think back to the 1970s, the 2002 TII, the touring model. It had a boot, but it wasn't very big. Maybe a Dachshund was all you could put in. But this has got the performance to go with it as well.
Yeah, and it pitches BMW against companies like Audi, who have traditionally had quite a solid hold on that with the RS4, and also Mercedes with the C63, the wagons. So for BMW to come in and say, actually, the estate car isn't dead yet, is really, really cool.
Okay, Sean, for someone with a real foot in the road car camp, have you seen this car in the flesh? I presume the answer yes or no, but you'll have seen all the drawings, all the renderings over the years. But here it is.
Do you know what? I haven't actually seen it in the metal yet. I've seen videos of it, I've seen pictures of it, but not in the metal yet. So I'm very excited to see it. We saw a load of images and video earlier in the week, so we're very much looking forward to it.
And it's not a bad stand, is it, with the BMW M1 up on the roof? When I say still to my eye one of the most attractive BMWs, I then think of other attractive BMWs, but the unveil is almost upon us. And so a very special thing. It's a Thursday morning. It's not any Thursday morning. It's the Festival of Speed Thursday morning, and big unveil. Something special. No wonder the crowds, the early birds, have got in to go around the stand.
And you've got, as well on the stand, you've got cars like the M1, which is the first BMW M car, but you've also got the most powerful M car ever made, the BMW M5 CS. That's the green car, gold wheels, 600 horsepower, all-wheel drive or rear-wheel drive. You can set it up yourself. And before the Festival of Speed, we did a little film to celebrate the fact that BMW was going to be the chosen marque here. And we did a burnout in that car that left a very big number 11 on the start line. I have to apologise to many people.
Glad to hear that. They've got to be dynamic.
This is a good start. Is anyone going to hear me? Hopefully we can get a little bit of sound on the PA system. Okay. Well, we're going to kick off now. We will get some sound. Here we are. We've got sound on the PA system. Good morning, everyone, and welcome to Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022. What a year it is. We always look forward to this weekend. It's the best weekend of the year, the most invigorating weekend of exhilarating motorsport and automotive celebrations. Now, we are kicking off today here at the BMW stand because we have a rather special celebration. But before I announce what that is, I'm going to introduce two gentlemen onto our stage here that are far more qualified to introduce and welcome you. Please put your hands together and welcome the Duke of Richmond. Thank you for hosting us. And Frank Van Meel, the head of BMW M.
Good morning, everybody. Great to see you all here. and especially on this very special day. BMW being great supporters of the Festival of Speed for nearly 25 years. So it's very appropriate that we should be celebrating 50 years of M, which we all love, of course, this year. And we're thrilled to have M in front of the house looking so magnificent. And of course we're here to have this very special launch as well. And Frank de Mille, who's the head of BMW M, is now going to say a few words in relation to this fabulous new car.
Thank you, Your Grace. Dear fans, dear media representatives, dear guests of the Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022, when we were planning our 50th year, our 50th anniversary year, we really wanted to bring a very special vehicle to the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And the idea was it should go into history. And I think, I'm sure that this car will not disappoint you. It is the first ever M3 Touring that we are going to present, and it combines the typical track tool features that an M3 has with a broad range of everyday practical use features. So that's something new, but it is still a typical M3. And some specific highlights about this car: it has a 6-cylinder inline engine with 510 horsepower that is also used in our M4 GT3 race car, and it has specific oil supply and cooling systems to cope with very, very high lateral and longitudinal forces on the track. It also has a the echo is a little bit difficult. It also has a 8-speed M-Steptronic transmission and the very famous M-X-Drive all-wheel drive system. Now, some specific things that you already can see a little bit underneath these dark shadows are the typical big M vertically designed kidneys with large side air intakes, and also the really strong sculptured wheel arches and the fenders. The question, of course, is this a fast car? And I can tell you it's pretty fast. Our engineers lapped the legendary Nürburgring, the Nordschleife, in just 7 minutes and 35 seconds. And the guy that drove the car actually is here today, here at the stand. I saw him this morning. Jörg Weidinger, can you show yourself to the public if you're around here? He is somewhere here, so everyone that knows Dirk or has seen him on the Jörg on the video, he's here. Now, if you want to run to your dealerships and buy a car tomorrow, you can order from September the 22nd, and we will start building this car on November 22nd. So enough words. I think everyone's anxious to see what is underneath this. I'd say, please unveil the cars.
I can hear a lot of excitement there from the crowd behind me. There's some oohs, ahs, and a yes. So I think it's a positive response. There we have it, the brand new M3 Touring. Not one, but two. Now, give us all a huge round of applause. Now, I think we're going to say goodbye to Frank and the Duke of Richmond, because they're going to hop into a golf buggy. They're going to whiz down to the start line, and they're going to kick off Goodwood Festival of Speed 2022 by going up the hill climb in the new M3 Touring. Now, that should take an exact time of 8 minutes, apparently. And I'm now going to welcome... Thank you very much, guys. Give them a big wave. Thank you. I'm going to invite Dirk and Timo to come and join me on stage. Well, they'll hopefully just appear from nowhere. And I'm going to swap microphones. So we'll see you later. Right. Oh, now you can really hear me. That's better, isn't it? Okay.
So, fantastic launch down there, and certainly, I think for a lot of people, the world's first glance at that BMW M3 Touring. You're certainly excited about it, Sean, but this is moving into a massive... there'll be the order book, as Dirk de Mille was saying, Frank de Mille will be filled up very quickly indeed. That's super special. They're going to ground they haven't been in for a very long time.
Yeah, well, the last touring M car they did was the M5, which had a V10. That was 15 years ago or more now. So to have another estate M car is very exciting. More than 500 horsepower, all-wheel drive. You can switch to rear-wheel drive if you really want to be a bit of a hooligan. But it's just very exciting. There was an E46 M3 touring concept 20 years ago now. And I think everyone kind of thought, yes, please do that. And they never did. And there have been a couple of generations of M3 since then. We've kind of been waiting and wanting. And now finally it's here. So it's super cool.
And I think it's good. It doubles the appeal of the M3. It widens the market. And the M3's been so important since that the first one was launched back in the day. They got bigger and more powerful. You know, I still have a great deal of affection for the original BMW M3. So light on its wheels.
Yeah, and we've seen some actually really cool developments. You know, at one point we had a V8 M3. They're back to 6 cylinders now. But it's just very exciting to see. I'm very glad they've done it, and it helps. You know, if BMW want to take it to the likes of Audi and Mercedes, it's a car they kind of needed to build. So it's good to finally see it.
Right, in its own way, almost a supercar, but we've now got the next batch of cars on the hill, supercar run, and we have a huge diversity of machinery. And this one clearly with an inability to go in a straight line, which I quite like. Drift cars have been fabulous here in recent years, and this is a Red Bull version, and look at that. Most cars can go a little bit sideways on a greasy track, but this is controlled passion, controlled madness in a way.
Yeah, these are the BMW, these are called the Drift Brothers. We don't know their names, I don't know their names anyway, but they just drift BMW M4s around, and as you can see, they're having a very good time.
And I mean, it looks from the outside, they make it look so easy. Now, are they going to go in a synchronized attack? Because this is an element in drift cars. It's called the drift carno, where they go out in pairs and one does something the other car has to mimic, and you have to see how close they get to matching. It's a bit like ice skating, you know, where you're marked for artistic merit and degree of difficulty. But up past the front of Goodwood House they go in tandem. This will take more than a little bit of practice.
The thing is, though, when you're on an ice rink, you've got plenty of space. Ice skaters have lots of space to deal with. When you're on the hill climb, you have very little space at all. In fact, this is probably one of the only points of the hill where you can actually get cars side by side doing stuff like this.
Right. We called them the Drift Brothers, but they do have a same surname as Elias and Johannes Hunodji. So they look, is that a Hungarian surname? It's something of that ilk, but doesn't matter because they are super talented. The hill is slightly greasy, which in many ways actually makes their job a little bit easier. They're coming up. The chicane has now been removed that was there for the manufacturer run, so no chicane before Moulcombe. The next corner they will reach will be a left-hander, but they'll turn right, they'll turn left, then they'll get there. And how's that for synchronicity? They could get a little bit closer. There's a good metre between them. They're a bit taking it easy. Ha, ha, ha. Off they go. So now towards Moulcombe. Point it forward, point it straight. So they're German brothers, a family affair for Elias and his brother, and they are the Drift Brothers. Up the hill they go, and they will continue putting on their performance the whole way up the hill. The next place they will get to, they're just going past the grandstand, they go in under the trees, behind that giant screen, they'll find the famous Flint Wall, probably the only point on the course they'll keep it on the straight and narrow before they burst out into the field beyond the Flint Wall. And what they do, they get plunged into darkness under the trees. You suddenly feel this great release, Sean, when they get into the field, but it's not for long because they're going back through the trees again to the finish line.
And as well, I think some of my colleagues were looking at these cars last night. The exhaust are coming out of the top rear end of the car, which is obviously not standard M4 road car.
We actually would like them to be projected down onto the track below because that would help dry out the hill climb.
Maybe they can modify it for the next session. That would be handy.
So great display from those two BMW M4 rather special drift cars, and down to the start-finish line we will go. But well done for the Drift Brothers. It's a good name. It's their stage name, and they perform very well on that stage here at Goodwood. But as you can see, Sean, with the windscreen wipers still going, there is a little bit of rain falling up the top of the hill, but that in many ways has its own microclimate. I've been up there before with rain. It's been sunny down by the house. But taking a look at what we're doing with those top-mounted exhaust pipes and the heat haze coming out the top suggests they're not just on tick over.
I think they're pushing quite hard. Flames spitting out of the back of them. That is awesome to see.
Well, fantastic filming to catch that, and the slow-mo, but in fact the precision of this, because one wheel hooking on the grass, and suddenly we know what happens when you get a tyre on wet grass. You just keep going in that direction. But they, in the wide areas, the turning circles, they turn in a circle, in a duo, in a pair, and head off up the hill. Great show by the Drift Brothers, and in their own way, they didn't just entertain, they helped to drive the hill climb course. More umbrellas up than there have been 15 minutes ago, so little light rain is falling. It could be a feature of the opening day of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, but right now, great show by the Drift Brothers, and just can't wait for the rest of the cars in the Supercar run. They'll come up in more traditional fashion, but just looking at the degree of turning, that front right wheel fully canted over.
I think they're really struggling as well. I don't think the greasy conditions are making it any easier.
The rain is beginning to fall a little bit harder here at Goodwood, but we've got a hardy crowd. Some have just brought a cagoule to wear, others just a cap of their favourite racing team. But you're in it, doesn't matter what the weather is, you're at Goodwood for the Festival of Speed. So much to see, and the smiles on the faces of the fans around the grounds. They'll be in the paddocks, they'll be by the hill climb course. They'll be looking at the stalls, they'll be looking at the manufacturer stands, they'll be in the Future Lab, they'll be at the Cartier Style Lux, looking at the glorious cars from the 50s and 60s. They'll be in the paddock, they'll be looking at 75 years of celebration of Ferrari. We've been celebrating also 50 years of the BMW M division, and so much more to do. If you fancy a new road car, you can go and take a look. You can go to the top of the hill, you can see the rally stage, you can see the drivers hopping out of the cars and talking to each other in high excitement about their run up the hill. All arms and elbows, as you know, when a driver gets out of a car, it is always that imaginary steering wheel being turned.
I think you need to have very strong shoes for this weekend, because there's so much to see. Even if you're here for a day or more, Aston Martin Bulldog. Well,
Aston Martin Bulldog at the bottom of the run. This car hasn't been sort of seen for many years. It was one of those. It was a one-off. It was launched, and as a teenager, I was willing for it to be built, but that was in the foyer in the rotunda of the Royal Automobile Club on Monday night. It went west, and now it's back here, and I think it's amazing. You know, sometimes you see a car, you think it's futuristic, you see it then 40 years later, and it's still futuristic.
Well, there was only ever one made, and it just kind of went into hiding for, as you say, 40 years. It's been restored, this one, over the last 2 years. It's now up and running again, but it just disappeared. So to have it back now is very exciting.
Yes, I mean, to have a car that was 40 years old, that was just from 40 years ago, is one thing, but prototype cars. There are some fantastic books on cars from the 50s and 60s, and they're almost 10 a penny then. You'd never ever see them again. So this is really, really special, and I'm tickled pink by that. But waiting on the start line, this is the Supercar run. The next batch of cars within this group will be the first glance, cars that have never been seen before to the naked eye, and then contemporary road bikes. We've got some really exciting two-wheelers coming up the hill, but the rain continues to fall a little bit. The excitement continues to mount a lot. Cars we've not seen before, cars we can only dream about, and a lucky few, they might be able to buy it. But the Duke of Richmond and Gordon now down to have a go. He's moved quickly down from the launch of the BMW M3 Touring, and look how practical the car is. Big enough for two umbrellas in the boot. This is the M3 Touring. We saw the covers come off another one. This is a different colour, but more importantly, it's down at the start line. And the Duke of Richmond and Gordon will be going past his own house in a car that will make a great sound with a huge amount of performance, Sean.
Yeah, it's not ideal weather to be setting off the line in a big power estate car, but I'm sure we'll have some fun.
He will, and the Duke has been up the hill in any number of amazing vehicles over the year. Each Festival of Speed, there's normally something he's got on his bucket list, but his agenda is so tight that he doesn't get to drive as much as he would like. But at the wheel, he knows which way the course goes. It's his drive after all. But you can see this is a car that's performance happy in terms of the cockpit, and the Duke of Richmond fitting in very nicely there. And he knows the hill climb is wet, but move the seat back a little bit, tailored driving position. BMW have always been absolutely brilliant for ergonomics in a car, and this clearly would be just the latest of those. And Frank DeMille climbing in alongside head of the M division at BMW, and you can see the steam coming from the exhaust. The engine is warmed up, and then there's a whole host of cars in this supercar run tucked in behind.
I think whoever spec this car has gone wild with the options, because as you saw, the interior was very bright orange, lots of carbon fibre. Of course, you can have it slightly more subtle if you want. I probably would, but someone certainly had some fun.
Yeah, you and me both, but it looks fast standing still. We won't see it at full chat here because the course is a little bit slippery, a few drops on the windscreen, but a great chance, and I think this is a huge step forward, a great addition, augmenting the BMW performance line. In fact, it's a great rear shot. Look at those exhaust pipes. That's a car that you can't hide the intent, can you?
It's just a meaty, beefy... I'm trying to think of other words that aren't to do with meat that describe it. I'm struggling. But it's just a superb looking car, and away we go.
Moving off very smoothly indeed. If you're just joining us, it's the BMW M3 Touring, unveiled here just 20 minutes ago. The Duke of Richmond and Gordon at the wheel. This is a performance estate car from BMW. It's not the last hurrah for estate cars. A lot of us want them to keep going for years and years rather than going up high. If you've got a big dog, you can't put a big dog up that high into a big SUV. But let's take a look through the first corner, the second corner. Now just about to come past Goodwood House. This is the BMW M3 Touring, past the house, under the bridge, working the way up the hill. It's getting wetter and wetter. The windscreen wipers are going. But look at the smile of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon. This is a car, I think he's probably put his name down for one of these already.
He's certainly not hanging about, is he? Through Morecambe, there he goes.
Well,
yep,
he knows the hill. He took a fabulously wide line, almost kissed the edge of the grass there, which was skirting with danger. But the smile on the Duke's face said it all for me. This is a car I think he feels very at home at.
I'm not at all envious, I don't think. Yeah, we're all very envious that he's getting the rain. God, the rain. Look at the rain, though. Tricky conditions.
Yes, it actually seems even wetter at the top of the hill. Often happens here, just south of the South Downs on the scarp slope, down towards the sea. Windscreen wipers on, but the course almost complete. There's the finish line. Then there's a long runoff beyond there. So the Duke of Richmond and Gordon, he's earned his coffee. He's done a car launch. He's done a ride up the hill. Other cars now starting to follow in the line, but up to the very end, past these enormous hay bales, going past the rally course. Duke of Richmond and Gordon has now... We've had the launch, we've had a dynamic launch, and the expression on the Duke's face says it all. I rather like that, I think.
I was going to say, there was definite nod of approval there. And here we are, Aston Martin Bulldog. Look at it, 40 years on from having tried to go for a 200-mile-an-hour record, hit more than 190 miles an hour in testing. It's more than 600 horsepower, turbocharged V8, restored over the last 2 years.
But 600 horsepower back then was off the clock. Now, quite a few road cars have it, but just the performance. Now, bright yellow, very Ferrari, very oldie schooly. What do you think?
Ferrari Daytona SP3, so it's got a V12 engine, more than 800 horsepower. Doesn't have a hybrid system. This will probably be one of the last Ferraris that we'll see without a hybrid system. Very yellow, you certainly can't miss it.
But what I love is the 1960s styling details from the P3 that took on the Ford GT40, those side strakes at the back, almost magnifying it. But I think a lot of people like to go back to that body shape. It's almost like avoiding what the computer's telling you. Cars can become super aerodynamic, but beauty still is something very important when you're buying. Now, the supercars really started to go quickly off the line. Still in Ferrari world, they brought 5 different models here. We heard David Green extolling their virtues, but a great array of cars. Sean?
Yeah, we've got the Competizione on the hill at the moment, 830 horsepower. It's kind of the most extreme V12 GT Ferrari you can buy at the moment. Again, will probably be one of the last without a hybridized powertrain of some description. More than 830 horsepower, incredibly fast, all-wheel steering.
Well, as we're seeing that, we've just got up at the top of the hill, the Duke of Richmond and Gordon. We saw him smiling. He's now with Ed Foster at the top of the hill climb.
Your Grace, you've just come up the hill in the M3 Touring. We've just seen it launched. How was it?
Great. I mean, fabulous to launch here and fabulous to be the first person to drive it up the hill, and loved it. Really good. I mean, the gearbox was wonderful, going up and down the gears all on its own. Sounded like I was doing perfect shifts all the way up. We started off a bit slow, but just better to be safe than silly. And no, but lovely coming up further up the hill. Absolutely, I think it's going to be a great car. It's absolutely fabulous to drive.
Another Festival of Speed. I mean, there are so many highlights this weekend, but what are you looking forward to?
Gosh, there are lots. There are lots, you're right. Obviously, a big motorcycle presence this year. Going to be fantastic to see Wayne on his bike with all his mates here, taking him up the hill. great to have Nigel here. His big anniversary. I mean, so many great drivers, riders, cars people haven't seen before. Lots of launches, lots of new cars being seen for the first time. And I think the greatest mix of vehicles we've ever had, probably. Quite a few flying ones too, so it should be good.
Your Grace, thank you very much.
Pleasure, thanks a lot.
Well, you could hear the enjoyment in the voice of the Duke of Richmond and Gordon. He got to grips with this brand new car, just launched, the BMW M3 Touring, just unveiled literally 20 minutes before he took to the hill. And this was a car, we heard that the Duke of Richmond enjoyed it, but he also, any in-car shot showed him smiling satisfaction as well from the performance of the BMW M3 Touring. And look at that smile. That says it all. House didn't even have a chance to glance at his house as he drove past up the hill. So a car that's had a dynamic debut, a world debut, and it's proved itself on a greasy hill. And up at the top there, the boot goes down on the M3 Touring, and yeah, look at those smiles. They tell a story. You don't need to describe it, but that was the car that launched the Supercar run. And we, since then, have had cars in all shapes and sizes. This is a car looking like the Chevrolet Monza from the tail end, from the early 1960s, and a very special car indeed. But it's a Hispano Suiza, not.
Hispano Suiza Carmen, all new. It was unveiled a couple of years ago. It's the first time we've been able to see it actually running. It's quite an interesting looking car, isn't it? It's certainly not something I've seen before in the metal anyway.
Well, to me, it's got the tail end of one car that I recognise from the past, a Chevrolet prototype, and the totally different front end. But Hispano Suiza, a sleeping manufacturer, has been, brought back to life, and here it is coming up the hill, making its mark here at Goodwood.
It's nice as well. There are certain names that are being brought back to life, reinvigorated. So that's one of them. It's very exciting to see.
Now, we've seen the McLaren Artura in the first manufacturer batch, but plenty of the others in this supercar run. McLaren seem to proliferate, but this is another of the Arturas just turning into the trickiest corner that's getting wetter and wetter. That's Molecombe, but they've got their pro drivers on board. So through Molecombe it goes and up the hill. And McLaren, 25 years ago, 30 years ago now, they only just really started their road car division, and it's spawned so many challenges since then. And one running in that sort of pale blue and slightly Gulfy orange, but the tail end going around of that car, that's the driver pushing hard. But there's a little slim dividing line between hero and zero, as
that's the thing,
knows.
when you've got more than 720 horsepower, you kind of need to pay attention. And I think they are. Yes, they've taken Molecombe okay, so they're certainly paying attention. Bit of oversteer on the exit there. That's great to see.
Well, over the years, you learn there are several lines at Molecombe Corner. There's a wet line and a dry line, and he very much adhered to the wet line, going in tight.
This is the McLaren 765 LT. So we've just seen the 720S. This is essentially the hardcore version of the 720S. More horsepower. Big oversteer on the exit there. Absolutely bonkers.
Now, another shape that is from a different mould indeed. Sean, what are we looking at here? It looks like it looks like a custom car in many ways, but very stealthy in its appearance. It's got a large grille, headlight either side at the front, so it almost has echoes of a car from the 1930s, but when you get to the tail, something completely different.
Look in the Eden Green Z-Clapt. It's got a 6.2 litre V8, big horsepower, rear-wheel driving it with a manual gearbox, 7-speed or an automatic gearbox. Again, it just the look of it. Again, it looks back to some of the cars from more than 60 years ago. It's a very interesting car.
It does look like a sort of car that in a cartoon comic that would be the baddies would be driving that, doesn't it? I know I'm oversimplifying it, but it's a car that you can't stop and stare at.
I think if you saw one on the road, you would definitely turn around and look at it.
And I think that's hugely fantastic because, you wondered if car design was being narrowed down to a point because the computer says this, you must follow that course for certain reasons. But I think there's an enormous level if you're putting out a big wad of money. You want individuality.
And that's the thing as well, going forward with electric cars, when essentially you can have a platform that you can then put different bodies over. You don't have to worry about the same kind of mechanicals and space and packaging and that sort of thing. I hope we'll see more of this stuff, more people thinking, right, what can we do? What shapes can we create?
Well, I'd certainly approve that if I was still the equivalent of a 10-year-old boy with the old Observer book of cards leafing through. I would love to have just the diversity. Must say I'm very impressed with the quality of driving because the track conditions, the hill climb conditions are slippery. Just going under the bridge, you get a tiny dry patch, and under the trees a tiny dry patch. Now, Aston Martin, they too have been proliferating in their model launches.
Yeah, they've got plenty of cars out at the moment. This is the DB11, so if you're looking for a V12 GT car from Aston Martin, this is it. 5.2 litre twin turbo, rear-wheel drive, automatic gearbox. You can get a Volante as well with a V8 engine. Yeah, replaced the DB9. It's been around for a few years now, but it's a very good-looking car.
Just precisely where I was going to go. It's elegant in its shape. There aren't big flares and arches, or there are, but they're disguised with a very sort of smoothing effect. I really like the tail on that Aston Martin. But you want something a little more extreme. AML1, not just a good number plate. The car it's on is pretty fine.
Yes, the Aston Martin Valkyrie with one of the most insane-sounding V12 engines you will ever hear.
Coming past Goodwood House, under the bridge, the track is wet, the windscreen wiper intermittently on and off. I think Peter Dumbreck, racing driver, may be at the wheel of that, but come on, give it some revs. We want to hear the sound. Oh, that has a proper scream as he winds it up the hill. Certainly, in looking at the downforce the car provides, that's really good for driving the track. Alas, the rain is probably too heavy for it to have much of an effect. Now, looking from above, another Aston Martin. They went this sort of speed model a few years ago. That's a brilliant shot as the car leaves the line, smoking away. Not as easy to do on a wet track.
No, I think if it was dry, he'd probably be able to do that down to the first corner, because this V12 Speedster had so much torque, he'd just be able to keep it going, possibly all the way up the hill.
So to give this model its full name, it is?
The Aston Martin V12 Speedster.
I very much like these. You know, Jaguar sort of tried to go down that line a little bit, and Aston Martin certainly have embraced it. I love the fact it's in that sort of traditional Aston Martin moss green, that light metallic, and it does look absolutely epic. Both drivers will be getting a little bit wet, but McLaren, of course, had that system in front that dried the drivers, didn't it? We saw Kenny Brack coming up the hill last year where there was a duct in front of the driver and it directed the air up and over. Mere details, of course.
What seems mad, though, is that this is entirely road legal. You know, if you buy one, you could do all the normal things that you could do, like take it to the shops, you're going to put fuel near a petrol station, all the normal things, and yet it's got a huge V12, massive power. You can hear it all the more clearly because you haven't got a windscreen or a roof. Absolutely bonkers.
Now, Bugatti, since they sort of returned to road cars, they've never knowingly undersold their performance, have they? I mean, Andy Wallace has set some ridiculous speed records in these cars on test circuits, but what are we talking about the power of this?
About 2,000 horsepower.
Just say that again, just repeat
about
it.
2,000
That'll do
horsepower.
nicely, thank you.
Bugatti Chiron Supersport 300 Plus, so this car has done 300 miles an hour, and there were 30 of them in the world.
And Andy Wallace, who does majority of the test driving for these, explained, he said something so understated once. He said, but of course this isn't about out-and-out performance. Well, the figures belie that, but he said it's the sort of car you can turn to your companion and talk to them when you're doing 200, as you do, because it's quiet enough, luxurious enough, but more than enough power to be played with, but luxurious vehicle that would eat up continents in the blink of an eye.
And now here we have the Mercedes AMG 1. We've been waiting for this car for years now, seeing prototypes on the road, hearing the sound. Essentially what we're looking at here, a Mercedes Hypercar limited run, but it's got the 1.6 litre turbocharged engine from a Mercedes Formula 1 car. But it's road legal.
I squint at it and I almost see the Mercedes C11 from, you know, wind the clock back 50 years. I like this sort of going back in time, but of course the performance they've got is off the clock in comparison. The tools in their toy box, and it's... Oh, is he going to do a little burnout? The lights are still flashing, the indicators are on, hazard lights are on. Does that mean it's got a problem?
Or he's putting it...
It's dreadful when you leave the line, you forget to put your wing up. Don't try that on your road car at home, but this is a little bit of extra.
This car has active aerodynamics, so you can do things like this, which drop the ride height, get various flaps around the car working, so as you go through the corners you've essentially got more grip. I'm not sure how useful that's going to be today, particularly as it is so wet.
Well, it makes a lovely, even at low revs, it makes a lovely sound playing. But you've got the wing, go for it. And in fact, he's got an AMG track car Mercedes closing in on it as they go up the hill towards the Flint Wall.
And here we have, by the looks of it, unless I'm very much mistaken, trying to figure it out, it's the Kalmar.
Well, it's the Porsche 911 body shape, but of course that has expanded in huge size ever since. But the performance going back to an older body shape and adding more modern technology and more horsepower, and for a lot of people this is an absolutely glorious evocation of the Porsche. Lamborghini haven't had their final hurrah for some of their models, and they brought a lot of cars here to the Goodwood Hill.
This is the Huracan STO, so kind of rear-wheel drive ultimate expression of the Lamborghini Huracan. Naturally aspirated V10 engine, incredible performance, built for the track, but still a very usable road car. And a lot of people have been saying that actually it's one of the most enjoyable Lamborghini road cars for a very long time.
Now, right at the start of the programme, we had David Green launching the show. He's dusted himself down, taken himself down to the start line, and off he goes. He's got a fun weekend ahead of him. Of course, he's pretending he's driving with a smile on his face. He hasn't even got to the first corner. That might wipe the smile off his face, but I think not. So he's enjoying Lamborghini time. Really, TV presenters shouldn't have this much fun, surely.
And by the looks of it as well, he's trying to do what looks like a piece of the camera whilst he's going up the hill. He's certainly talking into a microphone, so how he's able to drive quickly and speak at the same time, I imagine that's quite challenging.
Would be beyond me, but don't forget, back in his early career, David Green was a racing driver, so he's already got those skills. It's not like putting a regular TV presenter at the wheel, but David will drive many and diverse things, and he will take caution, but the beast within will be encouraging him to be a little bit bolder, but as he said, he's going to build up through the course of the weekend. So David, in the Aventador, it's not come to its end yet, and this is its final hurrah. But Lamborghini, like so many manufacturers, really dynamic, new models coming all the time, but V12 power still a great thing to have.
And this is the farewell to the Aventador, the Ultimate. So again, as we move into hybridization and then electrification, this is the final hurrah for that naturally aspirated V12 engine with no assistance.
So David, getting to the top of the course, you could really see from that onboard mounted camera how dark it is when you go under the trees by the flint wall, then bursting into the field. Here he is now, and then back into the darkness very shortly as he goes under the trees, between the trees again. There's the finish line. So he'll have enjoyed that run, but within he'll be going, yeah, okay, that's the track conditions. I can go that little bit faster if I choose.
As soon as he gets to the top, he'll be thinking, right, well, I know I can brake a little bit later there. I can turn in a little bit later there. I can put the power down earlier there. Windscreen wipers are on, so it is still raining.
Well, in fact, if you look behind him, he was almost caught by a Rolls-Royce, so I'll have to consider his speed up the hill. But the Rolls-Royce went past us with a lot of horsepower. But for David, he's mastered that one. Aston Martin's on at the hill at the moment with their SUV. And still another from the range of Mercedes. This is a saloon with a little bit of sideways follow. That is a proper slide.
Got more than 800 horsepower under their right foot at the moment, so there's going to be plenty of oversteer all the way up the hill. Also, that green colour, what a fantastic colour for such a big car. You only see that on something like an AMG GT, a smaller two-seat sports car. To see it on something with 4 doors, quite wild.
I think it's really wild. It's sort of colour from the early 70s. Oh, it's gone past our commentary box. It's even brighter than that, but it looked tame when it left the start-finish line. But the pitch into the first corner, look at that slide. I can't wait to find out who was driving that. They were having fun from the very, very get-go. And that's, again, it's about harnessing too much horsepower with skill on a greasy track. When I say too much for the regular driver, but for the pros, it shows why they're pros.
You can tell as well that he got to the first corner and knew already exactly what he was going to do. He'd planned that. He'd been thinking about that probably all morning, thinking, yes, can't wait to do that.
He'd be even happier that that was caught on the camera. This is the long wheelbase Land Rover Discovery. It's a big thing, isn't it?
It is. You've got 3 flavours of Land Rover Defender. You've got the 90, the 110 and the 130. This is the 130, so basically the biggest Land Rover Defender you can possibly buy.
Sorry, just to reiterate, in my excitement I called it a Discovery. Of course it's a Defender, as you've just explained there. But pitching into Molecombe, yeah, good use of the brakes there, but only a dab, just balance it. But of course you're sitting up high, and it's always been a difficulty. Anything up high, you've got to really work on the suspension or it'll be hideous on the road.
And the thing is, these cars are incredibly comfortable, incredibly quiet as well, so he'll blast up the hill without any bother at all. And this is the all-new Range Rover, new platform, new powertrains. There'll be an electric Range Rover coming very soon as well. It's an awesome car. We've driven it. It's the kind of car you can just get in and think, right, 1,000 miles, no problem, let's go do it.
It has a picnic basket, does it? I never go anywhere without food, but it is an exquisite looking thing. You can really see how everything's been refined, reshaped subtly, but the end result is a very, very smooth.
It's one of the more subtle transitions going from the previous generation Range Rover, but underneath so much of it is entirely new.
Now, Sean, please explain. 2 wheels at the front, 1 at the back. It's red, it's unusual looking. What are we seeing here?
Well, this is a little... Well, 3 wheels, first of all. How many companies build cars with 3 wheels? This is the Electramechanica Solo. It comes from Canada, I believe. Little car, quite an impressive range, actually, but certainly looks like nothing else we've seen on the hill so far today. Well,
Solo in the name. You can see the space only for 1 person aboard. They're sitting bang centre. So an import from Canada, just looking at going through Molecombe. Oh, it's got very, very good balance. It sits up high. So the Electramechanica Solo, up the hill it goes. Now we have a lot of shapes on the hill. It's the Bullet Mustang, but this one's with a difference.
Yeah, so this is
an electronic
Charge
one.
Cars electric Mustang, so it's got an all-carbon body. It's got 1,500 newton meters of torque, which is, for some context, the McLaren P1 had 900 newton meter torque. So all of that shove from 0 RPM because it's an electric motor. Incredible performance, 545 horsepower, 499 will be made. It's just... First time I've seen it just going up the hill, then it doesn't look like it's hanging around.
No, so if Steve McQueen had had that in Bullet, it wouldn't have been a very long car chase. The Dodge Charger would have been a speck of dust in the background.
It just wouldn't have been a chase. Toyota GR Yaris going up the hill, we love this car. The rally car that never was, because it was a homologation special. In the end, the project got cancelled, but the road car still got made. Very different to your regular Toyota Yaris. 3-cylinder turbocharged engine, all-wheel drive system. Very, very good in these conditions, actually, and we see a lot of these at the motor circuit. There's almost every single day you will see one of these cars going around on track.
Well, it just has one name on the bonnet. It's invisible, but it's FUN. It's fun, isn't it? It's just a great car. You cannot smile. You cannot not smile when you're driving one of these, because they're not every car is fun these days, and this one, ever since launch, it's been just an exquisite toy.
People absolutely love them. It is no joke when I say that there are often cars there every single day. Track days, you'll get them against Ferraris and all sorts.
Right, it's a Maserati time, and again, like so many manufacturers, pitching in new shapes. And again, this is an SUV-based version, but just looking at it from the outside, plenty of horses to be played with as it blasts up towards the Flint Wall. Now, down on the start line, what we have forever is horsepower at the moment, whether it's from an electric car. But here we are. What are we seeing here? It's a Bentley badge on the bonnet. What's behind it?
We are seeing the Bentley Flying Spur. This is going to be a Flying Spur S. It will have either twin-turbo V8 powertrain or the hybrid V6 powertrain. The S models, they've just introduced them, so they're across the Flying Spur, the Continental GT, GTC, the convertible, and there's slightly more sporty versions of the luxury Bentleys. They're not too crazy performance, because I mean they're quick enough anyway, but they're more about sporty styling. They get the clever anti-roll system, slightly different suspension to make it slightly sharper to drive, but still keeping the Bentley comfort that is so very good.
But it's worth pointing out, Sean, that this is in the first glance section. These are cars being seen for the first time, as it says on the tin. So hugely exciting for road car fans, but also for road car customers. They might well have said, right, that's the clincher now. I've seen it on the hill. It looks fabulous. It sounds brilliant. It's clearly dynamic. It's just what I want. And then they have to head off to the manufacturer's stands, sell their house, and put down the deposit. But this is what it's about, the first glance and the supercar runs here at the Festival of Speed.
And now we're seeing the Porsche Taycan Sport Turismo. So you can get the Taycan in 3 different flavours. The Sport Turismo, which is the wagon we see here. The Cross Turismo, which is slightly higher ride height. You can go off-road in some slightly trickier conditions than this can. And you've got the regular saloon car as well. But again, space for the dog. And we have done that in the office. We have office dogs, and we have moved one about in a Taycan Sport Turismo. Very practical car. And electric performance, so you've got instant torque, muscling his way up the hill silently. That's the thing about electric cars. You've got instant torque, very good acceleration off the line.
Good to hear. I do like the dog test. That's one I'd certainly ascribe to. Is your pooch too big for the boot? If so, buy something larger. But the choice is truly phenomenal. But I'm just thinking the performance of the cars we're seeing on average here is so many levels up on even 5 years ago at the first glance.
I think in some cases we forget that 400 horsepower, as an example, is a lot of power in any car. And some of these, whether they're electric or hybrid, even some of the, as we're getting further and further into petrol combustion technology, just have monster power figures that you couldn't have even dreamed of 10, 15 years ago.
Now, Polestar's subtle, but the game is given away as soon as the foot gets put down because they have so many horsepower. What do we look at? Which of the Polestars is this?
So this is a Polestar 2, but essentially the more sporty Polestar 2. It's got more horsepower, slightly different dampers. As you can see, a stripe, which makes it faster.
It does.
That is an actual fact.
And a number, which means there's intent, but that really hands as well. Just glancing, there it is, going through Moulcombe, the hardest corner on the hill, but handled with complete aplomb on what is still a very, very slippery track. So up to the Flint Wall goes the Polestar 2 plus. There's the famous Flint Wall that just comes straight into the driver's face as they go out the hill. But now I feel it should be Lotus time. Back to the Lotus Emira. As I said, you've got either a V6, which is the engine you've been able to buy in the Exige and the Evora over the last few years. We've also got a 4-cylinder coming from Mercedes AMG. That will have a double clutch gearbox. If this is a V6 manual, which it certainly sounds like it is, 6-speed manual gearbox. Lotus sports car at its finest, really. Yeah, it sounded absolutely brilliant. Another Polestar. This looks somewhat more modern. Is this the first sight? This is the first glance show? It's our first look at the Polestar 5 concept. This will be happening, but it's the very first time we're seeing it. It's the camo model. Well, you can tell from the camouflage. They try and fool us, these people, but if they haven't learned that if journalists can squint, they can work out what the car is, possibly. We will see this soon enough without its camouflage. For the time being, yeah, they're keeping the cars close to their chest. But again, electric performance, very, very quick. We'll see various versions of this as time goes on, but it's another world debut here. They come thick and fast in this first glance, well, as is described, but hill climb greasy. Now we're going to the world of motorbikes and all sorts of shapes and sizes for this as well, but one thing unites them: their performance is almost entirely off the clock. Now, how much more caution is required? The first one has already actually got as far as Moulcombe Corner. And again, I hate to go on about the weather, but it is still very damp, and halving the number of wheels I can't imagine will make it particularly easy to get up the hill, but thankfully whoever we're looking at the moment, they're taking in the experience, looking around, waving at the crowd. There we go, hello. But again, I talked about the fact we have the diversity of shape and performance, but look at this. This is a big, wide road bike that clearly isn't one you'll be great in a straight line, but you're less likely to be hurling it around corners. Some of the others much slimmer and stuff, but let's be honest, most people with big performance bike, a lot of their time is actually just spent cruising, despite the fact, of course, they think they're always about to set a track record. And in fact, this is the sort of bike I think I'd rather fancy, just a smooth power delivery. You can see it's a wide, comfortable stance with your hands out wide on the bars, keeping those lungs open for freshness. Oh, fantastic camera angles. He just leans it over into Moulcombe, and that must weigh a fair bit, so you don't want to be dropping that. Yeah, it's the Triumph Rocket 3 GT221. But as you can see, very big motorcycle, a lot of weight to kind of keep under control there. So the bike riders being necessarily cautious, clearly a little bit more tricky when it comes to slippery conditions. And again, this looks like an American track bike in a way, with a number on the handlebars like those dirt bikes that were so popular. Dirt racers, Randy Mamela and people like that used to ride in the day as before they came out to compete in the World Championship. But again, I really do like the exquisite difference between these bikes. But certainly as we look, as the rider in his leathers there, that caution is the byword this morning on their first run up the hill. A lot of the riders, Sean, will have been here many, many times, but the difference between a wet track here and a dry track is so enormous, and you don't want to be the one who doesn't make the coffee stop at the top of the hill. No, you want to make your coffee. You don't want to be the one who gets back to the paddock with everyone else, all your friends later, and goes, yes, that was me, sorry. We're looking at they're coming thick and fast, aren't they? He's got his head down there. Well, a vestigial screen, or is he checking his iPhone? But this is clearly a city bike of some sort. And just trying to keep it balanced. It looks like sort of halfway between a motorbike and some of those little city bikes, but waving as he goes, not looking for a great performance. Legs back on the pegs. He's doing a little yoga routine as he rides up the hill, but it couldn't be more different to the Triumph that just went up in front of it. So give him a wave. He's clearly showboating as he comes up the hill. But I tell you what, this will be a whole lot faster than you actually think it is. But he's not about to do a wheelie. No, in fact, he's pulling off. He's pulling off just in front of our commentary box. Yeah, well, who knows? Is it an e-bike that hasn't got the juice to go any further? Or does he want to come and talk to us in the commentary box? And the closing vehicles are now moving up the hill. So that is the last of the bike batch. And the Aston Martins are the course closing vehicles. They come to check that all is fine. And a Rolls-Royce in there as well. Going up to the top paddock, and then now no further competition vehicles will go up the hill until the next batch, going past that famous Flint Wall as they work their way towards the top of the hill. The riders and drivers will be either being put back on their bikes for a quick turnaround, and the drivers that went up in the Supercar run will also be getting urged to keep the timetable as tight as possible and go. We can see the sea just about in the background on the horizon there, looking down from the South Downs. But headlights on under the trees for the Aston Martins. And as the cars go to the top paddock, let's go to the man who's patrolling up there, Ed Foster.
Need all of the supercharger for it, it's nitrous injected, and it's also got a bioethanol flex fuel in it as well. So we designed all of the wide yokes, all of the paint, and I fabricated all the inlets there.
It's a 1979 concept car that came from Aston Martin in a time when they were in great financial turmoil, and they wanted to show the world what they were capable of from an engineering and design point of view, which I think you'll agree they did.
And there was a big top speed in mind, wasn't there?
In 1980, it was verified at Myra at over 191. They were going to go to Wolfsburg in 82 and prove that it would do 200. Sadly, my father took over Aston Martin, and it was either lay people off or sell Bulldog, so he sold Bulldog, and we are now in talks with Wolfsburg and hoping to get there before the end of this year to prove that it will do 200 40 years later.
And how is the restoration being? Because it looks amazing, but it obviously wasn't the work of a moment.
No, it wasn't, but they CMC in Bridgnorth, who restored the car, they did actually do it in 18 months, which is what they promised and what I sort of pushed them into, and they did 6,400 man-hours during COVID. So it was an incredible achievement.
Amazing. And just finally, what's it like to drive?
It's fantastic. The wet this morning is a bit terrifying because it's very powerful and very analog. But I drove it 2.5 hours plus yesterday in the heat. It's wonderful. It is a Grand Tourer in a hypercar configuration with hypercar performance.
Amazing. Well, enjoy it.
Thanks.
Alex Brundle, you've just come up the hill in the Hennessy Venom. How was it?
A nice way to open the batting, wasn't it? It was a bit slippery, actually. I think we're working with around 1,800 horsepower here, so I'm not sure I delivered all of it to the road. I might have left a few down the bottom of the hill, but I mean, what an incredible beast, and what a privilege to be invited to drive it.
Now, you're not just in this over the weekends. What else are you driving?
I'm meeting a hero with a Sauber C9 Group C car, and also a Tolman 183 as well with the dual rear wings, so Senna car. So yeah, some older stuff as well. And then John Hennessy was kind enough to give me a ring last minute to come and jump in this. So I'm having a great weekend. So
this is a road car, 1,800 horsepower, as you said. Is it even possible to drive something like this on the road and not lose your licence?
Yes. You just drive within the speed limits Her Majesty's government suggest, and then that's how you do it. But I mean, look, you take this thing to a racetrack, don't you, or a drag strip, or you go and have fun with it anywhere you want. But I just love the fact that there are people all around the world that are so passionate about the automobile that we have this essentially twin turbo NASCAR engine strapped to a carbon fibre tub, so I can send it up Goodwood Hill. So I don't really care where you drive it, to be honest, as long as I keep making them.
Well, there are no speed limits here, so enjoy.
Thank you very much, I will.
David Green, some of us have better jobs than others, and I would say yours is probably the best. You've just come up the hill in the last Aventador. How was it?
Well, it's not a bad way to start the Festival of Speed, is it? The last ever Aventador, and that V12, absolutely fantastic. Didn't quite get to sort of take it to its extreme today because a little bit damp. You don't want to be the first person up the hill to be in the bales, but no, it's a fantastic car. What a car.
It's quite sad to see the Aventador having its last car, isn't it?
Well, it's been around for a while. It's such a theatrical car, isn't it? It looks fantastic, the bodywork, but it's really about that engine, that naturally aspirated V12, and it just sounds fantastic. Red lines up 8,500 revs, like rifle shot gear change. So much fun to drive.
Have you got your name on the order list?
Unfortunately, there's only 600 of these, and they're sadly all sold out. Or, of course, I would have bought one. It's only £400,000 after all.
Well, take care of it on the way down, then.
Yeah, exactly. Do you want to go?
I would love a go, but I fear I need to be here.
Okay, well, maybe next time. Thanks very much.
Cheers, David.
This side there's life, that side there's death.
Well, it's lovely to see so many people out and about enjoying themselves, even if the weather isn't perfect. Hello and welcome. It's Ben Edwards joining into the commentary. And for many of you, it is, like me, one of the first times I've been here in many, many years. It's a real joy to be here at the Festival of Speed this weekend, and looking forward to seeing some remarkable cars, some wonderful drivers and riders, and wonderful bikes as well. And we're going to be enjoying so much action throughout the course of this weekend. Sorry the weather isn't quite as perfect as it was yesterday. We all had an absolutely beautiful day. In fact, it was just as well we had some sun cream yesterday because everything was getting burning. But today it's a little damp, I know, but well done for everybody getting yourself some decent places to watch. They're always wonderful places to look at and to walk around and see some remarkable equipment all the way around this Festival of Speed location. So it's going to be fun and games as we go out through the rest of the week. And I'm glad to say that Sean Ward is with us. Sean, a part of Goodwood, and you've been joining in already with Bruce, and we've seen some interesting vehicles out on track. But we are going to see some different ones coming up as we go through the rest of this, aren't we?
It's been very busy already, and it's going to get even busier because there are some cars that we haven't seen so far this morning that are going to go up in the next round. Thankfully, the weather is backed off ever so slightly, so it's not raining as it was earlier.
No, that's right. So let's hope that we manage to keep a little bit more peaceful, and we shall see. It's lovely to see how people are getting views on some of these such unusual cars. So many of these you'll only ever seen photographs of, or perhaps a bit on YouTube. And then here you are, you can actually be right next to it, hear it. And that's part of it, and smell it as well. It's not just hearing these machines or seeing them. It's getting that sense of smell, the vibration as you're standing next to something like this.
Well, because what gets, often gets you excited about a car, it's the sound, whether you're sitting in it, whether you hear something, as sometimes we do, like a mile away, and you think, oh, what's that? The nerd inside me hears, cars passing by on the road all the time and thinks, oh, I wonder what that is. And that's what gets you excited. That's why the Festival of Speed is so much fun.
So, lots of fun and games. We have seen this rather damp surface here today, and of course for those that are doing a bit of drifting, it's probably quite entertaining, and we will see some more drift vehicles coming up and in a little while. But we saw the Drift Brothers going up a little bit earlier, and a couple of BMWs, and Ed Foster caught up with them just a while ago.
Elias and Johannes Huntonji, what a ride you just had up the hill, your first time. How was it?
Oh, it was amazing. Like, it is, as you said, the first time for us. And we had basically everything. We had dry spots, we had wet spots, we had some greasy spots. So we had everything, but it was an awesome experience.
Johannes, how was it?
Amazing. What he didn't add was what we did not have, which was a lot of room for pretty big cars. But what we did have was a lot of fun. Amazing, really. A big lifetime dream for us coming true, being able to be here and drive up this hill. This crazy event, it's really insane. So honored to be here.
Now, Elias, how long have you been driving together, and do you sort of trust each other implicitly?
Yeah, we know each other quite a while. No, actually, our first competition was back in 2010, and ever since we are on the racetracks. I was 1 year off for finishing my studies, but other than that, we are all these years together on the racetracks all over Europe.
Johannes, you've got a few more runs. Have you got your eyes on places where you can go a bit faster or get a bit more sideways?
Yes, sir. I do. I do, for sure now. I mean, the conditions now with the patches, the dry and the wet, makes it super difficult to drive. Also, if you've never been up this hill, all the topology and everything, you need to see it, you need to feel it. And now we're going to slowly but surely amp the level up a bit.
I can't wait. Enjoy it.
Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thanks so much.
Well, it was fun to hear from the Drift Brothers, and we will be seeing more action from them as we go through the course of the weekend, of course, and some other drift machines that I'm looking forward to. There was a remarkable Chevy that arrived yesterday, and it's just been built, and it's got a twin rotor motor in it, and I'm really looking forward to seeing that. Axel Hildebrand's going to be driving that in some of the drift stuff. There are some remarkable drift cars here this weekend, aren't there?
There are. You're kind of spoiled for choice. I again, like you, probably looking around the paddocks and trying to think, right, what would if I could have a go in one thing, what would it be? And I just don't know. I don't know where to start.
It is impossible, isn't it? I mean, this wonderful collection of former Formula One cars. We're just looking down at one or two of those. We can see some Tolmans just tucked under the canvas there. We've got the Group C cars in the background as well. We'll be looking forward to seeing the Group C sports cars as well. It really is an amazing mix of machinery that we are going to be enjoying, and we'll be getting ready for a bit more in a while. We'll be seeing lots of great drivers here. Former F1 champions will be part of this whole scene. Jackie Stewart, Jenson Button is going to be here. Mika Hakkinen is going to be here as well, and we're hoping to see him driving one of the McLarens up the hill over the course of the weekend. Emanuele Pirro, lots of Le Mans superstars here as well, so plenty to look forward to over these next 4 days. Yeah, it's just a Thursday at the moment, but it will get busier and busier as we go through the weekend. And let's hope we get a little bit more sunshine. I'm sure things are going to improve as we go through the weekend. So coming up, we've got another manufacturer batch coming up fairly soon. And then after that, we have got a rally car and off-road batch. So, of course, the stage for the rally cars is a separate section. So we'll get to see them do the run on this hill climb today. But then they will be focused on the stage later on over the weekend, won't they, Sean?
They will indeed. Just trying to figure out now what else is happening throughout the day, because there's so much to see, and that's the thing, when you get to the end of Friday you think, well, that was a lovely couple of days, wasn't it? And then you've got 2 days all over again to see even more.
Yeah, well, today we've got what we call the manufacturer batches, which is slightly different to what we see on the rest of the day, where we've got these specific classes which are lined up to accentuate certain areas of motorsport or of the history of motoring, or indeed new batches, for example, the first glance batch and all that sort of thing. So there's plenty to look at. Today, as I say, after the rally and off-road batch, we've got another manufacturer batch, but we've also got a line of vehicles for the Festival of Speed highlights. So we'll see some of the cars that will be coming up that will be competing actually for the timed runs. Some of those will be coming up a little bit later on, just before lunchtime, around 12:45. We're also going to be looking at the BMW Central Feature moment, because we're focused on BMW M series, aren't we, this weekend, and the remarkable build that has been done outside the house.
Yeah, we've been watching that. For those of us lucky enough to work at Goodwood, we've been watching that go up over the last few weeks. Watch this site come to life. There's so much. There's such a rich history in BMW M. So many amazing examples of their products here. Whether it's road cars, race cars, all sorts of things. You know, we've just seen 2 M4 drift cars. We've got the LMDH car sitting atop of the central feature there. There's so much that BMW M has, and a lot of it is here.
Oh, that's great. Sean, how long have you been working at Goodwood?
So I've been here 3.5 years now.
Lovely.
We had a slight complication with COVID for one Festival of Speed, but everything's back in full glory now. But yeah, me and the rest of the team, we take care of Goodwood Road and Racing. So goodwood.com/GRR. So year round, we're producing the videos you see on YouTube, the content you see on social media, writing car reviews, presenting YouTube videos, driving some of these cars that we'll see here for the first time and get to hear and then have a go in them in the coming weeks and months. So
it's great that you actually get to have a go in them as well, do you?
Yeah, it's some of these we've seen going up the hill of me and my colleagues we've driven before. Others we haven't yet. We're waiting to. So it's just a bit of a teaser day really, because we're very, very lucky in the cars we get to see and experience here, and then drive later on as well.
Well, it is a wonderful place to work. It must have been your dream job when you managed to get lined up for this.
Well, that's the thing. I'm relatively local. I come from Worthing, so only a few miles away, really. So heard about the Festival of Speed when I was a kid. I was born the same year the first Festival of Speed. I probably shouldn't tell His Grace that, but yeah, I've known about this event my whole life. So to be standing here in the commentary box with you and able to talk to everyone here is a real honour. So thank you for having me.
Oh, that's wonderful. It's really great to have you with us, and lovely to have your input, particularly on the road cars, because there's a few I was looking at earlier that I had no idea what they were, and you were able to tell us immediately.
That's the thing. They're going up so quickly as well. Often you'll just have a glance and think, right, what's that? And then before something else will come along, you've got to... Yeah, it's tricky, challenging.
It is. Yeah, no, they go up very, very quickly, don't they? They bunch them more on the Thursday than they tend to as we get through the weekend, particularly for the timed runs.
And the thing is, at the moment, it's slightly damp, so relatively speaking, they're not going as fast as they could do, and it's already a challenge. So we'll see how it goes as it hopefully gets dry.
Well, don't forget, there's so much to look around. We haven't got cars ready to come up the hill just yet, but cars are making their way down there. So we will be seeing a few more heading up shortly. But there are so many areas to be looking around. You've got the F1 pit lane, of course, a lot of F1 cars based up there near the assembly area. I was looking around the Brooklands paddock yesterday afternoon. Wonderful older vehicles, many pre-war machinery there, which of course we'll be seeing coming up this hill over the course of the weekend. But there are so many aspects to go and enjoy and have a look around, so I do hope you get the chance, and I hope you're not going to be getting too wet. We've still got a bit of rain falling, I see. We're lucky to be tucked away in a commentary box, so at least we're staying dry for the moment. We're up for the next run. It's getting underway short, so that's good to see.
So what we're going to see now is a couple examples of McLaren P1. These cars have come from Lanzanti, who are based not too far away from Goodwood, who have done some incredible things with McLaren P1s, turning P1 GTRs, cars that are track cars, just into road cars. They've got an exciting debut later this morning. Yes, and just to see these P1s, the P1 is now 10 years old. It's hard to believe sometimes now.
I think there's been a bit of confusion here because the P1s are heading up the hill climb, and there are still people crossing the track itself, which is a little strange. So perhaps there wasn't the right information at the right time. So they have sealed off that crossover now. And thankfully, they were taking it all pretty steady as they were climbing up the hill. But there we are.
Still, at least it gives us more time to actually look at them. I'm quite happy with just sitting here looking at them now.
Let's go and join Ed. He is with Ruby Rides.
Ruby Rides, we're in the top paddock, smiles everywhere. You obviously had a good run, quite tricky conditions.
Very wet, and my tyres luckily are road tyres, but yeah, I enjoyed it regardless.
Tell me about the bike.
So this is a BMW R18 boxer engine, 1.8 litre. It's got around 150 newton metre of torque, and it's got around 90 brake horsepower, so more torque than power. So that's why I was a bit nervous about the surface, because it's got a lot of torque and 1.8 litre as well. But I managed, I survived.
It's extraordinary to hear about a motorcycle that has 1.8 litres. It's more like a car.
Yes, it's more like a car, and you'll find that a lot more bikes are like exploring bigger engines as mass-produced bikes, like the Rocket 3 are, which is 2.5 litre, that one. So yeah, but it's such a pleasure when you get on a bike that has a massive engine. It creates a lot of character, and you feel like the bike is riding you as opposed to the fact that you're riding it. So yeah, it's a lot of fun.
Ruby, I can see the cars leaving, so you need to get back down the hill, but thank you so much.
I'll get geared up. Thank you so much.
Thanks, Ed. Well, great to hear from Ruby, and lovely to see some of these new bikes just been showing us up the hill. And we'll be have seen them come back down. So we're now getting ready for some more cars heading back up the hill. And yeah, we've got a bit of a mix of mainly road cars that are heading up right now, Sean.
Yeah, we just caught a glimpse of the McLaren Artura a second ago. By the looks of it, it's quite a wide shot, but that looks like another McLaren Artura.
This new McLaren, which is it's going to be a very important aspect for them going forwards, isn't it?
Yep, twin turbo V6, as I said, replaces the old V8 twin turbo, but it saves weight. The advantage of going from 8 cylinders down to 6, you save quite a lot of weight. Also, this car has been built with electrification in mind, so they've moved to
so of course that adds weight in the other sense.
Well,
doesn't it?
they've designed the chassis now, the carbon chassis, for electrification going forward. And here we are now, Lucid Air, more than 1,050 horsepower, built in California. Now onto the Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quadrifoglio. Twin turbo V6 engine, makes one of the best noises of any road car. Currently on sale. We're divided in the office trying to work out which we prefer, Giulia or Stelvio. I personally would go for the Giulia. Some of my colleagues would go for the Stelvio. We had one for 3 months actually in the office. Amazing car. So much noise, so much performance, and yet it's an SUV. You've got space for people and things. Really, and actually this is a really pretty colour as well. Lovely colour.
We're seeing some pretty potent SUVs nowadays, aren't we? We're seeing, you know, it has become a big thing to have cars this size, but with sheer power and performance out of them.
Well, that's the thing. It's got more than 500 horsepower. It gets 60 in 3 and a bit seconds. And here we are, Lotus Emira again. Next chapter for Lotus replaces the Evora, the Elise, the Exige. We'll see various different versions of this over the coming years. This, I think, is the V6 first edition, so V6 engine, same as you had in the Evora and the Exige. 6-speed manual gearbox. You've got a really nice exposed gear linkage as well. We drove this a couple of weeks ago around the motor circuit. Fantastic car, and it's got that same kind of classic Lotus handling where it handles, but it just rides really well as well. Can handle the curves of the motor circuit exceptionally well. Slightly heavier than previous, you know, like the Elise and Exige, but nevertheless it's designed by the same people who've been doing this sort of car for decades.
Wonderful, yeah, mid-engined of course, but not everything is mid-engine. Some things are front-engine. We're looking at one of the Polestars here, aren't we?
Yeah, so this is the Polestar 1 limited run. It's got a 4-cylinder engine, turbocharged and supercharged hybrid, so there's so much going on with this car, and although there are some links to Volvo, as you might be able to see, it's an entirely custom body. You've got carbon fibre in the construction, you've got very bespoke dampers that are adjustable. It's a monster performance car really, and very rare. There'll be 500 of these in the world, I think.
Wow, amazing. Well, it's great to see it out there. Of course, Polestar a part of Volvo, but very much the electrical side. And they've put a lot of focus into this in recent years, and it's going to be important to see how this progresses in future.
Yeah, this was the headline car. This was the look, we're here, we've done something really interesting, very curious technology. Polestar going forward will be all on out about electric powertrains. We've seen with the Polestar 2, we saw the Polestar 5 earlier on as well. But this was the car that grabbed people's attention and said, hello, we're Polestar.
Yeah, no, fabulous. You can see the track is still somewhat damp all the way around at this stage. So everybody's taking it a little bit carefully. We're not seeing too much wheel spin and slithering, which is probably just as well. And everybody keeping it nice and sensible. Of course, as we go through the course of the weekend, we'll be seeing people attack a little bit more viciously as they try and show us just how fast they can go up the hill.
And it builds and builds as well till we get to Shootout Sunday. You know, all of these professional drivers will be thinking, right, let's push a little bit more here, let's carry a little bit more speed, and you kind of build and build, and the guys get quicker and quicker.
So the Porsche heads off, but we've got some big Raptors coming up next. This is quite fun to see.
Yeah, and as we heard from them earlier, V6, more than 3.5 horsepower, but on off-road tyres. So they were saying that it was quite tricky to get it up the hill and keep it straight.
Yeah.
As we can see as he goes off the line, fully sideways.
Fabulous to see. Just getting it all crossed up, but now it's on its way. And this is an entertaining machine, no doubt about it. Lots of horsepower and a reasonable balance.
Whoever's driving this certainly has confidence that flick it in. There you go. Bit of oversteer, a lot of oversteer actually, probably a bit more than he was expecting.
Yeah, no, that's great stuff. The Raptor, it's really a very high performance pickup, optimized for off-road use as well. has a 2-litre bi-turbo diesel, the Raptor, and look at that, all the way it swings around, and then it looks such fun, doesn't it?
I think he's just trying to have as much, flick it in, there it is, through Moulcombe. Beautiful slide. Well done, sir, whoever you are, well done.
Yeah, no, that's being well done indeed. Very entertaining to watch as it goes up the hill, and probably the ideal vehicle when conditions are like this, to give you the view, to give you the angle on the tarmac, that you can actually see where there's the best grip and where there isn't.
And here we have the Lamborghini Huracan STO, one of the final evolutions of the Lamborghini Huracan, rear-wheel drive only, the same naturally aspirated V10 that the song of that engine is something we'll miss. It's these kind of engines that have got such flair to them.
Yes, and as we go down the hybrid route or the fully electric route, of course we won't be getting those wonderful noises, but it's time for us to enjoy that as much as we can.
Yeah, and the manufacturers are doing very clever things, because the regulations to introduce a new road car genuinely make them a little bit quieter. They've got to put various particulate filters in and what have you, but they figure out ways of still keeping the soundtrack, still getting you excited.
Yeah, no, it's lovely, and that's something that we can enjoy. Great rear wing it's got on it as well, isn't it? It's fabulous, sticking out there in the air, and no doubt providing plenty of downforce when it's up to speed.
Yeah, this was developed by the division of Lamborghini that's responsible for their Super Trofeo race cars, so a lot of the technology from the Trofeo cars has gone into this.
So a lovely Lamborghini just heading over the line and completing the climb up the hill. Very subtle colours, and but a pretty dramatic machine, so nice to see that. And we've still got plenty more heading up the hill in a moment or two. There's a bit of a Lamborghini run. I'm just looking out of the window at the moment. We've got a few of them going past us. Seems to be a little collection of Lamborghinis, doesn't it?
Yeah, we've just seen a Lamborghini Huracan going up past us, which is going a little bit slower than the Lamborghini Aventador Ultimate that's following behind and really wants to get a move on.
Well, we'll move from Lamborghini to BMW for the moment, and Aston Martin as well in the background.
Yeah, these are the guys coming up just to check the courses. Course is clear, BMW M4 there. Big horsepower, monster car. You know, the M4 now and the M3, they've got the performance that even something like the M5, which was traditionally the more powerful car, just 10 years ago couldn't compete with.
No, absolutely. There's the Aston Martin. So this is another SUV, and another big powerful machine.
Yep, DBX, so it's twin turbo V8 engine. Again, lots of power, lots of torque. We've got other versions of the DBX here this weekend as well, but yeah, this finished in a very fetching shade of green.
And the Rolls Royce, is it the right weather to be roof down? Well, it is just about at the moment. Thankfully, they're still a bit cloudy, but not raining as it was earlier.
They seem very happy with it. They're enjoying their drive up the hill.
So some wonderful images to be found. Ferrari about to head back up. Is it? No. Okay. Tucking away. Avoiding the opportunity. Finding a slight detour. But let's have a look over the whole site here at the Festival of Speed. And it is wonderful to look. We've got a nice view of the BMW M Group that we were looking at earlier on when the M3 Touring was launched. And lovely to see that. And with the Duke of Richmond taking it up the hill as well. That was a lovely part of this session that we've had so far. But plenty more to come and to look forward to. We've got, as I mentioned, the rally cars and off-road cars coming up a little bit later on. We do have a shootout free practice this afternoon, so we will be seeing quite rapid times trying to be developed by some of the cars and drivers and riders later on. We've got drift kind of practice as well later in the day, and more manufacturer batches coming through. So still plenty to look forward to and to identify. The track is open at the moment, so everyone's got a chance. If you want to cross over, it's an easy opportunity to try and do that right now. So plenty of stuff to look at. You could need your map in the back of the program. Do make sure that you have a program, because on the program itself, it'll give you the festival map key, showing you all the crucial parts that you might want to be looking at. I had to go off and find the Michelin Supercar paddock earlier on, because when I was wandering around yesterday, I hadn't had the chance to find it. But a lot of people come in that way, I know, from that section of the hill climb. But yes, I had to go and find that earlier. But there are so many wonderful parts to look at. The Brooklands paddock, for example. We've got the main paddock, the F1 pit lane, presented by Sky Sports. So many different areas to enjoy around the venue. We're just having a little look at how it all lays out. The off-road experience as well, that's always one to watch. And you can find that on your map. That's up towards the top end, of course, isn't it, Sean?
Yeah, a little bit more of a walk, but well worth going and having a look. You see some, look at them there. Having a whale of a time off-road.
Yeah, off-roading is always fun, and some lovely original Land Rovers there that are doing the stuff and giving us a little bit of an idea. And of course, the fact that it's wet, well, no problem when you're on the right tyres and you're in a four-wheel drive Land Rover. It's going to be nice and easy, isn't it?
Yeah, these cars are often based at the circuit. A lot of myself included, a lot of our colleagues went up and had a drive around the perimeter of the circuit not too long ago in these cars, and they just go anywhere. You see a rock or a hole in the ground, it just kind of goes, yep, I can deal with that, no problem.
These are nice early Series 1, Series 2 Land Rovers, worth good money nowadays because they're so popular, obviously, through the classic car world. The original Land Rovers originally have built up, and it's lovely to see. I grew up with one, growing up on a little farm, and so we had a Land Rover. It was a great way of getting around, and it could always pull its way out of pretty much anywhere.
Well, you can kind of just put it in, lock the differentials, put it in first gear, and it will just creep along. It'll just tackle anything. You just got to keep an eye on the steering, make sure you don't tuck your thumbs over the steering wheel in case you hit a rock, because you might damage your thumbs. But they just plug away. It seems like nothing is an obstacle for an old Land Rover.
Well, we've got plenty of interesting people here this weekend, of course. We have the original Stig is here, Ben Collins, and he's talking to Ed Foster.
Ben, the wonderful thing about the Festival of Speed is you see cars that you've never, ever seen before. What is this?
This is a Lucid Air GTP, so it's a new model. Lucid's really sort of game-changing in the EV space. So their new architecture and their the record-breaking range on these things is really potent mix. And up the hill here, it's just fantastic to demonstrate that.
So what is the range?
The range on this one is 446 miles. Some of their models are over 500 miles, and they're real miles, as opposed to if you've driven a bit of EV, sometimes the range isn't quite what it feels like it is. You've done a mile, but it seems to have eaten 3. So I've noticed with these that they really are much more true to the figures you expect and you want. But the big thing about this as well is the high voltage. So it runs at 900. Most EVs are running around 400, and that means that it can recharge much quicker. And you also, I think the other effect of it is you get much more torque in the mid to high range, if you can call it that. So above 60 miles an hour, it keeps pulling, which is great on the hill. So we're running up to just over 100 miles an hour in the rain.
And have you driven this quite a lot before coming to the Festival of Speed?
That was my second run, so that was it. No, I drove it on the road, got a really good feeling for it. So they're based in San Francisco. They're about to launch these cars in Europe later this year, and they're pretty much, the pre-orders are all mostly in. So it's already proving popular. But yeah, it's great to be here for the launch of it.
Brilliant. Are you buying one?
Well, if I can afford one, I'll be straight on that list. But I probably should. If any, the signs would suggest they're probably going to go up in value quite quickly. But I'm not a financial expert, so don't take anything I say seriously.
And on that bombshell, thank you very much.
Thank you. Thanks a lot.
Stuart Middleton, you drove this car up here this morning and you've now come up as a passenger. In the wet, I can't imagine which was easier.
It's a good question. I mean, it was pretty leery this morning, especially since this car is like brand new from the factory, brand new tyres. So yeah, it was just lighting the rears up, and with it being rear wheel drive, just sort of going all over the place. But it was good laugh, good fun. So the passenger ride was an interesting one.
Now it's a special edition Huracan. Tell us about it.
So this car, as you say, it's special edition. It's a Huracan STO, and it's basically a stripped back version of the Huracan. It's like almost like a track/race spec version. So it's totally stripped out on the interior. You got like full carbon paneling inside with just, you know, a little bit of trimming, and it's got a little bit more power, and it's just and it's rear-wheel drive as well. So yeah, it's super agile, super aggressive on throttle. So it's pretty fun to say the least. Yeah.
Now that you've done your time in the passenger seat, are you going to be able to jump back in the driver's seat now?
I think so. Yeah, I'll get back to what I do best. Yeah. So we'll turn them around and yeah, back out at around 12, I think. So yeah, having fun.
Enjoy it.
Cheers. Thank you.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with thousands of choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, speak to my pal Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hypercar, the choice is up to you.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hypercar.
When was the last time you saw the world in a new light? A new electric experience is coming to you. Introducing the all-electric Genesis GV60.
Well, there are some wonderful opportunities out here to enjoy the fun and games of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And for some people, it's the first time ever to soak it all up, and what a wonderful opportunity it is. Well, I'm very glad to say that Keith Ewan is joining me for the next stage of the fun and games that we're going to have out on the hill climb. Keith, lovely to work with you again. We worked together at the members meeting earlier on this year, and now we're getting our heads around the Festival of Speed.
Yeah, it's some event, isn't it? It's one of those events that if you've never been to before, then you really, really do need to be here. So lucky enough that, again, we're on a sellout type situation. We've been devoid of these kind of events over the last couple of years, thanks to COVID, of course. So the chance to be here, obviously, from my perspective, it has always been slightly lent towards a car event. And, of course, that's been promoted over a lot of times. But this year, to have Wayne Rainey riding his 1992 World Championship winning Yamaha up the hill for the first time. He's not been on that motorcycle for 29 years. And anybody that doesn't know Wayne Rainey, of course, if you are orientated from a car perspective, I mean, he is a man that won 3 World Championships back-to-back, 90, 91 and 92. Was paralysed from the chest downwards in an accident while he was leading the World Championship in 93. That was at Misano. And he, for the very first time, will be riding up the hill during the course of the weekend. I have to run a bit of a disclaimer underneath all of that. Of course, if it's like it is at the moment, he won't be able to perform because the track being wet on a two-stroke motorcycle, back in the day, they were so raw. They don't have traction control. They don't have anything that is going to be able to stop the motorcycle from getting out from underneath him when it hits the power band. So from that perspective, it will be difficult for Wayne to make that run. But we are privileged to have someone like Wayne Rainey, and the emphasis, of course, superstar-wise, maybe from a motorcycle perspective, has shifted very slightly towards the two-wheeled fraternity that are here this weekend, and we're looking forward to it. He is a real legend. I can't think of an immediate example in similar circumstances from the car world, perhaps. I'm sure you can, Ben, and well, we're very lucky to have him here. I spoke to him yesterday. He will be in our broadcast over the next week or so. And he's quite a man. And considering the disability that he's been managing over the last 29 years, from the status of world champion, and of course he's ably assisted by the likes this weekend of his arch rival Kevin Schwantz, Mick Doohan, the man who really took over from Rainey and Schwantz, that massive rivalry between those two, both back in the States when they were riding in the States, then when they came to Europe to ride in Grand Prix, even when they were in the same team at the Transatlantic Trophy, which was the three British track challenge between British riders and American riders. Even when they were riding for the American team, they were still bashing elbows and banging heads throughout that, even when they were supposed to be riding together for points. So that rivalry, well, it won't be replicated here now because we're quite a few decades on from that. But all the same, it's brilliant to see all those same guys on the track. And even the king himself is here, King Kenny Roberts. That's Kenny Roberts Sr. And I know it's in the paddock as well, folks. If you've not been around the bike paddock yet, go and have a look at the flat tracker there. It's not the actual Indy Mile flat tracker, but it is a similar one to the one that Kenny Roberts rode at the Indy Mile. It's something you must look up on YouTube. If you want to see a lunatic on a two-stroke 750 on a flat track, it's scary.
Well, we've seen a few bikes been going up the hill already today. They were more of the modern bikes, and they were quite interesting to see. Let's go and hear from Jody Millhouse, who went up just a little earlier.
Jody Millhouse, you've just been telling me that you designed, you built, you engineered, you did everything with this bike. So what is it? Tell us about it.
So yeah, it's a 2022 Triumph Bonneville Bobber, straight out the factory from Triumph, and I basically tore it down. We've engineered all of the supercharger for it. It's nitrous injected, and it's also got a bioethanol flex fuel in it as well. So we designed all of the wide yokes, all of the paint, and I fabricated all the inlets there myself as well. So all of the intercooler, the plenum, did all of the fuel system on it as well. So we've got 4 sets of injectors as opposed to 2. We've designed all of the wide carbon wheels and side number plate mounts and all the nitrous bottles and all sorts of stuff like that. So it's great. We're quite a young team here at Thornton 100, and we're all sort of around 25 years old, and there's only 4 of us, and we sort of, to design and engineer something like this and get it up the hill here is fantastic.
So the question I think everyone wants to know, how much power have you got?
So this will make 330 horsepower at the wheel with the nitrous oxide. So it weighs 190 kilos. So crazy horsepower to it. I think it's about 1,900 horsepower per tonne, something along those lines.
Have you actually used all those horses?
This is the first time I've ridden it. Just up the hill right then. It's the first time I've ridden it properly in anger.
It's lucky it wasn't wet.
Oh yeah, and luckily I had a burnout tyre on as well, make it extra slippy.
Well, you got the whole weekend to get your head round it. I can't wait to see it in the dry.
Well, we'll get it in the dry. We'll get flame mode on as well. There's a big red button on the dash there, and that spits flames out for you guys as well. So there'll be plenty of smoke, lots of flames and stuff like that. So it puts on a proper show.
Wonderful. Jody, thank you.
Thank you very much.
Well, that was lovely to hear from Jody Millhouse. By the way, we'll see more from the bikes later on, of course, but we are going to be seeing some four-wheel action coming up now and a lot of off-road vehicles. So we're going to see a lot of interesting stuff from the birth of stage rallying to the legends of Group B. A lot of this we'll be seeing over the course of the weekend, the dawn of modern rallying and other of the classes. We've got contemporary rally cars as well to enjoy, and some proper safari championship devices as well, extreme off-roaders. Some of those look like they're going to be some of the early ones heading out onto the hill climb in just a moment. We've got some pretty coarsely done tyres that are going to be grabbing their way up this hill.
Well, I've got to say, the weather conditions are absolutely perfect for this because it's going to keep the dust down as well, which is going to make it a lot more pleasure to watch these machines working hard in the dirt and the dust here. It was a bit like desert racing yesterday when you looked at it. If you brought your nice gleaming car here, it will have been covered in about an inch of dust. if you parked anywhere near. So looking at the inside of the cab, waiting for the off, these are going to be well, interesting to say the least, I feel. Look at the travel that they have on the suspension with these vehicles as well. It's going to be just a little bit of a special session. Apparently we've got a slight delay here at the moment.
Yeah, no, we do have a little bit of a problem before they get them underway. But some of these off-road machines, fantastic, of course. The engine sitting in behind the driver. And, you know, you just got this big space frame chassis, pretty lightweight, but able to go anywhere you like. I mean, this is going to be very easy territory for them, of course, just going up a bit of tarmac, and they'll probably roll around. They've got the winch on the front, so you can always pull yourself out of trouble as well. That's all part of the fun and games of off-road competition. And it's lovely to see a real mixture of machinery that will be coming up this hill very, very soon. But we are going to see some of the most historic rally cars as well coming up a little bit later. We've got the history of Group B, so that'll be fun. Yeah, we're about to see some of these, I think, starting to head up the hill. We'll get some lovely noise and action. And the track is just beginning, hopefully, to dry up a little bit, but it will be greasy enough for these guys to enjoy themselves.
Perhaps use a bit of the Duke's grass.
Yes.
Might work quite nicely. So the giggle pin is about to come to the start line, and if memory serves quite well from previous Festival of Speeds when I've been here, that there is quite a lot of grass action in the end. And the problem is, of course, wet grass tends to speed up. When you get on it, you are properly sideways and in all sorts of trouble. Let's see how much inside grass they take.
Jim Marsden with the giggle pin Defender. All these vehicles, the ones we're seeing at the moment, will be in the off-road arena throughout the course of the weekend. So that's the opportunity where you're going to be to see them most of the time. They won't be doing... They will be doing some of the runs up the hill as well, but the off-road arena is going to be their key place. As we see the Land Rover Ultra 107 of Chris Bowler heading up the hill. Now, when you say it's a Land Rover, it looks a little bit different, doesn't it, Keith? So it's got Land Rover written on the front, but not particularly like most Land Rovers we would look at.
Yeah, I think extensive modification might be the phrase that we'll be using for some of these vehicles. They certainly are very, very special indeed, and very specialist indeed as well. It's not an aircon he's got on the back there either. It's everything. The cooling system is completely different to try and keep it out of trouble.
Yeah, you can see the live axles front and rear, which of course you don't tend to see that in racing machines, but you can see how you control those axles. It's got coil springs on the front there, as you can see, in dampers. I think it's got semi-elliptics on the back. As we turn on to the next one now.
There you go, a bit of inside grass. I knew it was coming from somewhere. You've got to take a bit of inside track if you're going to be one of these vehicles for sure. It's when they go down the outside you know you've got a problem. They look almost unstable. The one thing that's got to be remembered about this hill is that effectively the crown in the road makes a massive difference, particularly to the cars. The bikes obviously can stick to the slightly more central line if they can, but you have to know where the camber is, because it makes instability-wise, it makes a big difference to some of the stiffer cars up here as well. These guys might not struggle from it quite so much, but it certainly rolls off to the edges of the track here.
Yeah, and of course these machines you tend to see a lot more suspension movement and more roll as they go through these corners, but that's part and parcel of needing a vehicle that will give you traction, because you want to keep those tyres attached to whatever surface it is, just to be able to make you go forwards where possible. Lovely to see that big spare wheel sitting on the back as well and heading up the hill to complete the run. Beautiful machine, and quite clean at the moment. It might be looking a little bit more grubby by the end of the day.
Well, like I said, that rain shower that we had earlier on has certainly kept the dust down when they get up the top there. I would recommend going and watching these things when the sides of the track are still a little bit damp. It certainly keeps all that dust away from yourself. You need a mask when you go up there sometimes once these cars kick it all up into the air, into the atmosphere.
Now, there's a version of the Metro 6R4. This was a car back from the Group B days. One of
my favourite days.
Yeah, fantastic rally time. And we are going to be seeing some of these out and about, and a really, really interesting opportunity to see this machinery here. There are some slightly different versions that we will see over the course of the weekend, but a little bit of smoke from it, and but heading up the hill a bit faster than some of the other machines we've seen so far.
Yeah, what a Class B was, and anybody that didn't follow rallying did when it was Group B.
Yeah, absolutely. And as I say, there'll be plenty more Group B machinery coming around, but we're still looking at some of the off-road kit, a more standard-looking Land Rover heading up the hill now. And yeah, this is more like we might expect. And he's also using a bit of the grass.
Yeah, you know that they're going to take advantage from the inside curb, as it would be normally, but inside grass as it is here on the hill climb. They won't be shy of a little bit of off-road action, even on the hill. Lovely noise you're getting from some of these as well, absolutely. Sometimes, as commentators, it's almost unnatural to be quiet for a second or two, but just to get the sound of them.
It's lovely to see, absolutely, really enjoyable. And so we've got a slightly more modern version of the Land Rover heading up. In fact, interestingly, this is, heading up, I think this is the Bowler Defender, actually, the number 32.
Yep, it's got that new shape rear on. I think it's gone pretty old school, hasn't it, really? The Defender, obviously, it's a famous name in the Rover repertoire.
Yeah, Miles Williams involved with this one, and taking it up. He'll also be running the off-road, or be in the off-road arena. A rather more modern version of one of these off-road machines, based on a road car, of course, the modern Land Rover Defender, which is lovely to see. You can see that track just developing a bit, dry lines on both sides.
Yeah, that's good for later on, that's for certain, when we start getting a bit of practice times up the hill here. Hopefully the weather will stay dry and the track will dry out to the edges. Hey, a little sideways action. Blazes on fire.
Yeah.
I'll tell you what, that inside front wheel was having a little bit of job keeping the traction, as well as he was asking for a full power from the four-wheel drive.
Fun colour scheme as well, isn't it, on this modified Land Rover? Yeah. Entertaining, and there we are seeing it heading up past all these huge straw bales that line every side of this hill climb.
Oh, hang on, there's the off. I was talking about that. Use a bit of the Duke's grass, inside and outside. So, well, it was to be expected, really, wasn't it? That one of the rally guys would take to the dirty stuff, and quite right too.
Yeah, I think they're under sort of rules that you're not meant to be cutting across the grass, because they do want to keep it all in good shape for the course of the weekend, but there are always going to be some that can't resist.
And to put that into some kind of perspective as we look at it again, nice and sideways, taken to a bit of dirt. It's hard-wearing grass here, and it'll need to be. That's proper sideways. I'll tell you what, that was a close run thing, actually. He's got right out towards the bales. That doesn't get much closer than that. He's got plenty of wheel spin trying to pull it away from the bales. If you come off the throttle, it would have been in all sorts of trouble just there.
He knows the plan. You keep your foot in. When you're in a situation like that, keep your foot in on the power, and he's got it back out. So well done to him. That's the Lofthouse Freelander, I think. I think it's Justin Birchall who's driving that at the moment.
Enthusiastic.
Yeah, very good. Very
just
well done.
A short anecdote, of course. MSVR, the owners of many of the racetracks around the country nowadays, Jonathan Palmer, race driver and now track owner, if you went on their newly painted curbs, you know, on a test day, you'd get thrown out the track.
Absolutely.
It get so upsetting if you put black lines all over it. Well, once one starts, they're like children, aren't they? Once you've got one that decides to take to the grass, the rest of them take that as a green flag.
Yeah. This is proving to be quite entertaining, trying to get this right. This number 27 is an LR1 LS3 Peter Roberts, another off-road special machine, obviously.
As he takes to a little bit more, the Duke is going to be there nodding in a moment and waving a finger, I feel.
Look at this, another Land Rover developed machine. By the look of it, this is called an LR1 LS3, so it's actually sort of similar to what we were seeing just a moment ago, Simon Cooper.
I love the fact that you've got so much paperwork in here, Ben. I have to say, from a commentary position point of view, folks, the preparation involved in Festival of Speed is extreme, to say the least. You can, of course, tune into radio as well from 7 o'clock in the morning, and you'll get that round robin of half a dozen knowledgeable blokes that will be sitting here. I have to say, where are the ladies in that situation?
I'm sure they'll find some. But we'll see him up this second part of the hill now. Oh, we've got a bit more action about to happen. Now, this is a rather fun Peugeot, isn't it, from back in the day. This looks like one of the support vehicles, basically, that would have done all the work for keeping some of the others going at some of the off-road events. And nice to see it heading up the hill. So, based on the, one of the old 405s, isn't it?
It's kind of the first taste we've had here at the Festival of Speed, though, isn't it, of the action that's going to happen on the hill here. Bit of sideways action. up on the grass. We've had the well, the prototypes, if you like, the new car display earlier on today that you guys were going through here, which was interesting, kind of just brings you in through the gate, gets you to the side of the bales here. But now, with a bit of sideways action up on the grass from some of the rally derivatives, I think we've had a little bit of interest going on back down the track. So let's
just see what's happened. Something's
here we go.
on here.
That was wrong. That looked like a...
there's been some damage. Look at the damage to that.
Yeah, he's gone in there quite hard, hasn't he? Which is how easy it can go when you show off on the grass and sometimes don't get it right. In we go, and round we go. And that's exactly...
Yeah, it's the same place that we saw the other one nearly hit the wall. Presumably he is going to hit the wall.
Yeah, he's got that too far round, hasn't he? The pendulum has swung straight into the bales. And there's not a lot of give in these bales. I've got to say, it's... they are there to keep everybody safe, but it's not like an airbag or a Recticel fence that you get at most racetracks. These are rock solid, rock hard.
Yeah.
And even though there are some that have a gap between them, so you get a bit of give, sadly, that one has given nothing.
And there's a bit of debris that he's left just in front of our commentary box as well.
Yeah, in front of the BMW M stand that we've got here. We've got a fair bit hanging off the back of that machine, so he's going to get a slap risk.
Yeah, it's all bodywork and not chassis, I think. I mean, it's just unfortunate. So it's the Milner LRM1 that has had the little incident, I'm afraid.
Yeah, it's all very well saying it's just a bit of bodywork. I could just see what the mechanics are thinking at the top at the moment. They're not going to be happy with that. It's the kind of thing that you don't bring a lot of spares with you to repair when you're at trackside here, maybe. So they're having to hold down at the start line while they clear the bits that have been discarded up on the track, up on the hill.
Ryan Cook it was in the car, I believe, but unfortunately, at least the car is not too badly damaged, but hopefully they can get it all back together. I wonder if we're going to be seeing him back out again or not. We'll have to wait and see on that. So there's a bit of a delay down there until we get the equipment cleared. There's nobody actually clearing that piece that's quite near us.
Well, they have to be given a bit of permission, don't they? Make sure that all the marshals here, they don't step out on the track until they've had the all clear. And I would think that it's quite a large piece. You wouldn't want to be running over it anyway.
No.
So letting a little bit of air into the car. That's the other thing. When you sat there, here we go then. He's had the all clear. Right, start shoveling up the bits.
Yeah, this is the bit that's quite near us.
Actually, that's a bit heavier than what I first thought. There you go. That's going on his wall in his garage. Not. There'll be somebody running down from Milner to pick that straight back up.
Absolutely. Yeah, and there's everyone getting it. The marshals, as ever, doing a wonderful job here at Goodwood.
The jogging club is out.
Yep. Making sure everything gets moved out the way. I think the straw bales are okay, although it's made a bit of a mess of some of the promotion bits that are out there.
He's quite smart. He pulled his gloves on, and that wasn't because it's cold. It's because of fiberglass, carbon fibre, whatever that bit's made out of. When it jams in your hands when you pick it up in a hurry. So sticking his gloves on, smart young man, because there's nothing worse than a bit of fiberglass rash.
Well, I think that's our first damaged incident of the day so far, isn't it? I think we've seen a few sideways moments, and I'm sure we're going to see more over the course of the weekend, Keith, but I think that's the first one we've seen so far.
Yeah, I've not heard of any team hire cars that have gone backwards into a fence anywhere around here yet through enthusiastic driving with the slippery grass car parks that we've got at the moment.
No, but it's fun to see with the off-road specials. And we'll be seeing the rest of them heading back out there in just a few moments' time once they've been given the all clear and set on their way.
I can't tell you how much I'm looking forward to the bikes coming up as well later on.
Yeah.
Ben, it's I have to say, Ben Edwards and I, Keith Ewan, have only ever worked once together before, and that was at the members' meeting earlier on at Goodwood at the race circuit there, and we had a great time. Ben's always very nervous of the bikes, and I'm always very nervous of the cars. And somewhere in the middle, we meet to exchange information in the commentary box. And there's such an enthusiastic team that are in commentary here that I've not come across in my life of MotoGP and the like before. And everyone is exchanging information. Everybody is offering up help regarding what's out on track. And it's something you don't get in broadcasting normally. Everybody saves their own little bits. Talking of saves, he just made one.
Yeah, this is going well. This one, he's controlled it very nicely through that early section where we've seen a couple of little incidents. This is being put together very well indeed. and we're going to see the whole track getting a bit busier now once again, which is good. Up the hill, let's see how he gets on with the wall area, because if you're not careful here, there's plenty to make contact with.
Well, the problem you have is evolution of track. You don't know how much it's dried or where the drier patches are when you attempt to go up the hill for the first time, because you will have gone down the hill some time ago to line up for your blast up, so you don't know just how hard you can get stuck into some of these corners. I'm going to use the word not advisedly, is that maybe with these cars you've got a little bit more leeway for getting out of trouble, if you like, because there's a nice bit of grass in places. But of course later on in the day these damp patches could be quite difficult for some of the vehicles we've got coming up the hill.
Now we've got one of the early Toyotas heading up the hill as we start to get into some of the sort of cars from the 1980s now that would have been rallying back at the time, so slightly different to the sort of full off-road type machinery we've been watching. We're now getting into more of the rally history type vehicles as well, and we are going to be seeing a real mix of machinery there and some wonderful Group B machines. This is sort of slightly earlier than that, before the Group B really kind of kicked off, but a lot of reliability from Toyota back in the day certainly helped them on some of the African rallies, where they were able to actually deliver performances and results that were perhaps a little surprising through sheer reliability.
I had the pleasure of walking through as these guys were all lining up in Parc Fermé a moment ago to come out onto the track to work their batches through, and the diversification, the diversity of vehicles is incredible going back through the eras. And that's the great thing again about the Festival of Speed, that you can get amongst it, take pictures with your favourite cars from the past. It's certainly over an era point of view, there is nowhere else in the world at any time where you can see the quantity and quality of vehicles as you get at the Festival of Speed.
No, I agree. And as you say, whatever your era is, whatever your speciality is, it'll be here. Whether it's going over 100 years, we've got the sort of pre-war Brooklands cars, all right up to the very latest cars that are being announced here this weekend that are brand new. Whatever your period of loving cars is, you will find the perfect. And I tell you, for so many of us,
this
the
is
Escort.
This is it.
Yeah, this is one of the ultimates for me, I have to say, watching a Ford Escort rally car. I briefly had when I was trying to get into motorsport, I had a Mark 1 Escort briefly, which was a rally car, and it didn't last very long, sadly. I did actually drive it at Goodwood, one of the few places I drove it around the circuit, rather than on a rally stage, which is what I'd hoped to do. Never happened. But the Mark 2 Escort here, another great classic.
Oh.
And then you've got something completely different.
Yeah, almost completely wrong.
And as it says buzz on it, we're enjoying the buzz of it being out there.
I'll tell you what, he got reverse well there, straight away. Got himself back on track, nice and sideways.
Lovely to see. Very entertaining, a very different type of machinery, and as we were saying earlier, that's the fun and games of all of this. You're going to see from new to old machinery that can deal with huge off-road bounces. You can just see the amount of movement in that suspension, can't you? Massive. Another one here like this, one of these other off-road machines.
I was looking at the amount of movement of his hands trying to keep the thing under control. I always think they should wear fluorescent gloves, these guys, when they're playing on off-road stages and the like, because they're almost swapping ends, and the amount of work that's going on in the cockpit is pretty phenomenal.
Yeah, it is. And you can see these very different types. It's a very narrow track, this one. You can see that the suspension working in a slightly different way. Not quite as soft as the previous one, but still bounces around a little bit.
Every one
lovely
of them,
sound to it.
Every one of them specialists, though, aren't they?
Yeah.
It's a specialist job for whatever it's been originally manufactured for. And of course, there are off-road vehicles that you can buy that are fun for your own grounds, if you should be so lucky to have such areas. Hello, this looks a bit lively.
Yeah, it does, doesn't it?
And again, just
don't
a nice
go
little
too
bit of
wide
grass
on that grass. No, we've seen enough incidents over there already, but it's been held together.
I'm wondering if they've got a big screen that's in front of the start line that they can see down there from a competitor point of view, so they can see how the track is evolving.
Yeah, absolutely. It's probably just a question of checking it out as you get there and hoping that you can deal with it. That's a part of the fun of off-roading, is learning as you go.
It's just gone past us with a load more sideways.
Nice balance to this machine, though, isn't it?
Looks like it.
Yeah.
Not that I'd know, being a motorcyclist.
I'm sure you know all about balance. But, yeah, no, that looks really good. Climbing all the way up the hill And this looks like the sort of machine that if we see it on the timed runs, it's going to be one that's going to be delivering some pretty rapid pace, I think. So a few more off-road machines to go on this particular run that we're into at the moment. Lovely to see some of these off-road vehicles, rally cars.
And if you're at the top end of the collecting area, at the top end of the hill, you can be fairly sure they'll be pulling donuts and messing around up there as well. There's so many places you can properly watch from here as well.
Now Subaru, of course, this is a slightly more recent version, but we are going to see plenty of Subarus from back in the day. A very successful brand in rallying, as we know, and we will see plenty here this weekend. Got contemporary rally cars are part of the action over the course of the weekend, so it's not just the older cars. We are enjoying some of the current ones as well.
But you can't beat a Scooby-Doo rally
absolutely.
car, can you? At the end of the day, Subaru, Colin McRae, absolute hero.
Indeed, yeah. We're going to see a pretty bizarre Subaru as well, which is a Travis Pastrana car, which will be coming out at some point. But it doesn't look at all like this. It's a very interesting machine. I saw it down in the paddock yesterday. It's going to be hugely rapid, especially with Travis, who has nearly won the hill climb here in the past. Oh, and there's the Mark 1 Escort. That's a good memory for me, I have to say.
He's come over all shaky in here.
Yeah,
his hairs have gone
beautiful.
up on his arms. Ben Edwards is in his element when he sees a Mark 1.
Beautiful car, and of course a great deal of success back in the day.
And a lot of feel. It's the kind of car that you could progress to fairly easily, isn't it? I've been told in the past. It's the kind of car that was very user-friendly.
It was, and actually I was watching a Snetterton stage rally, that part of the rally championship that goes to tracks around the country, and the balance of an Escort Mark 1 or Mark 2, when you watch the cars, the sheer balance they have, you can understand why they are still so much in demand, because they provide the driver with a feel. I mean, I'm sure there are bikes like that, Keith, that just give you a feel that makes you feel better than you actually are.
Well, I wouldn't say that, but it's the kind of thing that doesn't bite you the first time you try and perform on it. And I think that's the thing. It allows you to move to that next progression. Good drivers will use the car better than an average driver, but the fact is you didn't end up having to pay with injury on something that wasn't particularly balanced, that snapped out of control when you got near the limit. And I think that's where this particular car, and there are bikes that are like it as well, where they don't make you pay the price of pain.
Absolutely. Well, it's lovely to see it, and it looks in pretty good original condition, but one that's obviously doing its own work.
Now, look at this.
Yeah, the Austin 1800S Land Crab. So this is from back in the day. This is from the late 1960s, and actually had some good results on some of those really long rallies that they used to run, sort of Paris-Peking and other ones that they used to run.
This model of vehicle went on disproportionately long, considering it's not the prettiest of vehicles that you might find on the road at the time, but the 1800 just did seem to go on for a long time. Did it have isolastic suspension and kind of pump up suspension on this one as well?
I don't know if they did on the rally version, but
I'm sure they didn't on the rally version, because it didn't work that good on the road car.
No, it didn't. I had a Mini that collapsed a bit once because all the suspension just
disappeared.
Yes, yeah. So sadly that didn't work out at all, but it's lovely to see this heading up the hill.
And Race Against Dementia on the side, of course. It is the headline charity, if you like. Race Against Dementia is something that's very important and close to all our hearts. So if you get an opportunity to support the charity, please do. Up past the Flint Wall, up towards the collecting area at the top. Would look better with lights on as well.
We're just wondering if Tiff's driving that, Tiffany Dell.
It's not sideways enough.
No,
it's not sideways enough.
You never know.
Actually, it looks like his helmet.
It does look like his helmet, doesn't it?
Yeah, it does as well. Maybe he's been told not to bend it.
We'll see. It is taking a bit steady, so it may not be Tiff, but I'm sure he'll be around over the course of the weekend.
Now, there's a man whose enthusiasm never wanes.
Indeed. No, he's always full of enthusiasm. So lovely to see that heading up the hill then, and we've got a few more machines heading up now as well. Beginning to see, there's the Saab 99 Turbo. That's a great machine. A car that a certain Stig Blomqvist had a lot of success with back in the day, particularly in the Rally of Sweden. He won the Rally of Sweden many times, and was very much a Saab driver from the early days before he moved to Audi. And the 99 Turbo here really impressive machine. I always feel it very sad that Saab are still not building cars these days.
Agreed. So as the Saab makes its way through turn 1, and actually, it's quite timeless, isn't it, the Saab? It's still quite a pretty car, well, in my view.
Yeah, no, I think they have a great look to them, and they had lots of lovely little original bits to them. Slightly different. Saab always ran the car slightly differently, whether the ignition was down by the gear lever or whatever. But yeah, the Saab 99 Turbo, one of the great machines.
Let me ask you, Ben, are we running a Twitter feed or anything along those lines today? So people at trackside can get involved with us, I wonder?
Yeah, it would be nice to be able to get people getting involved.
A bit of interaction.
Yeah, I'm sure we can develop that so we can get people talking to us and giving us some questions as we go through the day. We'll try and answer, or giving us some answers even. That might be even better.
That might be the way round,
yeah,
I feel.
Absolutely.
So, as we, again, the roar from outside our... And it's definitely getting a little grippier outside our commentary position here. They're kind of setting it up. And a bit of sideways action going on up the hill while we stick with the Saab. And again, the finish line is nigh. Up and under the finish, up towards the collecting area at the top of the hill.
Yeah, lovely to see. So
it was good to see the Duke of Richmond out on the hill a little earlier on. I've got to say, up his own driveway. You'd think he knew the track quite well in the BMW touring, as they call it, but estate car to the rest of us. And he looked like he was hanging around up there as well, considering how wet it was this morning.
Yeah, that's right, and a big smile on his face at the same time.
Yeah, same couldn't be said for his passenger.
Yeah. So something slightly different again now with the off-road cars that we'll be seeing doing their fun and games as we go through the course of the weekend. Being driven fairly calmly, this one, not being taken onto the grass, as we have seen a few of the others.
Maybe they've been told.
Yeah, so maybe under strict instructions not to cause too much problem. And then Ari Vartman, there's next Ari Vartman escort there, which that looks fun. Not a car that Ari...
We're going across the Indy bricks there as well, aren't we?
Yes, that's right.
They are the Indianapolis bricks that we've got across the start line there. Don't know whether he's got a bit of a lively clutch on that thing, but he's off now.
Yeah.
Plenty of lights hanging on the front of it.
From the early to mid 1990s, 1994, the Escort Cosworth, another remarkable machine, and you don't see too many of them around nowadays. But in its day, it was a pretty rapid machine as well. So climbing up the hill, the track definitely getting that bit drier as it comes through the corners here. With the section we're up, definitely drier than it was earlier.
It's got a dry line, but it's a dry line without the groove in the middle for the motorcycles. I've got to say, there's still a bit of caution here, moving up through the course. And if we're very lucky, it will be dried out for this afternoon's motorcycles. As again, we go up past the Flint Wall. I always think this place is a lot longer than you think it is. When you walk the track, it doesn't seem that long, but by the time you get to the top, you've travelled a fair old way. It's got your attention, that's for sure. Here we go then. This is a bit of a classic.
Yeah, one of the earlier
yeah, it is.
Lanciers, isn't it? I think.
Looks like
It's heading up now, so we're going back in time a little bit with some of the
it's a Fiat.
Yeah, it's Fiat. Actually,
it's a
Fiat, that
one,
isn't it? Yes. Yeah.
So we've got a bit of timing going on. There you go, folks. So timing graphic is up on screen now. Give us a bit more of an idea of how this track is evolving and how quick these cars are getting up the hill to the finish line. And it will develop as the track goes on. The sweepers were out yesterday trying to get it as clean and tidy as it possibly could on the setup day here for all of us that arrived a day early.
So they've got a couple of Fiats coming into the event this weekend. We've got the Fiat 124 and the Fiat 131. They were both the front engine rear wheel drive Fiats of the period, and they were pretty impressive. Certainly the later 131, the Mirafiori Sport, and back in Italy they were very successful indeed. But of course it was Lancia that then sort of took on the whole program for rallying with the involvement with Fiat, and they developed by Ebarth as well and produced some great amount of success.
Yeah, definitely drying out now, and so we can see quicker times as we get through the programme of the rally cars and the off-road vehicles that we've got displayed at the moment. They're fast and furious when we're getting to the top of the hill, but already past us is the next car up the hill.
Yep, no, they've got a lot of gap between them, but we'll see quite a few more coming up before the end of this. And we're getting some more modern machinery heading up as well. So you get a very different style, a different sound, a different style of driving, but it's all still much the same in terms of trying to make it work. This is an impressive run, actually, heading up the hill right now. So the more current machine. And we've got quite a few contemporary rally cars to be looking forward to. This one of the Fiestas.
Again, loads of movement there on the suspension. You can see just how different eras of cars. The suspension is everything, isn't it? It's the you know, obviously raw horsepower is one thing, but the amount that the suspension moves about, depending on the rally course and the purpose built for.
Absolutely, no, it's important that they keep it right. But he's across the line, and we got back to it looks like a Russell Brooks Escort from back in the day.
That's going to be sideways then.
Yes.
Even off the line, it's sideways. So down towards the Hill Pavilion. Yeah, haven't even really got there yet, and it's already properly sideways.
Yeah, this one, the Ford Escort Mark II RS 1800 from 1977. So I remember seeing this car, certainly on TV coverage anyway, doing its stuff, and was always very, very well driven.
Up through Molecombe, and you can tell how many straw bales there are there. That's a danger point on this track, of course. Molecombe Corner has caught out many a driver in the past, and we're now sort of 6 bales deep from a safety perspective, so hopefully there won't be anybody in there, but of course there has been a few takers over the years here at the Festival of Speed.
Climbing up the final part of the hill then, and keeping it pretty smooth, controlled, keeping the window open as well, just get a bit of airflow through the car, and over the line it goes. And of course we'll be concentrating on times a little bit more as we go through the latter part of the day, and particularly as we go into Sunday afternoon, when we'll be looking forward to the timed run, see who ends up with that fastest opportunity to get up the hill. So back with one of the more recent machines and one of the more current vehicles. To see him off the line in just a second, see how quickly it gets off the line.
Being held as we...
Before they send him on his way. I don't know whether they've got any problems out on the track that they're concerned about. Looks like he's probably going to be sent on his way now. And away it goes, yeah. So it's a good acceleration. All 4 wheels gripping very mightily off the line there and sending it up the hill. And you can see this modern low ride height. It's going to be good on the tarmac surface here.
And a little bit of grass. Just in the measure. So the full focus then is well on its way now. We wait for it to appear through the right kink and then into the braking area at Molecombe, which is the tricky bit really, isn't it? Because well, it's actually fairly subdued through Molecombe. Maybe he's been there before.
Maybe he's just building up for later in the weekend. I think it's pretty important when you're doing the Thursday run, you do not want to get a bit too carried away, end up with damage like we saw earlier on, because then of course it messes up your whole weekend. So it's good to start gently and gradually build it up, a bit like David Green was telling us earlier.
Well, from a biking perspective, I remember one James Whittam. Anybody that follows motorcycles will know superstar BSB James Whittam, who was riding a TT winning Triumph, the one and only TT winning Triumph of modern day era anyway, the Valentine entered machine, and he wheelied it up the hill and unfortunately run out of track and completely destroyed this historic motorcycle, and wasn't thanked for it. It's a moment of embarrassment that James has never quite got over. And it gets reminded regularly of.
Yeah, I can imagine. Well, we're watching one of the Mitsubishis heading up the hill now, and another manufacturer, of course, that had a lot of success in rallying. This was one of the earlier cars before they became perhaps the superstars that they became, but then Subaru with so much success.
This is the car
for
me. A Scooby-Doo, blue and gold. It would never have been in fashion until they went that way.
Yeah, Colin McRae car, this one. He took the title, the World Rally title for Subaru in the mid-1990s, and well, it's lovely to see it back out on the track, isn't it?
If you wanted a man like Colin McRae, whatever he drove rode, he was fast in. I remember Kevin Schwantz, who's here this weekend, obviously riding a 500cc Grand Prix motorcycle up the hill later. I remember Schwantz took nearly 2 laps to catch Colin McRae around Brands Hatch when Colin McRae, for the first time he'd ridden the bike, first time he'd been at Brands Hatch on a bike, and it took, I know that Schwantz was on a 750, and I think, if I remember rightly, Colin was on a 1000cc motorcycle, but there's not that much difference overall a lap. And McRae was brilliant on a motorcycle. Then if you saw him on a jet ski when he was playing, absolutely mad. He could do just about anything he wanted to. He just had that feel for things and no fear as well, which seemed to work. McRae then an absolute legend, and that is a legendary car at the top of the hill.
Yeah, wonderful to see the Subaru, and it is, as you say, great history with the world champion Colin McRae.
Sadly gone, as is, of course, Richard Burns, who was another man that was exceptional from my perspective looking in. I was a man looking in from the outside as opposed to our privileged position usually from the inside looking out. But Richard Burns, again, was another man that's synonymous with that.
And
meanwhile,
here's a car from an earlier era, 1975. We're looking at a Citroën DS23.
I always remember these because they used them as ambulances when I was racing motorbikes. I think I remember riding in the back of one once, the estate version of...
Very smooth suspension, because they had that very hydraulic suspension system, so I suppose presumably that's partly why they used them for carrying injured people around, was it?
Indeed, because the service roads around tracks in the old days was appalling. They were brilliant, actually. These were an exceptional vehicle. The suspension, some people laughed at them a little bit, but they were a real innovation back in the day. Super smooth,
and they had that ride height control as well. Beautiful machines.
Yeah. They got ride height control now on Ducatis. I wonder if that's where they got it from. MotoGP bikes. That automatic ride height that will be banned for next year. And anybody following motorcycles, of course, will understand what I'm talking about, and we'll try and get to all of that when we see the bikes out on track a bit later on.
So
meanwhile, I remember these as a Cosworth version.
That's right, a Cosworth engined version of the Mercedes, the 190E with its 2.3 Cosworth powered machine. And this was a very interesting approach by Mercedes getting involved in that. I think this is John de Heitkel in this car. It is a 1985 190E with the 2.3 16-valve Cosworth engine.
Slotted one in a Sierra as well, so you could have the Sierra version of the same thing, but this one, the 190E, was favoured by some, although the Sierra, I've got to say, was pretty useful. Coming from Northampton, of course, we used to see quite a lot of these around on the St James Mill industrial estate, which is where Cosworth were based, still are actually.
Yeah, well, it's a lovely Mercedes from back in the day. Very different, of course, to what we're seeing nowadays, and the way Mercedes have gone into competition at so many levels. But it was a slightly different approach back then, but lovely to see, and hopefully we'll see a bit more action from John in this vehicle over the course of the weekend. So there we've got one of the Rovers now as well, the SD1.
Yeah, this was the SD1, SD2. The SD1 was a remarkable car, really, wasn't it? And it was one that Rover produced. That it was a pretty car on the road, and just didn't do the business, did it? In the end, for Rover, I'm talking, rather than on track. Such a shame that it disappeared. I remember the rather cruel stickers that came with the Rover sticker with the R crossed out, as in over, when it all eventually went pear-shaped. Great shame.
Yeah, no, wonderful machine, as you say, though. It was successful on track, definitely. It's a bit smoky, this one, isn't it?
I think more from a perhaps a lock-up point of view and a bit of wheel. Oh no, you're right. There's a bit of oil smoke coming out from underneath there. That's got nothing to do with tyres at all. So it's blowing back from the power unit. You would guess. Didn't look like it was an exhaust smoke, rather than something that was a little bit leaky under the bonnet, perhaps.
Sounds lovely as it goes past us. What's always very intriguing is that these SD1s, they ran the V8 engine, 3.5 litre V8 engine, but the Metro 6R4, which we're seeing one or two of this weekend, they did a converted version of that engine that took 2 cylinders off and made a V6 engine out of it, basically, and put it in the middle of the Metro 6R4 when they created that Group B rally car.
Different versions back in the day. I always remember they used the motors out of these, really, the V8 version of it, I think, in Triumph Stags and things like that, when you couldn't get the original V6. Was it? No, was it V8? It was a V8 as well, wasn't it? Yeah. So when you couldn't get the Stag V8s because they were a little bit... how should we say? Yeah, unreliable and unavailable because they were so unreliable. They used to stick the V8s from the Rovers in there and make them a little bit more of a vehicle that you could drive day to day.
Yeah, changed the ride height though, didn't it? Because they were different weight. So
hugely.
Yes, that was always a bit of a problem. So the Rover coming across the line, and then we're off to another one of those complete off-road machines heading up the hill. And we are seeing this real blend, and they've got a Land Rover in the background as well. So, as you can see, there's such a mix of machinery that you can enjoy here.
They've got to be nearly full, I would think, up at the collecting area at the top of the hill now, because the amount of vehicles that have gone up there, and again, plenty of sideways action.
Yeah. These little short wheelbase machines that run off-road, they really do react quickly, obviously, with that short wheelbase. And you can see, though, they are pretty stable as well. And having the engines... just tucked in behind the driver gives you that traction that you want up the hill as well.
It's funny you should mention that. You wander around and look at some of the bikes, and the guys in the know, you can see that all the wheels have been pulled right back to try and, because it's fairly short and sharp here, to try and lengthen the wheelbase, to try and stop the thing from wheeling just a bit too much, to try and make it a bit more manageable on this track. So even the bike boys know exactly what you're talking about, Ben.
This is one of the Lofthouse Freelanders. Robert Bull, I think, is the driver of this one, and he's just taking it over the line. That was pretty rapid across the line, actually. I would think that we need the speed check up there. He was one of the fastest ones across there. Back to another Escort Mark 1. This is quite an early one, so F registration, so late 1960s. And heading off on its way.
F, is that 68?
Yeah, 68 or 69, I think it is, yeah.
Something along those lines. I remember the designation of number plates back in the day. Of course, I would think most people standing trackside here today at the Festival of Speed won't remember the fact that we used to have number plates in that particular order, unless you're into classic cars particularly.
It's interesting looking back at the history of the success of the Ford Escorts in the British Rally Championship. I was just looking at that, and you had people like Chris Sclater, Roger Clark, Billy Coleman, and even Ari Vatanen and Russell Brooks winning the British Rally Championship in Escorts back in the day. So both Mark 1s and then Mark 2s, we saw the Russell Brooks type car out earlier on. It was such a successful car, and it dominated right from 1971 through to 1978, when Hannu Mikkola took the last British Open Rally Championship in an Escort. That was quite a long period, wasn't it?
Historic names that you're mentioning there, that's for sure. Legends of their time and sport. Over the line then, under the finish line, up to the collecting area. The Mark 1 Escort
with the lovely headlights on the front. You know how everybody always wanted to put rally headlights on their cars? Do you remember?
CBA, was it CBA headlights?
We were growing up. Yeah, it was always the thing. You've got to put the lamps on the front of your car.
Yeah.
Well, of course, they used to rally all the way through the night. I mean, you know, it was, they needed the lights because back in the day, sadly nowadays, it's slightly different, but they would do an all-night, particularly in the RAC rally.
I can't believe I'm long enough in the tooth to remember things like wing mirrors. When your wing mirrors go out, somebody can answer that question. They're all on door mirrors now. Wing mirrors. I always remember that my dad would always have one fitted, retro-fitted. They'd drill the wing to put a wing mirror in. You can never see out of them. There were hardly any point to them at all, but he insisted on wing mirrors.
Well, we got another of the Mark IIs going over the line there. That looks like another one that was being successful over the years, with some notable liveries on it. And I think that's one of the last cars that's going to be coming up the hill for the moment. So we've had a really interesting rally and off-road sequence, really mixing up some of the classes that we're going to see over the course of the weekend. Some are from the dawn of modern rallying, some are from the legends of Group B, others from the birth of stage rallying. They're all different categories that we are going to see over the course of the weekend. And we'll see other cars as well. For example, the Chrysler Sunbeam Lotus. Didn't see that. Triumph TR7 V8. That'll be fun to see as well. So some of those early rally cars. which we'll be watching as a Lotus Esprit rally car as well. Funnily enough, it's got a V8 engine right from back in the day. So lovely to see everybody enjoying yourselves, and I hope you're getting a good view of all the action that's going out on circuit, and there's lots more coming up over the course of the rest of the day. But that was some lovely off-road machinery that we've just been enjoying. Let's go and join Ed up at the top.
Chris Bowler, the wonderful thing about Thursday at the Festival of Speed is we actually get to see these cars close up on the hill rather than just on the off-road arena. For those of us that aren't experts, what is it?
This is part of a series of vehicles. It's in principle an off-road vehicle. This particular vehicle happens to compete in a higher level called Ultra 4, but in principle all of these vehicles you're seeing are off-road vehicles. So they're not a track car, they're not a tarmac car, they're designed to cope with pretty much whatever terrain you put in front of them.
And this is based, you were saying, on a Discovery?
This particular vehicle is based on a Discovery 2. A lot of the vehicles are space frame built. Some of the vehicles, like Brian's vehicle here, is a production vehicle that's been turned into a competitive vehicle. So there's a whole range of different kinds of vehicle options. And some people choose particular models, particular engines. I happen to have an American Camaro engine in this, 430 horsepower. So again, you can sort of mix and match and play whatever tunes you want with your off-roader. It is what it is.
Brian, come in here for a second now. You arrived and you came out with a wonderful phrase that I don't think we can repeat on TV. Yes. But you were doing some donuts outside the house.
Yeah, we've been. It's a little bit of a competition we've got in house with the guys. Are you going to do a donut? Because if you crash in front of all these thousands of people, you're going to look a fool. You're going to look an idiot. But I went for it, did it, got it round perfectly, and power slid it all the way past the house. Absolutely fantastic. But as Chris mentioned, he's got a rather large American engine. I've got a very small 1 litre turbo. But it's a Rotax engine, so the output from this is a lot of horsepower for the cubic capacity. But again, my car probably weighs half what yours does, so I don't need as much power. I can also stop later because the car only weighs 840 kilos.
Now, if anybody wants to see these kind of in their kind of natural terrain, they can see you guys on the off-road arena all weekend, can't they?
That's right, yeah. We're doing some demonstrations throughout the weekend, and then Sunday's a shootout. That's when all our friendships go out of the window, and there's a bit of money passing hands with bets. Well, they were pounds and 50p's. But again, it's that kudos of racing and competing at Goodwood Festival of Speed and doing the shootout. And if you get to win, it's great. But no matter what, your mate wins, because we're all friends together. So it's a no-lose situation. Like I say, we've got the car here. It's Scaff Shirt by Guard Protection, and it's a new product that's coming on the market for safety shirts for builders and construction workers. And it's great. It's just one of the best feelings in the world is doing this event, is the Goodwood Festival of Speed.
Chris, are you going to beat him on Sunday?
Of course I'm going to beat him. There's no two ways about it. But as Brian said, we're all friends in this. We've all come from different backgrounds. We compete in events all through the year. So it's not that we've only met up here. You know, I run a different championship to the championship that he runs. We met each other on the Hill Rally recently. And we're all friends and we're all sharing ideas and sharing concepts. So absolutely right. I will beat him.
Great to hear. Have a good weekend, guys.
Opinions vary.
Peter Roberts, you obviously know the car very well, but it's very different driving it on the Goodwood Hill, and you just told me it was your first time.
Yeah, absolutely. But we're not used to tarmac, we do off-road. So the car's more comfortable when it's all right, that one didn't make it. The car's more comfortable on the grass. So after the first corner, I drifted off onto the grass. I thought, well, that's where it's staying. So yeah, it was interesting. Not quite the perfect run I was imagining I was going to do, but it was fun. It was fun.
Now, there's a huge variation of cars here, from the off-road kind of world. Tell us a little bit about this one.
Yeah, this is one I designed. So it's a front-engine independent suspension car. Pretty much in our sport, you got a fair free rein on the design of the cars. So where you put the engine, what the engine is, how you do the suspension, you can pretty much do what you want. So this one I designed and built myself. I've been racing with it now for the last sort of 3 or 4 years, fairly successfully, I think. So, yeah, that's the beauty of the sport. You've got so much freedom. So, and I think that's perfect for this show. Innovators. In our sport, you can be innovative and do what you want. It's great.
Well, enjoy the rest of the weekend.
No problem. Thank you very much.
It's never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations, and you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me, and Dad stopped breathing, and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figured that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car, and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, why? How could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
Well, as you guys know, there are many wonderful cars here at Festival of Speed this year. We're obviously doing a big nod to the BMW M Division's 50th anniversary and Ferrari's 75th anniversary. But let's not forget a couple of other awesome manufacturers, David. And we're going to have a look firstly at Mercedes. And you've brought me over here for quite a specific reason. But before we get into that, just tell me about some of the awesome machines that we do have on offer here.
Well, as you know, as you say here, the themes in Goodwood, we always have different themes, you know, and this one's all about Mercedes racing history there. We had that lovely, blocky 190 DTM car from the 90s there, and this Sauber Mercedes C9 Group C car driven by Stefan Johansson, the Ferrari Formula One driver. But it really, when you talk about motor racing and Mercedes, you go back to this car. 1955, the Mercedes 300 SLR. A gorgeous car, very familiar car. It's Sterling Moss. Dennis Jenkinson drove this car in the Mille Miglia, this type of car in the Mille Miglia, extraordinary speed. This is a sister car to that, Hans Hermann. And why it's topical at the moment, and why I think there's a lot of people gathering around this car, is the road version of this car recently sold for, wait for it,
go on,
135 million euros.
And that was about 3 times over the previous record as well, wasn't it? Which I think was a Ferrari, which is about 48 million, which, I mean, the price difference between that is ridiculous. Why, how does a car cost that much?
Well, the reason is there's only 2 cars ever made of the road-going version of this car. So Mercedes never sold them. They got out of motor racing, they decided to put the cars in the factory, and they never sold the car. Now, whether it's a bit of somebody thinking this is worth some money, Mercedes don't really need even that amount of money, but it's a bit of canny marketing because, as you say, up until now, Ferrari pretty much dominated that best-selling cars of all time with the 250 GTO. But this 300 SLR road car that we saw for sale was just never been for sale, so it was like the holy grail. And, you know, it's now the most expensive car in the world, has a 3-pointed star on the front, which is a great bit of marketing for Mercedes.
I mean, is that car actually going to get driven? Or is it going to stay firmly in somebody's garage and just used as a bit of a showpiece?
Well, actually, the nice thing is I think the owner will display it around the world at the various festivals that we have all around the world. I'm sure we'll see it at the Festival of Speed very, very soon. We'll see it at the likes of Pebble Beach. But this was where that car came from, and it's the race car that was so successful, especially in the hands of Sterling Moss. And it's just a beautiful thing when you look at it. I love the fact that it's got this tartan interior here. And it looks quite tame here, but when you imagine, we look at Bugatti Veyrons and Chirons and things like that, and at the time this was the hypercar of the day. 180 miles an hour in 1955. I mean, can you believe it?
No, I can't, and I'd love to get in it. I don't think we're quite allowed to do that at the moment, but Mercedes, as David was just alluding to, have some great vehicles here on show, as do so many other manufacturers, and we'll be having a little walk around this paddock to bring you up to speed on exactly what is here, who is here, and if you aren't here, we will kind of have all bases covered. So yeah, we hope you enjoyed that little look at the Mercedes offering at Festival of Speed this year.
Well, hello, wherever you are around the site here at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, whether you are breakfast, lunch, evening, middle of the night, somewhere around the world, thank you for joining us. My name's Martin Haven. Alongside me, Sean Ward from the content team here at Goodwood. We've just seen a whole bunch of rally cars going up the hill. We are now going to look at some of our manufacturers' offerings. But wherever you are around the venue, if you are here at the Festival of Speed, thank you for coming. Congratulations on making it in. Hopefully you've brought decent weather with you, because as you can tell, we've had a sprinkling of rain. I can see some of you have neither got programs, oh dear, big mistake, nor the earbug, the radio that comes with it. So make a beeline for a program seller the next time you get an opportunity. It is a genuine work of art. Not only does it give you great information on what you're seeing, but some of the backstories as well. The program and book, the stories that go with it, are very well worth your investment. And the free radio, I saw you, sir, in your lovely pink shirt. The free radio is absolutely invaluable. Also, for those of you here on site, download the Goodwood app, because it will tell you where you are and what's around you. And when you've delved down a wormhole somewhere and have spent half an hour looking at something or other and want to go where you were heading, it'll tell you where you are. So, cars heading up the hill in a beautiful procession of Bentleys. Sean, let's pick the bones out of this.
So we've got a range of Bentleys, turbocharged Bentleys from a couple of decades now. We've got a 1991 Turbo R, we've got an Arnage, Continental R, Brooklands, Mulsanne, Continental Supersports. It's 10 years old now, it's hard to believe that. Continental GT V8S, Continental GT Speed. The list goes on. It's the first time we've seen these today. A nice train of Bentleys.
Well, I imagine that, particularly for those in the convertibles, they were not looking forward to coming out in the rain. A great opportunity just to actually to compare and contrast, because since the Continental arrived, it has gradually been sort of massaged as the years have gone by. But when you look at a very early one, a first one, and you look at the brand new ones that are currently on sale, you think, okay, actually, that's very much the same car. Heading up with the Mulsannes, I mean, that's sort of, in my head, where the new Bentley started to emerge, when it really started to sort of pick up its heels again as a car manufacturer. And it's beautiful, beautiful array of powerful machines.
Yeah, the old 6 3/4 litre V8s have gone now. You've got W12s, you've got V8s, we've got hybrid V6s now as well. So it's changed, and these modern Bentleys, they're very good at crossing long distances very easily. They're very comfortable, but also insanely powerful, and just truly ridiculous performance, like a flying spur, which weighs more than 2 tons, will get to 60 in 3 and a bit seconds.
Well, it was ever thus, Bentley was always the iron fist in the velvet glove. Supreme luxury, supreme comfort, and just earth-shattering performance as well. And when you've got that history right back from the foundations of the company, it's really important to keep that alive, and the current range of cars do that in absolute magnificent splendour. But 6 3/4 litre V8s tended to be a bit on the thirsty side. So, 12 miles per gallon was your standard, and a little less, quite a lot less if you were a bit aggressive with it. But as you say, with the modern engines, much more fuel efficient, and the hybrids also adding to that. We've also got, as we have so many times at Festival of Speed, rather enterprisingly driven, a world first, and this is the BMW 3, the new 3 Series Touring, isn't it?
Yes, this is the new M3 Touring. Whoever's driving it is driving rather spiritedly, a bit of oversteer through the first corner.
Just for a moment, from the big cheesy grin, I thought, is that David Coulthard? I had to have a peer. It's not David Coulthard, but could quite easily be.
He's not hanging about, whoever this chap is.
Yeah.
Going to go past the flip wall, there we go.
Needs to be careful, or he'll be catching a queue of gently driven Bentleys. And, touring has been such a successful sub-part of BMW's brand over the years. You get all the performance of an M3, plus you can put the family and the kids and all the kit and the dog in it, and who doesn't need that?
Well, that's the thing, to have this unveiled today, we've never seen this before. We've seen an estate M5, we've seen estate cars from rivals, but never in the form of a BMW M3.
Well, BMW celebrating 50 years of the M brand here. Motorsport has been a part of BMW's history for so many years, and like brands like Porsche, they have continued to nurture that performance spirit, haven't they, in all their road cars, the ultimate driving machine, as they always like to say.
And here we've got the Lamborghini STO, and then following on from that, the Lamborghini Aventador Ultimate. And just waiting on the line there is another Huracan. So back to the Aventador.
Well,
740 horsepower, last of the big V12.
Last of the dinosaurs.
Without a hybrid assistance, that's where it will go in the future.
And actually, I was watching him driving that earlier when it was very wet, and he was giving himself plenty of room to the cars in front because he wanted to give it a proper whale up past towards Moulcombe.
It's hard to believe now as well that the Aventador is 10 years old, 11 years old now. It was 2011, I think, that's when they first launched that car.
And still, it's got that look that, that's so much a part of Lamborghini's heritage, the shock of the new, from the Lamborghini Miura in the 60s, from the Countach, all the way through Huracan, Gallardo, every one of them has just kind of pushed the boundaries of, oh my goodnessness, a little bit further.
Well, there's always been, because often they've had all-wheel drive systems, admittedly Huracan STO doesn't, but for the most part they've had all-wheel drive security, so you can unlock this incredible performance and this insane sound of the V12 or V10, but you've got a certain degree of security behind you.
And then, of course, you get, with that four-wheel drive system, again, you size it up and you get the Urus, which is every inch. Look, you just see one, you go, oh, that's a Lamborghini. Even if you've never seen one before, it's got the family face. And actually, this does as well, the Stelvio, doesn't it? From the back, you go, okay, I'm not quite sure what that is. When you see its face, oh, that's an Alfa. There's never a question about it.
As an Alfa Romeo, and he's shifting, actually. We've just seen the Giulia. This is the Stelvio Quadrifoglio, more than 500 horsepower, twin-turbo V6, Ferrari derived engine. Monster performance. Hit 60 in mid-3 seconds, and it's
and again, it is supercar performance, but in an SUV, and the manufacturer can actually achieve that and hold on to that performance and that feel. The family feel as well as the look in a car is astonishing in something that's so big.
Yeah, they're impressive cars. We absolutely love them.
Well, they always say, particularly Alfisti, Alfaholics, if you've never owned an Alfa, you're not an actual car enthusiast. I've never owned an Alfa, but I did come down in a 1962 Morris Minor on its last leg, so I think that counts.
I think you're a car enthusiast.
I'm just a different kind of sick.
So McLaren Artura on the hill. New generation of McLaren, new chassis, new twin-turbo V6 engine, very different to the V8 Sports Series that it replaces. You've still got the 720S, which is V8 powered. This is V6. It's something new from McLaren. It's the next generation of cars for them.
And yet, when you look at it, there's no question that the parentage was the 412C, because I mean it's got all the same feel, hasn't it? And yet it also has McLaren F1 look to it as well. So it's got all of those echoes coming down through the line.
It's a very very pretty car. You can drive it, I think, 18 miles on electric power alone, which is, you know, for a car that's got more than 600 horsepower is crazy.
Send your granny to the shops in it, and you could probably send your granny to the shops in this as well. You know, one of the delights of modern engineering and modern technology, and particularly modern electronics, is that it doesn't have to be turbo nutter insanity the whole time. You can actually potter in these cars and they'll take it quite happily.
So many of these cars are very usable, even when they've got extreme performance. Porsche Panamera, various different types of Panamera that you can go for depending on what you want. You can go for V8s, you can go for hybrids, you can go for anything. Generally speaking, they're all quite quick.
The four-door 911 for the family man, which you know, many 911s have been kept as entirely for high days, holidays and toy use, but actually with the Panamera you can have your 911 and it's a family car as well.
So we're looking at the Ferrari 296 GTB, another new generation of car for Ferrari, a more attainable hybrid powertrain. A couple of those on the hill at the moment. Monster power again. It's a, you know, V6 engine, but more than 800 horsepower, which is, again, it's quite a lot.
Even by modern hypercar standards, it is quite a lot. Yes.
Well, if you think the LaFerrari, when that was launched, the first hybrid Ferrari, that was 2012 roughly, and that was just over 1,000 horsepower, and that was a very limited run car. But this is not a limited run car. This is something, you know, if you've got the money to be able to buy it in that position, then you can go and do it, and it's got quite similar levels of performance, really.
Yeah, it's not, I suppose base model isn't quite the terminology they'd be looking for, but yes, the most affordable.
It's the technology just gradually filters down, so you start to see it as time progresses. You start to see models that are not quite so expensive and just doing a huge burnout off the line. Is the Lotus Emira GT4. Thank you, sir, whoever's driving that. We really appreciate that.
Well, and also coming past us and up the hill are a couple of Ford Raptor pickups, which will be highly entertaining. They're very entertaining in the wet. And Lotus with a whole new lease of life at the moment, really, you know, keeping that Colin Chapman spirit alive of real pure performance machinery.
It's exciting as well because they're moving into an age where they're going to have to, well, they are thinking about electrification. They've got the Electra here down Electric Avenue. If you haven't already seen that, go and have a look at it. Electric Avenue, so many electric cars in there to have a look around and plod around with. But yeah, they're still doing cars like this with very loud, shouty V6s making all the right noises.
Absolutely right, and you know, and there is so much of what got most people here into motorsport and cars in the first time was is that kind of visceral experience, the noise, the smell, all of that, and it you know, going forward, entirely likely to be a very different world. But you don't need to lose the performance. You may lose the sort of smell of petrol swishing around in the cockpit, but the performance is more than there. So red flag out at the moment. We have, as they would say in the old days, a failure to proceed. So it's all going a little quiet on the hill. Don't forget, if you are at the side of the track at the moment, I'm sure you're very well aware that there is an awful lot more going on that you can enjoy. You can go down and see all the manufacturer stands, Electric Avenue. You can go into the Sky F1 Formula One pit lane. You can see all sorts of different cars from every conceivable element of motorsport history, from the very earliest days to last week, 2 weeks ago, Le Mans winners. You can see the Glickenhaus that finished on the podium in Hypercar. You can see the car that won in GTE for Porsche at Le Mans just 2 weeks ago, covered in the filth and the dirt and the dead insects and the tyre marks and everything else, fresh from the racetrack. And don't forget the rally stage as well. You can get, if you are on the pit lane and performance side of the hill climb course, you can get onto a transport and go to the top, up to the collecting area where the drivers all hang out when they've completed their runs, and get an autograph, a selfie, maybe have a chat with the driver or two. And you can also then wander down through the trees via the rally stage. You've seen the rally cars going up the hill, everything from the Peugeot 504 pickup to Group B rally cars and everything in between, and they will all be plying their trade, not so slowly but definitely very sideways, around the rally stage as well. So you can join Tony Jardine and the boys there and watch the rallying, and get down to back down to terra firma. Plenty of opportunities to eat and drink here as well. And our course car, courtesy of Aston Martin, the new DBX, world's, well, is that 707? The
Do you
DBX.
know what? If I'm honest, at this stage,
You can't tell. I have to say, I can't tell. Aston Martin were extraordinarily kind and loaned me a DBX 707 to take to Le Mans a couple of weeks ago, and I can safely say that I have never driven anything that sounded quite so much like a NASCAR without it being an actual NASCAR. It is, in GT mode, it is just like a nicely built SUV, supremely comfortable and capable, and took 3 people and all the gubbins for a week. But when you floor the throttle, and particularly if you start to go into sport modes and so on, it just becomes an absolute beast. Sport Plus I didn't venture into. That removes all the driver aids and makes it rear-wheel drive with more than 700 horsepower. And I checked my driving licence, and I didn't pass that bit of the test. So I left that alone. Yeah, I left that bit alone. I'm definitely underqualified for that.
I do believe that was the standard Aston Martin DBX. I don't think that's the DBX 707.
Well, if you see a bright blue one with AM V8, that is a 707. So our course cars are meandering up to the top of the hill, and then the crossing points will be open. If you want to come across, you'll find a couple of crossing points that are patrolled by the marshals. Do stay to the left. We walk on the left in this country, not just on the elevators, escalators in the underground. And it'll make it easier to cross. And of course, when the track is live, you can go across on the MasterCard bridge as well.
The Formula 1 safety car here as well, Mercedes AMG GT Black Series. Absolute monster. Look at that rear wing. And that's allowed on the road.
Again, it's a monster in any way, shape or form, that car, isn't it? So crossing points are open if you need to move wherever you are headed to. Now is your opportunity. And for those of you joining us away from the venue here at the Festival of Speed, lots more cars, lots more action coming on the hill throughout the course of the day, the morning, the night, the evening, wherever you are. Good morning. If you haven't had breakfast yet, good luck with that. Can you send us some as well? Could just do another bacon sandwich now. 3rd of the morning. Well, I mentioned the top paddock where everybody gathers. We don't need a radio repeater there to hear from our interviewer, because Ed Foster is plenty tall enough to be a radio repeater mast on his own. Let's see who he's caught up with.
Mike Sayer, we've just seen a huge group of Bentleys sort of waft up the hill, as only Bentleys can do. Talk us through what we're seeing.
So these are 10 cars, 7 from our heritage collection, 3 of our modern cars that together celebrate 40 years of turbocharged Bentleys. The first turbo Bentley was in 1982, represented here by our Turbo R, and then we've got examples all the way up to modern day.
Talk us through the modern day ones, because there's some quite special kit a bit further up in the paddock.
Yeah, we've got 3 debuts here actually in this particular collection. So we've got our new Continental GT Mulliner, which is the absolute pinnacle of the Continental family, fastest, most dynamic, most luxurious. And then we have a number of cars representing our new S range as well. So that's the performance-enhanced version of our V8 Continental GT, and we have that in coupe, convertible, and with the flying spur here as well.
Now, with Bentleys, it must be quite a delicate balance to strike, because there's so much power, and they're very, very fast, but you must never lose the refinement, can you?
You're exactly right. What Bentley does, unlike anyone else, is combine luxury and comfort and performance in this sort of magical combination. So With every car that we make, it's the same recipe of those attributes, but we balance them in different ways. So we can turn up the performance or we can turn up the comfort depending on which model in the range you're talking about.
And finally, I can imagine this feels quite wide coming up the Festival of Speed hill.
It's less wide than one of our modern cars, to be honest. This is a 1991 example of a Turbo R. It's a lovely old thing. It just floats along, and if you put your foot down, it takes a second, and then you're warp speed. It's a wonderful thing.
Can you borrow one of these? Working for Bentley, can you borrow one of these for the weekend, or is it sort of hidden away?
Well, I'm extremely lucky to be the head of the Heritage Collection, so we do have to run the cars. We try and run everything in the collection at least once a month, because cars like to be driven. So yeah, I'm very lucky I get to take them home sometimes.
What a wonderful job. Enjoy it.
Thank you, Ed.
Frank Weiser, you've been testing and developing this car. You've just come up the Goodwood Hill. And what people won't realise on the screens is how hot the brakes are. You obviously enjoyed it.
Yeah, it was absolutely amazing. It's a great pleasure to drive this car. For me, it's a big honor that I'm able to drive up here in Goodwood, as I've never been here. I watched it a lot. And I was involved in this car in suspension development, did all the suspension tuning with my colleagues, and we made it a real M3, and it's a big, big pleasure to drive up here.
Now, it's obviously, this is the M3 Touring that was launched this morning. It must be fantastic to see the crowd's reaction and everyone actually seeing this for the first time, because you've obviously seen it, you've driven it, and it's nice it's out in the open.
Yeah, it's absolutely amazing to see the people enjoying this car, because they were waiting for a long time for the touring model, as it was never there. It's the very first M3 Touring, and yeah, it's absolutely amazing to drive it here.
And how was your passenger coming up the hill?
Oh, she loved it.
Well, enjoy the rest of the runs.
Thank you very much. It's a pleasure.
Hello. There's a young fan. That's always good to see, isn't it? Bring them in fact, I'm really impressed at how many really quite young kids are here. Fantastic to see so many youngsters being indoctrinated by their parents. That's the way to keep it going.
That's where it starts. I remember my dad taking me to little shows where they were like tractors and old Morris Minors and all sorts, and here I am. I'm into cars.
And actually, genuinely, I mean, and events like the Festival of Speed really underline that. If you got into things when you were a kid, and yeah, traction engines and tractors and cars and all sorts of stuff, I think if you've got that propensity for liking mechanical things, you just like mechanical things. And, you know, these manufacturer cars coming back down the hill, you will find that an awful lot of people involved in design are absolute nutter petrol heads. You just heard from Frank Weiser, who's been involved with the suspension development on that BMW M3 Touring. And in every one of these car companies, people are drawn to this because they just love machinery.
Talk that talk in reality, you have not seen me in action. You think the come up comes overnight, you ain't behind the scenes, trust me, these things don't just happen. No shade to Gerald, but G's don't come easy when you trying to eat out producing and rapping. I read that contract you sent me to sign, but excuse me, I can't help myself, I'm just laughing. Hey.
Never miss a single lap of the Moto America season. Moto America Live Plus allows you to see races, qualifying, and practices of 8 different classes of racing. Enjoy coverage from 11 racetracks on your browser, Roku, Android, iOS, and Apple TV. See up to 8 hours of live racing per day, or watch on your own time on demand. Sign up today for Moto America Live Plus at MotoAmericaLivePlus.com.
Check this out.
It hasn't been such a long time since people first started shopping online, and it was easy to keep up with the clicks. Little by little by little by more, the clicks added up to be more than the stores, and e-tailers worked harder than ever before because they had to keep up with the clicks. No time for borders. Got to stay in control, to stay in the flow and continue to grow. But we'll help you. Keep up with the clicks.
Well, how are we already at lunchtime on day one? I mean, the morning has gone pretty fast, as we'd expect here, because the timetable is just stacked. Obviously, the Duke of Richmond, he opened account Sydney this morning on the hill in that BMW M3 touring car. Unfortunately, it was in the wet. We had rain this morning. It's now turned out to be pretty muggy, so I'm sure the hill is drying pretty rapidly. So anyone who goes out this afternoon will have a nice, clear, fast run on the hill. But what an account there to see the Duke of Richmond opening up proceedings here of 2022 Festival of Speed out there in the touring car, which you're going to go out there on a bit later, David.
Absolutely. I mean, as you say, fast and furious start to Goodwood Festival, as you would hope this year. And yes, the M3 Touring, as we said before, an estate car essentially, but I've never known so much interest for a car like this. I mean, and I'm lucky enough to be able to drive it this afternoon, as you say, on a drying track. I was first out there this morning in the Lamborghini, which, you know, it's not the ideal car, nearly 800 horsepower, V12 to be taking up on a damp track, but we took it nice and steady. What
were conditions out there at the moment? What were they like when you were driving?
Everyone was taking it. I think basically you don't want to be that person picking yourself out the hay bales the first run up the track. So the track's very damp. It's obviously a little bit crowned, the track is. So you do really have to take careful. And as you go into the trees, there's some damp patches as well. And we had to talk about the car on the way up, so you don't want to get there too quickly because you've only got really a minute to chat. So I had the factory driver, Jerome, sitting next to me. He said to keep me company, but I think he was trying to keep an eye on me, really.
And in terms of what it is like down at the start there for those guys who are around here or at home who haven't been, it moves quite quickly. You think it's going to be quite pedestrian down there in terms of the cars kind of slowly progressing to the start line, but it happens so quickly, doesn't it?
Well, of course, lots of cars have launch control at the moment, and you want to make a good display for the crowd off the line. So everyone's firing off the line. You can hear them in the background. They're coming back towards the start line for their run. And as with Festival of Speed every year, there's just so much going on across this whole expanse.
And in terms of other cars or bikes that have captured your attention so far on day one, what would you say?
Well, you just have to walk around to soak things up here. I mean, I was just walking through there, the Cartier Style Lux set over there, and there's just random McLaren F1s dotted around the lawn. You know, 15 million plus pound cars just dotted around the lawn to walk around. So that was great. You walk up to the paddock up there and you see all sorts of stuff. We looked at the 300 SLR, and then of course every manufacturer has their base dotted around, and it's great to just walk in there and see what's going on. I haven't even touched the surface. We're going to be here for 4 days, and I don't think I'll still see everything by Sunday afternoon.
Yeah, make sure you do go to every corner of Festival of Speed here, because as David just mentioned, there is so much going on. And we have something pretty special for you as well. The Red Arrows, they left actually RAF Scampton at 9:50 a.m. this morning. You could have tracked their flight path because they're about to do a flyover here, very special flyover at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. Of course, at the Queen's Platinum Jubilee just a couple of weeks ago, doing a flyover there. They've had quite the congested schedule. So for now, should we just sit back, relax and enjoy this very special Red Arrows flyover here at the Festival of Speed?
Good afternoon, Goodwood. My name is Squad Leader Graham Muscat. I am Red 10, the team supervisor with the Royal Air Force Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. I have the honour today of being here with you today and talk through the display. I'll give you some information about the team pilots, as well as some background information about the team, and also let you hear some of the commentary of the display. As you're all aware, COVID has had a massive impact on us for the last 2 years, and it is great to be back at an event with a huge crowd such as it is today at Goodwood. We've been busy over in Croatia and Greece over the spring working up our displays, and this year we are performing to 65 displays and over 15 flypasts, which is back where we were before COVID. One of the key roles of the Royal Air Force is to represent one of the key roles of Red Arrows is to represent the Royal Air Force, a force which is on duty 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year, playing a prominent role in NATO through our quick reaction Typhoon aircraft. It is the job of these Typhoons to be constantly on alert, posing a threat, being able to counter any threat or danger near the United Kingdom on behalf of also our ally partners. Bus 10 1001 wind calm. Bus 10 1001 wind calm. Copy, you are clear to display. The Red Arrows also play a role in representing global Britain, and in 2019 the team spent 3 months displaying and promoting the best of Britain in North America, strengthening our links with the Canadians and the US friends. And last year we displayed in Estonia and Poland, once again strengthening our ties with NATO, and also working in the Expo in Dubai. Once again displaying the great of global Britain. The Red Arrows and the whole force, Royal Air Force, are ambassadors of STEM, that is science, technology, engineering and maths. And we often work with colleges and universities and promote the participation in these subjects to address the national shortfall. The Red Arrows is, of course, a military unit, and as such we are commanded by Wing Commander David Montenegro. He is a former team leader, synchro leader, and has flown the F3 operationally and is a qualified Tucano flying instructor. There are currently 9 pilots on the team, each having had over 1,500 fast jet hours to be able to join the team. And of course they've all flown operational aircraft of Typhoon, Tornado F3, GR4 and Harrier on operations before they can join the team. But the team isn't just about the pilots. There are 120 personnel in the team, consisting of engineers, administrators, logisticians, suppliers and public relations. These are called the Blues, and we'll be able to see them wearing their blue overalls. Ladies and gentlemen, get yourself ready for a loud and colourful start to the show. As the team run in from our crowd rear, please put your hands together for the Royal Air Force 2022 Aerobatic Team, the Red Arrows. We have 3 shows, a full, rolling and flat. The full being 5,500 feet cloud base, rolling 2,500 feet and a flat show 1,000. The team slowing down to 150 miles an hour at approximately 5,500 feet as Red One brings the team down towards the ground and bends it to the right. Red One, the team leader this year, is squadron leader Tom Bold. Tom is in his 2nd year as team leader, having previously served as synchro lead, and is also a qualified flying instructor on Tucano, Hawk T Mark II, and he flew the Typhoon operationally. Smoke comes on as the team move from the shape you can see now, 7 Arrow, into shuttle. You get Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move backwards. And they perform the first of our big space-shaped themes.
Easing roll.
As the team roll, you can see on the right-hand side, closest in is Red 2, Flight Lieutenant Stu Roberts. Stu's in his first year on the team, having previously flown Typhoons with 11 and 12 Squadron at RAF Coningsby. His opposite number on the left-hand side is Red 3, again in his first year on the team, Flight Lieutenant Patrick Kershaw, known as Paddy. He has previously flown Tornado at Marham with 9 Bomber Squadron and has also flown Typhoon on 11 and 12 Squadrons at RAF Coningsby. Reds 4 and 5 smoke as Reds 2, 3... Red arrows up. In a tribute to the squadron, its history and its people, and that the squadron now flies the F-35 Lightning. This is the Lightning Loop. Once again, the team reaching 5,500 feet as the team leader starts to bring the formation to the left. On the outside of the formation, on the right-hand side, is Red 4, Squadron Leader John Bond. Bondy is in his 5th year on the team, having previously served as Synchro Leader, and was also the Carlo display pilot in 2012. He has also flown Typhoon operationally. Reds 4 and 5 smoke as Reds 2, 3, 4 and 5 move up the line to sit just behind Red 1. Red 6 and 7 split, with Red 6 moving to the right-hand side, sit behind Red 2, and Red 7 to the left to sit behind Red 3. All this while Red 1 is bending the formation to the right, pulling at approximately 3G, making the move even more difficult.
Easy up, and roll.
As the formation conduct the Phoenix roll, you can see the iconic shape of the Hawk aircraft, which has been in service with the Royal Air Force since 1976 and has been with the Red Arrows since 1979. Earlier this year, other units in the Royal Air Force and UK military stopped flying the Hawk, making the Red Arrows the only sole operator of the Hawk T1 in the UK. Reds 4 and 5 once again smoke as they move slowly back towards the formation. The Royal Air Force is constantly trying to adapt its capability and has noticed that the importance of space in its capability is a very important fact. Space plays an important part in all military operations of land, air, maritime and cyber domains. In tribute to the early 1960s space missions with a shape that represents the lunar landing craft, this is Apollo. Once again, red 1 calls for the formation to move. As red 6 and 7 move alongside red 2 and 3 at the front, and red 4 and 5 sit in trail. Red 1 bringing the formation around to the right for one of the most popular and tricky to fly and dynamic of the formation. Representing the combat aircraft, no longer in service, but was on operations for almost 40 years. Get your cameras ready for the colourful Tornado. Red 1 calls for red 4 and 5 to roll around the formation as they're smoking the red, white and blue. As the formation brings to the right-hand side, look for the colour change from reds 4 and 5. Red 5 smoking red. Flight Lieutenant Dave Simmons. Simo has previously flown Tornado GR4 and has also flown the Harrier and F5 while on exchange with the United States Marine Corps. Wind calm, red hot. Reds 4 and 5 now join the rest of the formation in a battle formation. 2022 is an important year for the United Kingdom and the Commonwealth as Her Majesty the Queen celebrates her Platinum Jubilee of sitting on the throne. That makes her the longest serving Queen in history. In tribute to Her Majesty and that Platinum Jubilee, get your cameras ready for the Jubilee Present. As we come to the end of the first half of the display, the aircraft will set in a formation and will split into two separate parts. You have reds 1 through 5, known as Enid. They are named after Enid Blyton's famous 5 from the children's series of books. And red 6 and 7 are the synchro pair, led by red 6, the synchro lead. During the second half of the display, you will see a fast and dynamic show with some high-speed opposition passes, which compares to the first half of the show where you saw a graceful formation flying involving 7 aircraft. As the formation head towards with their light zone, you can see Enid on top with the synchro pair just underneath. Get your cameras ready for the dynamic and colourful detonator. Red 6 and 7 now break away from smoking the blue and red. Pull it up again using 4G to approximately 2,500 feet above the height that they're flying. As they come round, they'll be diving down to approximately 300 feet with a closing speed of over 700 miles per hour. Red 7 coming in from the left, red 6 coming in from right, perform a series of barrel rolls before crossing the middle, followed by some barrel rolls in the double rolls. Looking to your front 45, you'll see Enid formation stroking white. As they pull up and they change the colour, leaving a snake-like smoke trail in the sky for the Python. Red 1 pulling Enid formation up before a second left-hand barrel roll streaming white. As Enid leave the displayer, keep looking left and right for the synchro pair. Once again coming in at 300 feet and over 700 miles per hour closure. They will perform a cross before pulling up at 5G to conduct a half horizontal each in the boomerang. Synchro pair pulling up now at 5G to approximately 2,500 feet. They'll go inverted before going to 60 degrees nose down, heading back towards their 300 feet operating height. Pilots pulling up at 5G means that everything about them is now waving 5G heavy, 5 times heavier than it is than you and I are on the ground right now. As the synchro pair leave the display area, keep looking to your left-hand side for Enid formation. They perform a series of barrel rolls around each other, with Reds 4 and 5 smoking blue and Reds 2 and 3 smoking red, in one of the most trickiest manoeuvres for our new pilots each year to master. This is the rollbacks.
Go.
As Enid leave the display area to our right, keep looking to the right-hand side for the synchro pair coming in trail.
We are too late, boss. 6, rolling in. 7, roll, go.
Red 6 calls to roll inverted, and Red 6 like to give a shout out to his brother-in-law Paul Watson as Red 6 is inverted. Red 7 rolling around the smoke of Red 6 is Flight Lieutenant James Turner, JT. He is in his 3rd year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon operationally and is a qualified flying instructor. As the synchro pair go off to our left-hand side in the display area, they are continuing their pull round, pulling 5G with Red 7 in trail on Red 6. Red 6, the synchro lead, is squadron leader Gregor Ogston. He's in his 4th year on the team, having previously flown Typhoon and Harrier operationally, as well as being a qualified flying instructor on the Hawk T-Mark II. As they pull back to the left-hand side, Red 6 smoking blue. Look to your right-hand side, you'll see Enid formation in the inverted V. Red 6 lining up with Enid to perform the colourful double goose.
Power. A little bit right now.
Each aircraft is fitted with a smoke pod. In that smoke plug, we are capable of producing 5 minutes of white smoke, 1 minute of red smoke, and 1 minute of blue smoke. Therefore, each show is choreographed every year to make sure that we have the right smoke in the right colour at the right time throughout the display. Once again, Enid leave the display area and looking directly to your front, you'll see the nose lights of the Synchro pair as they pull up with 7 in trail on red 6. Get your cameras ready as the smoke comes on. Synchro pair smoking red for the Synchro Heart. The Synchro pair remaining in the display area. As again, for the final time, they bow down to their 300 MSD and over 700 miles per hour for their closing speed. They'll perform a series of barrel rolls, followed by some inverted flying in a manoeuvre that was named by a viewer of the One Show in 2020. This is Crossbow. Once again, Enid are coming towards us straight from crowd front with all 5 aircraft smoking white. The red smoke comes on from Red 1 as he performs a series of barrel rolls around the rest of formation, making the infinity symbol in the infinity break. It's been an absolute honour and a pleasure to perform today. Please put your hands together for the 2022 Red Arrows. Red 1 will now gather the rest of the formation as he smokes white to make sure to show everybody where he is before they put themselves back to Farnborough. Myself and the rest of the team will be hanging around Goodwood for the rest of the afternoon with some public engagements. However, if you see us, please do stop and ask us. I hope you've really enjoyed our display. It's been an absolute pleasure to display for you for a maximum crowd once again. Enjoy the rest of your day and thanks for listening. Goodbye.
Well, that was absolutely stunning, wasn't it? We really enjoyed seeing the Red Arrows in action, and we've already got some track action going on the hill climb as well. So lovely to mix it all together. And as you can see, cars are heading up from the start line. We've had one or two head right up towards the top, and we've got Formula One cars coming out there now as well. McLaren F1 car, lovely to see that out on track already. We're going to see a real mixture of machinery coming up over the next few minutes, I have to say. Give us a bit of a sense of the highlights of the Festival of Speed, Keith. So we're going to get a real mixture of machinery.
I think it starts, doesn't it, in the paddock. It starts first thing in the morning. It's a bit of a queue to get in. It's a bit of a difficult to, even though the car parks are open and they're huge, the fact is it takes a little bit of time to get in. Some of us find little shortcuts and little ways through the countryside to get here a bit quicker than others. But once you're parked up, you get in. And it is a complete event. You can walk around, look at stuff that you've never ever seen before. In fact, the world has never ever seen before. And then you can find your favourite cars, whether they're from drift cars through to Formula One and everything in between, off-road, on-road and the like. It's just that kind of event. And it's got a family feel. There's plenty to do here. For anybody that's listening to this, that's not on site, everyone on site understands exactly what I'm saying. But to be honest, I would say you would find it very difficult to see everything in one day. It's almost a situation where you need to be here for the 3 days, 4 days now that we're all on. I can't imagine what the crescendo on Sunday is going to be like when we get to the timed hill runs. I just hope the weather stays with us. Had a little bit of precipitation this morning, which nicely dampened the off-road parts of the track, perhaps, which is always a bit of a benefit. But on road, it got very, very slippery, particularly for the bikes. Bad enough for the cars on a green track like this and one so narrow. But the bikes really struggled with it this morning. And of course, from a motorcycle perspective and from my own personal perspective, to see Wayne Rainey, the 3 times MotoGP, as was 500cc Grand Prix world champion, having been paralysed from the chest downwards from the 94 championship when he was leading the championship. Misano was a disaster, and unfortunately since then Wayne has been in a chair. He will ride his 92 championship win in Yamaha up the hill. It's the first time he and that bike have been reunited, and we're going to see it here at the Festival of Speed. And I've got to say, even as I speak, the hairs on my arms are standing on end, and anybody that's a motorcyclist or a motorcycle follower around this track will appreciate just how important that is for Goodwood, for Wayne, and for any motorcycle supporter, and for the wider, I think, motorsport public. It's a legend that's going to be travelling up this track during the course of the weekend.
Yeah, certainly is. We've got a real variety of machinery out there. We've seen some of the Grand Prix greats. We've got some of the great sports cars. And Travis Pastrana's just heading up the hill as well at the moment. We've got some of the most modern sports cars, some of the electrical machines, hybrid and hydrogen even powered machinery that's here this weekend. It really is a huge mixture, and we're going to enjoy some of that as we are watching right now. So a bit more action taking place as they start to head up. Le Mans cars and other forms of racing. I'm also glad to say that Ian Waddington's joining us for this particular part, because we're going to see some of the drift cars going up here. You're the expert on seeing the drift cars. We saw the 2 Drift Brothers go up while the Red Arrows were out, but we'll see some more in a little while, won't we?
Yeah, we certainly will, and a great spectacle, and always welcome back to Goodwood Festival of Speed, even though they absolutely destroy the hill in every single pass of the hill itself. Yeah, we see the Red Bull Drift Brothers in the 2 pre-production 4 Series G28 BMWs. Those guys had those cars first, along with some of the GT4 crews, and they had them built, and they were out testing them cars before anyone else. Incredible to see them come up the hill first. A real good spectacle, and 2 very, very nice young guys, all the way over from Germany.
They are actually the hooligan element, but it's pretty well choreographed, isn't it? It's incredible how they're inch perfect in everything they do in what must be the tightest space they've got to work with in.
Well, we took one of the guys up the hill on yesterday, one of the guys that we haven't had at the festival before, and we just brought him up for a little look around, and he said he couldn't believe how narrow the hill was. He said, and from the perspective of sitting at home and watching it on TV, he said it looks very wide. He said, especially when you go around the flip wall, he said there's loads of room. We took him up the hill, and he said, how do you get these cars sideways past the flip wall?
And what about the camber? That's another thing. There is a distinct crown in the road as well, which I would imagine for drifters is a little bit lively.
It is very, very lively, especially when they flick those cars from left to right of the circuit. The car gets light as it goes over the brow of the camber, and then sort of picks up a little bit of grip as the wheel almost touches the grass. It is hairy. These guys, though, professional drifters.
Looks like we've got a little bit of radiator problem there, Ben, going on with the car that's just come to the finish line. So the Ford is pouring a bit of water, bit of fluid out the back, which could be detrimental to the next cars coming up the hill. I'm guessing it is water, or a mixture of water and whatever else they mix with it in the radiator system. Hopefully it won't be anything too slippery.
Absolutely. Well, we've got a real mix of machinery. You're going to be seeing these in more groups that are more together as we go through the weekend. But right now, we're getting the complete contrast. Now, this is the 4th Ford Transit Special, if you like, that they've come up with. It's a full electric super van. I think it's 2,000 horsepower, this thing.
I want one.
Yeah.
I want one now. It's great for putting your bikes in the back, and I'm talking motorbikes, of course. Look at that thing.
This is the first time it's been seen. So
wow.
this is really exciting for us all to see this.
Who wouldn't want one of them?
Massively fast. Oh, look, the little side panel there is... I was just trying to see that. Is it? Just look at the rear quarter, slightly odd section there, but it's a beautiful looking little machine, isn't it? Yeah, look, it's like almost an aerodynamic effect. So it hasn't got the full space for your motorbike.
No, on the roof then in that case. White Van Man has never looked as cool, has he?
No, very impressive. Lovely to see that. And Super Van, it's been done by Ford over the years. Back from the 1970s, they did their first transit version. Now we're seeing some of the British touring car cars from the sort of 80s and 90s into the 2000s, which was an absolutely key era of racing in touring cars. Honda Accord, Honda were part of that. We're going to be seeing quite a few different cars from that era. Nissan were obviously strong, Ford Mondeos as well, and we'll be seeing all of them coming up throughout the course of the weekend. Not necessarily going to see them all in this particular session, because this is about the highlights and seeing bits and pieces of each different group that we will be watching this weekend. For example, the Michelin Supercar run, that's another one. We've got the Sparks of Genius, the Grand Prix Greats, as I mentioned earlier on as well. So a lot to look at as we go through the course of this weekend, but the Tin Top Titans is what we're looking at right now. It's one of those going up the hill. We've got, this is actually Stuart White in the Honda Accord. We've got Vauxhall Vectra, Ford Focus. We've got one of the Volvo S40s as well, championship winning car. Patrick Watts, former British touring car racer. He's going to be driving his Peugeot up here. And here's a David Leslie car as well. In fact, Anthony Reid is driving one of these this weekend. I'm not sure if he's in this one now, but Anthony, who has set the pace here at Festival of Speed in the past, is definitely going to be driving one of the Nissans. I saw him yesterday, and he was telling me he was looking forward to getting out, and that he may well drive the David Leslie car for the timed session, but I'm not sure that he's actually in the car right now, so we shall have to wait and see. But yeah, all part of the touring car group, which is the Tin Top Titans, as we say, and that's going to be Class 4. That'll be batch 1 when we get into tomorrow's running. We get these big batches of different classes of car, don't we?
Well, it's a logistical nightmare here, isn't it? I mean, the drift cars obviously have gone up the hill a moment ago. They'll now be in the collecting area at the top. Presumably they will have stopped spinning round and round and round, hopefully. Otherwise the tyres will be completely popped at the top there. But once that batch has gone through and run to the top of the hill, got to sort themselves out and then come back down to the paddock area again while they release the next batch down to the start line. It's quite complicated here, isn't it, Ian, for you guys?
There's a lot of organisation going on, and the Tin Top Heroes, they are down with us guys in Cathedral Paddock, so you can imagine all of the Cathedral Paddock at the moment were in the assembly area and warming up in the start line. So there's a lot going on, there's a lot of traffic moving around. It's very, very, very busy today, and I guess it's going to get busier over the weekend too.
Varying grip levels. Obviously we had rain this morning when you guys were out, which does that make it easier with a bit less grip, or does that make it harder?
It makes it harder for these guys, because these guys like to go out in the dry. These cars are designed, you assume, to have no grip to get the tyres to spin, but they actually want lots of grip, and now it's becoming a battle between having enough power to spin the grippy tyres and having not damaging transmissions and differentials and such. So these guys now don't like the wet, they like it dry, the cars go faster, they get that grip sideways, so even though the wheels are spinning, when they're actually driving sideways, they've actually got a lot of forward momentum bite, and we like to refer to them now as drag cars that can go sideways.
Funny you should say that. Again, I'm sorry to keep bringing it back to motorcycles, but that's what it's all about for me. At the end of the day, you've got to drift on, you've got the rear end spinning, but it's got to drive forward at the same time. It's no good having a load of spin without driving forward.
Exactly, you'd just be sitting there doing a standstill burnout, so that's not what these guys want. So the wet weather for them is not really the most fun part of the weekend, and they don't have any specific tyres for wet weather either. These guys use the same tyres. It just comes down to suspension and tyre pressures that they change to adapt for wet weather.
So we've got one of the BMW M3 E30s heading up, back from 1988, Alan and Guy Minchell. I think Guy Minchell is probably driving this one today, and as part of British touring cars once again.
One of my favourite cars, Ben, I've got to say. That is a classic if ever there was one, if only I'd kept it.
And then a slightly more recent BMW about to head up the hill as well, so we shall see how that goes off the line.
Quick, you would imagine. Oh, nice and sideways. Here, we've got someone trying to steal some of your thunder, Ian.
Yeah, this is James Dean in the Falcon Tyre E92 Eurofighter, car built and engineered at Dean M Sport in Ireland. James Dean, the most decorated drifter in history. 3-time Formula Drift champion, 3-time Middle East champion, 3-time European champion. He's 18 championships under his belt, and he is absolutely talented. They call him the machine because sometimes we don't believe it's actually human to do what he does in a car. So there we go, we see James Dean.
Perfect, I've got to say. that you were complaining about the place being too narrow, but he was millimetre actually, to the edge of the track, where the camber really does confuse everyone, right to the edge of the track where it drops off.
It certainly does, and James Dean, as you can see, balancing that E92 BMW right to the edge of the circuit, avoiding the hay bales. He makes his way up now. towards the Flint Wall, and James Dean not afraid of the hill climb. Been up here a few times now, and closely followed behind by, of course, Steve Baggsy Biagioni in the incredible Monster Energy ST suspension R35 GTR.
They'll be looking for slimmer cars, I think, later next year.
Absolutely. I was just going to ask you, I mean, the power that these drift cars produce is massive. What sort of horsepower are we talking about here?
So we're seeing Baggsy's car on screen right now. This actually makes 1,200 horsepower. It's got a engine change. The V6 twin turbo that Nissan put in there originally has been removed. It now runs a 454 cubic inch Chevrolet V8 with a Garrett GTX 45 18R. That is the biggest turbo that Garrett made a few years ago when the car was built. And as you can see, Baggsy, they're absolutely destroying the 20-inch tyres on the back of that car.
So how many engines and how many turbos do they go through in a season?
Well, some guys managed to last a full season on one engine. That turbo been on there since the day we built it 4 years ago. Some of the guys, they do have engine difficulties. You know, they're put under a lot of stress. Same with the transmissions, gearboxes, clutches. Clutches seem to be now the kind of point of giving up because of the amount of grip they're running.
How much is a drift car?
Top line. We're talking Kevin Quinn's car here. If you wanted to buy this car, they built this car in 8 weeks from a bare shell. This is a brand new build just for Goodwood this weekend. Kevin Quinn, Quinn's M3, these guys, incredible car builders. I'm going to say in excess of €80,000.
Which actually sounds
fairly cheap.
I would say so. Sorry to say that. It doesn't sound like I've got too much money, but at the end of the day, €80,000 for something of this competitive seems to me to be a bargain.
Well, I mean, you're looking here at a fully built 800 horsepower Toyota Supra 6-cylinder 3-litre engine under there, and this car not short of all the goodies. Sequential gearbox, Winter's quick change rear differential, so you can easily change the gear ratios. This car has it all, and if you look inside it, for a brand new build, you could eat your dinner off the floor pan. It is that clean. Kevin, renowned for building some of the best cars from Northern Ireland.
I'll take 2.
Sound great, don't they? The tyres, when the tyres are something that they have to change relatively regularly because you're burning up so much rubber.
Yes. On a normal competition, these guys would tandem in a battle situation where one car would lead and then chase, and then the other car, they would swap around and do the same again. One pair of tyres, 40 seconds, done.
Really? Amazing, isn't it?
Wow. So
would it not work to run a really kind of hard tyre? Because then it makes it easier to slide.
Of course, but then you go back to the whole situation of having no grip and not being able to get that side bite to drive the car forward. These guys now, we're going to Sweden in a week's time to compete in the 3rd round of the Drift Masters European Championship. The track there, they're saying, is 90 kilometres an hour initiation speed. So that's like driving down the motorway, 90 kilometres an hour, and then kicking the clutch and flicking the car sideways into a corner.
Wow, amazing.
So €80,000 to buy the car, €90,000 in tyres for the year.
Yes, exactly. That, and race fuel.
Yeah, that's a good point as well.
How many miles to the gallon does it do?
Not a lot. So we see Tess Whittock on screen now in the Monster Energy Driftworks R33 Nissan Skyline. Now Tess just been in the Uruguay making viral videos with Toyota Gazoo Racing, driving the all-new A90 Supra, and an actual female ambassador, an incredible young lady, featured on many TV programmes in and around the UK, and as you can see now, an absolute demon behind the wheel.
We're very fortunate in the way that it's changed over the years, both in drift, in cars, in bikes, particularly. I've got to say, we've got our own Jenny Timmer that's running on the motorcycles here later on today as well, who takes part in lots of, like your guys do, lots of film stunts and the like. That's a sort of byproduct of being able to drift. It's a byproduct of being able to race a motorcycle at the moment for females.
It certainly is, and not only that for all of these guys, because the skill now required within drifting has attracted the attention of a lot of filmmakers. So Tess has just done stunt driving off the back of the Mission Impossible movie, and she's just done some stunt driving for the new Lufa series. So these guys, you know, they're really getting picked up by these guys because they understand the skill that they have to drive a car. James Dean as well, obviously featuring in quite a few movies, doing some stunt driving.
Oh, it's lovely to see, and such beautiful work as well, and just calming it down a little bit towards the end, but really, really beautifully done.
It is, and there's no doubt about it that we're looking forward to it. Have these guys walked? This is the first day really they've had a real in-anger session, isn't it?
Yes.
And we're going to be building up to that throughout the weekend. So these guys are going to get more and more, I use the word leery.
Leery, yes, they are going to get more and more leery as we see Tetsuya Habino now making his way up. This is a quad-rotor Mazda engine in a Nissan Silvia S15. It is the Shadow Silhouette. Liberty Walker
to the track.
He almost did, yeah. 1,400 horsepower underneath the bonnet of this Silvia S15. And Habino coming over from Japan, competing in the D1 series, obviously the pinnacle, the start of all drifting. And yeah, as you say, Keith, these guys are now going to start really turning the heat up. 20 past 4 today, we have our first drift kind of practice where we'll see the proximity sensors out on track, and us guys in the commentary tower, influenced by the crowd here at Goodwood, will give them a score of how we like it.
Excellent. Look forward to that. Actually, we've got a button system here, Ben, I've noticed. The Drift Kana style bonus, which goes from 0 to plus 250 plus 500. And you better explain that, Ian, what all that's about.
I think this has come down to us now. They've put the power in our hands to score these guys.
Not me and Ben as well, surely.
Yeah, you and Ben. If you're more impressed by their skills and the proximity sensors getting light up, we give them a better score, and it all goes towards the Drift Car. And now, Ben,
it's brand new, isn't it?
A favourite car of yours.
Well, it only arrived last night. It didn't have any stickers on. I noticed they put all the stickers on. You said they only finished it last night.
They finished it this morning in the paddock. These guys are putting the last bits together. This is Axel Hildebrand, the Sunoco Carbon Kevlar C6 Corvette. Now, we did make a joke in the commentary booth about the engine swap because it doesn't have the LS3 that Chevrolet put in there originally. It has a Mazda triple rotor PPRE engine making 800 horsepower.
Why do drifters go for the rotor engine? What's the advantage?
So now Axel really is one of the only guys in the UK that has done this engine swap. Rotary is renowned for being kind of unreliable, needing a lot of engine rebuilds. It's a very light engine, high revving, makes a lot of torque. So Axel went for that. These guys as well, they go for oddball stuff because it kind of, you know, turns your head. These guys are showmen. They like to bring their car out, put on a show, and they want everyone to look at them. So they go for the oddball engine swaps, things that you may not see in certain other cars.
Oh, it's wonderful. It's great to see. Axel Hildebrand, as you say, who's driving this right now. And part of his dad's team of supplying fuel to a lot of people over the course of the weekend as well here, no doubt.
Of course, yeah, a lot of these guys running the Sunoco E85R, incredible fuel, and Axel running it on this brand new engine setup.
First rotary I came across was the RX-7. I raced an RX-7 with Alan Carter, once the youngest motorcycle Grand Prix winner in the world. He had an RX-7, I had a Ford Capri. And we raced from Madrid, which was the old track at Jarama back in the day, down to the Barcelona and across to the Italian circuit of Misano, non-stop, even an RX-7, me and the Ford Capri.
Wow.
The Capri kept going, the RX-7 didn't.
Yeah, it broke down, yeah, they're renowned for it.
It did rev, and there's no doubt about it, it did rev.
Fantastic. Well, it's lovely to see that Chevrolet out there in its all-new form. So we're all lucky. It's yet another vehicle here at Goodwood to see for the first time, and that we're also lucky to be able to see cars for the first time at this venue. That's part of the specialness of the place. So
that all came at a bit of a rush, didn't it? We had the red arrows straight, and I thought we were going to miss some of the drifting, you know, Ian, and your expertise is exemplary. And
I think they've put down a nice amount of rubber on the hill climb now.
They certainly have. Yeah, they've started to grip that part of the circuit up for these guys that are kind of going to come out later on this afternoon. And
they'll only complain that it's in the wrong place or it's the wrong type of rubber. If it's anything like MotoGP, which you get the Moto2 and the Moto3 guys are on Dunlops. Then when the Michelin men on MotoGP come out, there's a slight complaint over the Dunlop rubber is obviously not quite what they like. I don't know how much of that is PR and how much of that is real, but anyway.
So there we go.
We're back to a touring car now, Volvo S40. This is back from the days of late 1990s. And in fact, Volvo was a title-winning car with Ricard Rydell, who beat Anthony Reid. But Nissan actually won the Manufacturers' Championship that year, so they didn't quite get it right as a team, Volvo, in the manufacturers, but they definitely won it as the drivers with Ricard Rydell.
For me, Ben, I've always... you don't think of Volvo. I remember the T5 with the estate car.
Yeah, the estate version.
You know, you think to yourself, you never think of Volvo as being something that you would want to run in a competition. But whenever I got nicked, it was always by a police version of a T5.
Yeah. They were pretty impressive bits of kit, so no, I think it worked well. And certainly in British touring cars, they had a fantastic way. Now, we also go right back to the start, and Romain Dumas is in the Benz 200 horsepower Blitzen Benz. We're going right back to the pioneers now. So, Class 1 of this weekend's action. And this is the old stuff. So we're going back more than 100 years to some of these vehicles.
And, of course, he is dressed appropriately for the period, which is a flat cap, effectively, and just about nothing else. And no seat belts either. So worth remembering just what these pioneers went through and how unprotected they were.
Do you think drifting was a thing back in the day, Ian?
Looks like it.
You know what's more impressive for me is seeing these guys actually get sideways. We was at the circuit for members meeting a few months ago and watching these guys go round and actually lose the back end and keep control on such small radial tyres.
Yeah.
It was unbelievable.
They are so narrow. I mean, that's one of the aspects when you look at I was wandering around the paddock yesterday and just think just how thin those tyres are. It's incredible.
How cool does this guy look? He looks like something out of a cigar advert, doesn't he, really? He's so laid back in a vehicle that must be pretty tricky to he's a man who's found a passenger.
Well,
I
in
can tell
those
you
days,
now.
they used to race like that. Mechanic,
Yeah.
you always had a mechanic who was alongside you. So that's what they've recreated here. And imagine being the mechanic.
No.
It was not the safest place in the world to be, but this is exactly how they would have raced.
I mentioned the Duke of Richmond earlier on this morning, who went up the hill in a new unveiled M3 touring BMW. And I have to say, his passenger had quite a look of tension on his face.
I'm not surprised. Yeah, I'm not sure I would like to run pillion with these guys. These are quite a hairy and quite a tight cabin as well to be stuck in.
Yeah,
how beautiful is this, the Alpha?
It is beautiful, and it's very much. I saw this in the paddock. It's very original, actually. You can see bits of the bodywork with bits of paint missing, but it looks like it's been a completely unrestored car. It looks like it's actually as it was when it was first created, which is rather lovely. It's an Alfa Romeo 12 Speed, and a classic period of racing for Alfa Romeo pre-war, where they had a lot of success.
I don't know about you, Ben, how you feel about it, but sometimes I'd prefer a not overly restored classic motorcycle or classic car. It gives you the patina of history.
Yeah, I was just going to say, it tells a tale for me. I like to see the cars with a little bit of patina.
Yeah.
I think it really tells you the life of the vehicle, what it's gone through and where it's been, and if they could only talk and tell you their whole life story.
Yeah, that would be wonderful, wouldn't it? Yeah, the 12-cylinder supercharged engine in that, apparently. And the first cars appeared in 1936. Tazia Nuvolari took lots of victories with this kind of machine. So it really is a pretty stunning piece of kit.
Just that name needs an applause to start with, doesn't it? Such genuine legends of the time.
Yeah, indeed.
I have to say, anything historic that I had is still in a bag by the back door, because it's never really made it any further. Oh, we've got another drifter going up the hill behind this guy. I hope he doesn't catch him. He's going to be quite close to catching him, you know.
Yeah, that's Martin Richards in the Driftworks Nissan Silvia S15. There's a different style. We see a lot of these guys bringing their competition or demonstration cars out. Martin Richards brought one of the cars from Driftworks. It's more of a street style to give you a kind of idea of how these guys, start out in drifting and kind of what they build. There he is on screen right now in the orange S15. Martin making his way back up to the top of the hill in the Holden area.
Now that car looks quite a standard thing. Actually, that front bonnet is just flapping just a little bit. It looks quite standard, doesn't it?
Yeah, so this is kind of what you would see in the UK for these guys building their cars for the first time. This is how they would progress. They'd start in a car like this, and bonnet's got a little bit of a flex on it. Will be a fiberglass bonnet on this, and this is what Martin's bought this weekend. He kind of wanted to show you how you can start out in drifting, and what you don't need these big 1,000 horsepower cars. These are 500 horsepower 2-litre engine underneath the bonnet, the standard engine from Nissan. And Martin unfortunately couldn't bring his competition car. It was damaged in the Middle East at the beginning of the year of a bad accident, so he's still trying to get that car back together and repaired to carry on in Europe this year.
So if you wanted to get into drifting, if you're somebody who's never done drifting, what kind of machine would you go? We're just looking back at some of the highlights, but what would you get started in, for example?
So a lot of these guys tend to go for an E36 BMW, the 328 chassis, really well. There's a lot of parts off the shelf for them, or the Nissan Silvia like we see, the S14, the S15. Kind of now getting to a price range where they're becoming a little bit more hard to find, but still affordable, and there's a lot of products off the shelf, as I say. That's kind of where you start. And for the foundation, really, the British Drift Championship, they run a series where you can go and enter a competition at a real ground level. You only need basic safety equipment, because these guys are drifting on smaller circuits where the risk of getting injured is a lot lower.
What about sort of something like the Toyota GT86? Are they used?
They are. Paul Smith went up the hill earlier. Unfortunately, we didn't see him on screen. He whizzed past the commentary tower. We caught him at the corner of his eye. He's in the Jap Speed Maxxis tyres, GT86. Now, that chassis, we see him on screen now, really becoming popular, because the car now becoming really affordable for these guys, because you have to think these guys buy these cars and then strip them down to a bare chassis, send them off to have a full roll cage and all the fabrication work done, and they spend a lot of time on them. So now they're going to these affordable chassis, still rear-wheel drive. You can't convert a car. It has to be rear-wheel drive or four-wheel drive from the factory, and that's what all these guys are running.
Back in the day, we always thought of this as a Japanese thing.
Yeah, it is.
The drifting was definitely very Japanese. It's moved around the world now. So How big is it in context?
Huge. Yeah, it's absolutely huge. We do a lot of work for a lot of different people, and now the views and the things, it attracts a lot of members of public because it's such a spectacle. And now members of public and people like yourself are kind of understanding now how these guys drive, because the skill that's involved. You guys drive cars, you know exactly what it's like. You get a little bit of oversteer, it can easily go wrong in a moment, but these guys manage to balance these cars on the edges of circuits, and a lot of these competitions, they run a solid concrete wall where they ask the driver to rub the back bumper along them. The precision is incredible.
What always amazes me is how, when all the tyre smoke's going up and they're doing those rotations, how they see where they're going next. I always find that baffling.
Maybe they've got magnets in them and they're opposed when you turn the polarity around the other way. Anybody that's played with magnets knows exactly what I'm on about. Everyone else thinks I'm an idiot.
So that little group has finished, which is lovely.
Interesting. That's a good shot, actually, looking down the track, if I may, Ben. Just get across. So you can see the extra bales that we've got at Moulcombe. Moulcombe is a really a red spot, a flag spot for anybody driving up this hill to come into that left-hander. They've now extended the barriers, the extra layers of bales, to try and retard some of them from ending up in the crowd.
Well, it is lovely to see, and we've certainly seen more people around as well. But let's go and join Ed Foster. He's with one of their drivers who's going to be playing a part in this weekend, but also part of what we're putting out on air. He's with Corinne Chandhok.
Corinne Chandhok, there are many cars in Formula One, but there are very few as special as this one. How was your run in it?
Extraordinary. It's the first time I've driven a turbo car, actually. You know, it's my 27th F1 car, but it's the first time I've driven a turbo one, and I have a huge amount of respect, new amount of respect for the drivers of that era, because there's nothing there, and then when it kicks in, it is a bit of a shock to the system. You know, I can't imagine driving something like this around Monaco, for example, where, you know, you just got to stay in the power band and manage it. But extraordinary car, beautifully looked after by BMW, of course, who own the car, and they've, it's very special. You know, anytime you get a chance to drive a World Championship winning car, it's very special.
Now, this PK's car, the BT52, being a racing driver, does your mind immediately go to what it would have been like to race?
100%. You know, just small little details. If I'll get the camera to stick in the cockpit, you can see just little details like where the gear lever is. They've got it at that particular angle. And it's so much more intuitive to go from the steering wheel to the gear lever, for example. And you know, you immediately think about, you know, the circuits they were racing at. I think of the final round in Kyalami, where he was against Prost for the World Championship and, you know, finished third, won the title at a high-speed circuit like that, and just trying to envision it, right? Very cool.
You're a lucky man.
I know this, Ed. I say this to you every year that I come up here. I'm a very lucky man.
Enjoy the rest of the weekend.
Thank you.
Travis Pastrana, obviously loads of us saw you last year. You brought something very, very different. What is this?
It's a brick with a lot of horsepower. 1983 Subaru wagon GL. It's the new Gymkhana car. It's actually the best balanced car I've ever driven in my life. But we'll see. It's a little lighter than last year's car. It's a lot smaller. Believe it or not, the Air Slayer was huge, but the downforce was great. But I think on this course up here, we should be running similar times. We'll be all over the place. Real good to slide around, so it'll be a good handful.
And how much performance does your roof rack add?
You know, I was thinking the skis on the top could have added some downforce, but yeah, they didn't put them on this time.
Now, you're running in the time section. You know the hill a bit from last year. Is this going to be quicker?
We'll have to see if smaller and lighter beats downforce and aerodynamics. Either way, I think we'll be more sideways. We'll have more fun with this one. I have a lot more confidence to throw this car in harder. If it rains, I think we might be competitive, but if it stays dry, there's a lot of cars out there with some pretty cool stuff going on.
Now, there's such an amazing collection of cars, especially today, because, you know, all the BMW cars are mixed up with you guys. What a festival of speed it is.
Oh, man, it's absolutely amazing. And just, I mean, if you look ahead, I mean, you got so many of these electric cars that are coming. You got honestly, I think this is going to be a good battle between Jensen Button and I in the FC1X versus the, I forget what they're calling this, the
G-Wagon.
Yeah, pretty much. It's going to be a really good race, and it'd be cool to see electric versus kind of old school horsepower.
Well, enjoy it.
Oh, I'm going to have a lot of fun.
You get up every morning and your car is still the same. It ain't the one you want, so it's time to make a change. Choose the one you're feeling with thousands, choice galore. Go ahead, place your order, it's delivered to your door. Or if that ain't what you're after and you'd rather have a chat, hit up a trusted dealer, street your mom, pal, Pat. Now you got your new ride, what you gonna do? Cause if you buy with Hey Car, the choice is up to you. Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey Car, Hey.
Whether you're buying online or through our trusted dealers, feel good your way with Hypercar.
So we are looking forward to some more action coming up on track fairly soon, and it could be some very interesting action as well, which we'll be looking into in just a moment or two. Part of the celebration of this weekend, though, is the BMW M, the 50 years that BMW M cars have been around, and it's something that we certainly want to make something of over the course of this weekend. You can see how they've set it all up. The structure outside Goodwood House is amazing with the M cars from over the years, including right at the top, the newest one that hasn't raced yet, the Hypercar in camouflage configuration. But that is a car that will be racing in IMSA next year and is going to be racing at Le Mans in the future. It's part of a whole new programme. What a wonderful shot looking at those M cars, Keith.
You've got to say, Goodwood and the Duke of Richmond outdo themselves every year with this display in front of Goodwood House. Absolutely superb display. And again, the centrepiece to the whole event of the Festival of Speed, the fact that we're now looking at new cars. I remember when I first came here, just this side of the track where we are in commentary, the other side of the track to the Goodwood House, there was virtually nothing down the hill. A couple of manufacturers maybe, but now it's all the way down. It's a massive spectacle. But I like the way you alluded to the BMW M's that we're looking at, and the history behind them.
Yeah, they are stunning. But this is going to be the all-new one, which is very exciting. Hybrid V8. It'll produce 670 horsepower. But that'll be between its petrol engine and its electric power. And under the new rules, you can't kind of run them both to go over 670 horsepower. You have to kind of run them together. It's a very clever system that Le Mans is going to be introducing for their hypercars in the future. And BMW is going to be a key part of it.
It's amazing how many different sports are looking at different ways of coming to the same thing environmentally.
Yeah.
MotoGP, for instance, is looking at different fuels rather than electric hybrids and so on and so forth in the motorcycle department. So it'll be interesting to see which one wins out. Now then, this is what we are waiting for. If you're a motorcycle person, or even if you're not, Nambasan is warming the bike up. This is Wayne Rainey. He was the 90, the 91, the 92 world champion. In 93, crashed at Misano and was paralysed from the chest downwards. This will be the first time he's ridden this, the 1992 championship-winning YZR 500 Yamaha. Kenny Roberts on the left-hand side, King Kenny Roberts in the yellow, an absolute legend from America, the first that came here. Howard Gregory on the right-hand side there with the Yamaha block jacket on the top. Howard Gregory, one of the techs that has been around the world looking after the likes of Ron Haslam and through the Roberts team. Roberts, of course, brought Wayne Rainey into the European Championship years ago when Kenny Roberts realised he came from flat track. So did Wayne Rainey as well, along with Kevin Schwantz and the like. So the big battles you remember here, when we first took notice of Wayne Rainey, he was elbow to elbow, head to head with Kevin Schwantz. Kevin Schwantz will be here over the weekend as well. Mick Doohan. But for me, this is the highlight of our weekend. This man has not ridden this bike in 29 years. He is paralysed from the chest downwards. They've modified the motorcycle so that the clutch, when you use the clutch, normally you'd use the clutch to start or to free off the gearbox, if you like. On a two-stroke motorcycle like this is, that is usually crucial. But the clutch, it changes down. When you pull the clutch in, it will change down a gear. You press the kill button to move up a gear. Now, let me give you some clue about this particular motorbike. It's chucking out a huge amount of horsepower. That goes without saying. But the fact of the matter is that a two-stroke motorcycle delivers maximum power over just 2.5 to about 2,500 RPM, so around 2,000 to 2,500 RPM. It's a massive deal. If this bike gets out of shape with Wayne on it, we are into the disaster area. What? So Wayne being put onto the motorcycle.
I was just going to ask you, Keith, I mean, getting onto the bike now, he's been lifted onto the bike. So obviously from the chest downwards he is paralysed. He only has the movement up in the upper part of his body. And I noticed he's got some special parts on the tank. What's that?
Well, that's to get the feel through the chest. At the end of the day, he's got to be comfortable on the bike. They've got Shimano foot pegs, so like you would have for your cycle, for your pedal bikes. The Shimano foot pegs is clicked in. He'll have a strap around his knees to keep his knees to the tank. But the chest piece really is so that you can get a feel for what's going on. And believe me, a motorcycle, I know all racing is about what comes through your backside most of the time, but with a motorcycle, that is even more important, particularly with a two-stroke 500cc Grand Prix bike like this. The power band is so small. I mean, most car guys are talking about it when you talk being on the cam, for instance, where the main power is. We talk about a two-stroke bike, about it being on the pipe, which makes the difference.
And making sure he's absolutely central on the seat, which of course is critical. He's got to get that balance right.
He genuinely has, because the push-off part of this is the most difficult. Nambasan in the yellow leathers from the Yamaha factory will push. You can see the starter behind. Howard will push that under the back wheel, and then Wayne will have to dump the clutch to get the thing started. He's got to actually dump the clutch to get the two-stroke to turn over to get some power into the bike. And then Nambasan will stand to the back, and you can see King Kenny's going to go up alongside him.
That's nice. Yeah, Kenny Roberts is going to ride a bike alongside Wayne Rainey. This is a huge moment.
It really is a huge moment.
Wayne Rainey.
It looks like the Rock Yamaha that Kenny's riding as well. So that's another Grand Prix bike with the Rock French chassis that he's going to be running. We're going to be a few minutes yet. I think it's about another 10 minutes before Wayne goes up to the track. This is all preliminaries, trying to get it so that he's in exactly the right position. His wife Shay is here, his son Rex is here with Skylar, his wife as well. So this is a full family affair.
Apparently they're going to be following in that car you can see behind. They're going to be following him up the hill in that.
Well, the problem is, if anything goes wrong, of course, on the hill, no one's going to be close enough to do anything about it. At the end of the day, this is not without danger, there's no doubt. The launch is difficult, and the catch at the top of the hill into the collecting area is the most difficult parts of it. But Wayne and I talked about it yesterday. You know, the centre of the track is fine, but here with the crown of the road and the camber, he doesn't have quite the feel on the bike that he would need normally. He's got to make sure he judges it perfectly. This man is one of the most analytical riders I ever came across back in the day. He really was the man of the time. He's clever, he's analytical, he was one of the best riders I've ever seen on a two-stroke motorcycle, and we're about to see him go up the hill for the first time. I've got to say, I don't often get emotional because I'm not an emotional man, but this really means a lot to so many people.
Yeah, no, I totally understand that. But in the meantime, we're just going to start this celebration of the 50 years of BMW M, and we saw the two Red Bull drift drivers heading up the hill a little bit earlier on. They've now come back in. So Johan and Elias, they're back there, but we're also going to see, no doubt, some more of those M cars around. But it is a lovely time to celebrate the performance version, if you like, of BMWs that has been a part of motorsport and cars on the road for a good long time now. That's the nice mix, is between cars that have competed so effectively in motorsport, but having the M version that you can actually buy to have on the road. And of course, as we saw earlier on, we saw a new M version, the touring version of the BMW being unveiled as well. So it's ongoing, it's something that has lasted well, and people have celebrated over the years. We're just seeing some of the cars heading back down from that run, but this is part of the BMW M group, the Brabham that we saw Karun Chandhok driving up just a little bit earlier, because that ran the BMW M engine. So that's why the M12 engine, the 1500cc turbo, so that's the connection. Although it's a Brabham Formula One car, it was still very interconnected with BMW. And you're seeing some of the other cars there, the BMW 3-litre CSL going in, also the 635 CSI, just saw that heading up into the white car, just heading up at the head there of that little group. That was from the early 1980s, another very successful machine in European touring cars, and then the M3 as well. This was such a delightful car. A friend of mine had one of these as a road car when it first came out, and I absolutely adored it.
Loctite and Rampage, the two people that are on the side of that particular car, used to sponsor a motorcycle team out of Hertfordshire, run by Steve Parrish, of all people. Steve Stavros Parrish, who was
around this weekend.
truck racing champion, obviously a great motorcyclist in his time as well, one of the most stylish motorcycle racers there are. But Loctite and Rampage used to sponsor the Yamaha team, which incidentally I rode for.
Oh, right. Oh, that's nice. So it's always a good connection between you and Steve then, yeah?
Yeah. He paid me nothing. I think he was the man with, he used to wear the suit with the small checks.
Oh, well, the Mark Sierra BMW powered Formula 2 car there, also another key part of the M series. They were involved in so many different angles and parts of motorsport over the years, and Mark Sierra was one of the very experienced racers and ended up becoming a commentator himself over the years.
Where else do we see the kind of things we see here? Do you know, the Festival of Speed, I've not been able to get here for the last couple of years, obviously, but this is just... It never ceases to amaze me what you can find at trackside and going up the hill. It is a very, very special event. It's remarkable.
We saw Steve Soper just a moment ago. That was nice to see. So we've got some real top drivers out there playing out there as well this weekend with the BMW M's.
And you know, the top drivers here are really appreciative of the fact that Wayne Rainey is our superstar this year. The legend that is Wayne Rainey will be coming up the hill for the first time on the Yamaha in a little while. But the fact is, I spoke to Marino Franchitti. I mean, everyone's buzzing with the fact Wayne is here.
Yeah.
It's not just the bike people. You go into the drivers' club and it really is some real love for Wayne Rainey being here.
Absolutely. I mean, and actually it happened, you know, at a time when Formula One, it was just a year before that Formula One had its nightmare year when we lost Ayrton Senna, you know, where we lost Ratzenberger. We had some big accidents for others as well. So it was a period in that early 90s that wasn't good for you as bikes or for us as car people.
Well, absolutely. Tamburello used to be my favourite corner. It was Imola was the first place I ever raced at abroad, and Tamburello on a motorcycle was nearly flat out, which he would have been just about flat out in a Formula One car. So, yeah, we're all that horrible time in '94 when Senna was killed at Tamburello. But let's not harp on the negatives, because the positives are that Wayne and his family have recovered. He runs the Moto America series and is promoting motorcycling in America and bringing them back to World Championship level.
Well, enjoy the daytime fireworks, because this is all part of the celebration of the BMW M series. And we've got, let's listen in. Oh, what a wonderful way to celebrate the M Series. And for all of you who've maybe had an M car or been in one over the years or enjoyed it, what a way to celebrate that. I think it's absolutely wonderful. And to see such a great collection of cars that we have here at the Festival of Speed, that's one of the rare things, of course, about being here, is you see collections that you just will not see anywhere else, all combined together with some wonderful drivers as well. So it's time to finish the celebration edition of the BMW M's. We'll be seeing them more over the course of the weekend, but Keith, we are getting to one of the biggest moments of this entire weekend.
It truly is. Wayne Rainey then, to the left of your picture. To the right, Kenny Roberts Sr. Of course, Kenny Roberts Jr. was also a 500cc world champion. Tony Masic is there in front of Wayne Rainey's bike. He will be holding that thing absolutely level. Nambasan in the yellow leathers, looking very tense at the back, actually. Will be looking after the rear end of the motorcycle and will give him a push off, and there'll be a man either side as Wayne Rainey prepares himself then for his first ride up the hill in anger on his 92 World Championship winning machine. This is really a moment. Starting the starter, so they fired the starter up. That will then go under the rear wheel of, first of all, I would imagine, Kenny Roberts' Rock Yamaha. Well, it's actually a Proton. That is Kenny Roberts' Proton. That is the machine that, again, had a short life in Grand Prix racing. That's fired up. As you can see, it's smoking. The reason it's smoking is because it's a two-stroke and because it has got oil in the fuel. That's how they lubricate these things. So number 58 is on the front of Kenny Roberts, but it's the number 1 machine that will be started now. This is Wayne Rainey, 3 times world champion in succession. He would have been world champion in 94, that's easy to say, but Misano was a disaster for him. So the man in the red and white, the Marlboro colours, is Wayne Rainey. Alpine Stars provide the suit. This is a tense moment for all concerned, because this motorcycle, it was set up a little bit rich. By that I mean that carburation-wise, these are carburetors, not injections on these two strokes. The bikes were set up a little bit rich, and Wayne, being Wayne, wanted to be a bit sharper, wanted to feel a bit more throttle control, so they've had to lean it off just a little bit. And with the weather changing from when he first tested the thing yesterday, that makes a big difference. Right, the bike's fired up. He had to dump the clutch on the left-hand side. The throttle's on the right-hand side. Anybody who's not ridden a motorcycle, I'll try and fill you in on it. The front brake is on the right-hand side as well. He's got a thumb brake on the left-hand side, so he's also got an underbar thumb brake that's operating it. The clutch normally here is for coasting and for leaving the grid, if you like. There goes the thumbs up then. So wait for this. This is history being made here at the Festival of Speed at Goodwood. He's going to ride up in front of the house for the first time for the cameras. A big moment then. Wayne Rainey leads the grid. That's a perfect launch then from Wayne Rainey as he goes up to the first turn here. He'll want to stick to the middle of the track if he can, because the camber at the side of the track is a little awkward. Kenny Roberts comes up behind him now. So Wayne Rainey, you would not believe that this man is paralysed from the chest downwards. He's got a feel for his 92 championship winning machine. He'll try and keep it in first gear, I'm sure. Perfect apex there from Wayne Rainey. He's feeling what that bike is doing through his chest. The vibrations. Oh, he gapped it up. Wayne Rainey puts it down. And I have to tell you, he's got no tyre warmers on these bikes at all. And that's another issue with a two-stroke. If it lets go at the rear end, if he loses grip at the rear end, it's all over, and we'll be picking him up. And that's something nobody wants to be doing. Kenny Roberts slips in behind him. Absolute legend. We will see Kevin Swantz go up the hill with him this weekend. We will see Mick Doohan go up the hill with him as well. Everybody at trackside. It is a sight to behold, and he gasses it up one more time. Ben,
it's wonderful.
I'm beside myself.
I can understand that. And I'm seeing people just standing up and applauding as he comes past. I totally understand that. It's just a celebration of this moment. Wayne Rainey, paralysed from an accident when he was fighting for the World Championship, getting back onto the bike of the day and riding it up this Festival of Speed hill climb. Absolutely remarkable. They're doing it so controlled. Opens it up a little bit into the final sector, chased by Kenny Roberts, the man who helped him out in the early days. They worked together, so effectively both of them champions, and going across the line. What a special, special moment.
29 years since Wayne Rainey last rode this bike in the 92 World Championship. He was the king of MotoGP, as was the 500cc Grand Prix, morphed into MotoGP, if anybody's slightly confused. And Wayne Rainey was the man at that time. 3 times a world champion, heading for his foot. He was leading the World Championship in 94 when that disaster at Misano happened. And I've got to say, Wayne Rainey, he did that flawlessly, perfectly, considering he's had no time on that motorcycle, particularly in the condition he's obviously in. Shay, his wife, didn't even know he was prepping for this event. He kept it all very quiet until he knew it was going to be possible. I've got to say, Jim Farley of Ford brought Wayne over. So James Farley is the man. Wayne Rainey then, top of the hill.
You know him well. Have a look at his face. What are you seeing?
I see a very, very happy man. A man that has achieved another milestone in his remarkable life, his remarkable career. And I have to say that everybody, drivers, riders, Kenny Roberts sits away from the main man. This is Kenny Roberts. He really, King Kenny was a legend in his time, there's no doubt about it. And it's the only time I've ever seen Kenny with a tear in his eye was over this man, Wayne Rainey.
I'm just loving seeing these faces. Ed is right there. Let's go over to Ed and hear from Wayne Rainey.
Wayne Rainey, there are always special moments at Goodwood, but this has to be one of the most special. Tell us about it.
Well, it's been a long 30 years, but it was a long wait for me, but I had an amazing time out there. It went by too quick, so I'm happy I can do it a few more times this weekend.
Now, this is also your first time at the Festival of Speed. How have you found it so far?
Well, I was lost this morning, and I was sure happy about it because I saw some unbelievable cars, and just the people are great here. I'm having a wonderful time. I'm happy to be here.
I can speak on behalf of the entire crowd, I think. It's an absolute privilege to see you back on the bike.
Well, without the Duke of Richmond putting this thing on, I certainly wouldn't be here, so thank you very much.
Now, we're going to just stay with me because we've got Kenny Roberts here. Kenny, I'm sorry, I'm going to jump in. What a fantastic moment seeing that.
Yeah, I could have beat him, I think. Another lap. But it's unbelievable watching him ride a motorcycle. I'm not an emotional guy really, but it's something special.
I think you've got all of us. Thank you very much.
Yeah, it's my pleasure, absolutely. Can't wait for the next one.
Well, that was a truly special moment. Very emotional for everybody here, but to hear Kenny Roberts, as he said, I'm not an emotional man, but seeing someone I helped, someone I raced against, someone whose career I propelled, 29 years in the making, kept secret from Wayne's wife, and she has followed up the hill to experience that. That was a super, super special moment. History in the making, but in such an emotional way, and what a way to add to the feeling here at the Festival of Speed. And it was lovely to see so many applauding the pair of them as they went up the hill. That would be special to Wayne, and the emotion and that first glance through the opening at the front of his helmet when he got to the top of the hill, satisfaction, relief, and again that level of competitiveness. You don't win world championships, Sean, by not being someone who's a competitor through and through.
I think you're just seeing the smile on his face. Well, the smile in his eyes. Not even his face. You can't see his face, but just looking into his eyes then, you can tell what it means to him. That was a really, really special moment. Absolutely unbelievable.
No, it's truly, truly wonderful. So, Wayne Rainey, our hats are doffed to you, sir. That was a phenomenal return, but cars already in the hill. These are the manufacturer cars. We are having batches of them running up the hill all day. This is the moving motor show element of the Goodwood Festival of Speed. And I think we're probably getting some cars we didn't even see this morning. The batch keeps getting added to as the manufacturers bring out more cars. So what are we seeing being driven so beautifully on its toes?
This is not a Stelvio Quadrifoglio, which is what we saw earlier. This is a Stelvio Veloce, so it's kind of middle of the road in terms of performance. It's got a smaller engine, less power, but Veloce essentially means it's slightly more dynamic. And he's pushing down into Malcolm. He was quite late on the brakes there. It's feeling brave.
Well, I think when I shared the commentary booth with you first thing this morning, the track was wet, and it was getting wetter, but it's dried out nicely. Still a few damp patches in the shade around the flint wall. The flint wall, did I mention that? Of course, the drivers know that very well indeed. But they continue up the course, burst through the field, run through the trees again, and then the finish line, to some of them, comes as quite a relief, because they are pushing hard. And a lot of these drivers are taking passengers up as well, who will eventually get the smile off their face.
I was going to say, it normally takes a couple of hours for the smile to disappear once you've been frightened by someone who's actually very good at driving, so they will be having the time of their lives.
And I think if you were out on a regular race circuit, a pro driver would impress you, but I think in somewhere as narrow as the hill climb here. And Porsche, we talked about one this morning. That's the one where you can put the dog in the boot. This is the Panamera.
Yep, different flavours of Porsche Panamera. You can have them with V8 engines, hybrids. The most powerful one is more than 700 horsepower, but you can still drive it on electric power alone. Do 190 miles an hour, but you can just get slightly less powerful, more sensible versions. This, judging by the noise it makes, is not one of those very quiet, sensible versions.
No, indeed, and you might have noticed there's a chicane inserted just after the bridge that crosses the hill climb course just to the east of the house, and that's to stop them carrying too much speed and perhaps taking to the straw bales at Molecombe Corner. Now, the McLaren Artura, this is where they're heading. The 570 has had its day, and McLaren never stays still for long.
570 is gone, 620R is gone, 540C, all of those, that generation, the Sports Series, they've all gone now, replaced by the Artura. This is where McLaren goes in the future with the replacement for the Sports Series. So V6 engine rather than V8, saves weight, it's more efficient, can run for 18 miles on electric power alone, and they are sliding them quite hard. They look like they're having fun.
Having fun, getting confidence. I've just been into the paddock and seen the racing version of that, the GT4 version, which will be making its debut here. Talk to the driver of that, that's Rob Bell, but so much development driving goes into all of these cars, whether the racing or the road car version. But being McLaren, it's on the road car first, and the races come off the back of that.
Yeah, and they'll do hundreds and hundreds of thousands of different kilometres of testing in all sorts of conditions.
Now, if you were a person that was meek and mild, a sort of librarian type, delving into the pot of stereotypes, but this isn't a car for you, the Ford Raptor, the Ranger Raptor.
Yeah, I think these guys, as they've said all day, have been having quite a lot of fun, just trying to slide it as much as possible through every corner. Now it's a bit drier, you can't see the oversteer quite so much, but they are trying at every possible opportunity. They're going to try and slide these things, which is great.
Well, it absolutely stands out.
Just through the chicane there, down towards Molecombe. He was hard on the brakes there, turning them quite hard. He's having some fun.
Well, it's rocking and rolling around the corners. You don't get that much roll on most cars through Molecombe, but that's because they, as you say, just simply having fun. So cars halfway up the hill, including that giant thing. Now, the BMW M3 Touring. I like saying those words together because it means we have an estate version. That was launched this morning. The covers were pulled off at about 10 o'clock, and it's been up the hill several times.
It's what we've always wanted. You know, BMW did an E46 M3 Touring concept nearly 20 years ago now, and they never did it. That was just a one-off. At last, for whatever reason, they've decided, yes, now's the time we're going to do it. And it's David Green behind the wheel. He looks like he's having fun, doesn't he?
I have to lock the doors, or David Green jumps aboard and goes for a ride. Talking as he goes, whether to himself we do not know, but of course he's working really hard. This is one of our presenters having way too much fun. I think they should charge him for being here, frankly.
He certainly looks like he's enjoying himself, doesn't he? And he's definitely talking to someone.
Yes, if he has the effrontery to say, I was just having a regular day in the office when we chat to him this evening, I don't think he will. He's a racer who's turned presenter, and he's maximising his experience here. And that is a great looking car. You know, almost understated in the grey, but just looking at the dynamics and the way it handles, it seems a very fine car indeed.
And I think how you spec that car will be really important. I think you can have a real sleeper M3 Touring that, you know, to look at, people might just think, oh, it's just a 3 Series estate, but obviously more than 500 horsepower, it certainly isn't.
Yeah, the numbers stack up, and looking at the way that car corners, the performance is very nicely put down onto the circuit. So, whole host of cars come up the hill. Ferrari very busy here with a wide selection of cars. And gone are the days where you're lucky to get one car per manufacturer per year. They seem to be expanding year on year. So this is a lovely chance to see a high shot looking down. Goodwood House is just behind the edifice on the right-hand side, which is the mighty Gerard Judah display for 50 years of the M division of BMW. And just in the bottom of your screen, you're about to see someone pushing some cones across the circuit, the Molecombe Corner, which is the toughest thing of the lot. And the Formula One paddock is just in front of you on the right-hand side, and the historic paddock is in front, right in the middle of your screen. So if you come to the Festival of Speed, you can wander around, get up close with the cars as they're being warmed up. You can talk to the drivers, the riders. The motorbikes are off on the right-hand side of the screen. The Drivers' Club is in the middle of the right-hand side. You can see the red entry there. So a lot of hubbub around there, a lot of knowledge. But I can tell you from mixing around there this morning, an awful lot of passion down there. And this is something, we all come with different things we're looking for, always a surprise by different things we didn't expect. But for a lot of people, it's just a really good social day out, and they work it hard. They get the map, they work their way around the grounds of the house, but in between there's eating and drinking, and that looks like a very nice place with VIP to sit and pay attention on the balcony of, I can't tell you which of those it is, but some brilliant VIP vantage points.
That's the thing, you could spend the entire 4 days here and just keep wandering around and seeing new things, because you've got motorcycles, you've got cars, you've got all sorts of different things.
But take a look at this shot. This is going back to the early 1980s in Formula One. You've got A. Senna on the side of a Tolman, the first team he drove for in Formula One. You've got an Alfa Romeo behind that, the very top of the screen, the second car in the Marlboro livery, a McLaren MP41, the first car that had a carbon fibre monocoque, and so it goes. And yet a few garages away, a few tenths away, because you can see how easy the access is. You've got Group C cars, you've got earlier Formula One cars, Group C cars, a line of them, celebrating 40 years of those in the top half of your screen. There are touring cars, and it's just a surprise at every turn. And some cars, look at the number one, the orange one at the front, an Emcurt, car number 41. It only raced twice. It's a little bit of history. Motor Racing has cars that shine and cars that tried and failed, and I like to see the whole panoply of them.
And that's the thing. If you see one of these cars in isolation, you'd be surprised. You know, you'd stop, you'd take pictures, you'd want to have a poke around. And yet the entire site is filled with those cars.
It is, and in fact it's nice to effectively get the whole field of a time. The good, the bad, and occasionally the ugly, but very few ugly cars to my eyes. But this is the paddock, the heart of the Goodwood Festival of Speed, and just behind them is a collection area. That will soon be filled with cars and bikes for the next group of cars that are going to be coming up the hill. And the track is now open for the public to cross and therefore closed for competition cars. But we'll be back with some more action shortly.
Romain Dumas, the fastest man up the Festival of Speed hill. You've brought something very, very different. You tried it for the first time yesterday. What is it and how is it?
Well, for sure, it's as you can see, it's a Supercar from Ford. I mean, yeah, I drove it yesterday, was the first time, but actually it looks incredible nice. I mean, it's for sure a big surprise for a lot of people, I guess. To drive, you know, at the end of the day, it's a lot of power, 2,000 horsepower. So first of all, I need to, you know, to find myself a little bit of speed on the hill here. For sure, as you can see, it's take a little bit of space, you know. So, but let's see. I mean, it's really, really, really cool to bring such a great van here. I mean, I think it's a little bit surprise for a lot of people to see this super van here, Super Van 4 actually. So let's see what will happen. But so far, a lot of fun.
And it's fully electric. And are you running in the time section with this?
Yeah, you know me, yes. I want to see which lap time we can do.
I don't think it'll be quite as fast as your IDR, but it'll be quick though.
Yeah, hopefully, for sure, you cannot compare with any prototype or small car. You know, it's we are 2,000 kilo, 2 tons. So, and as you can see in some corner, I think I am taking nearly all the road. But at the end of the day, let's see. I mean, it's really our first time we are driving it. Yesterday was the first rollout. So we'll see. I think it's a great base, and it will be some surprise for a lot of people, I think.
What I love about the Festival of Speed is I just spotted you in the paddock up there taking photos of McLaren F1. There's some amazing cars here, aren't there?
Yeah, for sure, amazing. I mean, such a show here. Each year, you know, I'm coming here, first of all, to see so many nice cars that, yeah, since I'm a child, I see on picture, but I'm able finally to see the car here. Also to see a lot of drivers, you know, it's one of the best, or the best events that we can do. You know, I like a lot of revival too, but always when we are coming to Goodwood, we know that we will have a nice weekend.
I'll enjoy it.
Thank you.
Neil Kent, we've got some fabulous cars up here, and I spotted this out of the corner of my eye because it's a Kia, and then I suddenly saw prototype 577 brake horsepower.
Yep.
It's not your average road car, is it?
Absolutely not, no. It's something that's really new for the brand and really stretching the limits of what Kia can do and show the world what we can do with that.
And it's obviously got a battery as well, so just talk us through what you've got under the bonnet, as it were.
So it's a twin motor, as you said, 577 brake horsepower, 77.4 kilowatt battery.
And how easy is it to drive? Is it quite easy to get all that power down, or do you have to be quite careful?
No, it's very easy to drive, yeah. It's quite an easy car, very forgiving.
And this is on sale now?
It's not on sale yet, no. So as you said, it's a prototype at the moment. Hopefully it will come later on in the year.
Well, I'm looking forward to it. Thanks for bringing it.
Thanks very much. Cheers.
Steve, we're obviously celebrating BMW's M division this weekend. This is kind of one of the most iconic of BMW cars. Is it like being reunited with an old friend?
It is actually. It's better than that. It's like every time you get in it, it feels like a new friend because it's such a beautiful car to drive and puts a smile on my face every time I get in it. So what is it, 99, so it's 20 years? Yeah.
Just over, yeah.
Yeah. So, yeah, I raced it in period in America and I think we won 3 or 4 races in the LMS series, and obviously it won Le Mans in 99. Unfortunately, not with me.
But being a racing driver, driving it up something like the Festival of Speed Hill, you probably want to take it to a racetrack, don't you?
Yeah, I mean, you know, it's priceless. There's only, I think, 3 of them left in the world. There was only ever 4 in the first place. I think 2 are in Europe and 1's in America. So, you know, they let me drive it. If I crashed it, I think that invitation would stop.
It's a weekend of caution is the better part of valour.
Yeah, I mean, you can make a lot of noise and do a burnout, get a bit of tyre temperature, and then just, you know, hold back. So very easy here to fall off.
Well, Steve, have a good weekend.
Cheers.
We've had quite a celebration down here in front of the house at Goodwood. Karun, you're down here with some fabulous displays of cars. You've just been out in the one behind me. Tell us about your experience so far.
Well, this is the car that won the 1983 World Championship with Nelson Piquet. I've never driven a turbo F1 car before, so this is, or you know, I've driven the current ones, but not that generation. So that BMW engine is extraordinary. You know, in period over 1,200 horsepower, and it's just such a great car. And what a privilege to drive a championship-winning car as ever here at Goodwood.
Driving the championship-winning car, like you just said, did it make you more nervous going up the hill?
No, I think, I'm always very aware of the value of these cars and to look after it and give it back to the owners. But it's lovely to be here and have a chance to have a go and show the car off to all these people. Because what's nice is people like BMW, they restore these cars and they make sure they're looked after. So people like me can jump in and have a little play. But yeah, just a great morning.
Describe the feeling when driving it and the sounds as well, which came out of it. You can hear lots of sounds right now.
Yeah, exactly. These cars are firing off. But I think the most important part is you get to feel a little bit of connection to what Nelson Piquet felt perhaps back in '83. You get a little vision of the past and what they experienced with these sort of cars. When the boost kicks in, there's sort of nothing, and then it just goes. The power kicks in. It's quite extraordinary. So yeah, very cool.
Well, I can hear the power kicking in on a couple of the cars behind us, which I think means time to go, Karan. Thanks for your time.
Nice to see you.
So great to catch those interviews and people all around the grounds of Goodwood House enjoying their day. Some with a glass of bubbly in their hand. But the hill will be live again very soon indeed. The last few cars just pulling away from that BMW display, the celebration of 50 years of the M Division in front of the house. And as you can see, it's a hubbub of people as they peel off into the paddock. And we will have the supercars coming onto the hill next. Cars of extraordinary trump card game numbers, figures, the horsepower, the torque and everything. Sean keeps on going up, and it's an arms race in some ways, but also they're doing things so differently and across a wide number of drivetrains these days.
It's because the technology is changing. We've gone through a time where you just have big displacement and you'd get a sort of fairly, what we consider now, fairly normal amount of horsepower, and then it's kind of, everything's got more efficient, powerful, more, just more clever. And then we've kind of reached getting to the peak of that. There's still plenty to do, but then it's going to hybrid and electric cars in the future. So, yeah, there's plenty of power to be had, that's for sure.
Yeah, so sights and sounds and a fair impression of speed as the cars leave the start line, turn through a pair of right-handers, past the house, over a little rise into the compression at Moulcombe. But so many other things to do, just getting shots of the off-road arena, which is halfway up the hill after Moulcombe, up towards the rally course, but the dust is being kicked up is white, and that's because it's a chalky piece of land here on the South Downs, and riding the bowl, you can go up as a member of the public, put your money on the table and be taken for a ride, and these cars are just super dynamic. You're sitting up high, the suspension travel is enormous, which frankly, if you're driving across landscape like this at speed, as you can see, just over a dump, you certainly need.
Well, it's when you go up and have a look and you see just how big the jumps are, and you kind of think, well, anything that goes over that is just going to shatter into a million pieces. But they don't, because the wheel travel on them is immense.
Yeah, the sheer suspension movement, and anybody having a ride in there, it's much steeper than it looks. The long camera angle foreshortens it. Well, there's a good impression of the front wheel stayed on the ground, but the rear most certainly didn't over that ride. So whoever is... don't eat before you go on board, or maybe you do to keep everything down, but it's really, really thrilling. Riding around, and just an example of one of the many, many, many things that you can do on a day out. You can't just have one day out at the Goodwood Festival of Speed. To take it all in, it takes planning, maybe like a military exercise. However, if you didn't get it right the first year, come back the following year and do all the bits you didn't do. And certainly I think that is in fact that's a car meeting a straw bale, so it slid a little bit wide up on the hill course. No damage done, but such a dynamic way. If you put one of these dynamic activities into your day, that's the bit you'll remember most.
It's just a bit surreal, because you just can't believe that these cars can get over what they're getting over.
Well, in fairness, when you look down, as we are now, to the start line, the cars gathering to come up the hill, it's also a little bit surreal. We're seeing shapes and sounds and sizes and ways of performing with technology that we just haven't seen before. And if we've seen anything before, it's developed yet another stage this year. So looking down on this sleek machine, silver and mean, what are we looking at?
This is this Zinger 21C. It's made in California. The project's of a guy called Kevin Zinger, and it is 3D printed in many respects. The chassis, some of the suspension components, it's 3D printed, uses artificial intelligence to kind of decide which bits of materials need to go where, and doesn't include the bits that don't need to be printed, which saves weight, but it's still just as strong as it needs to be.
That is cleverer than a clever thing. An amazing overhead shot, fabulous bit of camera work, looking down through the glass roof, or the transparent roof, to the driver who's waiting for the signal. You can see the legs of a white suited marshal standing in front. He's waiting for all clear through his radio set, and then the supercars will come up the hill. When I say supercars, I think we almost need to have a new term. We had supercars, but we seem to have moved to another level beyond what was the accepted and albeit fleeting norm a few years ago. The marshal signals him away and that power is unleashed.
This is a really, really quite a big deal, this car. It's got a 2.88 litre flat plane crank, V8 twin turbo, it's hybrid as well. That engine is built by Zinger, it's their own engine, and it revs to 11,000 RPM. 11,000.
And again, just saying they're building their own engine, a relatively new manufacturer. You know, people used to outsource. The engine can come from someone else. They can do the development, but that is remarkable. And it makes actually really rather nice sounds as it goes past the commentary box at Malcolm.
And depending on the spec, you've got between 1,250 horsepower and 1,350 horsepower. And it is 2 seats, but the driver sits in front of the passenger. One of our colleagues the other day, he sat behind the driver, had to go around the motor circuit. It was absolutely terrifying, but really enjoyed it, and it's a real privilege to see this. It's really, really impressive and incredible technology. The 3D printing, when you get underneath the bodywork, is fantastic.
So if 3D printing and that sort of performance, 1,250 horsepower appeals, don't look it up under Z. There's a C in front of it. CZINGER, so the Zinger 21C. Ferrari land, there's an awful lot of new Ferrari machinery. And this one, it's blue and yellow. What can you tell us about it?
Ferrari FXXK Evo. This is the third of the XX cars. First we had the FXX, which was based on the Ferrari Enzo. We had the 599XX and the Evo version of that as well. This is based on the LaFerrari, and it's got hybrid powertrain. It's more than 1,000 horsepower. It's just an absolute monster, and it's basically, you buy one of these, Ferrari keep it, they look after it for you, they take it to tracks that you want to learn, you want to experience, and you just get better and better, improve your lap times, use data to get better. Their pro drivers come along, you just learn in a car with a huge V12 that absolutely screams.
It is, and the FFX owners, they get an awful lot of track time, and as you say, that expert advice. But to my eye, that is the prettiest of the FFXs so far. I wasn't a great fan of the Enzo one, but two other Ferraris tucking in behind, and again, we talked about them earlier in the day. Quite a lot of the design, particularly the second of the first of the two yellow cars, it does echo back. There are echoes the 1960s.
Yeah, the SP3, that is a one-off V12 naturally aspirated, more than 800 horsepower. And I believe that's the SP2 Monza. So again, kind of how we saw the Aston Martin V12 Vantage Speedster this morning. It's a drop-top V12, no windscreen, rear-wheel drive, big power. To drive one quickly, you've got to be quite alert, quite awake.
Well, Pat Blakeney at the wheel, he's certainly awake. He's been racing for a very long time, and actually a Ferrari display driver for a long time too. So a safe pair of hands. Ferrari Monza SP2, and we really appreciate the variety of these different cars. They're super dynamic, but what I love, they make different sounds and have different shapes. If it all went the same way, because the computer said so, it wouldn't be such an exciting place to be. So through the finish line goes the SP2 Monza, flashing through those hay bales. When you're in one of these cars, you can't see up the top of the hay bales. It really does feel like a tunnel up there at the top of the hill. A little bit of corner cutting down the bottom of the hill. That's about the only place you can get away with it. The further up the course you get, the more it seems to narrow. But this red Ferrari running just in front of the house and approaching Moulcombe. Well, lights on, as a little bit of a flash, getting the car balanced through the right-hander, and up the hill it goes. But again, this morning it was rather greasy because there'd been a little bit of rain followed by a little bit more. They had windscreen wipers on, but now the drivers know the hill better and the conditions far better. Past the famous flint wall, and then almost everywhere, this is one of the few parts of the track, there's actually a little bit of grass on either side, then back between the bales, between the trees, and the hill climb course completed. But of course, while that is happening further down the hill, we have other Ferraris. And here's the Roma.
Yes, probably this was the car that kind of Ferrari thought, you know what, we're going to take away a lot of the more visible aerodynamic devices. Everything's quite good. You've got a little rear wing there that comes up, I think, above 20 miles an hour. So most of the time, there's very clever aero work going on there, but it's all hidden away.
I think it's extremely elegant, and I think in that dark grey, it's a charcoal grey, it's a really, really good looking car. And I said earlier, you sort of think I've got a high performance car, but ask yourself how much of that high performance you're going to use all the time. I think better to have something a little bit softer sprung and certainly less in your face. Now, the Radford Lotus Type 62.2, catchy name, but Eric Quick on board.
Yeah, so this uses the same V6 that Lotus was using. It uses it now in the Emira, but also used in the Exige, but kind of pumped up really, so you can get them as 500 horsepower, 600 horsepower, depending on the spec. But this is, of course, the Jensen Button's been behind, and it's just fantastic to see it running. We've seen it at Goodwood quite a few times, but it's always been static, so to see it on the hill is really, really good there.
Very, very much so. And those unusual rear flip-ups, again, that's almost going back to the late 1960s when that was only in 68 that aerodynamic aerofoils and things were put onto Formula 1 cars. They were small and immediately became huge. All of a sudden, the road cars starting to have those little flip-ups ahead of the rear wheel, just to do that thing called grab hold of it, downforce. What can we get? Make it faster. So just to re-emphasise, Jensen Button involved with the Radford Lotus with Ant Anstead, isn't it? They've worked together on this project. So through the finish line that goes. But again, just it looks different to others. And then Porsche, of course, we have many evocations of that. And this one was very good this morning. In fact, had a massive twitch when the track was, the hill climb was a little bit greasy, then a little bit more. But the handling of that car was so good that it was hauled back into line quite easily. Or maybe that was just a very good driver.
This is the Kalmar Automotive 797. This is from Denmark. This is the project that Tom Christensen, the 9-time Le Mans winner, has been involved with.
Well, if it's good enough for Tom, I tell you what, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, it's good enough for you, because what Tom doesn't know about racing cars isn't worth looking at. And after all success as Audi, it sort of makes me smile a little bit that he's involved with the Porsche project, that he's looked at the base and built it up from there. Now, this is a little less subtle, a little more in-your-face performance. It's red, it's black, and it's got an enormous, absolutely huge rear wing that appears to angle through the corners.
Yeah, this is a Zenvo TSR-S. So basically, when you're going through a corner, the rear wing will move to provide you enough support on whichever corner the car needs. Basically, it's just improve downforce, improve grip, get you through the corner faster than you would if the rear wing was just staying still. It's absolutely baffling to watch.
It really is. I mean, if I see that on a racing circuit, I think they've hit something, it's not going to be good, and the McLaren Artura are very nearly going off at Moulton Corner. But yes, I'll need to look at that up more runs with it angling forward to help with the braking, a bit like the air brakes they had on the Mercedes back at Le Mans in the mid-1950s. It seems as though someone's forgotten to put a few bolts in there, but obviously all worked out. I spoke to Alberto last year, and it all makes perfect sense until you see it in the flesh.
Maserati MC20, we saw this make its world debut last year. It's a return to supercars really for Maserati. The last mid-engine supercar we saw was MC12 back in, I think, 2005, 2006, that kind of era. So quite a long time ago now. This is mid-engine, turbocharged, V6 engine, more than 600 horsepower.
I like it a lot, because the MC12 was a fabulous racing car. Won several championships, I think 3 years running. Really successful in FIA GC racing, but there's very much a road version, but it's so lovely. Sometimes I was saying earlier, if you go up next to a car, you see it in the pictures, it looks so. You go up and you just notice those little details. And having seen how that was driven up the hill, it also looks supremely sorted. So that's the MC20 Maserati across the finish line. And still the cars come thick and fast. This is a big batch of supercars. The Michelin Supercar run has grown and grown and grown, and really is a truly astonishing assembly of cars. And it's the shop window. It's the dynamic shop window, and we're very much appreciative of that. Well, it's the 930 Porsche from Lanzanti Limited brought that, the 930 tag. So it's an echo of the racing Porsches from the day, but turbocharged. Of course, Porsche staunchly had their 911s with turbos on board. It looked normal. You press the throttle, it certainly wasn't normal. They were absolutely epic in the late 70s, early 80s, well, probably early 80s as turbo technology really started to come in. But great to see that here.
And to get the most out of it, you've really got to be awake, because on your boat, it's an intense driving experience, lots of power, not much weight, engine out over the back. Of course, Lanzanti will do everything possibly can to make it as drivable as possible, as fun as possible, but it's a very serious bit of kit.
It really is. In fact, there's nothing that's a flippant bit of kit here. He says the most glorious McLaren goes past the window and on up the hill. That was a P1 from McLaren Automotive. Aston Martin, big presence here at the Festival of Speed. They've always been staunch supporters. Which is this one in that glorious dark green?
This is the F1 edition. This is the Roadster. Twin turbo, V8 engine from Mercedes AMG, a bit more power than the regular Vantage Roadster. Got that rear wing, of course, on the back. You've got little F1 edition badges on the side, just behind the front wheel arches. A bit more carbon fibre, a bit more money, but a bit more exclusivity as well.
And one very, very lucky passenger indeed, going where the hill climb course becomes a hill climb, really. It starts going up the hill. Nice controlled precision there, but it needs to be quick because just behind it, and that's David Good, great racing driver, driving that on board. He's been a pro racer, started in Formula Ford in the mid-1980s, late 1980s. Top bloke, driving really well. But following it up the hill is the Aston Martin Valkyrie. Anybody on the hill will be able to hear it when the throttle is open because it's probably one of the loudest cars there. But when you do the numbers on an Aston Martin Valkyrie, they suddenly get quite large, don't they?
Yeah, Cosworth developed engine. The project was co-led by Adrian Newey from Red Bull. It's an absolute monster, and it's amazing to think that a car with so much power, such a high revving V12 is entirely road legal.
I know, you have to pinch and read it several times. I like on the rear of this V12 Vantage, the red one that's just get away, it said never leave quietly, I think it said on the rear wing. I'm going to take a look at the rear window. That's the top of the window, can't quite see. But ironically, it actually did leave the line quite quietly.
That is the slogan for this car, never leave quietly, because it will be, again, we're getting into that time where these kind of cars will stop being produced. You can't build huge power V12 engines forever. So this is a celebration of the V12. It's a limited run car. I believe it's under 400 cars. And yeah, it's the V12 engine shoved in their smallest car.
That's
bit of a handful.
No, but that's the sort of technology that's appealed since time began, but certainly once we got to the 60s and people suddenly realised, actually, why have a really complicated engine when you can get an engine from Ford or Chevrolet in the States and put it in whatever beautiful body you've made, and it will provide the noise and the grunt and the fun. But I think that looks absolutely exquisite, the V12 Vantage.
And it's interesting as well how Aston Martin have chosen, with the previous generation V12 Vantage, it started off as, you know, essentially just a Vantage with a V12 engine in it, but they ramped it up, whereas that they've gone straight into the deep end. It's top spec.
Now, the AMG GT Track Series is on the hill, but another Mercedes is stopped up ahead and it raises the rear wing. This is the super duper Charger from Mercedes, and this is the AMG 1. It's special plus special.
So what it's just done there, it's gone from highway mode, which is just when you're cruising along, and now it's gone into track mode. So the front drops by 37mm, the rear drops by 30mm. Mercedes quotes you get 5 times more downforce with everything. All these little louvers opening, the rear wing up in it as high as it would possibly go.
5 times more,
yes,
more downforce. Just doing that. I mean, it's a huge wing and it's angled up. That's astonishing.
But there's more aerodynamic work than you can just see by looking at it here. There's stuff going on under the floor. There's stuff going on behind the wheel arches. All in the effort to increase downforce. You've got more than 1,000 horsepower, 1,063 horsepower, 11,000 RPM. The engine from a Mercedes Formula 1 car, 1.6 litre turbocharged V6.
I mean, we've always banged the drum and taken the mantra, racing improves the breed, but just realising, just when you're touching on those elements, not just the engine coming across, but all the understanding of aerodynamics and the tricks that try and find the downforce, which has been, ever since wings started appearing on road cars as well as race cars, the thing to have.
That, everyone, is the Rimac Nevera, and whoever is driving that is having the absolute time of their lives. Oversteer through Molecombe is something that only very brave people attempt.
Well, it's Yvonne Mather at the wheel, and I can't see it. Yes, there's a passenger in there as well. They might have gone beyond their comfort zone at that point, but as the passenger, there's nothing you can do. But Yvonne producing a remarkable drive in that Rimac. They always do things slightly differently, but that was noise. Here's a replay, I think. Yes, coming up a little bit sideways, even before it's got to the house, weaving around maybe, but well, actually, I think the game here.
He's backing it in.
Well, Yvonne putting on astonishing. That was at the bottom part of the course. They came past us in the Rimac at Molecombe and then hung the tail out as well. Well, that's one for the fans, and might have spilt a few cups of tea in the hospitality areas. But here comes the second slide from Yvonne Mather, and that is just a remarkably little adjustment to the wheel. The tail is out. That is all on the throttle. That's fabulous.
It shows just how clever the calibration wheel that is, because to slide an electric car like that with thousands of horsepower takes a lot of skill, but also a lot of knowledge and commitment.
So Jack Bartholomew at the wheel. Oh, he's a racer of a Aventador LP 784 Ultime, the end of the Aventador run. A lot of letters, and in fact now has to back off because has been so fast it's caught the previous car 3/4 of the way up the course. Luckily the previous car actually maybe to slow down a little bit, but Jack's going to wind it up again. But next time he'll want a full run, clearly enjoying that very much indeed. And that's right at the end of the course. There's the finish, top of the hill climb, and in fact the car in front, it's not just any car, it's a one-off car. It's the Aston Martin Bulldog from more than 40 years ago. And do take a look at that if you can in the paddock. It is remarkable. It'd be fairly remarkable if it was produced 2 years ago, not just 40.
There were some collective gasps then as the Ultimate came up behind the SDO. Then that was close. That was would have been spicy from the inside.
It certainly would. So still more cars down, assembling at the bottom of the course to come up this hill climb in the Michelin Supercar run. We have first glance cars as well that will be on the hill too, and they say what it does on the tin. It's your first glance. It's a world's first glance. We've already had cars unveiled. Today we had the world launch, the global launch of the Ford Pro Electric Supervan, something dear to my heart because I remember the original one, a Ford Transit van, lowered slightly with the 411 engine. Tick, tick, let's go for it. And Ford, I'm delighted to say this is their 4th iteration, but obviously the first one with 4 electric motors on board.
Rolls-Royce Ghost Black Badge. Black Badge series is essentially where you get lots of black trim all over the place. This is as close to a driver's Rolls-Royce as you'll get. They try and make it a little bit more driver focused. Just also notice the Spirit of Ecstasy on the bonnet there. That is black, the black grille. Bit of a difference from the regular Rolls-Royce Ghost that was launched just over 2 years ago now.
Well, great to see that performance can come from a Rolls-Royce, because certainly the performance coming... Yes, that's not your standard Rolls-Royce road car, is it? Because you can see the suspension is very, very sweet indeed on that.
Well, that's the thing also. He'll be driving up there. Even though he's hustling, he'll be very relaxed. It will be very serene. You might have the radio on, just relaxing.
High-speed waffling. I was looking at one going in a hill climb, not one of these, but it was a Bentley special from 1951, and it had all that V8 horsepower, but it just rumbled. It sort of had a waffly sound, but certainly looking at the way that one's been developed, the VB, that is a very, very special car. Now, Alpine, when they brought the A110 back in a handful of years ago, I remember seeing the original range of these in the early 1970s. I thought they were exquisite on those little holidays in France, and they're so true to the original shape.
That's the thing. It looks very similar to the original. This is the A110 Tour de Course, which is a limited edition, but it's a car that a lot of people who just really enjoy driving really like. It's simple, it's lightweight, it's all about having low weight, not loads of power, it's just about the experience.
Now, I'm someone that loves a big grungy engine, but I also do appreciate the opposite of that, which is this. It's light, it's fun, it's dynamic, and you can have a lot more fun at lower speeds in a car like that.
That's the thing, it's well balanced, the grip levels aren't so high that you can't actually enjoy it on the road. You can just whatever it is, Sunday morning, and just enjoy driving without needing to go to a track day. You can just have fun at very normal speeds.
Exactly so. So now, from a shape that is easily identified to one that is a very different game. It looked like a Jaguar at the back end. What are we looking at here?
So this is from ProDrive, the ProDrive Hunter. Essentially, road-going version of a Dakar car. So if you like big wheel articulation and lots of suspension trouble, this is the car for you. It's an absolute weapon. Just listen to it.
Oh, that's pretty mighty, and I must say, with that level of suspension travel, I think it'd be very good for the lanes around my house, the pothole lanes around my house down in Dorset, but and in fact many other places around the UK where the roads aren't in the best shape at the moment. That could handle all of that with the throttle, plus the power to go with it.
As well, you can just see the suspension underneath the car there. It slightly rolls, but it's all so controlled. The dampers on this would be such a high spec.
Yes, I think it's only when you understand the level of engineering that goes into this that you realise just that degree of expertise and the sort of incremental gains. Actually, it's the opposite of an incremental gain as you try and find more and more performance from anything, but particularly something like this. We've got this enormous range of up and down, side to side, plus all that power being put down.
Well, it's fine having your wheels move around a lot if you're dealing with lots of big bumps, but of course you need to be controlled, otherwise you're just going to end up spitting yourself off the road. And this is the new Porsche 911 Sport Classic 992 generation, limited run, ducktail spoiler on the rear. Porsche skipped generation. The last time we saw a Sport Classic was with the 997. That was probably nearly 15 years ago now. This is a 992, latest generation of the Flight 6 turbocharged engine, more than 500 horsepower, and very special. The interior as well is just so delightful. I'm actually struggling for words. Because it looks back to kind of the Porsche interiors from 40, 50 years ago. There's cloth interiors, leather on it, there's checkered patterns, it's beautiful. And a manual gearbox.
Where do I order one now? I mean, that sounds fantastic. I mean, simple is good. It's simple things for a simple person. But if you're at Goodwood, or not, if you're not this year, come next year. But you have to walk around the paddock, see where these cars are parked. And it is the detail. And I think particularly with people like Porsche, when they go back and take ideas from previous cars, they like to echo back. Bear in mind, the Porsche 911 has been around for a remarkably large number of years in its many evocations, but I always love this looking back in time and just putting a little aside. It might only be, as you say, a bit of seat upholstery, but they're raiding a rich history there.
Porsche's very good at looking back into its history and thinking, right, what would people really appreciate? What haven't we done for a while? What could really surprise people? And when you look at, like I said, look at the interior of that as well, the ducktail spoiler. By skipping a generation, by skipping the 991 generation, it's not like a regular, like we expect a new GT3 and a new GT3 RS and what have you, but we kind of weren't really expecting this. We kind of thought the 997 was a one-off, so for this to appear it's a real treat.
Yeah, and I also think cars that aren't cheap, you save up for them through your life, and when you've maybe got to a point where the money is either there or your expenditure's gone down, you want to buy a car, but you now might be 60 years old and you might remember the cars that 40 years ago or 50 years ago when you were a child, and if you can have some of those elements in, that is sort of really, really super special. There we are. I've talked about my desires for cars, but it is such a personal thing, and just looking at the cars in this Michelin's Supercar run and the first glance, there's so much variety, and so many manufacturers now produce cars of prodigious performance, and they all do it in sort of different ways. I think there are rich pickings, and as we've had that Aventador as the last of its run, we are aware that it's not too long until you won't be able to buy a new fuel engine car in the UK. So the door is closing, but while it's closing, more and more fabulous cars are coming in as the last knockings.
It's a very exciting time to be interested in, well, everything really, internal combustion engines, electric powertrains, because they've all got their benefits, things you can get excited about. EVs, instant torque, lots of power, quite easy, relatively speaking. But then again, you've got these, the last of the breed, these very loud, very exciting cars where the manufacturers are making the most of what they got, the technology they've developed over however many decades, and putting it down the road.
So Genesis, a name that didn't exist that long ago, but now serious business. The car with 672 is its little number. It's a G80E. Therefore, I think we might be able to guess what powers it.
Yes, so this is the electric version of the Genesis G80. Genesis is an interesting brand, really, because, well, let's say you buy one of these. There aren't traditional dealerships. There is an outlet, but you can order online. If you need your car serviced, you don't have to go to a dealership and drop it off. You can say, it needs to be serviced, and someone will come and collect your car. They will give you another Genesis to keep that will be the same spec, if not better. They'll take your car away, do whatever needs to be done, and then bring it back to you. It's customer service, it's a luxury brand, and they're also actually very good looking.
Yeah, I think they've really hit a rich furrow. It's never an easy thing to come as a whole new brand. People want to suck through their teeth and go, what's it like? I'll wait a few years. But seriously, these concepts don't waste a day when you're having your car serviced. Actually, when they're taking the car to service, can they drop your children at school en route?
I mean, you could certainly ask. I wouldn't see any harm in asking. This is the Toyota GR86. So you might remember the Toyota GT86 that was launched back in 2012 now. 2-litre boxer engine. About 200 horsepower, skinny tyres. This essentially is the car on from that. It's got a bigger engine, 2.4 litre. It's got more horsepower. It's got some slightly more serious tyres as well. But it is still manual gearbox. It's still about the enjoyment of driving. They haven't chased big numbers. They haven't chased, big grip. It's just about driving fun.
Well, the GTA, I actually was slightly taken aback when you said it was 10 years ago the GT86 was launched. How the years are flying by. But I've also thought they're great cars, and look at this one, it's another step forward. But I suppose the interesting thing, is it more dynamic to drive, or just more luxurious and easier, having more power and more tyre?
I think what Toyota have tried to do is take what they learned with the GT86 and apply it to something with a little bit more horsepower, a little bit more grip, but keep everything balanced again.
Now, Subaru, so popular after their successes on the rally stages. You know, there wasn't a village in Britain without one burbling away around town, but it lives on.
Yeah, this is the ProDrive P25, so only 25 of these cars. Just, I mean, it's all new, carbon construction, but the electronic shape we're all very familiar with.
Well, I think it's phenomenal for ProDrive that ran the Subaru's Imperial in the World Rally Championship. I can only say if it's a 25-car run, they've got to all be sold already. A new, refined version of what went before. When you think of the greats in those cars on the rally stages, Colin McRae, in particular, starring around the world, and Petter Solberg as well. But for so many people, of course, it's in that metallic mid-blue. It is what it is. It's great fun. And I think there are going to be a lot of people standing on their tongues when they see this car go past. We've gone yellow, so we've gone back to the world of, what are we looking at?
Another Lotus Emira. So this is the V6. New age for Lotus, really. They've got the Electra SUV coming, they've got the Avaya electric hypercar, and this is the replacement for the Exige, the Elise, the Evora, kind of all mashed into one. V6 engine, manual gearbox.
And I tell you what, it's bright in yellow, but it's even brighter because the sun for the first time today is coming out from behind the clouds. So for Gavin Kershaw, who's been at Lotus man and boy, has developed these cars, racer turned development engineer, a proud moment I think for him, and particularly in this gorgeous V6 engine.
Just coming up here as well, there's a red one, so they're bringing plenty of flavours of Emira here.
And of course at the end we've had the Supercar run from Michelin, we've had the first glance, we've just got to the back of that, and that leaves the last of this group, which are the motorbikes, the modern road bikes. And it really was not a mixed bag, but one with lots of power at the back. And we've had the Triumph Scrambler as one of those, as one of the bikes. But this again, bikes doing different things in different shapes. And if we think that the car companies are sort of raiding their boxes of memories, that the motorbike companies are doing, I'd suggest, even more. Not just in terms of old companies coming back, but taking bikes and making them echo the bikes of the 1960s and 70s as well.
And there's still real innovation here as well, just listen to that.
Sitting up high, handlebars spread out wide, comfortable riding position. We've got cruising bikes as well, but any bike that does that little rev, pop that front wheel up, it's got to be fun. Some bikes are here for the show as well, just burning out as they come up the hill, as the sun now shining properly at Goodwood Festival of Speed. Let's hope we can have this for the rest of the weekend.
I was just wondering how much longer he could keep that burnout going. He did it pretty much halfway up in front of the house. That was very, very impressive. Thank you, sir.
And again, it's this great turn of speed. You know, there's nobody that only likes bikes or only likes cars, and a lot of us focus on one or the other, but when you see the other in a moving, dynamic environment, Sean, it's great. And just the different sounds they make again.
Yeah, and if you're here for the cars, let's say you're here for the road cars, you've just seen all the supercars, first class cars go up. Go and have a look at the bikes, go and have a look at the rally cars at the top of the hill. There's so much to see and experience, things that perhaps you wouldn't have spent that much time with.
Yeah, I mean, you've got to use your time very judiciously, but to see something from Brough Superior Motorcycles, yes, those from long, long ago, just going up the hill, the AMB 001 we see, not the one on screen, but this is another bike that just makes me smile, just because they're so broad. Why are they so broad? Because they've fitted a socking great engine between the riders' legs. And Jody Millhouse was spoken to, he's riding it, he was spoken to when he reached the top paddock earlier in the day, but he's very, very much enjoying the bike that he built himself. And to get to build something yourself, I mean, that's phenomenal. Something you built yourself that works is even better. And something you can ride in style up the hill climb course at Goodwood. Well, what an exquisite feat for Jody. And I must say, it's very good news indeed that the hill course that was very wet when they went out this morning, this must be a far more pleasurable, relaxing environment for them to display their bikes and their wares.
Yeah, they're able to get the power down a lot more easily now. They can lean into the corners a little bit more. Because it drops away from you as you come out.
It certainly does, but I must say so far on the first day of 4 at the Goodwood Festival of Speed, people been behaving very well. Tricky conditions turning not quite to perfect conditions. They're certainly getting there. The drift cars are very kindly, in their runs, put a bit of rubber down through the corners. But as someone said, not always in the right place for the bikes. They take a different line around the corner. But just great to see these bikes and to hear their engines. It is, I wouldn't say it's sublime to ridiculous, but in terms of the shapes of these modern road bikes, they could be pretty much anything you want. The technology is there to make them dynamic, and why not have it tailored to your desires?
And again, for the price of a relatively normal family hatchback or saloon, you can have a motorcycle that will do 200 miles an hour. It'll get to 60 in 3 seconds. Not that you did it on the road, obviously, but it's such an insane level of performance. For money that in car terms, you can get some fun cars, but you probably can't get anything that matches it for outright pace.
Right, having just analysed all those bikes going up the hill, I thought the AMB, the Bruff Superior model 001 was great, but that Triumph Scrambler, the 1200 Bond limited edition that went up first, popping those wheelies, that's the one that gets my vote. So last bike's just coming through the run through the woods under the finish line. Actually, the sunlight is now finally starting to break in what can be a very, very dark tunnel. And as I said, for the supercar drivers, Sean, their head was below the height of the top of the bales, so it feels really, really enclosed up there in the run out. And eventually they get to the top, they burst into the now what we can call full sunshine, and Ed Foster will be up there. But people enjoying the afternoon very much, and certainly the umbrellas of the morning now being stowed, and people would have already covered an awful lot of strides around the site here at Goodwood House, hopefully all taking in a planned programme. They work out what they want to see next, where they want to have a cup of coffee next, and so on and so forth. But it's a busy place, a great day, and of course everyone with their mobile phones can now get some of the action to take home with them, whether it's the drift cars doing the donuts, the sound of a Formula One car screaming its way up the hill. But it's certainly a place, a day of a million memories, I think we could say.
And it's always entertaining, I have to say, when people realise that they are on camera and they start waving. Thank you very much for everyone who waves. It's good fun. Hello.
So let's go to the top of the hill. Ed Foster always busy at the top of the hill, and he's got Marino Franchitti.
Marino Franchitti, they always say there's quite a lot of pressure at Goodwood because you can easily make a fool of yourself. There's even more pressure because this is your brother's car.
It is. Christmas would definitely be cancelled if I did anything nasty to this. Look, he's made me put a seat cover on it, for goodness sake. Yeah, this is Dario's Porsche 911 reimagined by Singer. The spec is absolutely gorgeous. I'm completely in love with it. But he's got these beautiful Nubuck seats that are completely unusable unless you're wearing anything but a hazmat suit. But it's absolutely gorgeous. You know, it's got our first engine built by Porsche Motorsport North America, and it's really cool to have this here, DLS, and we've just launched Turbo to the public here today, the Turbo study as well. So yeah, it's very busy but exciting times at Singer.
Now, your brother's known for having a wonderful collection of cars. It must be very satisfying doing all the development on these cars and him ending up buying one, because he's not going to buy something that doesn't work.
Yeah, I've got to say, the boys did these cars long before I arrived at Singer, but yeah, it's definitely, it's a car I loved massively, the sort of what we call the classic 911 reimagined by Singer. But when he first drove it, he was absolutely in love with it and wanted one there and then, so that was very satisfying. He bugged me for about 2 years with changing the spec, but I've got to say he absolutely nailed it. So I'm happy, first of all, that the car's here and that he's not sending me colours and leather swatches every week.
So you're obviously representing Singer this weekend, but you're in quite a few other bits and pieces. What else are you in?
I've actually managed to. I'm trying to just soak it all in this year and not do too much. I say right now, I'm just driving in 2 runs. I'm driving the 512S 1970 Sebring winning Ferrari in the Ferrari batch. I think batch 6 is that? Or no, this is batch 6 anyway. So looking forward to that, and just the rest of the time I was just wandering about this morning, looking at a lot of motorbikes. The thing I'm most excited about is seeing Wayne Rainey and Mick Doohan and Kevin Schwantz, King Kenny Roberts. It's going to that for me is going to be the highlight of this weekend.
Well, enjoy it. Thank you.
Thank you.
Chris Ward, we're used to seeing you winning loads of races at the Goodwood Revival, so it's fantastic to see you in something, I mean, so modern. There's only one of these. What is it, and tell us about it?
It's called a Zinger. It's an all-American hypercar built by Kevin Zinger of Divergent Technologies, and it all was the brainchild of Ewan Baldry, who's the chief engineer. And I started driving with Ewan back in the 90s, and it's nice to be able to drive one of his current cars.
And you were just telling me that everything is 3D printed.
Yeah, all the metallic side of things is all 3D printed. So if you look at all the bracketry here, this bell crank, for argument's sake, is all 3D printed, which is quite revolutionary on a car like this, and is time-saving, not only cost-effective as well. So if we wanted to change the characteristics of this bell crank, for argument's sake, we could key into the program all the dimensions that we wanted, and then 2 hours later, you've actually got a part that you can refit to the car and try it out on the track or on the road, whichever it may be.
I mean, it's a test driver's dream.
That's superb. It's a privilege to be able to drive all of the cars and to be able to drive something modern. Very thank you to Kevin for allowing me to do it.
Now, if Andy can come round and we'll have a look inside, because it's mind the Ferrari. It's probably not a great car to bump into. It's very much a two-seater layout. What about the performance?
It's 1,200 horsepower, so it's got conventional combustion engine in the back. It's a V8. It's their own design that produces 950 horsepower, and then it's hybrid motors on the front producing an extra 300. So combine everything together, it's a potent weapon.
Did you use all of them on the way up?
I didn't, no. I was rather conservative. It's the first run up today, and it's the first run up the hill for the car as well. So steady and see how we go onwards and upwards.
Well, it's lovely to see it. Chris, thank you.
Thank you.
Wheel arches.
Brake. Up over the finish line goes Sam Schmidt and the amazing Chevrolet Corvette C8 with all that technology developed by Arrow.
Well, Max Chilton is joining me right now. Max, firstly, just tell everyone what you're up to these days.
Yeah, so I finished doing my IndyCar career at the end of last year, and everyone seems to think I'm sort of just relaxing, not up to much. I'm actually a bit busier than ever. I've got a car storage business I started a couple of years ago. I've been passionate about property development, so I've got my first site building 3 houses underway. And then I'm doing this development role for McMurtry Automotive, developing this Spearling, which everyone's going to get to see this weekend. It's an amazing bit of technology. It's all electric. I've never driven anything electric until now, but I've been working with them since November. We're doing lots and lots of test days at Silverstone, and I can't describe how fast this thing is. It's 1,000 horsepower per tonne. It's got 2 tonnes of downforce at 0 miles an hour. So it's completely backwards the way you think. Usually in a normal racing car, as you brake and slow down, you have to come off the brake pedals, you lose downforce. This is just linear downforce. So if you want to brake, you just keep braking as hard as you can. And then you've got the acceleration. It's single geared, so you just put it in drive and off you go. It does 0 to 60 in under 1.4 seconds. And it keeps accelerating. It doesn't slow down. It will keep doing that until probably 150, depending on how we gear it. I've done over 200 in it with longer gears. So it's outrageously cool. It produces its downforce through this fan system. So it's basically 80s Formula 1 technology in Formula 1. So it's got active suspension as well to lift it, because if we didn't have that, it would just suck itself to the floor. I mean, everything's completely backwards, this car, but it makes it really exciting to drive.
I mean, you're talking about it and your eyes are lighting up. Can you compare it to anything else you have ever driven, maybe in your competitive career?
The nearest thing to compare it to is a Formula 1 car, but it is quicker than a Formula 1 in terms of acceleration. I mean, the fastest 0 to 60 I think I did in my Marussia Formula 1 car was about 2.5. This is 1.3, so it's nearly half. It's half, or double as quick. And then it keeps accelerating. And then slow speed corners, it's got so much downforce at 60, 70 miles an hour. A Formula 1 car has to be doing around 150 miles an hour to produce 2 tonnes of downforce. So it's amazing at slow speed corners. So it should be pretty good at going up the hill. The only problem is we've got this skirt. So if we break the seal, we then lose the downforce. So I can't be cutting the grass or going over any curbs or there's some few drain covers on the way up here. I've got to try and skirt my way around them. But it's an amazing thing to see, and it hopefully bring a new audience to electric cars.
And this is your competitive debut as well on the hill. And just before I started speaking to you, you said you're a little bit nervous about going up there and trying to go really fast.
Yeah, I mean, I stopped getting nervous with racing a long time ago, but it's this is different. And in doing something which is against the norm, you sort of don't really know what to expect. So I'll take it fairly steady on the first one, build up to it, and just hopefully looking forward to a good shootout on Sunday. I'm not here on Saturday, I've got a wedding to go to, so I'm handing the reins over to Alex Summers, who's a British hill climb leading the championship at the moment, so he's in charge on Saturday. Annoyingly, that looks like the best weather, so I might miss out on all the fun, but it is what it is, and it'll be great to have McMurtry up there.
Have you got a time in mind? My final question.
Anything that's quickest. I mean, people going on about the record, I think in our first year we'll see how it goes, but if we can win it, that would be a great place to start.
Well, I love that you're feeling competitive and that you want to win it. Max, thanks for chatting to us.
Thank you. Cheers.
Well, if there's a bar, you've got to aim to go higher, haven't you? McMurtry, I think, possibly won't be aiming for ultimate victory this week, but you never know. You've got to give it a shot. So, exciting times, and what a phenomenal looking car it is. You do need to go and have a look at that McMurtry machine. Very narrow and really something out of a comic book. Well, we saw them overhead earlier, and actually I was amazed to see that the ceiling was high enough to give them their full 5,500 metre display area. The Red Arrows were here this morning, and talking us through all the action was their man Red 10, Graham Muscat, and Rachel is ready to chat to him.
Well, I'm joined now by Graham Muscat, Red 10. That means you're the 10th Red Arrow, and usually they fly in a formation of 9, you just informed me. Today it was 7, so actually you weren't up there flying. You came here on a separate plane and then got a helicopter, and quite the journey for you. Tell us firstly about Red 10 and what that involves.
Well, primarily I'm the team supervisor, so it is my job to watch the display, make sure we're safe, adhering to all the rules and regulations that we have to. And in secondary I provide the commentary, which actually provides the link between the crowd and the aircraft, and I allow the commentary and the radio transmissions to go through the PA system so they can hear what actually is going on with the pilots.
So how much training kind of got you to this position? Because a couple of weeks ago it was the Queen's Jubilee and you did actually fly in that formation, because they did have 9 aircrafts in formation there with the Red Arrows.
Yeah, I mean, I've been in the military 27 years, you know, and close formation flying is a core skill for all military pilots. So flying in close formation is actually not that difficult, if I'm honest, for a military pilot. I just had to learn the smoke plan, actually, to make sure I had the right smoke in the right place and the right colour as we went over Buckingham Palace, which we practiced about 4 or 5 times when we were out on our spring exercise in Greece earlier in the year.
Yeah, I mean, it's amazing. I was kind of speaking earlier, I think the Red Arrows are almost like a national treasure. People kind of just stop and stare wherever they are in the world. So how proud does it make you feel to be a part of this team?
Immensely proud. It's probably the highlight of my career so far. As I said, I've been in 27 years, and to be able to be part of the Red Arrows, which is something that I've always wanted to do for my entire career. You know, it's a high, and not only that, to do it in the Queen's Platinum Jubilee year as well, and the year when we're returning back to pre-COVID levels of displays, it's fantastic.
Yeah, it absolutely is. And what did the schedule look like today? Because you were due here at 12:30 and you were very punctual, as you always are, but I believe you left around 9:50 earlier today?
Yeah, so we left at 9:50 from RAF Scampton in Lincolnshire. It takes no more than about 30 minutes to get down to Farnborough. We land, myself and the Circus 10, the videographer, jumped in a helicopter to land here, but then the aircraft have got to be turned, fueled, re-dyed, re-smoked, ready for the display here at 12:30. The pilots have now landed at Farnborough, and they're going to get helicoptered in today to meet the rest of the crowd at Goodwood.
Oh, it sounds like an absolutely awesome job. And I'm kind of an aircraft fan myself. I told you this earlier. I'm a bit geeky. I have that flight radar tracker. Can we track the Red Arrows on there? Is that something that we're able to do?
You can. You can track any military aircraft as long as they're squawking. It's called, and I put the identification friend and foe on. If they got that, you can find us. You'd have to look for a little military symbol. It looks like a Typhoon aircraft. Interrogate it, and then you'll find us. But if you've got a heads up and know where we're going, kind of the route, at least you can maybe pick us off halfway along.
Well, talking about heads up where you're going, where are you going next? Where can I track you next?
So today it's just Goodwood. Tomorrow we are doing Headcorn, flying out of Farnborough again. Then we're back at Goodwood in the afternoon. Tomorrow evening we're going back up to Scampton. We are taking part on Saturday at the National Armed Forces Day at Scarborough and Cleethorpes. Then Saturday evening we fly back down to Bournemouth for Goodwood again on Sunday, and then Weston-super-Mare on Sunday afternoon, and then fly back up to Scampton on Sunday evening. So it's a very, very busy schedule this weekend with a lot of movements.
Well, Graham, your feet literally never touch the ground. You are flying here, there and everywhere. Well, it's awesome. We love to watch it. I think the crowd very much enjoyed it here today at the first day of Festival of Speed. Wish you luck for everything else that you're doing. Thanks for chatting to us.
Great to be here. Thank you very much.
The RAF Red Arrows, absolutely a national institution, and not just national, international institution as well, flying the flag for the British Armed Forces wherever they go. Phenomenal as always, and great to see them here. And great to see so many people here at Festival of Speed as well, wherever you are around the venue. Thank you for coming, thank you for making the effort to get here, and I hope your sick note goes through okay with work. Beautiful weather this afternoon. Martin Haven back on the mic, and Sean Ward with me. And Sean, a great day for everybody to sort of bed themselves in, and wherever people are around the venue, everybody sort of knows about the hill itself and the cars that are going up and down, but that is really just scratching the surface. If you stand trackside, you'll have plenty to see all day, but there's so much more that they could be doing as well.
There's so much. There's manufacturer stands, there's different stalls. You can buy little model cars if you want to. You can buy food. There's Electric Avenue, of course. There's about 30 of the newest electric cars that you can go and have a look around, ask some questions with people from the companies that build them. There's Future Lab as well, looking ahead. This year's all about innovation.
Yeah.
That is where, new things are being created. There are some very interesting companies in there. There's just so much. I don't really know where to start. There's more than just the hill.
And that's the thing, you don't know where to start. Unless you bought a programme, you will have no idea the scope of the Festival of Speed. So do spend the money on a programme. You might think, oh, goodness me, that's a little bit much. It's not. Once you get it in your hand, you will feel exactly why it is worth what you've paid for it. And you'll get a free radio as well, with which you can either turn us off or listen to us, and we'll guide you around. Also download the Festival of Speed here. Download the Goodwood app. not only will it tell you where you are on the venue, because it's very easy to sort of lose your track, but it will also tell you where it is that you were heading for when you spent half an hour down a wormhole on something where, oh, squirrels, look over there. Because that's the danger of walking around here. You head off to go and see Future Lab, or you go to see the Formula One pit lane, or you go somewhere, and then you just stumble across a magical mystery tour of different things. And whether you're going down to the flying field to watch the helicopters, or where you're watching down on the track just below us here at the Molecombe Grandstands, or whether you're in the Future Zone, or whether you're digging around on the rally stage, or whether you're grabbing selfies and so on at the top of the track, then there's just so much to do. Don't forget, you can get in contact, give us your thoughts at Goodwood RRC, at Goodwood RRC, or at Goodwood RRC, on the Facebook, on the Insta, as the kids say, and on Twitter. You can get in touch with us and send us your selfies from the day. The social media team are very, very lively. We've barely even seen a car go by the window when suddenly it's up online. Now then, it was suggested that we would have Gordon Murray here. In fact, it was suggested to me that we'd have Gordon Ramsay here, but it turns out to be not the chef but the car designer. And I understand that this is Gordon Murray, the great South African designer. So it is. Okay, I'm hearing hello. I am hearing it is indeed Gordon Ramsay. So he is, as we know, a bit of a car buff as well. And here in this fabulous Aston.
Look at him, he's waving, he's having a great time. He's not swearing, he's not cooking.
Well, you know, he hasn't got himself in a pickle yet, so Gordon Ramsay in this, is this a DB5? I think this is a DB5. I need to see a little more. Pull back 3, pull back.
It's difficult to tell from the door handles. I'm not quite that nerdy, fairly
No.
nerdy, but not quite that level.
Yes, I think it's a 5. Aston Martin fans who's at home going, it's a 4, you fool! Look at that.
I'm disappointed in myself.
Yeah. So is it a DB4 GT? I think it might be a DB4 GT.
Again, he's looking for lamb sauce.
No,
I think he is.
He is just enjoying the glorious, mellifluous waffle of this 6-cylinder engine. Absolutely lovely.
Beautiful, beautiful car. Lovely spec. Heat haze now as well. We've got. It's a joy to see, actually, given how poor the weather was first thing this morning.
Actually, it wasn't that. I think we were overseeing it. No, there was a little bit of drizzle, and you sort of almost felt you needed your coat on. But actually, an hour later, it was all gone. Track is now nice and dry, or the road is now nice and dry. And, yeah, beautiful weather to be driving any Aston Martin around the Flint wall. And then the road opens up again as they burst out of the trees into the sunshine. George just enjoying a slightly spirited canter up the hill without getting too overexcited.
It's a treat, though, isn't it, to go up in anything, let alone something is...
Well, to go anywhere in an Aston Martin, I think, is probably a treat, but to be able to enjoy conducting one up the hill here, yeah, singular enjoyment. So Gordon Ramsay enjoying himself as he motors to the top of the hill here. And doubtless will be enjoying having a chat with some of the other drivers that get up to the top as well, because particularly I think if you're the first man up or woman up, you get a long while as everybody else arrives and mingles, and there's, as we have seen, so many different kinds of vehicles, so many different disciplines of sport and motorsport, 2 wheels and 4 wheels, manufactured cars and everything else. And that brings so many different characters. I mean, we've seen these 2 Red Bull Drift M4s before, and these M4 GT4s are particularly spectacular. Wherever you are, you can't miss them coming, popping and banging on the anti-lag. And these things are just phenomenal entertainment.
These are the Drift Brothers. They've come over from Germany. This is their first trip to the Festival of Speed. And as you'll spot, they're very far from standard M4s. They've got lots of steering lock, lots of tyre smoke. Look at that now. Exhaust coming out the top rear deck. And look at that, donut in front of the house, synchronised, of course.
Yeah, absolutely. Smoke on. Very much in the style of the Red Arrows. There used to be a deal where if you had different coloured rubber tyres, they would lay down different coloured smoke, which sounds like it shouldn't be a thing because the pigment in the rubber shouldn't necessarily translate, but it did. And I think that has sort of probably gone the way of all good things. Trailing a bit of back panel. Now right outside us now in the crossing. And the great thing with these drift cars is once you have got that back moving around, these drivers have the skill to be able to continue just to keep it moving around almost no matter where they go at will.
And now we're balancing the throttle, the brake, clutch, steering the car on, the throttle, keeping the wheels rotating. Using a bit of handbrake as well. And the fact that they can do that and also follow each other. The
hydraulic handbrake is, absolutely key to the Masters art. Hydraulic handbrake, very quick steering rack, and a big throttle pedal. And lots of horsepower. And then arriving at the top in a nice, serene manner. Of course, we'll cut away from them now, then they'll get into the collecting area at the top, realise there's only one car, and suddenly lay it on again. I'm sure there are as many donuts at the top of the track as there are at the bottom.
Look at that beautiful slow-mo.
Yeah, in hypermotion, looks absolutely the business, doesn't it? So the thing I enjoy most is when they were here a little earlier, they were just circling around each other, just laying this massive layer of smoke, and you could not see a car in it. It was just this absolute cloud of white smoke, and then suddenly they appear out of it going in the right direction. So clearly they can see a little bit more from the inside than we can see from the outside.
It is quite just the skills to be able to do that. Oh, Giulia Quadrifoglio.
Yeah.
Was that a Giulia Veloce? I think that's a Giulia Veloce. Actually, my mistake.
Passed one of those yesterday in a glorious red coming down the M27. It's a great looking car. I mean, it's a really, and again, you know, for fans of 155, 156s or any kind of 90s, noughties Alpha, it's got all of the family look there.
Now we're looking at the Polestar 2s. This was Polestar's second new car, followed on from the Polestar 1, which was a hybrid. This is all electric. Various configurations. You can have motors on the front and the rear axle for all-wheel drive. You can have a rear-wheel drive one which just has slightly longer range. And they're all coming. So this is, as I say, they're only their second car. They've got Polestar 3, they've got Polestar 5, they've got lots in the pipeline.
Polestar, an offshoot of the Volvo Group, owned by Geely, the group that owns Volvo, among many other brands. And pure EVs are definitely their calling card now. High performance, family orientated, pure EVs.
That's the thing. It's a relatively practical car, but you've got monster performance.
And it's interesting, isn't it? We're sort of, it's almost like hot rodding. I sometimes feel, we're in the full first flush of EV production and everybody's going, how fast can I make it go? I think possibly we're going to gradually settle down a little more into not using gazillion horsepowers, but using EVs to actually go a long distance at a moderate speed rather than a short distance at an insane speed. But here we are with the Mustang Mach-E, and again, although it is clearly of SUV proportions, the design cues, the styling cues that revert back to the Mustang GT, the previous year, in fact every year of Mustangs, is it's all definitely there. I mean, the body language of the car may be different, but the design language remains very traceable.
And this is the Mach-E GT as well, so you've got more power, you've got more torque, you've got slightly more powerful brakes, it's all-wheel drive, get to 60 under 4 seconds, it's firmer suspension, everything like that. It's kind of the tweaked Mach-E, more performance really.
And of course, one of the reasons why so many EVs are of an SUV size is because it allows you to put in a big tray of batteries underneath, which gives you power and or range depending on how you slice it. So, and of course, an EV as an SUV is a very practical family car as well, whether you ever need to get out of a muddy field or not. Lots of comfortable seating position, lots of capacity.
So the car we're looking at the moment is a BMW i4 M50. So the i4 is BMW's electric saloon. It is the M50. So this is the first electric M-branded car, celebrating 50 years of M at Festival of Speed this year. And again, electric power, electric torque, instant response. And then after that, we've got the McLaren Artura, next generation of McLaren supercar. Hybrid V6 powertrain, drop the old V8, which saves a big chunk of weight as well. Can run for 18 miles on electric power alone, but still deliver the same crazy performance that the V8s could do, but it's more efficient, lighter, you know, just a very, and the packaging as well, to get the whole hybrid system in a car that is of a similar size is really impressive, very intricate.
Again, great looking car, very understated, and you know, when you have a car capable of doing the sorts of things that does, sometimes it's quite nice not to shout at the police.
And but this as well, this is a starting point. You know, we'll go on from here. We've seen the GT4 version, we'll see other versions with a bit more power that will go on over the next few years. And behind that is the Ferrari 296 GTB. Again, another V6 hybrid, more than 800 horsepower, so more than McLaren, that's built just over 600. But this is a hybrid Ferrari. It is not limited run, which is the La Ferrari, which is the first hybrid Ferrari about a decade ago now. This is not limited run. Anyone can buy this. It's expensive, but anyone can buy it.
Yes, well, yes, anybody with the right depth of pocket can buy it. There is not a restricted waiting list, exactly right.
Behind that we've got the Lotus Emira, so you can get that in two flavours. You can get it with a 4-cylinder turbocharged engine from Mercedes-AMG, or you can get it with the V6 engine, 3.5 litre V6. It's been the Exige, the Elise, not the Elise, sorry, and the Evora. That V6 will eventually come to its end. That's when the 4-cylinder will take over. This particular version is the V6.
And there is this year's sculpture, as we've said, celebrating 50 years of M brand for BMW. And in fact, just next to us at Moulcombe, there is a big M display, on the roof of which is an M1, because it's just sitting there on the roof. But right at the top of this Jerry Judah sculpture is the latest BMW motorsport project. This is the LMDH car that they revealed just a week or so ago, 2 weeks ago actually, in the lead up to Le Mans. This is going to be their Hypercar LMDH Challenger. It'll race at Le Mans, at Daytona, at Sebring, Petit Le Mans. It'll race in the American IMSA WeatherTech Sports Car Series, and it'll race in the FIA World Endurance Championship. On the left, the LMV12 that won Le Mans. Top right, you can see a 3-litre CSL. Upside down, with the M stripes on, you can see in the middle of a Red Arrow style barrel roll an M1 Pro car, and then a 320i WTCC Super 2000 racer at the lower right. So those are all on the structure just in front of the house here at Goodwood. House, mansion, palace, you know, house. So you can wander over, and as you can see, fans there, sort of get your selfie with yourself inside the spider's web there, and with all the cars exploding gloriously above your head. You can see all the action on the big screens as well, around and about. When you get your programme, don't forget the radio that goes with it in the little box that you get, called an ear wig. Hook it on your ear, and don't cut off the lanyard, because that is the aerial. And that will allow you to follow the action. Hello, sir. Hello, madam. Yes, I can see you. Can you see you too? Very good. Are we having fun? We are having fun.
That nod says it all, doesn't it? If you could keep communicating throughout the day, that would be fantastic.
Excellent. And food and drink around and about. Yes, you're on the screen.
Yeah, it's compulsory. You have to wave, I'm afraid.
But there's just a thing, isn't there? Lots of people enjoying the sunshine, and the place is absolutely heaving. And a great opportunity as well for photographers, amateur and professional alike, to get some really nice shots in the collecting area. I mean, there are cars here that I have never seen in real life that I've just been going around taking proper grockle pictures of because I'm such an anorak. As the cars go up the hill, they all collect in the top paddock, the collecting area, before turning around and coming down. And it gives the fans who are up there, you can get up there either on foot or on a tractor to catch up with the drivers and to hunt for a selfie or an autograph. It also allowed our Ed Foster to catch up with them and have a bit of a chat, and he did exactly that with Gordon Ramsay just a moment or two ago. So let's see what the good man had to say about his trip up the hill this afternoon.
Gordon Ramsay, we see a whole number of famous faces up here, but they're usually racing drivers. I know you're a big fan of cars. How was the DB4?
It was beautiful. And something with that amount of history and getting a chance to drive it on such an amazing course, yeah, wonderful, thank you.
Now, I heard someone told me that actually you wanted to get in loads of different cars, and they actually said, no, sorry, Gordon, you haven't got time. Is that true?
That's very true. Chefs are speed freaks, so I just love the energy and... Yeah, I'm.
Sorry, we'll still be able to hear.
I'm glad they said. I'm glad they followed the speed limit. Holy mackerel! That level of perfection is something that we strive for on a daily basis. So to jump in this car, and I'm a big car collector, so yeah, it's the one opportunity every year that we just look forward to driving properly.
And you were saying you haven't been here for about 10 years, so the event must have changed a huge amount for you.
Yeah, no, I met the Duke this morning. We held a beautiful lunch for Michelin, and we used all his ingredients from his amazing estate. So the evolution, the development in the last decade has been extraordinary, and hence why there's tens and tens of thousands of people coming every day.
Now, I saw you having a wee look at the two drifters coming in, the two brothers, who are half African, half German. How much do you have to be paid to sit in a passenger seat in one of those?
There's no way I'm going to sit in one of those cars with those drivers. Now, I know how to drift, but I wouldn't do it on such a narrow lane like they've just done.
I thought you wanted to get in more cars, so we can make it happen.
I'm fine for the moment, thank you. Good to see you.
Well, Gordon, thanks very much.
You're welcome, thank you.
Jake Hill, the Festival of Speed is always filled with good news stories, but we've got a bad news one in that this is your only day here and you're not in the shootout.
I am genuinely upset. You know, this is my favourite event of the year, and especially after, you know, the triumph that we had last year with the Nissan Skyline. I loved it, you know, but proud to be representing BMW this year, and I got to drive the M3 Touring just now up the hill, which was a real blast. So yeah, absolute joy, and hopefully I'll be back to do the proper run at some point soon.
And have you driven this car before, or was it literally just jumping in now and this is the first time you've driven it?
No, that was it. First time jumping in it, first time seeing it this morning. Obviously it got unveiled this morning, so yeah, it's a real work of art. I love it, and I want one as a road car, you know, it's that good. So and the best thing is it's a proper M3. You know, you can do big wheel spins in it, you can put the dog in the back being a touring, you can go shopping. It's just a fantastic bit of kit, so yeah, I absolutely love it.
Judging by the amount of heat you managed to get in the brakes, you probably don't want to buy this one in particular.
Probably not this one. This one should probably stay as a track car, but nonetheless, you know, it's fantastic, you know, and I just love being back at the Festival of Speed. It's a real honour, and yeah, I just cannot wait to come back and do it properly again soon.
Now, the reason why you're not here this weekend, obviously, is you're BTCC and you're in the thick of it. How is the championship going?
Yeah, very well, thank you. Yeah, it's again a real privilege to drive for West Surrey Racing with Dick Bennett still at the helm of that with BMW, and we've got an awesome car in the 330e this year, and I'm currently 5th in the championship now, heading into race 5. This will be round 5, so hopefully we can get a win this weekend, as Croft's a strong circuit for us, and yeah, bring home some more points.
Well, we'll all miss you here, but best of luck.
Thank you.
Welcome back to a very sunny Goodwood in West Sussex. The Festival of Speed, day 1 of 4. And the action has been very, very busy so far. Lots of people here on site. Fantastic to see everybody back here. Fantastic to see so many marshals and stewards working as well to look after our competitors and our spectators alike. Martin Haven here on the commentary for a little while. We have a quiet moment or two on the track at the moment, so you should be able to go across shortly in the crossing areas if you need to. Don't forget, the Mastercard bridge will allow you to get from one side to the other. You can get on the tractor and trailer and go up the hill to the top paddock, the collecting area where all the drivers wait at the top to come down after their runs. While you're there, you can get to the rally stage. If you haven't bought a programme, shame on you. Buy a programme and listen on the radio as well. Wherever you are around the world, welcome to our live streaming as well, because you are sharing the secret with us. There are lots of drivers and lots of fans who know Goodwood, know about Goodwood and love coming to Goodwood, but there's a much larger number that aren't yet entirely aware. So it's down to you lot to spread the word and let them know. That's what racing drivers do. Where are you going next week? Oh, I'm going to Goodwood. Oh, I've heard about that. What's it like? You need to come. Well, it's the same with your friends. If they're not here with you, then you need to make sure that they come in the future. You've got one more opportunity later this year. I think there are still tickets possibly available for the Goodwood Revival, but you can also look at maybe joining the Goodwood Road Racing Club Fellowship and get yourself in for early bird tickets. So a man who knows this place very well indeed now, and also when he was starting out in his career, recently celebrated his 80th birthday. With Rachel, Mr. Derek Bell.
Derek, I know you're very busy signing autographs.
Not really.
We're working for Goodwood. Can I get a quick word? I know you're in demand here. As you can see, all the fans here want an autograph. I mean, you're back at Goodwood. I'm sure you've been a regular face in years gone by here.
Before you were born, dear.
Go on then. Give me a date. Give me a date and we'll see 64? If you're correct. Oh, yeah, very correct. So should I not give my age away?
That was my first ever race here. Yeah, carry on.
And how does it feel being back here, driving a Ferrari this time out? Tell us about what you're going up the hill in.
Well, I'm going up in a beautiful Ferrari Daytona. I'm not sure if it's the one I raced at Le Mans in '72. And then I'm driving a 1937 Alfa Romeo, which should be fabulous, which I have yet to see, and they're still waiting all day for me to appear. And I'm driving a couple of Porsche 962 and a 956, which we were Le Mans winners together. So.
I mean, obviously you've been here for quite some years, like you've been saying. Does it differ each year? Does it get more exciting each year?
It's just different, and it's fabulous because the Duke just does so much to change things and make it more appealing to people. It's just fantastic. So I know every time I come it's going to be different. I don't expect it, but I know it is.
We have an audience here as well, and I'm sure they all kind of want to know how exactly it feels to go up this iconic 1.16 miles of the hill out there.
I didn't think it was that long, but I'll take it as they must have gone somewhere else for the start then, because anyway, I thought it was 1,000 yards. But it's great fun. I mean, we go up in cars that we haven't sat in for 30, 40 years, and you get in it. I mean, heaven knows if it's still going to handle all right, and the tyres are going to be cold, they're not going to be hot. I sound like one of the racing drivers in Formula One, don't I? But, you know, I'm not making excuses, but you can't drive it as fast as you want because you just don't know how it's going to react. The most important thing is not to ding somebody's beautiful piece of history, because these guys have gone to great efforts to buy the cars, restore them, and then bring them out for idiots like me to drive. So it's, you know, it's a wonderful, wonderful all-round sort of show, and I think we go pretty well. Some of the cars are exceptional, some are so historic, but we're lucky to be part of it and invited to be here.
We totally are, and the Duke obviously puts on a great show each year, and having the likes of Nigel and Wayne here this year is something quite special, isn't it?
Yeah, it really is. Well, I mean, that's what it's all about, and eventually these guys who think they're very important have to come, because they're not important anymore if they don't. Did you get that bit?
I think we got that, but you're still here. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you very much.
As quick a driver as any in his day, and as nice a man as you would wish to meet. Derek Bell. They often say, don't meet your heroes. I would absolutely disregard that. If you see your heroes anywhere here around the Festival of Speed, go and say hello and just appreciate the fact that they're here and that you can just walk up to them and say hi and get an autograph or a selfie, and they all have time. So Derek Bell, driving a Ferrari Daytona. Of course, he started his sports car career with Ferrari, but really made his name with Porsche. So he'll be out in a Rothmans Porsche 956 and a Rothmans Porsche 962, in both of which he won Le Mans, and I think he will be out in a couple of other things as well. He's just always entertaining to see here. So whether it's on-road or off-road, whether it's rally cars, whether it's extreme buggies, whether it's four-wheel drive, two-wheel drive or two wheels, whether it's electric, whether it's powered by petrol or hydrogen, it's all here, whether it's 100 years old or unveiled for the very first time today. And everything is a sort of combination of all of that. So, sir, you are not going to get your wife to wave at herself on a big screen. I'm afraid that is a lost cause. Now then, if you hang around outside the Drivers Club, and there are definitely other things that you could be doing, but if you do hang around outside the Drivers Club, you will find all sorts of the great and the good wandering in and out. We've just heard from Rachel with Derek Bell. She has had a chance as well to catch up with motorcycle ace Maria Costello.
Well, I managed to grab Maria Costello, MBE actually, ahead of the festival this year. I mean, you're a pretty regular face, aren't you, here? How many times have you been, and what are you looking forward to this year?
Do you know what? I am a regular here, and it's the best thing in the world to be a regular here. To be able to say that is just amazing. To be back here at Goodwood's amazing. And I've brought my sidecar along this year, and it's always fun taking that up the hill. But just getting to go up the hill is special.
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to get to go up the hill with Maria in her sidecar. A little bit more about that later on. But, you know, you come back year after year because you are an absolute trailblazer for women in motorcycling. You've done everything there is possible. You've been at the TT, you've done kind of road races, you've met absolute legends here. Tell us a little bit about your past, your story.
Oh gosh, well, it started a long time ago. You're right. It was nearly 30 years ago when I started racing, and started on short circuits but very quickly went to road racing, famously the Isle of Man TT, and I still am competing there. Yeah, raced all over the world, achieved a lot of firsts for women, and continue to try and do that, especially with adding sidecars in at the TT. Became the first woman ever to do both there in 2019, so race a solo and a sidecar. And because the weather was so bad, ended up doing it on the same day, which was a bit crazy. And obviously just got back from there recently. And so this is a good way to kind of get over the TT blues coming here to Goodwood.
How different is a motorbike to a sidecar? Because I work a lot at BSB paddock and I see both, and I'm not going to lie, sidecars do terrify me a little bit.
Yes, they're very different. You're very low down, I'm kneeling, my toes touch the floor, I'm reaching over the engine for the handlebars, and it's a very different physical experience for me. It's all arms and core, and as the passenger it's extremely physical, and you're going to find out what that's like.
Yes, Maria has actually invited me to be a passenger in her sidecar on Friday, so I'm a little bit apprehensive, but it's going to be great fun. So we'll actually film that for you guys so you can watch that as well. But Maria, I want to ask you, Wayne Rainey is here this time at Festival of Speed. You know, he's going out, captain motorcycle. It's a massive deal. 3-time champion in MotoGP, of course. Back here, when you hear this and you see what's being done, how does that make you feel?
It's massively emotional. I'm sure it is for him. It must be so amazing. You get back on your own race bike, especially, you know, a 500cc two-stroke. You know, they're massively emotive anyway, and I feel like I'm the luckiest person in the world getting to be here and share the, you know, the run up the hill with him. Getting to see this is very special. I think getting to what he's doing here is amazing.
Yeah, what he is doing here is amazing, and I know he's been out already. We'll get to see him hopefully in action a couple more times before the festival is out. But I'm looking forward to collaborating with an absolute legend tomorrow in the sidecar. So if you guys want to see that, and Maria out in the total action and, you know, being a total trailblazer like you are, then that tomorrow at, I believe, 10:30. So Maria, enjoy the rest of your time here, and I'm excited to get in there with you.
Fantastic. See you then.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
You get the feeling that when Maria invited Rachel for a ride, no was not an acceptable answer. Well, let's take just a little look around this vast site here at Goodwood House. The Festival of Speed has got something for everybody and things that you never knew were for you. BMX, scooters, they're electric scooters that have been racing here. Let's take a look around the venue. Well, here is the hill climb course. This is the spine of the entire event. Molecombe, the key corner, plus Flint Wall, I guess. Those are some of the major viewing areas, but based all the way around on the side of the track where the house is and on the other side here where commentary is, you will find all sorts of different elements. So we are ready to set our next set of cars up the hill. Toyota Gazoo Racing, you will gather this may not be a Le Mans winning hypercar. In fact, there isn't a Le Mans winning hypercar here from TGR, but Toyota Gazoo Racing has many irons in many fires. So in Dakar spec, the Toyota Hilux. And again, Mathieu Baumel giving this car plenty of beans away from the start line. Expect to see right up on its toes. Long travel suspension, so critical for surviving races in the desert, and possibly slightly less than appropriate for the smooth tarmac here. And again, giving it absolutely the full measure on the exit of the Molecombe, climbing the hill. Plenty of power, plenty of suspension travel. Little limited in terms of outright grip. I don't think he'll be challenging for the overall fast time, but Mathieu certainly putting on an impressive display. And from the Dakar to the pre-war Grand Prix circuits, Julien Majoub in his Prio 8C Alfa Romeo, straight 8 supercharged pre-war Grand Prix car. And Julien, a veteran and irrepressible historic racer. Absolutely classic all arms and elbows style. That's why cockpits were cut so low. And here, even earlier than that, right back to the early years of Alfa, the P3. So Ben Collins with the Tipo B. The P3 Alpha was really where Alfa Romeo started to come to the very forefront of pre-war Grand Prix racing, 1930s, and still just a glorious device. Simplicity in its extreme. Boattail rear end housing the fuel tank, and all of the bonnet housing the Alfa straight 8 motor. And I just have to listen to it. It goes by the window. Absolutely glorious. Right, we're going to have a little bit of a shift change in a moment. We'll let Ben Collins go to the top as the top is running on him.
Thank you, Martin. And Ben back with you here. And we are looking at some of the shootout running now. This is looking forward to the time sessions that, of course, will take us through to the Sunday afternoon and the drama of trying to be the fastest car up the hill. And we start with some real classics, which is lovely to see. Of course, they won't set the outright pace, but Keith, you're with me, and it's lovely to see Alfa Romeo's, Aston Martins from pre-war doing their stuff.
Which is a good thing, of course. The sun has come back out. There's a little bit more to look forward to here at Goodwood. And squealing tyres all the way around this track, behind our commentary position, in front of our commentary position. Everybody now checking out the times as we come up the hall. We've got Blakemore in the Aston Martin Ulster. Celebrating now.
How suitable.
No doubt about it, but blessed we are then with the sun this afternoon.
Yeah. Absolutely, it is all good fun. Sorry, we were just not hearing Keith properly. We've got you back properly now, Keith.
Yes, for some strange reason that was a slight problem there, but benefit to some, of course, not being able to hear me. I was just saying the virtues of this beautiful looking car up here, the Aston Martin Ulster. And I was just mentioning it is the 100th year of the Ulster Grand Prix. That's not actually happening this year, as it turns out, in the end. But the sentiment is there here at the Festival of Speed.
So that goes 5th fastest for now. So we're getting times on all of these cars, and it'll give us a little bit of a take on exactly what's going on as we go through all of this. And so we've got the next car heading out, Nicolas Perret, who's coming out with the Sunbeam Tourist Trophy. So another pre-war racing machine, the sort of machine that would have had a mechanic sitting next to the driver in its day, but thankfully now with just somebody on their own.
Look at the prep. Look at the cranking handle at the front as well to start the thing. It's right in where it should be. But I mean, the prep for these cars, wandering around, and this is the fantastic thing about the Festival of Speed, you get access to all this kind of kit, the drivers, the guys that have prepped the vehicle, bringing it here and the like. You can speak to them all. It's open access down in pit lane. And it is fantastic from our point of view to be able to get around as real enthusiasts. You know, I know virtually nothing about this era of cars, I've got to say, but you learn something every single day, and we try to bring you that. Certainly more from my perspective as a layman, I think, more than anything in these early cars. I'm learning every minute of every day, so hopefully that will build as the weekend goes through. If you're joining us today, of course, we're on air over the week and over the weekend. 4 days of festivities at the Festival of Speed. You don't get any better than that, really.
No, it is wonderful, and it's lovely to see machines like this. This Sunbeam Tourist Trophy in 1914. Probably much of the Peugeot Grand Prix car the year before, but now we've updated a bit to the Porsche 356 from a little bit later on.
Love the number plate.
Yeah, 95 hot. That looks great, doesn't it? James Turner is in this Porsche at the moment. And we've got a few other cars that are going to gradually, as we go through this group, you will see getting more and more modern, basically, and faster in theory, although, of course, they're not all going to be rapidly fast. But there are going to be some entertaining machines out there. And this beautiful 356 Carrera GT, the origins of Porsche's success as sports car producer.
Gets trickier and trickier as we get faster and faster and wider in vehicle status at the end of the day, because the crown of the road and the way that the camber flattens out in some places or is adverse in other places makes a big difference for the bigger, faster cars. They get a little bit harder to manage.
Well, let's see how the time looks for James as he gets ready to come across the line, and we'll see where it puts him in the overall standings at the moment. And so he does 74.63 seconds, so he's not the slowest, but he's not the fastest either at the moment.
That's still the 210 number car, Matthew Baumel, that's on top at the moment, 91.9 through the trap. 66.04 being the fastest time so far. I get the feeling that might be going in a second. And we've got a Hyundai goes up the track.
Yeah, we've gone something much more modern now for the Hyundai Veloster N TCR. So this is very up to date, and this is going to be pretty rapid up the hill, I would think. So this is going to give us a little bit more of an indication. The first
bit of inside grass,
yeah,
not inside curve, but he's certainly using all of the track and a bit more.
Let's see what the interval is. So the first interval is around 25 seconds normally.
Tricky as it comes to Molecombe where we are, though, just on the entry to Molecombe, gets it through there. That's a key corner on this racetrack to get right if you want the run up to the finish line.
In fact, Anthony Reid has just done a quick run, which we haven't been showing on here, but Anthony Reid is now one of the fastest. He does 54.46 seconds. No surprise that Anthony's been so quick. He's been fastest up here in the past as well. But Lewis Kent is now about to come over the line. Let's see how this compares. It was a good sliding episode.
I'll tell you what, Anthony Reid's time was very good. 54.46 and 55. Lewis Kent has just done a 55.4.
Okay, so not much difference, but Anthony's still a bit quicker. Oh, look at this, beautiful.
Yeah.
Lancia heading out on track, rally car, of course, so a slightly different kind of machine, but nonetheless a very passionate machine for so many people, and it's going to be pretty rapid up here, I would think, as long as it keeps it clean. Oh dear, nearly got it wrong there.
Just as you said it.
Yeah.
Commentator's blight.
Absolutely, always the way, isn't it?
The way the thing sits on the back under power as well, just to drive that rear set of tyres down into the ground. Past the flint wall.
Yeah, and let's see how this goes in terms of pace. Dave Kedwood. We've still got the time of Anthony Reid at 54.46. But let's see whether the Lancia is going to be quicker. I rather doubt it is. It looks as though it's going to be a slightly slower kind of run.
Anthony Reid was quickest through the speed trap at 114 miles an hour, compared with Lewis Kent's 107 in the Hyundai a little earlier on.
Okay, well, it's still lovely to see it heading up the hill. And
just goes to show you the evolution of vehicles, doesn't it?
It does.
The changes that we've had, and we're going to get faster and faster. Lewis
Formula
Selby.
E car about to head up the road as well. We've got Dan Callis. Now, Dan, who will be here today and tomorrow, and then rushing up to Croft to do the British touring cars, or actually it's his car, but it's not him driving, I think, at the moment.
We're watching Lewis Selby, but Nick Heidfeldt's just left the grid as well.
Okay.
In a really quick first sector time of 5.45, and we know Heidfeldt was the quickest man over this course back in the past in a Formula 1 car.
That's right. Absolutely. So across the line it goes. Right, so
this is quick.
Yeah, this is the McMurtry machine that Max Chilton is in. 1,000 horsepower electric powertrain.
And that absolutely launched. This turn one's pretty tricky when you launch that quick. You arrive here very, very fast indeed. Look at this thing. It's like a bullet, an electric bullet. Wow, that looks quick to even me.
Yeah.
Motorcycle version. Look at the speed that thing is going.
It was on the static display last year. It's been developed since then.
4.24 was his first 100 metres through the first trap at 110 miles an hour. So still not the quickest through that first trap.
Interesting. 0 to 60 in less than 1.5 seconds, they reckon this thing can do. Top speed limited to 150 miles an hour. Close ratio hill climb gearbox.
Long way the fastest at intermediate 2 split. 35.2 through the intermediate. He is going to blast this by the time he gets to the top of the hill here. Here comes the finish line then. What's it going to be?
Across the line, and it's a 35.21. Yeah. Massively faster than anybody else.
Have some of that.
That's pretty impressive.
35.21. That was very impressive indeed.
So Max Chilton, who's been looking forward to having a play at this and having a real attack. It's the first time he's done the sort of flying hill climb here at Goodwood. And that's an excellent getaway
Still
for him.
confused me. 110 mile an hour through the speed trap compared with 114 mile an hour of Anthony Reid earlier on. So it just goes to show you horses to courses, different parts of the track, what you can use.
Ben Mitchell, very competitive racer. We've seen a lot of success from him at members' meetings and revivals over the years in historic cars. He's in a Formula 2 March BMW. We saw this as part of the M group of cars earlier on. It's a lovely machine from 1982. It was a very dominant Formula 2 car back in the day. The March machine, Robin Hurt was the designer behind the March cars at that time, and they had a lot of success. But I'm not sure they're going to have quite the pace on this case. He's done a good couple of first areas, but it's not going to be to the same level as Max Chilton.
Yeah, Max Chilton's time at intermediate 1 was 21.59, 35.2 at the top of the hill. There's some close ones at the intermediate 1, but I think once that electric car got itself, that EV got itself going, it was really fast at the top.
Yeah, so a bit more action out there, and this is the Capri from early on, which was very successful in the DTM. What was the version of the DTM back in the day? It changed its names slightly over the years, but this was a very successful car back in the late 1970s. And Rick Wood, who is a man who's devoted to tuning and rebuilding historic cars, and does it extremely impressively. He's actually driving it. He often races as well. This is the Zach Speed Capri from actually a 1981 car, this one, and it took the 1981 DRM crown. He goes 10th for now.
Tell you what, somebody quick on the track at the moment. Sarah Bovey is going very, very fast through the first sector as well. Quick through the speed trap too. 24.7 at the intermediate, 42.2 at the top of the hill. So it's looking like Sarah has got some horsepower underneath her.
Good stuff. Well, we shall see how the rest of the the rest of the hill climb goes.
Tell you what, nice to look in through the rear through the rear window of this Sky car coming up the hill now. James Swift then in the Ferrari 488 Challenge.
Yep, this is a very current machine. So let's see how this goes. This is the sort of thing that is up to date.
It's about commitment in that first turn, but do you want to commit yourself at this point in the week so far? Probably yes.
Well, let's see. His first split, 26.18. So he's a little way off the fastest that we've seen there.
Travis Pastrana's lining up down on the grid now as well, so we'll keep an eye out for him. Travis Pastrana then's gone through 4.5 in the first 100 metres, so he's got a quick launch as well.
He will be rapid, Travis Pastrana, there's no doubt about it. So this could be a very rapid run. He's definitely up for trying to go for the outright fastest here this weekend. But James Swift is just finishing off his run up the hill. Travis Pastrana's just gone past us, and I can tell you it was pretty exciting. There it is on screen now, and this thing is absolutely flying. Let's see how are the times.
122 mile an hour through the trap. That's a big time to start with. 21.9 at intermediate 1, 36.0 at intermediate 2 as he goes to the top of the hill. Travis Pastrana, look at this thing. It's absolutely flying up there. Here we come then to the finish line. What is it? 49.4.
Wow.
So he's the first man, second man in the 49s. Max Chilton was the first at 49.6. That's a 49.4. That's our second fastest time so far. Oh no, sorry, top of the board so far. Max Chilton takes that second place.
Close between them. I mean, if they carry on like that over the course of the weekend, we did hear Max saying earlier he's doing 3 of the 4 days this weekend, but nonetheless he will be pushing on, I'm sure. But that was a very, very good run indeed. So Ewan Ferguson now, I think we're looking at Richard Lee, sorry, in the Porsche 718 GT4. This is a very up-to-date current machine.
Yeah, you can hear from the whine, and it was really spinning there as he tried to get the power down. These things chuck out so much power low down, it's just linear, just keeps driving forward. Bit of aero on there to keep it flat on the floor as well.
So let's just see across the line when he comes. It's not going to be one of the fastest, but it's he is 52.48, 6th quickest with that. So
they're coming thick and fast now, aren't they, off the line? It's the one thing at the feature of the Festival of Speed. We don't have to wait for long before we get another quick vehicle coming up the hill. Lorena McLaughlin has just left the launch line. 5.24 in the first 100 metres.
There she is in the Benetton B192.
Oh, beautiful.
It's a great car. 1992 Benetton Formula 1 machine. You can see it wobbling around a little bit.
Well, that's the crown of the road. It's what I keep banging on about here from the commentary box. It's so difficult to keep these things straight.
Fabulous to see it. And this is going to be fast. This is the Ford Supervan. The electric-powered 2,000 horsepower Ford Supervan with Roman Dumas.
What was and he's taking loads of inside curve, drops off to the other side of the crown of the road at the same time, trying to get the power down. This is going to be quite quick, I think. 4.5 off the line over the first 100 metres. 102 mile an hour through the trap. 23.3 at intermediate 1. That's quick. That's among the quickest so far. 23.3. If he can keep that momentum going to the top of the hill, we could be in the top 3 with this thing. The van.
He is the record holder here, 39.90 back in 2019 with the BMW IDR. Is he going to improve on that even more with the Ford Pro Electric Supervan? That's going to be the question.
He's just a little bit out of it. He's in the 38, so it's the 36s for the quick guys of Travis Pastrana et al. Over the line then. Still a 52-second, 52.8 in a van. I don't know why I think of Sabine Schmidt when she turned around and said, I could do that in a van.
Yeah, she's so impressive. Yeah,
so the great Jeremy Clarkson, the even greater Sabine Schmidt.
Absolutely right.
Bless her and love her.
Well, let's take a look at this, the hydrogen-powered machine, as it heads up the hill. I don't think this is going to be setting the fastest sectors.
It's about commitment, isn't it? You have got to be so committed at this level to get through.
Yeah, at this stage, they're experimenting with it, I think, as much as anything.
And some of these cars are so wide, modern-day vehicles are so wide, and it is narrow up this hill at 100 mile an hour plus.
Across the line it goes. And that was 56.81 seconds, so not quite up there. Oh, now we have one of the great Can-Am McLarens setting off. Dean Forward, who knows this place well.
I have no idea what just went past our commentary box, but it nearly rattled my eardrums off. So it only went through 104 miles an hour, but it was making plenty of noise. Timo Bernhard, it was, I think.
Let's have a look at the McLaren, because this is mighty powerful in the straight line. It's got good amount of grip, but perhaps it's not going to be up to the level of some of the machinery we've got out here. But it sounds wonderful. Listen to that rumble of the Chevrolet V8 engine. It's a unique sound that we all love to hear. wherever you are around the track or around the whole Festival of Speed location.
Such a lot of history attached to this style of car. It's just a little bit special, isn't it? We hear that when they fired it up for the first time in the factory a few years ago, it shook all the lights out of the ceiling. So, mind you, I think it nearly done that in the commentary box here, and we're a yard or two away from the track. But
back it off a little bit going up the hill, Dean, but let's just see as he comes over the line. It puts him down in 22nd place for now. Of course, an older car, early 70s Can-Am machine. McLaren dominated at one stage.
It's what made their name, wasn't it, in the first place? They made fast Can-Am cars back in the day, a piece of motoring history that even me as a bike man used to follow, just purely and simply because it was so... It was the era of engineers, those that could come up with the best ideas. It wasn't all done on a CAD machine.
Look at this. This is an interesting machine, the Genesis, heading up the hill. And
well, we're seeing more of this extreme racing, aren't we, at the end of the day? There's a lot more extreme racing going on across the dunes and the mud baths of the world.
Yeah, so this is one of the vehicles that does Extreme E. So they are purpose-built for Extreme E, and Timmy Hansen on board at the moment, just getting a bit of a feel. But as you mentioned, it's a big machine. It's a big machine. Huge. It doesn't have a lot of space either side, does it?
No, at the end of the day, and you can see the way the suspension dips and rocks and rolls as well. It's made for hills, it's made for jumps, it's made for anything that tough terrain throws at it. And a smooth mile and a bit up the hill isn't going to be its full domain, you can be sure of that. Still an interesting vehicle.
So now we've got one of the older BMWs.
Yeah, do you know what? I've just realised we've got Mike Rimmer about to leave, and I would imagine that's in the Loctite machine. We'll wait and see if that is the Mike Rimmer that I think it is. As we come to Moulcom and the like for the orange BMW, goes past our commentary, takes it nice and steady through Moulcom. We've not had anybody in there yet, which I'm quite pleased about, as I'm sure everyone else will be.
This is Pat Blakeney-Edwards. This is where it all began for the M division of BMW. And it was a homologation special for the European Touring Car Championship. They won 6 out of 7 titles between 1973 and 1979 with these cars, and it's lovely to see it doing the run up the hill. Orange machine with great style to it. And Patrick Blakeney-Edwards, who of course is a brilliant historic racer at all levels, at all ages of cars. He's 23rd for now out of the entire group that has run to this point. So still seeing some pretty rapid times, but some of the older cars are now beginning to appear as well. We're getting this lovely mixture of 1950s sports cars going up with the very latest electronic supercars up the hill, and we're going to see the comparison in style, in noise, in feel, a little bit more width available to a car from the 1950s, which has got that little bit more room to play with around here, and a lot to work on the steering wheel. I always love watching that on cars like this. This is the Ferrari 750 Monza, Tazio Otis driving it up the hill. It's not going to be a quick one, but he's still doing a pretty good job so far. Across the line, it's a gentle drive, down in 34th position, and 73 seconds. A very pretty car, yeah.
So here we go. Oh, on board? No, I hope not. Our cameraman down there waiting for the off. Wait for the light to change. Hopefully, yep, there we go. Time to go. Yep. Yeah. Pole Cam was hanging around. We'll call him Chicken later.
Very nice indeed. Well, heading off, another one of the Ferraris. We're going to be seeing a lovely group of Ferraris tomorrow in one of the batches.
I wonder how much that's worth.
Yeah, they're worth an awful lot of money. I was looking up some of them, especially the 250, Ferrari 250s. They're worth unbelievable kind of money. David Cottingham, who's a very experienced Goodwood competitor. He was at the members' meeting earlier this year. He's been at Goodwood for many, many years and driving one of these classic Ferraris. And it all looks very, very smooth at this stage.
So the 28 car. This is the last car then, coming up the hill. A bit of James Bond, shaken but not stirred. We know that movie-wise, licensed to drive. There it is.
Yeah, but it's
a little steady.
Yeah, not going for it on a huge basis.
Did we say shaken and not stirred?
Indeed, I think we are. But yeah, not going as flat out as some. This is, I think, it's the final car.
Mind you,
it's going to be coming up the hill.
It does make a rather nice noise as it comes past us here. If noise was everything.
Yeah. What American-style machine with that wonderful V8 sound, of course. But yeah, there is going to be one more car coming up the hill.
Well, Goodwood never miss an opportunity, and we can see the dust. That must be coming from the rally course up the top there. I've talked about the rain that we had this morning that would have dampened it down enough. And all that dust coming up there has got to be coming off the rally course.
Yeah.
So we've got one more car after all to come up the hill. This is the License to Thrill, and this is George Wingard.
Yeah, in the Ballot 3-1S. It's a lovely machine. This is another pre-war well, not single-seater, it's a dual-seater, as you can see. In the day, it would have run with the mechanic alongside the driver, but a very stylish machine indeed. Pretty rare car as well. You won't see many of these around, I have to say.
Well, pretty in period, apart from the full-face helmets, of course, which wouldn't have been...
But no seatbelts, of course.
No, that's true. Pretty looking car.
Absolutely. This George Wingard in this car.
Just a comparison, 52 miles an hour through the speed trap compared with the 127 miles an hour of Adam Smalley, 122 mile an hour of Travis Pastrana. So comparisons there of different eras.
These Ballot cars, they raced at the Indy 500 back in years like 1919, and back in 1920 they had a second place finish at the Indy 500 with one of these cars. So they also finished 5th and 7th in that same event. Amazing, isn't it?
Indy 500, what was the track made out of, I wonder, in those days?
Yeah, the actual surface. I mean, it was still an oval, as it is, but yeah, the surface itself, I don't know how rough it was then. But there we go. Oh, and we might even have another car still heading up. That is such a beautifully done car. I was looking at it in the paddock. And
this is Jamie Chadwick. Now, we know her because she races in the Extreme, doesn't she? I think, as well as... Does she take a day, the occasional outing in the Extreme Series as well?
Yes, she was doing it. I'm not sure if she's doing the full series this year. She did it last
she's quick.
Year. She is
on whatever she drives.
Yeah, absolutely. W Series dominator with the double champion in W Series, isn't she? So Jamie doing an excellent job. And it's fun to see another of the Extreme E's, but you can really see how big they are. You were watching it out the window.
I looked out the window then at Moulcombe, and she wasn't taking any prisoners through there, that's for sure. Bit of grass on the inside, bit of grass on the outside, and a foot full of electric vehicle.
Yeah, well, it looks like it's going to be coming across the line pretty rapidly, but I don't think it's going to be quite up there with the outright pace.
Quick drive, committed though, absolutely.
Yep.
And that's really the mark of a current racer, isn't it? The fact is that they're just that little bit more on it than maybe the demo racers, if you like, that are here to play.
Yeah. Well, she's about to come over the line. It's not going to be the fastest. It looks very good for Travis Pastrana at the moment, who still has that fastest pace that he did in the Gymkhana GL wagon.
Yeah, you might have expected that as we started, though, for Pastrana. There we are, then. It's Thursday. It's the Festival of Speed. And we have got a huge crowd here that we're queuing to get in this morning. And it's only going to get bigger during the course of the weekend.
Absolutely right. So all going to be fun and games. Let's have a look at that practice time. There you are. Confirmation that it was Travis Pastrana who set the pace. But look how narrow the gap between himself and Max Chilton was. Tiny gap between those two fabulous machines. Justin Law, third in the Jaguar. Then Franck Moulin in the Dodge Viper. Adam Smalley. And then Richard Leitz. Then Romain Dumas. And Andy Middlehurst and Anthony Reid completing the top 10. So good stuff, and that gives us a little bit of an idea of what to look forward to in terms of speedy stuff this weekend. But let's go and join Ed Foster. He's teamed up with another man you all know very well, world champion, but now getting very much into a bit of off-road driving as well. Jenson Button.
Jenson Button, is always a lovely surprise when you bump into people in the paddock, but I never thought you'd be running in the time section.
Well, nor did I. Before my team said, oh, there's a time session today, you got to get in it. I was like, oh, okay, all right. But no, it's just a bit of fun. You know, I haven't really driven the car much. It was actually testing for me before I go do my first race in a few weeks in Sweden. So yeah, this is testing, which is great. So off the start, this thing is insane because it's four-wheel drive electric, so there's just, you know, the torque is always there, under 2 seconds every start you do basically. But it's definitely a handful, something very difficult to get used to on the hill, but a lot of fun. It's like, I think we were running at about 900 horsepower then, so it pulls well.
I've heard the Festival of Speed hill climbs is just a great place to go testing.
It is, but the thing is, I don't live in Europe, so this is like I'm very lucky to have the opportunity to actually test this car. So I've been doing quite a lot of runs this weekend, and hopefully get my eye in a little bit more to race against the best in the world in off-road. Yeah, it's going to be easy.
Now, you've been to the Festival of Speed quite a number of times, but it just gets bigger and better every year. Have you seen a few bits and pieces that have caught your eye already?
I landed, I drove straight here, I jumped in our Radford Type 62, drove that up the hill. It's a brand new car. The engine went in it on Monday, so yeah, basically just running it in. And got back, ran to the FC1, the Nitro Rallycross car, jumped in it and came up. So I've seen nothing apart from the cars I'm driving and a couple of Singers. Maz, the CEO of Singer, was going to jump in here with me, but they said that you can't have passengers, which is a shame.
Well, I'll ask the same question in a couple of days.
Yes. See you later, guys.
Max Chilton, there's a very diverse range of cars in this batch in the time section, but this is something a little bit different, isn't it? Tell us about it.
Yeah, it's a very backward-thinking thing. It's banned 80s Formula One technology, so it's got the fan, it's got the active suspension, but it's got ridiculous amounts of torque. It's 1,000 horsepower per ton, and it's a rocket ship. It does 0 to 60 in under 1.4 seconds. So it's an amazing thing to drive, and it's an amazing. I've been working with them for a year, so it's really exciting to be able to come to Goodwood, somewhere I've been coming every year since I was a kid. So it's an honour to drive a British-made, British-engineered car at a place that I love.
Now, you were saying that you had a bit of a problem on the run-up.
Yeah, so the start was really good. We're not running full power today just because it's the first time I've ever done a competitive hill climb, but it got off the line very well, and it was all going very well until after the Flint Wall I had a slight issue with the brakes. So from that point on, so the last probably third of the run I was very much coasting and didn't use the brakes. So I was, there's plenty more in it, but that's a good way. It's good to build up. It makes the anticipation slightly more exciting for Sunday as long as the weather holds off.
Do you have any idea what this could do?
From that run, considering that was my first run and I broke very early, I think we'll be very low 40s, I would say. But it's very hard to say. I mean, I don't want to, blow our trumpet too much before we've got there. It's rather do it and say that's what we can do.
Yeah, sorry, it's a slightly unfair question. Just finally, I mean, it's a very short wheelbase. Is it quite difficult on the limit?
On high-speed corners around Silverstone, that's where our biggest issue is. But we've done all our development at Silverstone, and on slow-speed corners and acceleration and straight-line speed, we're faster than the Formula One pole lap from last year. So it's unbelievably exciting thing to drive. And we've already added the rear wing was my sort of adaptation when I joined the team, just to help the high-speed stability. But I promise you, apart from the F1 car, it's the biggest animal I've ever driven.
Amazing. Well, I can't wait for the rest of the runs.
Thank you so much.
Travis, can we just jump in? I'll come around here. Your first kind of proper timed run, quickest, 49 seconds. You quite pleased?
Yeah, I mean, there's some amazing machines here, but really, I just want to beat Jensen. I feel like this is really what I came here for. We got the FC1X right there and the 1983. Yeah.
We've just seen, though, that Jensen was beaten by a van.
I was beaten by a van, but it's a 2,000 horsepower van, not a 200 horsepower van. But this is that's my first ever run up here at speed. Or not quite speed, because it was really slow.
Excuses. I saw excuses.
You know that, right? 3.5 seconds I've got to find.
That's a lifetime.
It is when it's that short, but right, I'm coming ready tomorrow, buddy. Yes.
So, Travis, was the run all kind of reasonably uneventful? All went well?
I went well into the top. I tried to look cool, and I spun and smashed into the hay bale. But yeah, other than that, I think it was pretty good. We definitely, we can pick up a lot, but I know everyone else out here is going to pick up a lot. So the times are nice, but it's not. That was Jensen's first run up the hill. We're going to have to do much better to be in the hunt for this.
Well, good luck.
Thank you. But we're having fun.
it's never going to happen. There is no feeling like being on the start line and the counting down 5, 4, and that is the best feeling. People look at me sometimes and go, she's a rally driver. When I'm not driving, I have a pretty hectic life behind the scenes. I'm a bit of an adrenaline junkie, not just the driving, but I also love singing. Going onto stage is very similar to going onto a rally stage. You get that same heart palpitations and you start to get excited, and I absolutely love it. I actually got run over as a baby. Dad managed to get the car off me and Dad stopped breathing and he had to resuscitate me. I got run over, but now I'm a rally driver, so figure that one out. I sometimes feel like I've had to prove myself a bit more than maybe the average driver. I had a little boy come up to me when I was sat in a rally car and he looked at me and laughed and said, "What are you doing there?" And I thought, how cheeky, why? How could he say that? But then his dad came over and encouraged him and laughed. People outside motorsport, I think, are the ones that we need to prove that girls can do this sport. And if I can prove to people that maybe think that girls can't do something, I want to prove to them that they're wrong.
So we're looking at a bit of fun and games going on, and we are getting ready for some drifting, so it's quite suitable to looking at that, because we are going to have the drift practice run coming up in just a moment. I'm glad to say Ian Waddington's joining me and Keith up in the commentary box once again. Ian, who's the absolute expert on the drift machinery, so we're looking forward to that getting underway, and I think we could be in for some fun and games, couldn't we, Ian?
Well, I've just been down there with the drivers and they're a little bit hyped up, they're excited.
I think he's got a problem with it.
Oh,
we'll catch up with Ian in a second. It's just a slight technical problem here at the moment that he'll work to.
Well, we've got a chance to catch up with one of the drift drivers who spoke to Rachel a little bit earlier. Let's go to them.
Well, this guy is familiar to a lot of drift fans, I'm going to say. Bagsy, current British drift champion. You've been up the hill already today. How was it for you?
It was good. It was a little bit earlier today. It was still a little bit patchy out there, so looking at that flint wall sideways and the track being a bit patchy is a little bit scary, but it was good. We made it up the hill. All the body panels are stood on. Hopefully put on a good show, and yeah, we got another run this afternoon, and then twice a day for the rest of the weekend. So yeah, it's going to be good.
Drifting in the wet, not particularly ideal, is it?
I mean, we do it all the time in competition. It's just not particularly that spectacular, and the fans don't want to be standing in the rain watching it either, and we don't want to be drifting in the rain, putting on half the show that we can do in the dry. So obviously for us, it's a lot more fun being out there in the dry. So fingers crossed for the rest of the next 3 days for the weather, and yeah, we'll put on a bit more of a show.
You said you've been coming here for 7 years. I mean, I think the fans now absolutely love to see the drifting. How are you and the drifting community here received?
I think really well. I mean, Goodwood, I think, has done a really good thing with working on getting a younger demographic here with, mum, dad, the kids. Everybody wants to see the red arrows. Everybody likes interacting with the, with all the, the booths that they've got over there, and they're, really kid friendly. So, drifting's kind of a young demographic anyway, and the fans, I think kids love it. They play at home on all the computer games, and then they come and see us do it in real life. So, yeah, I mean, from the feedback we get, yeah, it's awesome.
Okay, so obviously you've been out today already. You've got a few more chances up there. Hopefully it's going to be dry. It's pretty humid down here. What's the plan? Are you just trying to go faster? Just trying to be more engaging for the fans? What is the plan?
So the next run up the hill is the first practice of what they're calling Drift Kana, which is Goodwood's take on adding a little bit of a competition element to it. So there's some objects out there that we need to get quite close to. There's a donut and a little bit of a wall ride at the top of the hill to add some spice to it all. There's also a time section. So yeah, we're all gonna try and give it the best we can in this little competition element. From me though, I'll participate in it, but I'm still here to put on a show for the fans. So I might not be the fastest up the hill, but I'll try and make the most smoke.
I love that. And we're in the Drivers' Club as well at the moment, and obviously there's so many famous faces in here. Do you ever kind of go, oh my gosh, look who's over there? Do you kind of get a bit starstruck in here?
Do you know what? The funny thing is, maybe not so much in here, but I'll quickly tell you a story. I went to a pub once and Judi Dench was in there, and I love James Bond films, and she was literally sitting there having a little Nan's meeting in the corner, and I literally I lost for words, nothing to say. But yeah, I mean, obviously you see some really big names in motorsport in here, and it's like them almost. You just sort of wave and say hello, but you're just used to seeing them on TV. But yeah, that was the only moment I think I've ever been completely lost for words seeing a celebrity, which was, Judi Dench.
And I thought you were going to say a Formula One world champion, but no, Dame Judi Dench. There we go. Well, Bagsy, thanks for chatting to us. Good luck, have fun for the rest of the weekend.
Thank you very much.
So we're looking forward to a bit of action coming up in a few moments' time with the drift cars, and Bagsy will be one of those that will be entertaining us as we look forward to this. It's going to be pretty much ideal conditions for it as well, and it's nice that everybody can just absorb some of the action and drama that we are about to see.
Yeah, indeed. Drifting, what a discipline this is, and Ian Waddington's here with us again because he is absolutely our eyes, ears and mouth when it comes to this, because how you score this is extremely difficult from where I'm sat.
Yeah, in a typical drift competition style, it is 3 judges, so it's the only form of motorsport that is actually judged by humans. So there is no clock, there's no time, and it all comes down to judges' opinions on what they see. So very different perspective for drivers.
And as this has become more and more globally competitive, how difficult is that? Because we hear such a lot of complaints about race stewards and the way opinions go sometimes in directors'
calls.
Yes.
Well, fortunately, we're very, very lucky to have some incredible judges. These guys have been driving for a long, long time. They know the discipline very, very well. And these guys, they have the toughest job because nobody wants to go home early or not be on the podium. So it's very hard for them guys, but they are the best of the best, and they have got a keen eye to see every little mistake, every little wobble the driver makes.
But as it becomes more and more competitive and the competition gets closer and closer, it must get even more difficult by eye.
We are talking about splitting hairs with these guys. Sometimes it comes down to a 1 second wrong steering input for these guys, a one little wobble of the car, and that is it. That could be them eliminated out of competition.
And the different styles of car are difficult to contend with, I would imagine, as well, from a judge's point of view. Some cars just look more spectacular because they look more appealing.
Yeah, of course, and the cars, every single car naturally drives different from the other, so it makes their job hard, knowing that the cars aren't easy. So one car might be really hard to drive, one might be very easy to drive.
Maybe there's a situation where we need a public vote, a fourth judge being the public. They can all judge by Twitter.
Like a VAR.
We are all judged by Twitter.
Or cheering.
Anyway.
They can cheer in the background. Yeah. Give us a shout. Tell us what you think. That'd be lovely to have your reaction to it. We're going to see them coming up in just a few moments' time. I don't think it'll be very long before they're taking to the attack. Ian, you went back down to the paddock earlier. Any problems for any of the cars earlier that we saw?
Only one problem. One guy, Kevin Quinn, had an issue with the rear brakes on the car. So these cars actually run 2 rear brake calipers. So one of the brake calipers on the rear works off the foot brake, and one just works off the hydraulic handbrake. So they can instantly lock the rear wheels, but they can also left foot brake at the same time. So there's no interference with the brake bias.
This track, I did notice there were a few glowing rear discs, which was quite interesting as well. I mean, is that something that this track is common for? Is it, or is different? Is there different braking setups for different tracks? I suppose is my rather spluttering question.
Typically, these guys will have their cars set up normally just for every single track. The hill, these guys, because they're putting on a show, more of a demo, they're going to be using the left foot brake quite a lot. You know, get that rolling burnout, get into a nice tight donut, get the front wheel sitting perfectly on the tarmac without moving. So they will be using the foot brake quite a lot up the hill here this weekend. And yeah, you will see those rear discs on some of these cars glowing where they're getting so hot.
Well, that'll be fun to watch. It's certainly a challenge, isn't it? Keeping the brakes on at the same time as the throttle is on. So we're waiting for this one to come out.
Yes, Martin Richards in the Driftworks and Nissan S15 Silvia, as you can see there. This is the car we talked about earlier, briefly saying it was more of a street style. And this is his partner. So this is Tess Whittock in the Nissan Skyline R33, the Monster Energy car, the Monster Energy Driftworks. And Tess, as I said, the female ambassador for UK drifting at the moment. And yeah, Tess and Martin, a partner, got engaged here last year on the roof of the house.
Oh, what a lovely story. That's fantastic. Really, really great. And it's great that they're going to both be heading out together in just a few moments' time. just waiting, not quite sure what we're waiting for with the track to be...
So I think these guys are currently setting up the proximity sensors, Ben. So I've got the piece of paper in front of me that now explains the whole situation. So from the start line to outside the house, there is a timed section. So these guys have to try and get through that part of the circuit as quickly as possible. That also involves setting off these proximity sensors that you guys here in attendance and on the live stream will see. They're black barrels, and they have a green, at the moment, a blue flashing light on top. When the driver gets close to that proximity sensor, the light will go from blue to green, meaning they scored in that area. So down the start straight, they'll be asked to flick the car left to right, setting off these sensors, and then as they come round to the house, they're 3 out opposite each other. They have to do a massive donut, a real big swing around the circuit. As you can see, they're right outside the house, in front of that incredible BMW display. And once those turn green, they can leave that area and move along. Now, there is a freestyle section just a little bit further up, coming up towards Morecambe, and that's where they can really, you know, set their flair, do what they want to do. A donut, a figure of 8, a rolling burnout, whatever the crowd feel would make them cheer and clap their hands the most.
My fear is, how many of these drums have you got spare?
Well, there was talk in the paddock in the driver's briefing a few hours ago about letting Steve Baggsy Biagioni go at the back because he's got a track record of knocking them over. So there you go, you can see one perfectly placed in the middle of the circuit. Then there are some more time sections as we go up to Morecambe at the end of that. Then past the Flint wall, they've been told to do what they want, get through there as fast as they want. And then the final scoring section is right at the top of the hill on that section where they loop back around. There is a wall ride, so there's a plastic wall with proximity sensors on it. They've been asked to get the rear end of the car as close to that wall as possible.
By putting those drums where they put them, does the markers that they've already put down, the black lines that they put down, concern them at all? Does that put you off when you're going basically in a different part of the track to the one you've been on this morning in warm-up?
No, I think these guys now, they're really tuned in. They know exactly what they're looking for. They've been looking at this map and studying. I know there's a couple of guys out there that are really focused on winning the Drift Corner event here this weekend at Foz. And some guys, like Baggsy, said, I'm only here for the fun. I'll give it a shot, but I know I'm not going to win against some of these guys.
So that's where that drum might be going then when we get towards it. We'll see if the green light comes on or if the drum ends up at the top of the straw bale. So then we're about to get underway, and I can't wait to see this, how the scoring goes and who manages to make it through some of these pretty tricky parts. A narrow track, it's a real discipline.
Yeah, this is going to be fascinating to watch, and I hope you all got some good viewing platforms and get a good opportunity to see these cars in action. Here we go then, the first one is underway.
Yeah, the first one's underway, and it will be Steve Baggsy Biagioni in the incredible Nissan R35 GTR. And there you can go, you can see the scoring on your screen. Baggsy flicks that car in, no messing around, on full throttle, 1200 horsepower. Now he's back top of it. Now see those sensors flashing blue at the moment. Baggsy's going to be trying to illuminate, and as you can see on your screen, the ones he gets will light up. And he missed that one, so he's going to have to work for it now.
Yeah.
It's a big car. This is the thing that Steve has problems with this car. He's very blind. There's a lot of blind spots on this car as he gets through it. So here we go, very close to that one. As Baggsy flicks the back end of that GTR. That incredible Liberty Walk body kit getting almost close to damage. And now he can get into the area for freestyle, so he can do a big rolling burnout. As you can see, he's got the arm out the window, waving to the crowd here. Goodwood makes his way up the hill. Tyres not going to be lasting too much longer as Baggsy makes his way up towards Morecambe now, where the last end of the scored section is for timing. Baggsy's going to flick that car right to the edge of the circuit. You can see the rear wheel dip on that camber. Shifts the gear as Baggsy makes his way through.
These cars often, a lot of the bodywork on these cars is special sort of carbon fibre that were very flexible so that you can actually hit things.
Yes.
And then it bounces back into shape.
We'll see that probably on this man's car right now. James Dean, he has a full carbon Kevlar E92 BMW. These
Kevlar,
panels,
that's right. That's what you've got to call it, isn't it? Yeah.
Exactly that. So these panels designed to be able to squeeze right into the car, pop back out into shape. So the design that's gone into these cars are incredible.
That is amazing. And we'll try and keep an eye on that, because they, in a way, part of this is you expect to tap things, don't you? You expect to touch things, unlike most forms of motor racing or driving even, where we try to avoid hitting things.
You've not been in motorcycling, have you?
Well,
we'll invite you along.
It depends. If you're a touring car racer, you're used to hitting each other.
Rubbing is racing, as they used to say in America.
Absolutely. It does depend on the side of racing. Right, let's have a look at
this. If the rubbing's on the left side, you're racing. If it's on the right side, you're in the way. Something like that, one way or the other. Here we go then. This car was spectacular this morning. If you weren't able to watch it, look at the thing. Absolutely on full lock, virtually.
And Ian, you were telling us what a multiple champion James is.
Yeah, 18 championships under his belt. He won the Formula Drift Championship 3 times in a row, back-to-back, year after year. He's the 3-time European Championship. You can see there, we were talking about it earlier, locking up that front brake, balancing the car. James Dean getting the job done absolutely perfect.
Wow.
Back end of that Eurofighter, nice and close to the barrels.
Got them all. Only one missing so far on his run.
And he just plays with it up the hill, doesn't he? Just swings it one way then the other. Let's see what he's going to do as he comes up towards Morecambe and goes for a little bit of a... Yeah, he goes past the next spin, gets the blue light, so that worked well. Oh, wonderful. Really impressive to watch.
Yeah, incredible stuff from James Dean. As you can see him now, still full throttle all the way up the hill as he makes his way up towards that flint wall. Going to back out of it ever so slightly, but doesn't. James Dean flicks it in opposite towards the flint wall, keeps it pinned as he goes sideways past the flint wall and keeps the drift going as we switch camera angles all the way up now. James Dean coming up towards the finish line.
Yeah, let's have a look, see how it goes, because it's not about the time you get across the line, it's about how you add the drama.
Well, the wall ride looked fairly close enough for me, but somebody wasn't impressed, judging by that score on the bottom there.
No, someone wasn't impressed.
Yeah, so we'll have to wait and see how that overall score. But 9 barrels turned to green. Big effort to try and get that. The proximity sensor that you say that they've got to fire off, you must have to be very close.
Yeah, you have to be very close indeed. I do think, I believe it's 12 inches from one part of the car to the proximity sensor for it to trigger to turn the colour from blue to green.
There's obviously been an issue out there. We've got red flag out there at the moment because normally they would be going up to the next stage after the finish line to be doing some extra donuts. But
that's correct.
So there's obviously been some sort of issue going on.
Yep, so Bagsy would have been the first person up to the back end.
What are you trying to tell us?
So maybe Bagsy took the wall ride down. There's also another barrel up there with a huge light on the top of it, and the closer and the more consistent donuts they do around it, the more it illuminates. So the further up the lights go, the more points they would have scored.
So he stopped at a red flag. Obviously, the first red flag you see back at the finish is an indicator for him. He knows he's got to stop. He can't continue along the track until whatever it is at the top end of the track is cleared. Oh, there we go. Maybe it broke down.
Yeah, so it looks like we
be out of the way, though.
Ah, well.
So, all a bit strange. There is Bagsy out of his machine.
So he has made it to the top of the hill.
Yeah.
Just
doesn't look as though he's destroyed it.
Maybe he's dumped some fluid on the track. Here's Ed.
Okay. Over to Ed. Let's find out what's happening.
Yeah. Bagsy, it wasn't the easiest of runs, was it?
No, I don't think they put the barrels in the right places, to be honest. They're a little bit offline. But, yeah, it was a lot of fun. I still enjoyed coming up the hill. Managed to run the wall up here, so hopefully we got a few good points. Hammered down across the finish line, trying to make up a bit of time. So flying up the hill is always a lot of fun.
Now, there was a point up the hill when there was smoke coming out of the doors. Is there ever a point when you actually can't see?
A little bit, yeah. Sometimes when you're doing big fourth gear rolling burnouts up the hill like that, the cockpit starts to get a little bit of smoke inside, but you try not to blind yourself too much if you can avoid it.
Now, up in the top paddock here, if Andy can turn round, we'll be able to see the barrel that you do the donuts round. That's one of the most difficult bits, surely, because you literally can't see anything by the fourth time round it.
Yeah, it's a little bit tricky. It's not too bad in the car looking at the barrel because all the smoke's on the outside of the ring. So inside, like the smoke circle, if you will, you can see a little bit of what you're doing.
Right, so for tomorrow, we're hoping barrels reset, you reset, and jobs are good.
Yeah, I'll have a word with the team and see if we can get some barrels in on the line, and then, yeah, hopefully do a bit of a better run up the hill.
Cheers, Bagsy.
No worries, mate. Thank you.
So we're just looking back at some of the fun and games, but we gather there's a little bit of damage up at the top end that needs repairing.
Well, that's safety again, isn't it, for the crowds, the teams and the like here that need the straw bales to be in best of condition so that none of these vehicles can reach them if there is somebody getting a little out of order.
Yeah, exactly that. And Bagsy, funny statement for him there saying that the barrels were out of line. When James Dean scored perfectly, and there we go, there's the final area for James Dean. Has to park the car into that box. There is a proximity sensor on the outside, and a few people made their way to the top of the hill to see James Dean finish up that run.
Yep, got it done. So that's good. That was nice to see. And I think that was a very impressive run. Certainly of the pair that we've seen so far, it was the tidiest and neatest. As you said, Bagsy's machine is a bit big and not quite so mobile and not quite so flickable from one side to the other.
No, quite a big, heavy car, not as nimble as some of the other cars that we've got on the grid. And James Dean's car obviously built for competition. This car he used in Europe, so You can see here, James Dean on the handbrake, locking that car up, flicking it sideways.
The judgment, I love it. When you see those slow motions, you know, and you see they're on brake, off brake, using that handbrake that you were talking about a little bit, but on power as well. Fantastic.
Yeah. The Duke of Richmond may need a resurfacing job after you guys are finished with it, I've got to say, because it's taking chunks out of some of the tarmac. It's impressive stuff. This car, oh dear me. Hello.
He's taking the rear bumper
That's
off
not
already.
working then.
No, so Martin Richards there in the Driftworks Sylvia S15 took the rear bumper off. That's just how close these guys like to get to these barrels. And Martin Richards, I think one of the guys most competitive. Probably.
He took it off now.
Took it off completely.
Oh, and he stalled it too. Oh, that's always embarrassing. But now he's going to pick it up again.
Oh.
So we've taken out a couple of barrels, Martin. You've got to get it together. You were telling us earlier this is a more standard car.
Yeah, this is more of like a street style. So this is kind of what you'd expect to see from the lower end guys in the UK that are building these cars to progress into the sport. This is kind of where you'd start off an almost standard road car with a roll cage, some engine modifications, some steering modifications and a hydraulic handbrake. And Martin wanted to bring it this weekend to kind of prove that you have the high-end builds, thousands and thousands of pounds with all the best equipment, but you can also run these kind of cars in the same situation for a lot less money.
Bumpers must be cheap, is all I can say.
Yeah, absolutely.
Must be a lot of them in stock.
You would hope so. He's got his rear light dangling off there as well as a result of that contact with the barrel. But let's just see him up the hill. He had a nice little play down there, that sort of area where they can do pretty much what they like. And then, of course, he's got to complete the fun and games right up at the top of the hill. But let's see how this went again at the beginning, Ian.
Yeah, just took a little bit too wide of a swing here. Look at this, Martin Richards going for all the big angle, trying to get that car 90 degrees to the circuit. And you could see there locking the foot brake because he knows he's gone too far, just trying to lock the foot brake up to pull the front of the car round to shallow out the drift. And Martin Richards not too scared to get the back end of that car close to these barrels to score maximum points.
There's close.
And then there's on it.
And then there's launching. So 2 barrels.
And look at this. This is how he then removed it completely. Well, if you're going to get rid of it, you know, why not do it properly?
I mean, if you don't want to leave anything out there, we always say this in real-world situations when we're at the events, don't leave the judges anything to question. If you want to make sure you've got it, take it down. That's exactly what Martin Richards did there.
Yeah, perfect, perfect.
So some nice beauty shots there of Martin Richards S15, as you can see on the handbrake, getting that car perfectly balanced. Look how close he gets out there to the hay bales. Gets himself parked into the box at the back end of the circuit nicely, and then does a lovely burnout for the spectators who have made their way to the top of the hill.
Well, that's lovely, really well done in a slightly less technical car than some of the others that have already been up that hill, but sadly with a little bit of damage to it, but they'll be able to cure that pretty quickly, I would think, and the rest of it's still working fine. So that was an entertaining little run for us to be able to watch, and the barrels now are being returned to position to wait for the next few to have a go at them.
I hope they put them in exactly the same place. That's another situation.
They should be roughly where they need to be. These guys, this is just a practice for them. We kick off the round 1 of the Drift Carnival tomorrow afternoon, and these guys now just getting a feel for it. As we mentioned earlier, Tessa Wigwick in the Monster Energy Driftworks R33 Nissan Skyline.
Who are the judges?
Who are the judges? Well, they're multiple, so we don't choose them in the European series from one country. We have an Irish judge, we have a judge from the Czech Republic, and we have a guy from the Netherlands. And as I said to you earlier, these guys are seriously, seriously knowledgeable. They all still compete themselves, they all still have their own cars, so they're still active within the sport. So there's no questions asked about them being outdated or unknowledgeable anymore because they haven't driven. These guys are all still active drivers and incredible.
I tell you what, we could do with that kind of attitude in MotoGP perhaps, and 1 or 2 other disciplines I can think of where stewards are criticised regularly nowadays for not being, shall we say, in date.
No, of course, yeah, and I think that's the problem. Yeah, consistent, and consistent's hard.
Well, you can be consistently out of date.
Tessa's on her way, so let's see how she gets on in the Nissan Skyline, and let's see if those bins are still standing as she comes into this first section.
Yeah, so Tess goes for a nice little flick opposite. Misses one, unfortunately. Not sure if Tess is maybe having some few issues, or she's going to go for a technical one. I know, she's going to back up and maybe approach it from a different angle.
We were talking about it earlier on, weren't we? The difference in the track conditions compared with earlier on today. And this is what I think we're seeing right now with Tess. you know, the track is completely different to how it was when she went out first thing.
100%. I spoke to James Dean at the break. I said, how was it for you? And he said it felt like really greasy. He said, obviously, we had that rain early this morning. He said, and a few cars had gone up the hill. He said it felt like we was kind of blowing the dust off. Nevertheless, Tess
she's got
into it.
She's got the Swift. That's exactly what I'm saying. She's just got used to the track conditions by the time she got to the next 3 barrels, and she nailed it.
Yeah, it took her those 400 or 500 yards to work out how it was feeling, maybe get a bit of heat in those front tyres, and now Tess makes her way. She's going to do some donuts, the style points. She's looking to impress the crowd here this weekend at Farzarm out the window, and Tess no short of talent.
Yeah, she's really good at these 360s. The front end of the car is very stable, and she just manages to rotate it very neatly.
Yeah, perfectly without the front wheel moving too far of a distance. Cheating there, though, on that barrel, just parks next to it. Yeah. And Tess maybe found a loophole in the scoring system.
I think I'd carry a cricket bat.
But it's a difficult layout as well, isn't it? It's not the easiest, you know, with these barrels. You have to get the back end to the right point, and yet you've got grass that you can easily fall onto as well. It's not easy.
It's not easy, and I think this goes into what we do in Europe. It's risk reward. We want these drivers to really risk everything they can to get rewarded, to get the best score, and you can see Tess now making her way up to the top. And still full throttle, no messing around from Tess. She comes up through Morecambe into now going towards the Flint Wall.
These cars, though, the Skylines used to be the thing, didn't they? They were the drift car from memory back in the Japanese, in the inaugural drifting.
Exactly that, yeah. And these cars still hugely popular with a lot of guys now making their way into drifting, or even just the Japanese scene itself. Very, very popular car, now becoming quite rare because these cars were used many years ago, stripped out, used for drift cars, and a lot of them damaged, now not sadly around. So they're becoming thin on the ground in the UK, and even in America and Japan, cars being shipped back to those countries so that they can buy them again because they're so hard to find.
That's a shame, isn't it? It would be nice to know that there were ways that people could still produce these kind of cars quite easily, but it's not so easy.
No. I wonder what the car of the future is, Ian.
Oh, GT86, the new BMW chassis.
Oh, look, he was straight on that, wasn't he? I didn't ask that question twice.
No, the new Toyota A90 Supra is a hugely popular chassis. There's some really good companies in Latvia that have already replicated the full wide body kit for them in carbon Kevlar, available off the shelf. So,
wow,
these guys not messing around. The A90 as well, very, very good from the guys I've spoken to for drifting.
And from memory, from what you said to me this morning, and I'm just checking to see whether you're going to correct this budget, but 80,000 euros you can build a drift car for.
Yeah, easily. Yeah, some of these high-end builds now, around 80,000 euros, you'd easily build yourself one of these. Seems a lot of money, but when you walk around the paddock here and you see some of these supercars, it's a drop in the ocean.
So this is the Toyota GT86 that you were saying. It could well be the sort of future star.
Yes, 100%. Yeah, these are coming through now. These cars getting more readily available, a lot cheaper for these guys to buy. And this is, of course, Paul Smith in the Jap Speed Maxxis Tyres GT86. Now, this guy will look to set off every sensor perfectly and score probably the highest score because he is a very competitive driver, loves to be out in the mix at Foz.
It looks nimble as well.
It's very nimble. It's a short chassis as well. You can see how far the wheels are to the outside extremities of the car. And he said when you sit in it, you can really feel exactly where you are. Look at this from Paul Smith. Gets the car perfectly around that barrel.
Does duration near the barrel make a difference to setting the lights off?
Not on these ones.
I was going to say that one set off straight away, but this green light took a little while, even though he went round it once.
Yeah, Paul Smith, look, he's been very clinical about this. You can see he's already lighting up most of these barrels straight away. The one at the top of the hill is the one where they have to do at least 2 clean donuts around to illuminate those lights properly.
Okay, well, he's doing that very neatly at the moment. Let's see what he decides to do up here. And he's certainly doing a lovely job. You can see why he's called Paul Smoky Smith, because there's a lot of smoke coming from those rear tyres.
There certainly is. He's had that nickname for a very long time, and he was a man who, whenever he went out on track, you knew that you'd have to give it a couple of minutes before you went out because you wouldn't be able to see where you're going because there'd be so much smoke. So there we go. Paul Smith throwing in a few donuts.
He uses a lot of lock, doesn't he? He really is like full lock to full lock.
Yeah, clicking the car. These guys run quite aggressive caster to get the wheel to self-centre. So the idea is that when you let go of the steering wheel, when you counter steer, it spins back nearly all the way to opposite lock straight away. Wow. And the idea is to catch it. Such an unnatural feeling when you're learning to drift, because obviously when you were learning to talk to drift for the talk to drive first time, you were told to hold on to the steering wheel. It's such a weird discipline because you let go of the steering wheel all the time.
Wow, that's interesting. So it flicks back and then grab it again.
I thought that was normal.
That is really fascinating, but that was beautifully done. You could really see it going from one full lock to the other full lock, and it's a lot of steering involved. Up the hill he comes, and Paul has done a fantastic job. That one is definitely right up there, that run so far, I would say.
I noticed a lot of stickers on cars from Quaife, so obviously gearboxes come into this quite a lot, and Quaife obviously being our leading exponent, or one of the leading exponents here in the UK.
Yes, sequential gearboxes really came in for us around 5-6 years ago, because H-pattern gearboxes were very difficult to try and shift up a gear through a H-pattern while mid-drift. So these guys, you know, the ones that were very clever, invested in sequential gearboxes straight away. Quaife, as you say, an incredible manufacturer, and they supply the best gearboxes for us, and they're very, very strong. The 69G can handle an immense amount of horsepower. They actually had one at GTR, handles the power incredibly. And there we go, Paul Smith round that barrel, absolutely smoking. You can see the lights all the way up the top.
All the way. We've only missed 2.
And parks it perfectly almost in the box.
Great, and the only reason he didn't park it perfectly in the box is because he couldn't see it.
Yeah, exactly.
From smoke.
Indeed, there's so much smoke. Something like 650 horsepower from this one, isn't it?
Yeah, and this one a culmination of 2 engines. So the bottom end of this engine came out of the Mark IV Supra, and the top end came off of the Toyota Sora. So it's a 1.5 JZ, makes 600 horsepower, and these guys mixed the engines up to get a really good compression ratio.
So Toyota never did that, but they did it.
They did it, yeah. These guys creating some seriously good engines.
Tell you what, drifting is the future. I can see all disciplines taking a look at drifting, you know, from motorcycle riders and racers to car drivers. I know. Well, did he get that barrel, that first one?
So this is the Japanese.
Oh, look at that thing spring away there when it sat down. The back sat down and gripped and fired him forward. It's what you were talking about earlier on. Whoa! Well, he certainly got that light.
Yeah, he certainly did.
And his own. And we're going to have another one in a minute.
Well, I like this
guy. I like this man. He's prop and another one. Go on, knock them all down. Why don't you? You did say that.
Oh, yeah, I do. The front one as well. Yeah, this is.
What did you say a moment ago?
Yeah, I mean,
if you're going to go big,
go big. And he knows he's in a really good show. And this is Tetsuya Hibino. The owner is the name on the screen.
Yeah, I wondered about that. Yeah,
the Super Silhouette Silvia S15 with a Liberty Walk body kit on it. Incredible. And as you just heard, as it comes past the commentary tower, a quad rotor, twin turbo, rotary engine, 1400 horsepower, and a Hibino. They like to call him the OG of drifting. Started drifting in 2008 in Japan in a Corolla AE86, and he became an absolute perfectionist of driving that car. Now drives this car in Japan, in Formula Drift Japan. And look at this.
Wait for it.
Absolutely putting on a show here at Foz. Gets the car all the way to the edge of the circuit and some.
Didn't even turn green.
He certainly flattened the barrel, wasn't he?
Yeah, we're going to need some more barrels, I think, over the course of this weekend.
I did ask that question
sure.
when we started. Well, the track's so narrow, it's just with the kind of quality of closeness that you guys are going for, it's almost inevitable.
Yeah, exactly that. It's inevitable. And these guys, like I say, they like to push the limit, and they're putting on a show this weekend. So they want to really express themselves and their driving style, which is what drifting's all about.
They're not going to put the top on that barrel, that is for certain.
No, that one's going to be missing.
What were you talking about, Kevlar earlier? I think we need Kevlar barrels that spring back into shape.
That could be a market there. There could be a hole in the market for Kevlar barrels.
Maybe we can get a man in white overalls to hold the lid.
He's got the door open as well now.
Yeah, very hot inside those cars. Last weekend we were seeing temperatures inside the car of 60 degrees for the drivers. So
but they have extra cooling systems, these things too, don't they? Because they run very hot.
Yeah, so
yet you're not going at speeds to cool the radiator.
100%, yeah. So what we found in the last 8 years with the evolution of drifting, as we like to call it, is that
destroyed the garage as well.
If it wasn't finished, it is now. These guys very quickly learned that to balance these cars perfectly and get the cooling absolutely dialed in was to move the radiator to the rear of the car. That increased water volume. It also increased how much time it took the engine to heat the water because it was circulating so quickly. So they run a lot of electric water pumps in the boot. They transfer the water backwards and forwards. And as you say, because the cars are going sideways, there's no cold air running through the front bumper anymore. So they duct all the rear windows and let all the cool air flow through the back of the car now. And it balances them out almost 50-50.
This guy might be getting a bit warm just waiting as they put everything back together.
Yeah, this is Axel Hildebrand, been an absolute superstar in the paddock. I know Ben likes this car a lot, but this car had a huge crowd around it when I went back earlier. Carbon Kevlar Corvette C6 with a triple rotor Mazda engine underneath the bonnet.
Is there any reason he's not running the bonnet? Is it just to show off the engine,
I think it's just for show purposes. Yeah, this is a PPRE engine under the bonnet. influenced this car and the engine setup by Mad Mike Widett, who is normally at the Festival of Speed. And Axel came here and he said, I want one of those engines, I want one in a Corvette, I really want to upset everybody. And he went away and he got the whole setup and put it in.
We're seeing a lot of damage on this car. Now, I don't know how many spares... That's a great face. I don't know how many spares you guys carry.
These guys carry an incredible amount of spares. As you can imagine, with the close contact and the close proximity of these cars, like BTCC, they have to carry quite a large spares package. Spare steering arms, hubs, uprights, coilovers, and also body panels to get these cars back out.
So that's Tetsuya Hibin. He's 48 years old now. He's been doing this for a long time, hasn't he?
He has been doing this for a very, very long time. And as I say, he's an OG now. That's what everybody likes to call him, because he is just a masterclass and so well knowledged. And as you can
now
see
he's
there,
cooling the car, look.
He's cooling down the intercooler, because we can still carry the intercoolers in the front of the car. So he's just putting some cold air on there. Very warm day here now, and even the sun's not really out. It's very, very humid today, so these air intake temperatures will be going through the roof on some of these cars.
Yeah, that's a fascinating aspect, is the cooling. Right,
it makes a change, though, for a driver to actually give about what's going on mechanically, normally to walk away and leave it to somebody else.
Well, I think a lot of these drivers are much more mechanically motivated or engaged, aren't they? Let's just have a look at Axel, though. Axel Hildebrand in this wonderful Chevy Corvette, because this is the first time really we're seeing do it in style, because we haven't seen this car before, have we?
No, got the second barrel, missed the first one, missed the third one, so he's a little shy.
Yeah, I think Axel's going to be very nervous. This is a brand new build, debuted this weekend here at Foz, and Axel said, I'll go for it, but I'm not going to get too close because I don't really want to wreck the car.
I'm going to say the materials used, again, it's
exotic.
Yes, exotic materials means expensive.
Exactly that. And these panels made in Latvia and shipped over to the UK, so unfortunately not made in the country. So Axel having some issues there. Oh, there we go, slots it back into gear.
This is the first time he's done a really competitive run like this in this car, though, isn't it? I
yes,
think. So
indeed.
It's never the same, is it, Keith? What it's like. You can test things and run things until you actually do it in kind of... I know this isn't the full competition, this is practice for the competition, but it puts you in a different zone.
I'm mesmerised by the triple exhaust sticking out just behind the front right wheel.
Lovely,
that's done me already.
Zero silencers, straight out of the turbo, straight through the wing, and same with the external wastegates. They fire straight out of the wing. The sound from this car is incredible, and the crowds come running as soon as he fires it up.
I remember listening to the Mazda rotary engine at Le Mans back in 1991, and that was incredibly loud.
Just gives you the goosebump feeling, doesn't it? Yeah, makes your whole body tingle a little bit.
I've got him.
Yeah.
he just went past the commentary position up here, and I've got to say that rotary sounded superb. Don't blame him for being a little shy of hitting things. The flip wall might take a bit of a graze.
Yeah, but he did go to the bales side, the straw bale side. I think he was all right. He is being a little bit cautious, which I can totally understand with this brand new car that's only been liveried and completed overnight and this morning. So it's lovely to see.
So that begs the question, Ben, Ian, how long? I mean, it's like an extension of your arm, isn't it, when you're playing this game? It's got to be something that you've got to do virtually naturally.
Yes.
So how long does it take to get used to a new configuration, a new setup?
It will take Axel a few months to really dial himself into it, and probably a year to really gel with the car enough that he knows every single quirk about it and how it is and how it feels, because he's come from a Nissan Silvia S14, which is a completely different chassis, so everything is in a completely different place. And he said when you sit in this car and you flick it on angle, you feel like you're carrying almost 70 degrees of angle, but you're really not, because you sit so far back in the chassis, you're almost sitting on the rear wheels.
Yeah, that can make a huge difference where you are in the car. And the front to rear weight distribution, yeah, that must be so subtle changes when you're drifting like this.
Yes.
A tiny change front to rear.
Makes a huge difference.
It must do.
Yeah.
That's lovely. He's doing a nice rotation there, isn't he?
I was going to say, now he's got to find the garage through the smoke. Wait for it.
Oh, he's done...
Not bad. It was already destroyed anyway. It wasn't his fault.
No damage done, because it's nice. There's nice light... undamaging pieces there.
Undamaging pieces?
Well, they're on the outside.
The barriers, yes.
The barriers.
Indeed.
They're not heavy barriers, those ones, are they? So he's done pretty well.
I've obviously known you long enough to just start to take the mickey on air. That's not going to be good, is it?
But I don't think he's really done too much damage to this brand new car. That's a relief.
No, still looks unscathed.
Yeah,
really.
Well, it just appeared.
Okay.
Yeah, look, there you are, you see.
They are very light indeed, which is probably a good thing.
Well done to everybody for putting on a wonderful show there. That was really good. Really good.
I have to say, drifting, I think it was the members' meeting here at Goodwood that was my inaugural involvement only as a commentator. I love it.
Yeah.
And most of the motorcycle people I know, there are some that do drift.
Yes.
And it's an ascending sport. I can see it becoming quite infectious, quite big, through places like Goodwood, obviously showcasing it.
Yeah, I mean, for the sport to have drifting at Goodwood's, it's absolutely incredible because it showcases what these guys can do behind the wheel of a car, and not only that, it can shows the whole world of how well they can build these cars. As you were saying earlier, Ben, about the mechanics working on their own cars, Axel Hildebrand and 2 of his team members built this car in 8 weeks.
Amazing.
It reminds me a little bit of the sidecar crews, you know, engineering-wise. Very interesting people, really in touch with their own engineering and what they need to do to get the best out of it. And drifting seems to be a little bit along that camaraderie and community.
That's the other side of drifting as well. These guys, even in competitive situations, won't be scared to, help each other out, help other teams out, parts, crews jumping on other cars to get them fixed, because these guys don't like to win without a battle. They like to know that they've fairly beaten the other driver.
It's lovely actually seeing Axel explain how the car was reacting, and he's using a bit of body language showing it was flicking, but it was a bit... There you are, look. It's a little bit unpredictable at this stage because it's the first time he's driven it. As you were saying, he's learning how it's reacting, so that's still going to take a little bit of work, but he's obviously enjoying it. He's got a smile on his face, so that's lovely to see. Yeah, really good, really good. So, well, we ended up with a bit of damage around the place, but nothing too serious.
No, it wasn't too bad, and these guys, I think they're going to tune themselves in over the weekend, over these 3 rounds of Driftcarna we got coming up, and by the end of Sunday night, I think we'll expect them to be pinpoint perfect and clinical around this circuit.
Look forward to it very much, Ian, and your knowledge is absolutely exemplary. I've got to say, I think you've done as much for drifting as they have out on the track. You certainly got my attention, and the amount of on my socials that are coming through at the moment that are being able to see this around the world. We are looking at a very beautiful Ferrari down at the start line, but we're wondering quite what it will be doing. I don't expect this to be drifting.
No, I would like to see it drift, though. And there is a guy who drifts at one in America. Federico Sharifo actually has a Ferrari that he drifts. He's fully converted and has a turbo.
I'm guessing he's very rich.
No comment. I'm going to stay neutral in that area.
Well, this is going to be a slightly different look. I think it's just going to be doing a run because it didn't get out earlier on. So we'll just have to see it having a single run up the hill. But it's a rather beautiful Ferrari, isn't it?
Yeah, indeed. No recognition of driver either at the moment, as far as I can see. He's a little darker in there, so tricky to work out. Oh, get a thumbs up anyway. So maybe we're about to leave the grid.
So we've got some scores, I believe, on the drifting. So let's have a little look at how that all went. Here are the scores, and James Dean doing pretty well. Ian, what do you reckon on all of this?
Yeah, really good scores. James Dean, as we see before with Driftcarna, when we had it at Speed Week over at the Goodwood Motor Circuit, won the event, and Matsuro Kato, or as we know, Tetsuya Hubino, driving that car, again, may have cheated a little bit here and there to get those scores, but definitely got himself in the mix. Bagsy's still up there, and Tess Whittock, some work to be done. I think some practice needed.
I'd be speaking with those 3 experts of yours if I was there. Oh, if I was out there. Some of those look, to the uneducated eye, mine, like their score is a little better than it ought to be.
Yeah, I think the collisions may have counted for some of that.
There's quite a big gap to James Dean, isn't it? You know, everyone, quite a few there in the 5,000s, but he's on that 6,800, nearly 7,000.
Yeah, James Dean, as I said, very, very clinical and incredible world-class drifter.
Yeah, very impressive. Good to watch.
Yeah, good to watch. Absolutely. Very exciting indeed. Hope you enjoyed it all. And plenty more still to come here at the Festival of Speed. I can't believe this is only day 1. We've got 3 more to go of this. It is going to be just building to a crescendo come Saturday and Sunday. Huge crowds expected, of course. The weather this morning rained a little early. The original schedule for rain was this afternoon. We got it all done with first thing this morning. Just nicely sprinkled the grass for the Duke of Richmond. And then, of course, there were some of those hooligans in the off-road cars who decided to sprint down the inside and outside of the grass verge. So we've got an Aston Martin sitting up behind, waiting to go as well, as we look down at the start line. And you can see there's a fair heat haze coming off these cars down there as well. So what you were saying earlier, Ian, there's a lot of heat soak that goes into all of these cars, isn't there?
Oh, there certainly is. And I think, you know, you walk around this place. I just walked all the way from the cathedral to here. I got here, I was slightly out of breath, a little bit moist on the brow. And I looked at the temperature, 20-something degrees, and I thought, it's warm. You sit inside one of these cars with a fire suit on, a helmet, gloves, race boots. The temperature starts to build. And obviously some of these cars, not the Ferrari, but some of these cars out on the circuit this weekend, the high-end race cars, no interior, no heat barrier for the heat from the exhaust or the engine, so straight into the cabin and almost cooking these drivers to within an inch.
Bet you were impressed when you got in here. We've got our own aircon. We've got the poshest commentary seats anyone has ever seen anywhere in the world.
I was getting stick for having aircon when I come over. They were giving me stick down there in the paddock.
Let's go and join Ed, who can chat to some of the drift drivers, who's been putting on such a great show for us.
Paul Smith, we've been hearing that some of the barrels were in slightly awkward places, but you seem to have a pretty good run. There were lots of green lights and it looked good.
Yeah, well, to be fair, it was the first run. Wasn't 100% sure where the barrels were going to be, but I saw one and just tried to get as close to any of them as possible. So, yeah.
And none of them were hit in your run, which I think in other runs some of them were.
Okay, yeah, well, I'm trying to look after the car. You know, it's only the first day, so maybe come Sunday we'll get a bit closer to the barrels. But, yeah, I think we did all right.
Now, you guys are so talented behind the wheels of these cars, but just give us a little bit of insight into how difficult this hill climb is in a drift car, because it's narrow and there's lots of things to hit.
Yeah, first, like you say, it's narrow, and the thing is, it's very fast as well, and it's not like a series of corners that we're used to for a drift competition, so we kind of obviously there's some straights, and we're picking up some serious speed, and trying to judge where we need to start the initiation for the corners. It's pretty tricky, and like you say, there's hardly any runoff, and we want to put a good show on for the crowd as well. So, we are kind of, we are driving them pretty hard, but we're trying to, just hold back a little bit.
Well, Paul, we're looking forward to the other runs. Thank you.
That's great. Thank you very much.
Right, stay with us. Andy, what I'm going to do is I'm going to go down and I'm going to talk to Mr. Habino, who hit a few barrels on the way up. And you can see, obviously, the damage on the back of his car, but he doesn't speak any English. Mr. Habino, is this okay?
Okay. Okay. Yeah. Sorry, no English.
It's okay. It's okay. And then after the run, you were pouring water.
Yes. Yeah. Hot. Yeah.
Was it difficult?
So. Difficult.
So next time it will be faster.
大丈夫。治ります。
Okay.
Okay.
Well, thank you.
加藤さん、ごめんなさい。
Well, thank you very much. I'm sorry, I can't speak any other languages than English. Thank you.
Thank you.
Well, that's fun to see. Thanks, Ed, for chatting to the guys. We're seeing that Ferrari Roma about to head off. This is a pretty recent Ferrari, started being produced in 2020. And this is two-door, 2+2, hardtop coupe, mid-front engined, as they call it.
Is there a light on the top of that stick? He's just turned it green.
Oh.
He's just hit it.
Oh, dear.
Oh, dear me.
Yeah, quite know what that's about.
He can't roll backwards. The man at the back with the stick, he's got a block on it so it doesn't roll backwards when he makes the start. He's positioned at the line. It's one of those situations where they put them in position so they, I think so they don't get a rolling start, I think possibly, that they put them in a position where they can only go from one place.
That's all a bit strange, isn't it?
Yeah, it is a little, but the stick behind has got the chock on it, so he can't roll back.
Yeah.
He's in position, and that's where he's going to start from. Mind you, I wouldn't want to be holding a chock when a Ferrari starts spinning the rear end up. Might spit it into
there it goes. It's a nice getaway, and the Ferrari is on its way. It's got the turbocharged V8 engine in this machine, and they used the Roma name directly, apparently, from Roman mythology. So it's looking very beautiful. It's a very elegant car, isn't it?
It's not in red.
No, it's not for Ferrari. The little rear wing that pops up. Very subtle little rear wing.
I thought that's where you put your golf clubs.
It does look a bit like that. Let's watch it up through this section. Almost
closed down.
Almost looks at Aston Martin a little bit at one point as well. But it is very much a Ferrari.
The wing obviously operated automatically under performance where it is, yeah, on the on the brakes, and the flashing lights that you get on all road cars nowadays when you're right on the very edge of adhesion.
Yeah, you slam the brakes on. But no, putting on a lovely move up the hill. Produces about 600 horsepower, this machine, so it's pretty rapid.
And that little wing, of course, is just to try and keep the rear end as flat down onto the ground as it can. When you're chucking out 600 horsepower, sometimes you need a bit of help pressing the back into the floor to get a bit more grip in a straight line.
Yeah, so that was a nice run for the Ferrari, and we will be seeing a bit more action coming up in just a few more moments. Get a good opportunity to see these cars in action. Here we go then. The first...
Michael Rutter, hello, welcome to Festival of Speed. I mean, I'm sure you've been here many times now, but what's it looking like this weekend for you?
Yeah, really, look forward to coming here all the time, and we get treated very well, and always sunny here. I don't know why, it's always sunny here. I'm going to have to move here. So, yeah, it's good, and luckily I've brought my dad's Formula 1 Ducati here, so from 1984, so I'm looking forward to riding that up the hill.
Yeah, how special will that be to get on your dad's bike?
Yeah, my dad passed away 2 years ago, and we've just done a book about him, you see, and that's just come out as well, so it's ideal, and to have to ride his old Ducati up there, which he loved it, that bike, it's the only bike he had, which he kept, and yeah, to ride it up the hill is going to be very special.
Have you been making many changes to it, or is it pretty much as he used to have it?
To be honest with you, it's very much like it. I haven't really touched it, and I just thought I better start it up. That was like only about 3 days ago, so I was panicking because it wouldn't start. And anyway, it's running. I haven't rode it yet, so it hasn't been out. It hasn't rode for about, I'd say, 15 years. Someone hasn't rode it at all, so. And I've only rode it once, so yeah, hopefully it'll be all right.
When you get on that start line then, and you are sitting on your dad's bike, what emotions do you think it will bring about?
Well, a lot, I've got the whole thing as well, because I've got the whole leathers made, the same Alpine, so I've made me a real trick set of copy of my dad's leathers, and shoe helmets, done me a replica of my dad's helmet, so everything's as he would have been, so yeah, it is going to be emotional.
Yeah, I'm sure it will be. And talking about emotions, there's been quite an emotional story going around the paddock this time, of course. Wayne Rainey has been back on his bike from '92. I mean, what a special day it's been for him. I mean, hearing that story and seeing him back here, what does that mean to kind of you and the biking community?
Do you know what? What you just said there, I seen Wayne yesterday, and I've never been up to anyone in my life. And I went up to him and I said, "Hi, Wayne. Can I shake your hand?" And I shook his hand because I used to watch him, when I was a kid with Swans and all the lads there, and it was amazing. Wayne was just phenomenal, and I just said, I've just got to meet you, and I've never done that to anyone, and I've, made me cold, tingly. It's brilliant to see him going up the hill, watching him go up the hill. Oh, just like his style was just there still, he was sitting on it. It was brilliant.
Yeah, I mean, it's been great to see. I know Keith Ewan is our commentator this weekend. He's been talking about it non-stop, and to hear those lovely words from you as well, Michael, it shows exactly what it means. And good luck for you riding on your dad's bike as well. That's going to be emotional as well.
I think I'll need it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Michael Rutter speaking for everybody. I think the emotion of seeing Wayne Rainey back on a bike is definitely one of the days that we're going to remember here, among very many. So that was Michael Rutter with Rachel, and he will be running his dad Tony Rutter's bike. In fact, Michael's got another book out, the Michael Rutter 2, but it's predominantly about his dad, so that would be a good read. Keeping the sun off their heads. That is the sun they're keeping off. Let's just look out the window. Oh, spots of sun on the windscreen of the commentary booth as well. So, yes. Well, we had plenty of sunshine in the middle of the day. We had a little bit of dribble at the beginning. We got a little bit of a dribble at the end. But luckily, our practice for the shootout got through, and the Red Arrows got through as well without any major weather woes. So those of you who've been here all day, perhaps a little cooling won't go too far amiss. Food and drink stands are still all available. I had a 99 just a little while ago, and that was highly entertaining as well. Went down very nicely indeed. We are getting ready to send our next group of manufacturer cars up the hill, but in the meanwhile, let me just remind you of the rally stage. Since it's drizzling a little bit and you've got your anoraks on, definitely you need to be getting to the rally stage. And don't make the mistake of walking up. Come back down, gravity can be your friend, walk back down the track, but get onto the transport from the outside of the circuit, just above the Formula 1 paddock, Formula 1 pit lane, behind this big hospitality area, and you can get a lift up and you can get to the top paddock where all the drivers collect, and then you can get to the rally stage as well from there. Lots and lots of top rally cars from the early 1960s all the way through the Group B era. I mean, some phenomenal stuff. Who doesn't love a TR7 V8? Rover SD1, no line enclosures to be seen, so nobody bumping into that. So here's where the rally stage is. It is a walk. I'm telling you, it is a long walk. Get a ride up there. You can then meander back down again. Commentary there is separate from the main event, so you'll hear Tony Jardine and a whole bunch of others talking about the cars and watching the cars on the stage. And there is coverage up there as well on a TV circuit up there. So there are screens to watch the action as well as standing in the dust. And don't forget, there is an awful lot to see. We've talked about Electric Avenue, all the cars, EVs available here from the major manufacturers, and so many other stands. AMG celebrating 55 years and counting. Of course, BMW celebrating 50 years of M this year. There is all sorts of innovation around, as well as the cars and the bikes and everything else. Lots and lots of drivers to bump into as well. And bumping into more than most is our Rachel. Mind you, that is her job, I suppose. Stalking, bumping, interviewing, somewhere in there. Her latest victim, W Series driver Alice Powell.
Well, we've got Alice Powell here, W Series driver, of course. Alice, your first time at Festival of Speed.
Yeah.
Pretty exciting. How are you enjoying it so far?
Yeah, I know. Would you believe it? My first time here at the Festival of Speed. And actually, it was my first time this year coming to Goodwood. I came earlier in the year, and so many people are like, where have you been? Where
have you been is my question.
Yeah, exactly. Or somewhere other than here, clearly. But no, loving it. And it's my first time up the hill this morning. I'm in the Renault Megane, the all-electric Renault Megane, and I took it very steady to start off with. It was raining as well, and I thought, I have no idea where this goes. So I kept it on the black stuff. It was really good, and I'm loving it. It's a great atmosphere, and for a Thursday, the amount of people here, it's so busy, and it's really nice to see. Really nice to see.
Being your first time up the hill, and I'm sure a lot of people have been giving you words of advice or trying to scaremonger you. How was it then on that start line with maybe all those words going around in your head?
Yeah, people sort of saying, oh, this is the corner where people crash a lot. And, watch the hay bales, they come quickly. And I'm like, oh, thank you. But no, I've actually really enjoyed it. And the track's now bone dry. I've got another run later on today, and going to give it a few more beans up the hill. But you do it and you're like, oh, it's over so quickly. Can I just go back down and go again? So no, it's great. And as I said, the atmosphere is incredible, and I'm really looking forward to the rest of the weekend.
Being a driver yourself, have you had a clock on it? Are you being competitive and timing yourself, maybe secretly just trying to better yourself each time?
No, I should, but maybe, for my last run, I've had a little bit more practice. I can get someone to time me, maybe.
Yeah, that would be the plan. I know you guys are super competitive. And what else is on the schedule this weekend? Just driving the electric car, or trying to change into other seats if possible?
Yeah, I might try and steal one of the cars and take it up the hill without anyone realising. But no, it's going to be a really busy weekend for me. A few more bits with Renault and Alpine, as well as W Series and Bristol Street Motors as well. So going to be crossing. I'm going to get lost at some point. I've already got lost once today. I'm going to get lost lots of times again this weekend for sure.
And your schedule outside of Festival Speed is pretty hectic as well, isn't it? Tell us what you've been up to recently and what you've still got in store.
Yeah, so as well as sort of doing the coaching stuff, obviously racing in the W Series as well. I do the TV stuff with Channel 4, so I've been to a few Grand Prix with them, and F1 TV as well. So it's non-stop at the minute, and coming to cool places like this. So I'm really, really enjoying it. Before you know it, it's going to be Christmas.
Well, let's not wish 22 away too quickly, Alice, but thanks for chatting to us. And come on, get the stopwatch on the next run. I want to see how fast you go.
Yeah, next time I really need a really quick stopwatch.
Thanks, Alice.
Thank you.
I'll definitely channeling Ken Bruce there. Summer solstice, the days are now getting shorter. It's almost Christmas, everybody. So let's get back to the action. Martin Haven trackside with Sean Ward, and Sean again looking at some of the new manufacturer products. And this from BMW. This will be the first time we've seen this on cameras, although it has been hustled up the track several times already today.
Yeah, this is the BMW iX M60, so another all-electric BMW. This time it's an SUV. M, as you probably would have guessed, means it's got a lot of horsepower, a lot of torque, similar to the i4 M50 we saw earlier, but big old brute, lots of power, surprisingly capable, all-wheel drive, motors at both axles, a very brutal machine.
Devours continents at a single gulp. Yeah. And again, the SUV shape is so suitable for containing all those EV battery packs down at floor level. On the other side of the coin, of course, is the driver-dedicated Artura.
Yeah, we've seen a lot of these today. Seen 3 of them on the hill. New generation of McLaren replaces the Sports Series, so the 570S, 570 GT, 620R, 540C. This replaces all of those in one fell swoop. Hybrid V6 rather than twin-turbo V8. This is turbocharged V6. But, you know, lightweight, less weight than the V8, similar kind of power, a lot of performance, and you can drive it on electric power alone. So if you want to get up early and go out for a drive, you don't wake the neighbours.
Well, you know, that is half the fun of a hypercar, though, surely, waking the neighbours. And actually, probably, if you own a car like this, your neighbours don't actually live that close to your estate. So there is that degree of... but, you can be socially responsible in town and not just shout, look at me, which is quite nice.
Exactly, and I think there is kind of a real appeal to that. Yeah. Driving something that looks, you know, mid-engine supercar, and yet you can just cruise around in absolute silence. There's something really magical about that.
You don't always have to have the super loud exhaust button on. Now, there's a little fleet. I think 3 is probably qualifies for a fleet. Certainly does when they're fleet as these Ferraris are. This is just a fabulous looking car. And I don't know quite who chose the livery, but it really accentuates the look of the car superbly.
Ferrari 296 GTB again. Like the McLaren Artura, it's got a V6 engine rather than a V8. Hybrid, more than 800 horsepower. It's a new Ferrari. It gets a lot of people very excited.
And it's a great classic kind of look to it as well. You know, again, as so often, you can just see the development of the mid-engine Ferrari from 308 all the way through. But that's got quite echoes of the Dino as well in it, a little bit. And again, back with BMW, and once more with some high performance.
We've got the BMW M4 CSL. So we had the M3 Touring unveiled this morning. M4 CSL was unveiled a couple of weeks ago now, but it's at the moment the most extreme version of the M4 you can buy. It's got 550 horsepower. It's the first CSL since the E46 M3 in about 2003. It's got, just trying to remember now, it's rear-wheel drive only rather than all-wheel drive, and it's also 100 kilograms lighter than the regular M4 competition.
And L, of course, in CSL is for lightweight, and you know, it's a very evocative, like touring is. It's a very evocative BMW name, and you don't just put it on everything. It is reserved for cars that are very much driver focused, and certainly the CSL is.
And this is the BMW iX3. So unlike the BMW iX, which we saw a few moments ago, this is essentially based on the same platform as the X3, but with an electric powertrain rather than internal combustion. So it's not a dedicated electric platform, it's just been adapted to include the electric powertrain.
But again, that SUV platform with the high seating position anyway allows you to just creep a little bit of floor space away underneath the occupants of the cabin, and that gets your batteries in nice and low, nice and widespread underneath. It's a sort of mini separate chassis.
Here we go again, Alfa Romeo Stelvio Quadrifoglio, V6 engine, twin turbocharged, more than 500 horsepower. There we've got a Giulia Veloce, so that's middle of the range in terms of performance. Oh, he was close there. He's enjoying himself.
Yes. It's the last run of the day. They're all feeling a little bit braver now, aren't they? That was nearly a 3-way Alfa insurance claim.
Yeah, he's really getting close to flip wall there. He's pushing.
It definitely is. Well, you know, there's so much that the manufacturers try and put into their SUV range that you would expect to find in a car like the Giulia or a Giulietta or what have you. The fact that it will carry, you know, a family of 5 and the dogs and all the camping equipment and everything else, they still want it to feel like an Alfa, to behave like an Alfa. They want it to feel like a Jaguar or an Aston Martin, and there's, you know, there's a phenomenal amount of chassis engineering that has to go in. You know, it's easy to make the badge distinctive or the grille distinctive, to make it handle in a manner that you would want from an Alfa Romeo or a Porsche or an Aston. Again, you know, that's a hell of a deal.
And what really sets the Stelvio apart from its other fast SUV competitors is the engine. It's got so much character, and that historically is what Alfa Romeo has always been about. Some fantastic engines.
Yeah. Well, again, Porsche Panamera, and this kind of renewed Porsche ownership, because previously, if you liked a 911, if you wanted that kind of performance from your car, then you didn't have that in a Porsche. You know, a Cayman or a Cayman Turbo or whatever, a Cayenne rather, would be your sort of default family option. But here, you know, high-speed executive express, the Panamera in either, you know, standard internal combustion engine, or increasingly popular. You see an awful lot of Panamera hybrids around at the moment, and that's, you know, that combination of sort of feeling a little bit more comfortable with yourself and your conspicuous consumption.
And that's the thing, you can get a Porsche Panamera Turbo SE hybrid, which can run on electric power and has more than 700 horsepower in a Panamera. It's truly ridiculous.
Thank goodness they're so wide. Panamera is wide enough on its own without SE hybrid. Well, here we go. Let's take a look at this. This is obviously from Renault.
The Renault Megane E-Tech. This is the first time we've seen this in our Combox today.
I was just down looking at this in Electric Avenue, actually. It is a handsome car. I mean, Renault are undergoing, like Peugeot, undergoing a really strong design phase at the moment.
Yeah, Renault has dropped what we would perhaps traditionally think of as a Megane, the kind of hatchback role to something like a Ford Focus. So this is really quite a big change. All electric. Going to be on sale very soon. Onto the grass, he is going for it.
And there is a really sexy-looking sort of concept down there in Electric Avenue as well of a new pure EV Renault 5, but a sort of Renault Sport Imagine version. I think that's going to get a lot of attention if they decide to productionise that.
Yeah, if you haven't already gone and had a look in Electric Avenue, you really should.
Absolutely. I mean, not only to take a look at cars, you know, from, you know, your I-Pace or whatever down to sort of a Vauxhall Mocha, but also what manufacturers are looking at bringing to the market as well. Well, the Ferrari, perhaps slightly unsurprisingly, catching the Renault from behind.
The Renault was doing a good job.
No, it was. Yeah, he's just sort of
really trying.
Eased off up the hill, and so is the Ferrari. We've got a bit of a Lamborghini traffic jam here. Again, when it was wet earlier on, I was watching, I think, this particular car being driven with a very large degree of excitement by its driver. He was sort of sitting back from the others in the queue and then giving it proper large.
I don't know how you could drive a Lamborghini and not be excited about doing that.
It was wet. And it's not your Lamborghini. Well, maybe the fact that it's not your Lamborghini actually helps, but I don't know. I'm not sure who they've got driving these cars, but clearly they're not pedestrians.
And what he's just done there are more efficient ways to get off the line, but what he's done there was just absolutely launch it. Maximum attack off the line. 4 wheels, all smoked up.
Well, I think if you've got a passenger alongside you, you want to give them the full experience, don't you? I mean, that's what drivers do. If your passenger gets out and doesn't look like they've had much of a ride, then I'm not sure you've done your job properly, because there is so much phenomenal performance in hypercars like these that to the average road driver, even a relatively quick road driver, when they're in the hands of an experienced driver, particularly somewhere here that's as unforgiving looking through the windscreen, I'm sure, as the hill climb course is, then you are sort of pinned to the seat visually as well as literally.
That's the thing. You can have confidence in your driving ability and how quick or otherwise you might think you are, but then when you sit alongside someone who does this every single day and is willing to go right up to the edge of whatever circuit, whatever course you're on, and you suddenly realise, okay, this is on a completely different level.
Well, first of all, there's, you're sitting beside a certified lunatic. Clearly, that you understand that the moment you leave the line. But then, whatever you thought the car could do, unless you drive these things regularly on track at the limit, you have no clue actually what the car can do, and the drivers will give you a degree of that experience, being a little cautious around the flint wall.
So we just saw the Lamborghini Huracan Evo. This is the Lamborghini Huracan STO, so it's lighter, more power, rear-wheel drive only. There have been a couple of Huracans that have had rear-wheel drive, but most of them have been all-wheel drive. But yeah, less weight, more power, just incrementally better in many areas, and lots of incredibly complicated aerodynamic work as well to make sure you've got a lot of downforce if you're going on track days. I mean, if you've got a car like that, you would.
Again, all the major manufacturers are fully involved in the SUV world, and here is Maserati's offering.
That's the Maserati Levante with its hazards on.
Yeah,
but actually shifting very quickly.
A very nice touch of giallo fly there. That's probably not actually what yellow is in the Maserati brochure, but it is what it would be in the Ferrari brochure. Newly named British touring car driver James Gornall was one of the drivers in the Alpha race up the hill. I'm not sure if he was the one who was turning his Stelvio into a rally car at the same time, but the drivers possibly very slightly nervously laughing at the top of the hill after that one. I think that's always where when you've got away with one that might otherwise have been a touch sticky, then
I wonder if maybe the next run they might dial it back ever so slightly.
No.
Oh wait, no, racing drivers, they can only go as fast as they possibly can.
I'm guessing not. So yeah, so the Maserati, followed by a DBX, followed by the Rolls, shutting the course, closing the course for us. Oh, there you go. Fans of all ages. Bless. I think that may possibly be the youngest fan I've seen at a Goodwood event. If that young lady is more than 6 months old, I should be very surprised. But just for, actually at that age, kids are a lot more manageable than when they're 2 and they start to make their own headway and disappear. You turn your back on them for 30 seconds to look at something and then, oh, right, where have they gone to? So well done, everybody, for making your way down here to Goodwood for the Festival of Speed Day 1. And thank you very much for staying all the way through the course of the day. The rain has stopped again, so all the umbrellas are furled. And crossings are open, by the way, so if you want to go across, you don't have to use the bridge right now. And there is still plenty to see. Well, now then, let's have a quick visit with Ed. He is back up at the top paddock, and he is with stunt driver Paul Swift.
Paul Swift, I've been watching all day as this Raptor comes into the top paddock, and it does a massive burnout, and you've just done it again. I've got to talk to that guy, and the door opens, and it's you. I should have known. You're obviously having fun.
Oh, it's absolutely fantastic, yeah. It's a proper weapon. I'm absolutely delighted. It's exactly what everybody's been asking for. It's a 3-litre V6 engine, loads of power, put it in rear-wheel drive, switched off the electronic stability control, and away you go. It's good.
And how are these, just go and have a look at these rear tyres, because I have to say, if I saw those in an MOT centre, I'd probably fail them. But have these done all day?
Yeah, they've done today, but we're going to be on the off-road course for the rest of the weekend, so we might need to look about a couple more.
Surely you know a guy.
I'm sure we do, yeah, it's no problem.
But it's been a fun day. I mean, what a bit of kit.
It's fantastic. It's great to be back here with Ford again. Obviously, we've got the Transit electric super van again as part of it. Last year I was in Mach-E. So, it's phenomenal, lovely event, and, pleasure to be asked again.
Well, Paul, I've very much enjoyed your burnouts. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Stuart, we saw this Amira at last year's Festival of Speed. It's fantastic to see it back again. You've been in it all day, but you're probably still not pushing too hard on the hill, are you?
We're beginning to push a bit more now. It's got a bit drier, very slippy this morning. It is still a TT car, so I'm trying to bring it back home all weekend. But no, she's going well, really running, we're enjoying the hill with her. It's great to bring her back, and with our production being open now, letting customers come have a little ride with us as well. So yeah, we're really good day in her.
So when does production start? When can someone actually buy one of these?
So we obviously been open for sale since last Festival of Speed, with customer deliveries now, basically. So first deliveries now. So yeah, everybody can get their hands on the road now.
And it must be so difficult sort of getting your head around a car like this on the Festival of Speed, but I mean, you probably know it better. Is it as good to drive as everyone says?
Better. having driven Lotuses for 20 years, this the step up that we wanted, and yeah, she's really good to drive.
It must be quite a fine balance with Lotus, because there are so many hardcore fans that want a Lotus to be a Lotus, but you've got to kind of move it on. So I guess this treads that fine line.
It treads that fine line, but the hardcore fan will still love this car. The new owners will love this car. She's subtle enough to not be the rawness of an Exige, but still fun enough for everyday use as well as track use. So we're on the sports suspension today, really good for the track as well as the road, especially coming up the hill was a bit bumpy. You don't feel the real bumps. You rides well. Yeah, it's fun all year round.
Stuart, thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Well, it was great to get the interviews from Ed up there, of course, and David's still with me. What a fun first day here at Festival of Speed 2022. It's coming to a close now, of course, on Thursday, day 1 of 4. Let me remind you, we're back Friday, Saturday and Sunday. If you guys are joining us for the rest of the occasion, then I hope you have so much fun like we are here. But David, it has been a great day, hasn't it? I mean, it's been my first time on this side of the fence presenting it alongside you, and I've had so much fun, and there have been so many highlights for me. But before I steal the limelight and talk about mine, I'm going to put you on the spot and say, what have you most enjoyed being back here? Because it is back in full form this time, isn't it?
Yes, we talked about it being full fat Goodwood Festival of Speed, and I've just enjoyed getting started again. We've got to pace ourselves because it's the first day of 4, but I've enjoyed being up the track. I mean, Lamborghini Aventador Ultimate, first out this morning, a little bit damp, so a little bit nervous. 800 horsepower car, V12, but great to take that up. And then I took, of course, the M3 Touring, which was a real privilege because it's a car that we've been waiting for maybe 35 years for. And then beyond that, just watching what's going on. The drift cars were fantastic. I could smell, see, and hear them. And just watching James Dean with that such precision that he showed up the hill was fantastic.
Yeah, I think we're walking over here, and I said, it smells quite a bit, doesn't it? Why is that? He said, obviously the drift car's out. I said, oh yeah, Drift Corner. I spoke to another one of the drifters, Bagsy, actually a little bit earlier. He's the current British drifting champion. He was saying how excited he was to get back out on the hill with obviously a full force of audience, because it hasn't been like that for a couple of years now. And he said he's been coming here for 7 years, and it's just the most exciting time for him to come back in front of big crowds.
And they got a bit excited. I think a little bit of bodywork out on the track, so they'll be doing a little bit of repairs overnight, but I'm sure they'll be back tomorrow.
And there was a first as well here. It was the first time we saw electric scooters being taken up the hill, which was quite something to see. Obviously, the e-scooter championships in its inaugural season this year, and we had a couple of the competitors come up the hill, which looked beautiful in the backdrop. That was a first. And then something else, David, which was a first, which actually got a standing ovation as well, was the fact that Wayne Rainey was back out on here in his 92 World Championship GP bike, the Yamaha, the 500cc, and it was quite the occasion. This is it. We can just see him going up the hill now. David, we got to watch it. I know Keith, you and our commentator loved the scenes out there, and I spoke to the likes of Maria Costello and Michael Rutter, and they were close to tears. It was quite an occasion, wasn't it?
Well, I've just got that cold shiver thinking of that again. I think everybody watching it was holding their breath, gulping, and very emotional. I spoke to Ed at the top of the paddock. He said he felt very emotional interviewing him at the top, and I just think it was an amazing occasion.
Obviously, Wayne Rainey had his accident in 93. This is the first time we've ever seen him at Festival of Speed here, and the first time he's been back on this motorcycle since, an adapted version of that 92 winning GP bike, of course, and absolutely awesome to see. He'll be here again over the course of the next 3 days, and I'm sure we'll see him back out there, and I'm excited to speak to him. I've seen him around, but I thought I'd let him kind of sink in with the emotion of the day rather than go over there and ask him about it, because I know you said Ed had done just that. Well, that was Wayne Rainey then on your screens, just reliving that moment from earlier. Well, that's day 1, like I mentioned. Let's bring you up to speed then on what's happening tomorrow, day 2 of Festival of Speed. Here we go then. So kicks off bright and early as usual. 9:50 then, it's Ferrari and the Group C class cars going out then on the hill. Then 10:40 Grand Prix Greats. That's going to be pretty special, David. Before BMW M celebration, it's the 50th anniversary, of course. We're celebrating them this year. 12:15 that is. And then we have some more Drift Kana. You're going to smell it before you see it. Round 1, 1:15, and then another flyover from the Red Arrows. We saw them at 12:30 lunchtime today. They're back in action at 4:15, and then we're going to round off day 2. The Supercars, a look at some of the first cars on offer. They're making their debut here, and then some great road bikes as well. That's 5:45. So that is day 2 tomorrow. I mean, David, having a look at that timetable, there's so much to see. What's really grabbing your attention?
Well, a bit of everything there. I mean, you just look at that and just getting excited about the timetable. I'm going to be driving up in the brand new Range Rover Sport, which will be a global debut for that car. And I'm just looking forward to covering some more ground. I think I've done about 20,000 steps a day and probably only covered 10% of the festival. So I'll be looking forward to seeing more of it tomorrow.
Yeah, me too. I feel like I've been very much based this side of the hill, so I'm very much looking forward to seeing what else is on offer here at Festival of Speed 2022. Guys, thank you so much for joining us. We hope you've absolutely loved day 1. We can't wait to bring you all the action from day 2 tomorrow. We'll see you then.